After being betrayed and murdered on the day of the apocalypse, Zhang Xiaoyong was reborn to become stronger. He used the system to fully prepare for the impending apocalypse. At the same time, he tried to cultivate his strength. Finally, he came back and took revenge on all those who harmed him in his previous life. The schemes, betrayals, and degeneration of humanity in the apocalypse will all appear in the story. Please join me in watching. The story begins inside a dilapidated, old building. Zhang Xiaoyong was tied to an iron cage containing zombies. Cui Jing spoke up, Zhang Xiaoyong. Your friends are all dead. There is no point in you living, is there? He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, damn it, it is all my fault. I harmed everyone. Then he shouted, you vicious bitch, you won't die peacefully. She grabbed Li Shuxiong's arm and whined, oh dear, look at him, he is being fierce with me again. He sneered, let me slowly torture him to death to vent your anger. And also, thanks to your supplies, we can live comfortably for a few more months. As he spoke, he pressed a button. Zhang Xiaoyong immediately fell into the iron cage. The zombies rushed over madly. They bit and tore at his body. Zhang Xiaoyong resentfully thought, Cui Jing Li Shuxiong, if I have the chance to live again, I will definitely make that dog couple pay. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly. Cui Jing said acrimoniously, Zhang Xiaoyong, what do you mean by this? My name is not even on the property deed yet. Do you even love me? He wondered in confusion, what is going on? Could it be that I have been reborn before the disaster? In my previous life, I was deceived by Cui Jing. Not only was I swindled out of all the property my parents left me, but I also had to wander the streets. Then, a global disaster occurred, and most of humanity turned into the living dead, throwing the world into chaos. I and some friends I met while wandering around formed a safe zone where we could survive the apocalypse. But unexpectedly, that bitch Cui Jing pretended to be in dire straits and begged to join, which moved me. But alas, she was just a lure sent by the enemy to divide everyone. At this time, she added, also, the 400,000 yuan betrothal money can't be missing a single cent. Did you hear that? He cursed inwardly, vicious whore. Don't get agitated now. Cui Jing continued to nag, I will give you a week. If you do not have it. Before she could finish speaking, he pushed her out. Okay, I know, just leave quickly. She was stunned. What is going on? When did Zhang Xiaoyong become so fierce? Isn't he just my lapdog? He closed the door. He looked at the electronic calendar. He calculated in his heart, there is still a month left. I have to prepare immediately to deal with the apocalypse. Suddenly he saw something, and his expression changed to surprise. It turned out that the system had appeared. A virtual screen displayed, Apocalypse system activated. Please complete the mission quickly. Task name, prepare for disaster. Task requirements, own a piece of land, prepare necessities for 1 year. Task reward, 10 accumulation points. Accumulation points can be exchanged for rewards in the exchange area. He was overjoyed. There is a system, the mission rewards accumulation points. What can these accumulation points do? System exchange, physique enhancement pill, apocalypse farmer supply crate, protagonist supply crate. Suddenly, his stomach growled. Zhang Xiaoyong walked into the house. I almost forgot. In my previous life, I starved myself to earn enough betrothal money for Cui Jing, causing me to become malnourished. He picked up his phone. He opened a food delivery app. In just 1 month, the world will be full of living dead. I have to eat my fill while I still can. Before he knew it, it was evening. The table was full of food. He was amazed. Is this the legendary 3 Michelin star food? Let us taste what 300 yuan braised pork belly tastes like. As soon as he took a bite, its flavor made him exclaim, this is so delicious it is bursting. Then, Zhang Xiaoyong devoured the food like a ravenous tiger. Just then, the phone rang. He thought to himself, that whore is probably calling her fairy sister to complain again. Then, he pressed the answer button. A shrill voice came from the other end, Zhang Xiaoyong, what do you want? How can you treat Cui Jing like that? She just wants you to show your sincerity. How can there be love if her name is not on the property? Cui Jing was just testing you, and you could not take it. If you bring, he shouted, who the hell are you two? Are you worthy of testing me? Get lost. She was stunned. Zhang Xiaoyong, you. Without letting her say anything more, he immediately hung up. Then, he leaned tiredly against the back of the chair. He thought in his head, own a piece of land, huh, I have to build that piece of land into a fortress, covered in bunkers. It not only has to be easy to defend and difficult to attack, but it also has to be near a water source. The next morning, he went to the real estate company. Ning Wanwan bowed and said, "Hello, sir. Are you looking to buy or rent a house?" He replied, "No, today I." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Xiao Ning." It was the marketing director. He frowned and said, "Xiao Ning, hurry up and help organize the boxes in the back. There are a lot of documents arriving today." She said, "Director Zhu, I am attending to a customer." He pushed her shoulder. "Xiao Ning, have you forgotten what I taught you these past few days? You have no discernment whatsoever. Hurry up and go to work." Ning Wanwan was flustered. "But," Director Zhu continued, "he is just a poor, unsuccessful loser. He probably can't even afford a toilet. What kind of customer is he?" Jiang Xiaoyong retorted, "What do you mean, are your dog eyes looking down on people?" He sneered, "I am using human eyes to look down on a dog. If that is the case, as long as you can buy a toilet, I will livestream myself eating shit." Xiaoyong stood in front of them and said with a confident expression, "Very well, these are your words. Just wait, I will definitely find you something hot and fresh." Saying this, he pulled out a black card. "Young lady, I am not here to buy a house or rent a house today." Then Xiaoyong directly threw the card towards them. "Today I am here to buy land." Everyone was shocked and could not believe their ears. "What, buy land? Did I hear correctly? Does he know how much it costs to buy land? Oh my god, I have lived this long and it is the first time I have seen someone buy land. What a tycoon, this is a real tycoon." As for the female employee, her face was also a bit awkward. Okay, please come this way, sir, I will give you a detailed introduction." Watching the two of them leave, the man gritted his teeth in anger. "Humph, who are you showing off to? When it comes time to pay, I do not believe you can come up with the money." When they arrived at the desk to sit down, the female employee politely handed him a piece of paper. "These are some plots of land that our company currently owns. Please take a look while I introduce them to you." Seeing this, Xiaoyong waved his hand. "No need to go to so much trouble, let me tell you what I need and see if you have it." Hearing this, the female employee replied loudly, "Please tell me, sir." Then Xiaoyong turned around and lowered his head slightly and began to say his requirements. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, the water source is best flowing water. Convenient road traffic, it would be better if there was a building like a factory or a larger house on top of that place. After hearing this request, the female employee stood there stunned. "Oh, let me think." From a distance, Director Zhu approached with a smirk. "Isn't the land in Dongqing district just meeting his requirements?" Hearing this, the female employee turned around in panic. "Ah, Dongqing district, Manager Zhu, are you talking about the land in the capital of T? That place won't do, that land is full of unfinished factories, it has not been settled yet. That place can't be sold to customers." Director Zhong's face became even more contemptuous after hearing this. What to sell? This landowner made a lot of strange requests. He is basically not here to buy land. He is just here to make trouble. But ignoring him, Xiaoyong turned around and spoke softly to the female employee. "Can the land in Dongqing district really meet all my requirements?" The female employee immediately replied worriedly. After hearing this, "Yes, but the rooms above the factory are very dilapidated and messy, and the captain of the construction team has also run away." Hearing this answer, Xiaoyong silently flipped through the documents to examine them. "Oh, the location is perfect, it completely meets all my requirements. The barbed wire fence is easy to defend. And the unfinished factory construction is just right, which can save me a lot of construction costs and time." After examining it, he handed the document to the female employee and said, "I want this land, can I pay and get the contract now?" And the female employee only knew to bow her head. I am sorry, sir." But then she thought back and felt strange and was stunned. Immediately she had the intention to ask again, "See, sir, do you really want to buy this unfinished factory land?" Xiaoyong was still firm with his choice. Of course, hurry up and sign the contract and pay, there are people waiting to eat shit later." Holding the bill in his hand, Director Zhu scratched his head, his face distorted with anger and said loudly, "No, impossible, this is impossible, 300,000, this is 300,000. This is a 300,000 down payment, yet someone can spend millions of dollars to buy a factory land that is under construction. I do not believe it, I do not believe it." Then he stood up and patted him lightly on the shoulder. "Brother, I have paid, now it is your turn to perform. As long as you eat it well, I will definitely give you a rocket at that time." Finally, Xiaoyong left the door, and the people left behind kept aiming their phones at Director Zhu. "Mr. Fat, I have helped you broadcast live, hurry up and do it." "Mr. Fat, my stomach is not very good today, but I promise to save you the best of what I have, Mr. Fat. Do you want to eat the lobster I ate last night? On Xiaoyong's side, the system panel appeared. System mission, mission name, prepare for disaster, mission requirements, own a piece of land 0 out of 1, prepare necessities for 1 year. 0 out of 365, mission reward, 10 accumulation points. Accumulation points can be exchanged for rewards in the exchange area. After reading it, Xiaoyong put his hand in his pocket and walked out leisurely and thought, the betrothal money has been used to buy land, now I have to find a way to earn some money to store food. While walking, Li Shuxiong saw him and immediately turned his head and frowned. Oh, is not that Zhang Xiaoyong? What is he doing here? Just after thinking, he turned his head and looked inside until he was stunned. Over there, a group of people were pulling Director Zhu to force shit into his mouth. Help, I do not want to eat shit. Shuxiong saw this and shouted in panic, what are you doing here? Cui Jing is currently sitting in a room exhaling smoke. Suddenly someone called, causing her to pick up the phone. Li Shuxiong, you damn ghost, you still know how to think about people, but on the other end of the line he roared. Cui Jing, Zhang Xiaoyong came to the real estate company to buy land today. Do you know about this? After hearing that sentence, Cui Jing immediately stood up in surprise and slammed the table. What, he bought land? Where did he get the money to buy it? Then he continued on the other end of the line, the down payment is 300,000 yuan. I guess that is the money he saved for the betrothal gift. After hearing that, she became even more excited. What, that bastard, he dares to spend my money. Shuxiong's voice was still calm and soothing. Cui Jing, do not be angry first. Hurry up and go find that Zhang Xiaoyong and ask him what happened, she retorted. Ask what? That bastard dares to touch my old lady's money. I must make him float on the internet today. At this time in his own home, Zhang Xiaoyong, unaware of what was happening, was still calm. Stocking up on supplies and building a base requires a lot of money. Where can I get the money now? Suddenly, there was a constant knock on the door outside. He looked out in surprise. Damn it, what are you knocking so hard for? Quickly, Xiaoyong went out to open the door and asked, what are you two doing here? And as soon as Cui Jing opened the door, she scolded, Zhang Xiaoyong, what do you mean? How dare you spend my money? After hearing that, his head spun in confusion. What are you talking about? Seeing him showing that expression, Cui Jing pointed her hand and her face became more wrinkled and angry. Don't think that I do not know that you used my betrothal money to buy land. I tell you my betrothal money, you dare to use it to buy land, then that land is mine. Zhang Xiaoyong, still not understanding what was happening, looked at that arm. You are really a lunatic. Then he immediately took out a stack of money and slapped it on her shoulder. I tell you I have money, but even if it is a penny, I won't give it to you. Do not think I do not know. You and that Li Shuxiong are secretly doing something behind my back. Cui Jing was also panicked when she saw this. After being told that, Cui Jing gritted her teeth angrily in her heart. What is going on? How could he know about my relationship with Li Shuxiong? Finally, Xiaoyong chased the two out and prepared to close the door. At this time when Xuanya stepped forward to resolve the situation. Oh dear, you two calm down. What is the point of arguing when you are in love? It is all a misunderstanding. And Xiaoyong still calmly replied, what misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding at all. And I do not have any love relationship with her. She and Li Shuxiong are a couple. Having said that, Zhang Xiaoyong slammed the door shut. Get lost, I am sick of seeing you people. Watching the door, Cui Jing remained silent, thinking in disbelief. How could it be? How could he know? I have always been careful to hide it every time I book a room. Soon they were in the elevator, pressing a button to move. Standing there, Wen Shuya comforted Cui Jing. Xiao Jing, why did not you tell me about something so big? Are you really close to that middle-aged man? Li Shuxiong, hearing this, Cui Jing feigned innocence and replied, we only went to motels a few times. As soon as she heard that, Shuya raised her hand and rubbed her head as if helpless. This is a reversal situation. Let us go back first and think about countermeasures. Cui Jing stood still, trying to endure. Yeah, that is all we can do. Soon the elevator doors closed. Standing inside, Wen Shuya looked at Cui Jing's back with scheming eyes. Cui Jing, if you have provoked Zhang Xiaoyong, then I won't be polite with you either. Who told us we are good sisters, haha. At this time, standing outside the construction site, Zhang Xiaoyong was holding a stack of documents, looking up and directing. This is the factory I want to renovate. Can you estimate how long it will take to complete the renovation? Then he stood with the area manager, observing the situation. Immediately afterwards, Foreman Lee from the Pashu Construction Company looked around and replied, renovate the walls, build watchtowers, surround it with Texas steel mesh, thicken the fireproof steel doors, and reinforced the bulletproof glass. After saying what needed to be done, he turned around, a little surprised. "Little brother, may I ask, have you offended some powerful force, brother? This can't be done in a month, boss." Pashu's life is also a life. But regardless of what he said, Jiang Xiaoyong insisted, "Don't ask. It is not good for you to know too much. Just tell me how much it will cost to complete this job, in 1 month. Don't be so verbose. Don't you have Pashu Construction Company? Alas, Foreman Lee, do you even have any humanity?" Hearing this, he smiled unnaturally and replied, "No, boss. What I mean is, I want more money." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong coldly turned around and said, "Give me the number." Seeing this, Foreman Lee immediately replied, "Boss, if it has to be completed in 1 month, I will have to make Pashu work at a very high intensity. At least this number." Seeing him being so vague, Jiang Xiaoyong smiled and asked, 20 million. Foreman Lee was a little worried at this time. "Yes, and you have to pay us a deposit of 5 million first. Only then can we talk." Maintaining a poker face, Jiang Xiaoyong turned his head, crossed his arms, and said, "All right, I will send you the money within a week. You can have the workers start working first." Hearing this, Foreman Lee hesitated. Seeing his hesitant look, Jiang Xiaoyong patted him on the shoulder. "It is okay. You do not have to worry about me not paying you. If I do not, then this piece of land will be given back to you." Hearing this, Foreman Lee felt relieved. "Ah, then that is fine." Soon after, when Shuya suddenly appeared with a graceful posture. Jiang Gij, hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong unexpectedly glanced back. Suddenly, she painfully grabbed Jiang Xiaoyong's arm. "What are you doing here?" She maintained her posture, speaking in an extremely coquettish voice. "Ah, Onoi, what are you doing here?" With a terrifying expression, Jiang Xiaoyong looked at her and thought, "Humph, this green tea be *tch. In my previous life, Cui Jing swindled all the assets of my family, and you were involved too. In this life, I will definitely repay you double." Having said that, his voice sounded deep and stable. "What did you come here for?" Hearing this, she smiled so much that her eyes narrowed, as if she were very friendly. "Jiang Gij, is this the land you just bought? The scenery here is so beautiful. Are you planning to build a villa here?" But then Jiang Xiaoyong became uncomfortable and waved her away. "What I do has nothing to do with you, right?" Seeing this attitude, she stood in a corner, gritting her teeth in anger, thinking, what happened? Why does this useless Jiang Xiaoyong seem so off today usually? He would blush and his heart would beat fast when I touched his hand. Today, I am flirting with him, so why does not he react at all? Then ignoring her, Jiang Xiaoyong went to where people were working and pointed, "Not right, not right. The size has to be wider." When Shuya still tried to catch up. "Hey, An." Being coldly ignored, when Shuya clenched her fists, thinking, "No, I can't miss this great opportunity. Cui Jing is already at odds with him. As long as I can strangle Cui Jing now, then this piece of land will be mine." A long time later, Jiang Xiaoyong sat in his house with 2 property ownership certificates. "I think mortgaging this house to the bank will only get me 3 million. This is not even enough to pay for the first phase of the project. I still have to find ways to continue making money." As if remembering something, he touched one of the property ownership certificates. "Oh, that is right. Anyway, the apocalypse is coming soon. It does not matter if I sell the house multiple times to multiple people, does it?" Then he looked up straight ahead, determined. "Let us do it this way." Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. Open the door now." Sitting inside calmly, he glanced over. "Damn it, who is the headache coming here again?" Quickly, he got up and went to the door as if to open it. The neighbor downstairs, Li Dejia, is a very rich man. He already owns the 1st and 2nd floors, and now he wants to buy my 3rd floor as well. Quickly, he opened the door, his thoughts still continuing. "But I was planning to use it as a bridal chamber. I did not want to sell it, so this old man started making trouble every day, throwing paint on my door, piling up garbage, putting up wreaths, picking locks, using all sorts of dirty tricks to cause trouble for me." Seeing him open the door, the old man rushed in and questioned, "Were you jumping around again last night?" Faced with this scene, Jiang Xiaoyong was extremely annoyed and cursed. "Are you done making noise? I went to bed before 10 p.m. last night." "What jumping are you talking about?" Li Dejia still tried to argue. "I do not care, I clearly heard it." Not wanting to argue anymore, Jiang Xiaoyong waved his hand and walked into the house. Stop it, stop it. Isn't it just that you want my house? I have had enough. I will sell it to you, okay? Hearing these words, the old man was so surprised that he stammered really. But then Jiang Xiaoyong turned around, crossed his arms, and stood opposite him. But I have one condition. Hearing this, the old man attentively asked, what condition? Being asked like this, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately replied, I won't get the keys to my new apartment for another half a year, so I have to stay here for another half a year. Before that, you have to pay me 5 million yuan when you buy this house. You have to let me pay off my new house loan. Hearing this proposal, Li Dejia hesitated a little. Seeing his hesitant look, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately closed the door. If you do not agree, then forget it. But suddenly, the old man rushed in with a panicked look. Okay, but we need to make a contract to avoid you regretting it later. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong frowned slightly but still agreed. A contract is fine. You can rest assured. After negotiating everything, Jiang Xiaoyong looked at him and gave a sinister smile. Haha, you old bastard, just stay at home and wait for death. Then he opened his phone and stared at it. I have received 5 million yuan from Li Dejia. Plus the 3 million yuan loan, I have a total of 8 million yuan. Then he looked at the system panel. System mission, prepare for disaster. Mission requirements, own a piece of land 1 per 1, prepare enough supplies for 1 year 0 per 365. Mission rewards, 10 accumulation points. Accumulation points can be used to exchange for rewards in the exchange area. Staring at it, he clicked receive and thought, complete the system missions first and then receive the rewards. At a large supermarket under a clear blue sky. Inside, Jiang Xiaoyong was pushing a shopping cart, continuously buying things under everyone's surprised gazes. The stats also appeared, preparing supplies for the whole year, 359 per 365. People in the supermarket saw him like this and started discussing among themselves. This person must be mentally unstable. Let us stay away from him. After a while of struggling, the shopping carts collided with each other. He had acquired countless shopping carts filled with food and supplies. While waiting in line to pay, people still kept talking about Jiang Xiaoyong. What is he buying so much stuff for? Another idiot who believes in doomsday rumors. Haha. The system panel appeared, showing a mission reward. Completed preparing for disaster, system points plus 10 points, currently have 10 points. Seeing this, he immediately thought, in the apocalypse, increasing attributes is extremely important, and this protagonist supplement box just happens to be 10 points. He thought and continued staring at the system panel in the exchange area. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong reached out and selected one. No need to hesitate. The first thing is to expand the advantage immediately. I have to be decisive. I choose the protagonist's supply box. Quickly, a protagonist supply box appeared with a dazzling light. Exchange successful, 10 points deducted, current points are 0. From the box appeared a very delicate ring. Space ring level 1, characteristic, has a different space of 500 cubic meters inside the ring. Time stops in the space of the ring. Looking at the ring floating in front of him, Jiang Xiaoyong was overjoyed. Ha, sure enough, I guessed right. I will definitely get gold on the first draw. His expression was full of confidence as he looked at the ring. Time stands still in another space, then that means that even if I store fresh food, it won't spoil. That is great. Immediately a new mission appeared. New mission, 10 years of plenty, 10 years of supplies 0 per 10. Reward 20. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Who is it? From a distance, Yang Dao, along with 2 security guards, walked over loudly. Who dares to cause trouble here? As soon as they came in front of Jiang Xiaoyong, Yang Dao asked unhappily, Are you Jiang Xiaoyong? Seeing this person, Jiang Xiaoyong also recognized him. It is Yang Dao. Immediately in his mind, he remembered the scene of him bullying him. All-purpose protection money, 10 yuan. Hand it over now. Jiang Xiaoyong at that time also retorted, Hand over my ass. If you want it, go get it from Zhang Shengtrai yourself. While remembering, he thought, Yang Dao is my classmate from junior high school. He only knows how to be a lackey behind boss, Zhang Shengtrai. He is only good at bullying the weak, but is very afraid of the strong. He often clashed with me when I was in school. I did not expect to meet him here today. After a while, Yang Dao pointed his finger at Jiang Xiaoyong and shouted loudly, Jiang Xiaoyong, What do you mean by this? Put all of this back in its place, or do not blame me for being impolite. Hearing this threat, Jiang Xiaoyong laughed mockingly. Haha, Young Dao, you are still all about intimidation. I just bought these things. Is this how Huan Runfa treats its consumers? Then he looked at the pile of goods surrounding Jiang Xiaoyong and said again, bought it, then quickly pay for these things for me now, or do not blame us for getting rough. An hour later, the total bill was still running long, and the employees were working hard to calculate the cost. After seeing them finish, Young Dao walked over to an employee who was holding the bill and asked, how much is it in total? The employee replied a little worriedly, the total is 56,884.3 yuan. As soon as he heard that, he took out a card scanner in front of Jiang Xiaoyong. Pay up. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong, with a pair of bright eyes, swiped the card hard. Quickly, the machine made a sound. Ting, transfer successful. Hearing this, Young Dao was stunned. Humph. Finally, he and the two security guards turned their heads. Let us go. Watching them, Jiang Xiaoyong spoke up. Stop. Hearing this, Young Dao stopped and turned his head. What else do you want to do? Putting a hand on the shopping cart, Jiang Xiaoyong smiled lightly as if he wanted to settle accounts. Just now, your attitude was so bad, you have to apologize to me, or I will return all of these goods. Hearing this, Young Dao immediately angrily frowned and said loudly, don't go too far. Do you still want to cause trouble for me? Seeing his attitude, many people in the store started holding up their phones to record. You are the one who is being a jerk and looking down on people. You were so rude to him just now. Now they are just asking you to say sorry. Is that too much to ask? That is right, apologize quickly, or we won't buy anything either. TikTok has recorded it. Apologize quickly, or it will make you explode. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xiaoyong smiled more confidently. Apologize, and as long as you apologize sincerely enough, I will buy 10 times as much as this. Hearing this, he cursed, stop bragging. Standing there, Jiang Xiaoyong held out the card in his hand. Bragging, bring me a POS machine here so I can show you my balance. As soon as the machine appeared, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately swiped the card. Looking at the number displayed on the machine, Young Dao could not help but be shocked. 7. More than 7 million. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyong with confidence, looked at Young Dao who was worried, and said apologize, and I will continue to buy after I get an apology. If I lie to you, I am your grandson. Finally, he lowered his head and said loudly, I am sorry. Stepping past, Jiang Xiaoyong reached out and patted his head, instructing, remember, do not be so reckless in the future, understand. Then Young Dao turned around and smiled friendly, showing off his flattery. Then Brother Yong, what do you want to buy so much stuff for? Jiang Xiaoyong coldly walked inside. That is none of your business. I have my own business to take care of. Hearing this, Young Dao continued as if guessing. Big business, right now the warehouse supermarket over there does not have enough stuff, so you do not think it is enough and want to find more. After taking a few steps, Jiang Xiaoyong stopped, turned around, and asked, you have been working in this supermarket, so you probably know where to get supplies. Right, Young Dao immediately replied, that is for sure. Zhang Shengtrai, do you still remember him? Right now, he has a lot of goods. Having said that, Young Dao took out his phone happily. Hello Brother Trai, I have found you a big customer here. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong stood still in the middle and thought. As expected, Young Dao is still a lackey for Zhang Shengtrai. I wonder how much money these two have made in shady deals from this Huan Runfa supermarket. A while later, Young Dao led Jiang Xiaoyong to the front of a warehouse. Then from a distance, a car drove quickly over. The car drove quickly and braked hard, causing Young Dao to startle and fall. Looking at the car, Jiang Xiaoyong was a little annoyed and cursed inwardly. Damn it, driving so recklessly, it is like they are being chased for money. Quickly, Zhang Shengtrai got out of the car, holding a cigarette and blowing smoke up into the sky. Quickly he walked over and asked, Young Dao, is this the distinguished guest you were talking about? Young Dao stood beside him, extremely respectfully, and replied. Brother Trai, this is Jiang Xiaoyong, do you still remember him? Zhang Shengtrai still smoked very coolly and asked, who? Young Dao suggested, Jiang Xiaoyong, our junior high school classmate. Then he flicked the cigarette slightly. Oh, I remember now. The white smoke from the cigarette kept flying over, and mixed in it was Jiang Xiaoyong's cold face. Finally he put his hand in his pocket, looked up at the sky, and said with a mocking tone, the stubborn one. Fake designer brands, I despise those who do not have money but like to show off. His voice was cold. Designer brands, I do not know, I just bought them at a roadside shop. After hearing that, he poked Yang Dao in the head. Distinguished client, my ass. You are wasting my time. He defended himself, brother try, he really is a distinguished client. He kicked him in the butt. Distinguished client, my foot. I have been out in society for so many years. I can tell whether someone has money or not with just one glance. Zhang Xiaoyong laughed. Looks like my demeanor is not very good. Not even a dog-eyed illiterate like you can suppress it. Zhang Shengtrai got angry and grabbed his collar. What did you say? He repeated, I said you are a dog-eyed person who looks down on others. He got furious. You dare say I am illiterate? He was surprised. Is it okay if I call you a dog-eyed person then? Yang Dao stood on the side and hurriedly advised, Brother Yong, do not poke Brother Try's sore spot. He really is illiterate, so he hates it when people say he is illiterate. After hearing him say that, he got even angrier. Damn your ancestors, if you do not know how to talk, then shut your mouth. Next he turned back and said, Distinguished client, if you do not buy a truckload of goods for me today, then you too better not even think about getting out of here on your feet. Zhang Xiaoyong was still calm. Let go of my collar, and give me your account number. He stared blankly at the phone. 1 million, transfer it right away. Are you really going to transfer it? He said. Nonsense, if I did not have money, would I come here to tease you? That is the deposit. I want to buy 5 million worth of goods. Quickly load them onto the truck. Once there are enough goods, I will transfer the remaining 4 million. At this time, his attitude softened. What kind of goods do you need? He replied. Rice, flour, salt, soy sauce, food and drinks. Just food, I do not need to check anything, I will take everything. Zhang Shengtrai said, then follow me, thinking in his head, I did not expect to be so lucky. I just imported a batch of goods that is about to expire and there is an idiot who is going to take all of it. Walking inside, he immediately gave a price. If you take all of this, I will give you a 10% discount, how about it? Zhang Xiaoyong did not agree right away. How about it? Let us see the quality first. He picked up a package of goods. Immediately exposed the lie, except for the outer layer, the inside is all food that is about to expire. Zhang Shengtrai, your tricks are pretty good. He was speechless, thinking to himself, I did not expect this kid to be so knowledgeable. Then he had to back down first. How about this, for the food that is about to expire? If you take all of it, I will give you a 50% discount, okay? He replied, no need, my 5 million is only for buying the best quality goods. As for the food that is about to expire, I already have a plan. He was surprised. What plan? Zhang Xiaoyong said, I will buy all the expiring food at 50% of the price like you said, but I will pay in a month. Zhang Shengtrai was shocked. Really, but by then the goods will all be expired. What if you do not pay me? He said, don't worry, I will use my house to pay off the debt. He was still not at ease. Knowing that it is about to expire, you still take it, what if my and your channel gets reported? He continued, channel, what channel? The channel is me. What is wrong with goods that are about to expire? Even goods that are a few days past their expiration date are still high-value goods. He was startled. What do you mean? He looked at his phone. Don't ask any more questions. Prepare the goods for me. I will send you the address later. Suddenly someone called. Are you Mr. Zhang? Who is it? You are advertising to sell your old house, right? He reminded, I have things to do. Make sure the food is done well for me. When Zhang Xiaoyong left, Yang Dao asked, Brother Try, I did not lie to you, right? He replied, that guy's family is clearly ordinary. How is he showing off like that? Returning home, someone wanted to buy his house. Mr. Zhang, this is 400,000 yuan as a deposit. I accept your condition of moving out after 3 months, so, let us make a contract. He cautiously thought, this old man has not even seen the house yet and he already wants to put down a deposit, sign a contract. He is so eager to buy my house. Afterwards he asked, Uncle, why are you in such a hurry? Uncle Sheng honestly replied, I would not dare to lie to you. My granddaughter is about to transfer school so she needs this house to live in. I have already tried asking around here a few times. But only your house is being advertised for sale, Mr. Zhang, you absolutely must not change your mind. He smiled. Uncle, you are too honest. You told me everything as soon as you got here. Are not you afraid that I will raise the price? Hearing that, Uncle Sheng panicked. Mr. Zhang, this money for the house is all the savings of my granddaughter and I. He said, don't worry, I won't change my mind. The two quickly signed the contract. Uncle Sheng held the paper, overjoyed. Great, this is too good. Mr. Jiang, just go ahead and do what you are busy with. I won't bother you anymore, he replied. Okay, take care. When he turned his back he frowned. He is someone at the bottom of society, but he is so kind and simple. I am afraid that these two won't even be able to survive a month when the apocalypse comes. Suddenly he spoke. Oh yeah, uncle, wait a moment. He was surprised. What is wrong, he said. Tell me your current address. The next morning, he went to the construction site once again. Foreman Lee said, Boss Jiang, the deposit, he replied. I will transfer it to you later. How's the progress? He replied, it is about 70 to 80% done, boss. Take a look, the walls are here, the doors are here, guaranteed to be absolutely safe. Jiang Xiaoyong asked. Where's the warehouse? He pointed up. The warehouse will make use of the unfinished factory building. It has already been cleaned up. It can be used at any time. After hearing that, he immediately called, Zhang Shengtrai, deliver the goods. A moment later, the warehouse was full of goods. The movers talked to each other. Take it easy, the boss is really generous. He is actually paying everyone 2,000 yuan just to do this little bit of work. It is unreal. This place is like a shelter. What do you know, rich people are usually afraid of death. He stood next to them supervising. Fresh food, vegetables, those things are easy to spoil. Do not put them in the wrong place, he replied. Yes, boss, rest assured. In the evening, everything was finally arranged properly. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the result in front of him and said happily, done. The system appeared. The mission of 10 years of plenty has been completed. Accumulation points plus 20. Current accumulation points are 20. He was surprised. Oh, there is a new box in the exchange system. I am really lucky. I did not expect to be able to get a supernatural ability before the apocalypse came. Then he clicked on exchange. Mind's Eye level 1 characteristic. Can probe the hostility of the target. Jiang Xiaoyong was happy. Probe hostility. This can be considered one of the most useful abilities during the apocalypse. Suddenly, there was a new mission. Armed to the teeth. Mission requirements. Arm yourself. Mission rewards. 10 accumulation points plus a random reward. He was satisfied. Then that is exactly what I want. Immediately afterwards, he went to the black market at night. It was noisy all around. Is this real or fake? Opening your mouth, you claim to be from outside the trade, then ask if the price is real or fake, but keep it down. Yesterday they just dug it up from the Ma Wangdue tomb, the skull of Qin Shi Huang when he was little. Make it cheaper, 300 yuan, geez, what kind of bargaining is that? The person bargaining was Li Shuxiong. He was bossy. This jade bracelet is being sold for 2,000 yuan. It is clearly fake. Sell it to me for 300. You will still make a lot of money. Are you selling or not? If you are not selling, I am leaving. The seller had no choice but to agree. Hey, do not be loud. I will sell it to you, okay? Jiang Xiaoyong thought to himself. That bastard Li Shuxiong is buying fake jade bracelets at the black market. That bitch Cui Jing is so stupid to fall for this kind of guy. Suddenly he spotted a place selling all kinds of knives and swords. He was happy. I found it. Approaching, he asked, Boss, do you have anything better here? The seller replied, this is all I have. If you want something better, sharpen it yourself. Jiang Xiaoyong requested, not good enough, I need something high-end. The seller frowned, what is the matter, are you trying to make trouble? Suddenly, his phone notified him of a balance change, plus 200,000. He said, don't get excited, I really want to buy something. Seeing this, the seller called out, Xiao Xiang, come over here and watch the stall. It is not convenient to talk out here, come over here. The two went into a nearby house. The seller took out some items. Boss, I have a homemade handgun here, it is great for shooting chickens, 2,000 yuan. The bullets are easy to make, just gunpowder and steel balls. What do you think, boss? Jiang Xiaoyong said, no good. He frowned, looking at him for a moment. Then he took out another item, a knockoff revolver. The effect is not inferior to military grade, very violent, 5,000 yuan, shoots 9mm bullets. I sell bullets for 5 yuan each, is that okay? He began to feel impatient. You are good, but I am paying you a 20,000 yuan deposit, and you are selling me this, is that reasonable? He was surprised, deposit, what deposit? He replied, a 10% deposit, I want to buy 2 million yuan worth of goods. The seller gave a forced laugh. You big brother, what do you do? Why are you looking for me for an order of this size? Jiang Xiaoyong replied, I did not care about these trivial matters before. I let the kids handle it, but something happened recently, and do not ask too many questions, just tell me if it is possible or not. He said, "Wait a moment." Then he locked the door. He went to the window, looking down to see if anyone was following. Afterwards, he said, "You have come to the right person." He whispered, "I can handle this for you, sir. Make a list, and I will give you the address later, 12 of the clock midnight the day after tomorrow. Just drive over and complete the transaction. Remember to bring cash." After negotiating, Jiang Xiaoyong left. The seller opened the door for him. "Big brother, watch your step." Suddenly, a familiar tone rang out. "Oh my, is not that little Yong?" It was Li Shuxiong. "I did not expect to meet you at the black market. No wonder you have been so lucky lately, and you have abandoned Jingjing. Looks like you have some kind of family heirloom at home. What is wrong? Have you been watching too many commercials lately and learned how to lie down and do nothing, selling everything to get money to live comfortably?" He smiled, thinking to himself, "That is right, let us try out my new supernatural power." Mind's eye. Emoticons immediately appeared above the heads of the people around him. He was surprised. Sure enough, supernatural powers are very useful. Then, pointing to the bag he was holding, "That is right, just lying down and doing nothing. And speaking of you, I did not expect Chui Jing to be tricked into bed by your second-hand goods. But it is only right, after all, she is my second-hand goods, so she should be with those things." Li Shuxiong was furious. "What did you say?" The seller asked. "Big brother, is he an acquaintance of yours?" Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "An acquaintance, more like an enemy." He said, "I understand, big brother, just do your thing, we will help you teach him a lesson," he instructed. "Don't let anyone die his life, I have plans for." He and his henchmen approached him. Li Shuxiong panica. "What are you planning to do? I will let you know I have." Seeing the iron rod, he was even more scared. "You big brother, take it easy." However, he was still pushed face first into the ground by the seller. Li Shuxiong was taught a lesson, his whole body covered in footprints, filled with hatred. "Jiang Xiaoyong, you bastard, just you wait." 2 days later. The seller delivered the goods. The system notified, "It is time to check the reward, physique enhancement drug, +2, he was surprised. "I did not expect the reward to be a physique enhancement injection. And +2, that means it doubles the drug in the exchange area." Having said that, Jiang Xiaoyong raised the needle. Injecting himself. Afterwards he calculated the physique value of adult men is 5, this thing increases it by 2 points, that is an increase of 40% in that case. Jiang Xiaoyong accessed the exchange system. He bought more strength enhancement drugs, thinking to himself, maximize this advantage. 8 points of physique, that is more than 60% stronger than ordinary people, I have to find something to experiment with. Suddenly he saw some iron bars. Got it. Jiang Xiaoyong picked up a bar, forcefully hitting it with his knee. The iron bar immediately bent and flew into the wall. He spoke. "Sure enough, with my current strength, if I am unarmed, no ordinary person can compare. Even dealing with zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse is nothing to fear anymore. These weapons do not take up much space, so it is safer to store them in the space ring." He raised the space ring, and the cargo boxes shrunk and were sucked inside. Jiang Xiaoyong calculated, "The day after tomorrow is the start of the apocalypse. Let me think carefully, is there anything else I need to do?" Suddenly he remembered Uncle Sheng. Sighing, he patted his forehead. "Even though I have experienced life and death during the apocalypse and the treachery of people, when I encounter someone with a pitiful situation, I still can't bear to abandon them." He walked outside. "All right, I will just take over some essential supplies, and how long they can live in the apocalypse depends on them. Consider it repayment for providing me with money to carry out my doomsday plan." At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong's car stopped in front of an old building. He opened the door and stepped out, looking at the dilapidated place in front of him and complaining, "Luckily I have GPS, otherwise who could find a place like this?" He slowly walked up the stairs, criticizing as he walked. It seems that this old man really is not rich. Not only did he rent such a cheap house, but he also rented one on the top floor. As soon as he arrived, just as he was about to knock on the door, his hand suddenly stopped. Jiang Xiaoyong adjusted the ring on his hand, muttering to himself, "No, it is still best to take out the supplies that need to be delivered first, otherwise it will be difficult to explain later." Thinking this, he raised the space ring forward, the gemstone on it suddenly lit up, and dozens of cargo boxes gradually appeared, neatly arranged in front of him. Having finished, he turned back to the door behind him. Hearing the knock on the door, the old man inside hurriedly said, "Coming, coming, please wait a moment." He hurriedly opened the door. Without even looking, he tried to extend the deadline. The rent, definitely next week. After a long time, he surprisingly recognized the person in front of him. Oh, are not you Mr. Jiang? Uncle Sheng looked blankly at the hallway filled with cargo boxes, stammering, Mr. Jiang, what is this? Jiang Xiaoyong did not answer immediately. He quickly carried the things inside, urging Uncle Sheng, who was standing dumbfounded at the door. I will explain in a bit, but first help me move the things inside. Do not let the neighbors see these things. After a while, the two finished carrying the things inside. Uncle Sheng then said tiredly, indeed, young people have a lot of energy. You can carry so many things at once without resting at all. Jiang Xiaoyong did not care about what he said. He carefully checked the room. The room is still okay. The doors can barely be considered sturdy enough. Before he finished, he reminded him, old brother, I am going to tell you something now. You have to listen carefully. Plan to use these supplies well, even if you live for half a year. There won't be any major problems. Starting from tomorrow, this world. Before he could finish speaking, the photo on the table immediately attracted his attention. Seeing him suddenly stop, Uncle Sheng curiously asked, what is wrong? Mr. Jiang, you can put those things in your room. We will move there after a month anyway. The photo on the table was one of the old man with his granddaughter. Seeing the familiar figure, Jiang Xiaoyong vaguely recognized, is that San San? Immediately he picked up the photo, examined it for a while and asked, old brother, is this granddaughter of yours named Meng San San? Hearing this, the old man surprisingly asked, how do you know this? I do not remember mentioning the name San San. His face darkened, continuing to ask, where is your granddaughter now? Uncle Sheng sincerely replied, she is currently in her hometown, still waiting for your room to be vacated. So we can transfer schools. The procedures are almost done. At this time the memories of his previous life suddenly appeared. San San at that time sobbed and said to him, it is all because of me. I am the one who harmed Grandpa. Thinking of this, he frowned uncomfortably. I remember San San saying in her previous life that her grandpa risked his life for her and broke into the occupied high school to save her. Although he managed to save San San, he lost his life there. Thinking this, he put the photo back on the table, secretly promising in his heart, let me make up for your regrets in this life. Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly turned back, saying in a serious tone, old brother, you won't be able to move into my room. Hearing this, Uncle Sheng anxiously replied, Mr. Jiang, are you regretting it, Mr. Jiang, you can't. Realizing his panic, he put his hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Listen to me first, starting from tomorrow, this world will become a living hell, no matter if it is my house or what your granddaughter's academic situation is, none of that will matter anymore. Now come with me immediately, let us go to San San School to pick her up. I will arrange a new place for the two of you to live. Uncle Sheng asked in confusion, Jiang, Mr. Jiang, what are you talking about? I do not understand a single word. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong uncomfortably thought, old Han is already old. There are many things he won't understand. How can I explain it to him? Coming to this, he carefully took out the space ring and said, do you know about the famine? Uncle Sheng hesitantly replied, I know about it. Before he finished, he continued to ask, then can you imagine how miserable and terrifying humans were during those years of famine? He still answered even though he did not understand much. Yes, I can imagine it, but this is a time of peace and prosperity. How can there be a famine? Even if there is, there would not be. Immediately, Jiang Xiaoyong turned around, using the space ring to suck all the belongings inside before his surprised eyes. He looked blankly around, panicking and asking, where are the things? Those things are all gone, Mr. Jiang, what kind of magic is this? His body was enveloped in magic. With a determined expression he said, I have superpowers, and I can predict the future. If you want to live, want San San to live. Then from now on follow my words. He asked again, where is San San's school? The two quickly got into the car. Uncle Sheng at this time was still stunned by the revelation just now. Only Jiang Xiaoyong drove like a rocket into the school. As soon as he arrived, he hurriedly opened the door, anxiously asking, what class is San San in? Where is the dormitory? Do you know where that is? Hearing this, Uncle Sheng awkwardly replied, I know. He did not hesitate, running anxiously. That is good, we have to be quick. At this moment, Meng San San was being blocked by a group of classmates. The girl with the ponytail walked over, slapped her hard in the face, and shouted, you be asterisk teach, I just can't understand. What is so good about you that Zhang Xiaoshan likes you so much? San San spat, saying firmly, I have already said it, I have nothing to do with him, it is just his one-sided wish. Her friend shouted uncomfortably, kicking her hard in the stomach, you are still quibbling. Not enough, the girl with the ponytail grabbed San San's hair, angrily asking again, what do you mean? Are you saying that Zhang Xiaoshan is chasing after you? And you do not even care? letting her scream in pain. Ah! Right at this moment, someone's voice unexpectedly rang out, attracting their attention. Hey, what are you doing? She saw two people running anxiously over, arrogantly saying, Ha, is not that your useless old man? Seeing this, San could not help but worry. Grandpa, why are you here? Uncle Sheng loudly pointed at them. What are you doing? Let San go. A few hooligans then appeared. The leader took out a knife to threaten. Get out of my way. What are you old fogies meddling in the affairs of young people for? Not only was he not afraid, he rushed over to teach them a lesson. You animals, you are really uneducated, bullying classmates. The green-haired guy next to him saw this, and swung a stick straight at him, scolding, You damn old man, let go of me. Before he could even make a move, Zhang Xiaoyong reached out and blocked the handle of the stick, stopping him from attacking. He scolded irritably. You are young and you do not study hard, instead you are learning how to be gangsters. Seeing this, two hooligans behind him sarcastically said, Haha, where did this poor ghost come from? This be *TCH, I have never heard of you having a brother. Zhang Xiaoyong turned around and kicked the leader hard in the stomach, causing him to fall backwards. Witnessing this scene, the bowl-cut guy irritably said, Damn it, he knows martial arts. The leader limped forward, saying loudly, Let us go together. Zhang Xiaoyong's eyes sharply observed. The two of them were now blocking both above and below. Seeing that he was not moving, the bowl-cut guy rushed up, swinging the stick straight at him. Right at that moment, Zhang Xiaoyong squatted down, successfully dodging the blow. Seeing him miss, he thought to himself, After I enhanced my physique, even my reactions are much faster. Taking advantage of the moment he lost his balance, he grabbed his collar, forcefully throwing his entire body to the ground, causing his head to hit the ground hard, immediately knocking him unconscious. Not done, the leader behind him rushed over with a knife. With a nimble movement, he quickly turned around, snatching the knife from his hand. Then raising his knee, pointing straight forward, he kicked him hard in the knee. He lost his balance and fell to the ground unconscious. He glanced over the two defeated hooligans, then walked straight towards the girl with the ponytail. Seeing this, she surprisingly asked, What do you want to do? Zhang Xiaoyong did not bother to answer, slapping her straight in the face. Suddenly being hit, she could not help but be stunned, her whole body trembling. On the other side, he grabbed her friend's hair, threatening in a cold voice, You like to grab hair, huh? Letting her scream non-stop, Ah, let me go. Seeing the blade close to her neck, she mouthed, Knife, what are you going to do? Immediately, the cold blade flashed. The space at this time was only the sound of screaming, Ah. Zhang Xiaoyong's face was expressionless, his eyes burning with murderous intent. The girl with the ponytail and San could not help but be frightened at this scene. Her body had no strength left, collapsing to the ground. Horrified, touching her hair that had been cut off, she cried helplessly, Hair, my hair. Continuously cursing him, You bastard, you dare cut my hair, you bastard, I won't let you go. Zhang Xiaoyong disdainfully dropped the cut locks of hair, sarcastically saying, Long hair only harms you. She heard this, uncomfortably shouting, What did you say? He did not bother with her, hinting before leaving, In a few more days, you will know that short hair will save your life. Saying this, he turned around and loudly called out, San, let us go. She then asked confusedly, Go where? On the way, San, after hearing her grandpa's decision, surprisingly exclaimed, What, no more school? Uncle Sheng resolutely continued, A great famine is about to happen. What is the use of studying? Life is more important. Hearing this, she confusingly asked, Famine? She immediately said uncomfortably, Grandpa, how many times have I told you, do not believe those scams on the phone? Meng San strictly questioned him, Tell me, how much money did you get scammed this time? Seeing that his granddaughter did not believe him, Uncle Sheng insisted. What scam on the phone? I am telling the truth. Hearing this, she immediately retorted, Every time you get scammed, you say it is the truth, looking at the two arguing through the rearview mirror. Zhang Xiaoyong could not help but smile, secretly promising in his heart, San, in this life, I will definitely protect you. He then turned around and said, Your grandpa really did not get scammed, I told him about the famine. Hearing this, she then asked, You are? Seeing her confused, he immediately introduced himself. I am Zhang Xiaoyong, you can call me Brother Yong from now on. She remembered what happened just now, gratefully saying, Brother Yong, thank you for helping me teach Sun Wei a lesson. Hearing this, he only smiled lightly and replied, You do not need to worry about those people, they probably only have a few more days to live. These words made San a little worried, asking then what does that mean, is there really a famine coming? Jiang Xiaoyong drove while replying, famine is just a way to explain it to your grandpa. Hearing this, she laughed foolishly, I knew it, how could there be a famine in this peaceful time? Before he finished, he continued, what is really coming is the apocalypse. She unexpectedly exclaimed, apocalypse. Jiang Xiaoyong focused on the road ahead, calmly saying, it is not much different, open your phone and look through some videos and news, there should be clues. Not believing him, San took out her phone to look, is this for real? The phone then played a piece of music, the sword raises grievances all over the world. Waving sleeves to cover the bright moon, the west wind blows. She scrolled through for a while and saw a video of militiamen controlling a man, he kept demanding to bite people, next to it was the whispering of nearby people. Oh my god, I have lived to this age, and this is the first time I have seen someone with rabies biting people. Hearing this, she confusingly muttered, rabies. The next videos were interviews about recent strange phenomena, and there was also fog. Am I hallucinating? But this fog has a weird smell. She suddenly froze when she scrolled to a close-up video of a biting incident. Damn it, why are you suddenly going crazy? Why are you biting me? Are you a dog? I can't hold back for some reason. Something's not right, I feel strange. Take me to the hospital to see. Jiang Xiaoyong on the side said indifferently, sure enough, the first sign of the apocalypse has appeared. Hearing this, San anxiously asked, really, is there really an apocalypse coming? He then explained gently, tomorrow is the beginning of the apocalypse. Poisonous fog will cover the provinces, including Province B. This unidentified poisonous fog will affect living things. Gradually, many people will be transformed into zombies. Images of the zombies chasing survivors appeared. They compete to bite and tear people apart, and the remaining people have not been immunized. If they die, they will become a part of them. The survivors who were bitten just now gradually turned into zombies. Coming to this, Jiang Xiaoyong seriously asked, as a teenager, what are zombies? You probably know, right? She raised her head, timidly saying, I know, but this kind of thing is really too much to imagine. He calmly said, wait for tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or the weekend, when everything really happens, you won't feel strange anymore, looking at the crowded road ahead. He irritably stuck his head out. TCH, why is there a traffic jam? Looking at the emergency lane, he said dejectedly, sure enough, the emergency lane is also blocked. Seeing that the car was not moving at all, Uncle Sheng anxiously asked Mr. Jiang, we are stuck in traffic here, what if the zombies you mentioned catch up? Hearing this, he immediately replied, don't worry, it is not that urgent yet. He glanced outside, uncomfortably thinking, damn it, although it will take a few more days for the zombie plague to get out of control, what if there is a small outbreak here beforehand? Suddenly another car from a distance sped over, trying to squeeze in between the narrow gap of the two cars. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly stepped on the brakes, causing the two people in the back to fall forward. He angrily cursed, damn it, this dog, not using his turn signal and just suddenly swerving from the emergency lane to the main lane. I can't stand this habit. Saying this, he turned the steering wheel, driving quickly, not giving other cars a chance to turn in. The car on the side refused to give up, trying to drive up to find a way to squeeze past him. He said irritably, damn it, I won't let you pass, and you are still trying to squeeze up. After being unable to do anything, the car turned back into the emergency lane. He rolled down the window, cursing him out. Seeing this, Uncle Sheng worriedly said, Mr. Jiang, that side looks like they have money and power, I think it is best to let things go. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong stiffly said, don't worry, if they dare get out of the car to make trouble, I do not mind sending them on their way. After a while, their car passed through the jam. He then relievedly said, finally through, the traffic jam was almost an hour. Seeing the car that was chasing them earlier, San shouted to inform. Brother Yong, be careful, it is the car that wanted to cut in the lane earlier. That car sped forward, trying to get close to his car. Seeing this, he uncomfortably said, that dog, he really did not give up. It suddenly rushed up to try and cut off his car. Uncle Sheng tried to keep his balance, panicking and shouting. Cut off, brake hard, he is going crazy, Mr. Jiang, do not argue with that guy. He was now trying to control the car, angrily saying loudly, if it was before, I would have let it go, but tomorrow is the apocalypse, I do not need to put up with trash like this. Saying this, he mercilessly rammed into the back of his car. He then hurriedly drove off, but the car's wheels were misaligned and crashed straight into the fence. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong's car drive past him, he opened the door, shouting arrogantly, damn it, you dog. Coming to this, he took out his phone, angrily ordering, hello, call the traffic police, check the surveillance cameras, find the license plate of this car for me. His eyes were fixed on his license plate, saying with a contemptuous tone, "I will let you know, there are people you can't afford to mess with." The sky turned dark, and their car arrived in front of the base. As soon as they opened the door, Uncle Sheng was immediately overwhelmed. The two of them looked around, exclaiming, This is a bit much." Only Jiang Xiaoyong calmly turned back to instruct, "Rest early, starting from tomorrow, every day will be very difficult." Before long, the night had passed. Jiang Xiaoyong was now looking out the window, enjoying the morning sun. Meng San slowly walked over. She stretched comfortably, saying, "Wow, it has been a long time since I have slept like this. It is so nice not having to wake up early to study." Hearing this, he gently turned around, smiled, and said, "You are awake. Let us go. Let us explore our fortress thoroughly." The three of them walked along the base. As they walked, he introduced, "This is a reinforced concrete wall. The remote-controlled door is made of solid steel, 3 centimeters thick. Whether it is people or zombies, if they do not have heavy weapons to support them, they will never be able to break through. Coming to this, he sternly instructed. Remember, if it has not been approved by me, apart from the three of us, then no one is allowed to enter this fortress." His eyes flashed with a harsh light. Hearing this, Sanson then asked, "Then what if survivors manage to escape here? Are not we going to just stand by and watch them die?" He turned his head and ordered, "Follow me." Saying this, he led them to another area, at the same time continuing, "In the apocalypse, the human heart is unpredictable. The evil of humanity will be completely released. Being too kind will only harm yourself." They then walked along the bridge connecting the two buildings. Looking down from above, the two could not help but be shocked. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to the auxiliary area in front, instructing, "If someone comes to ask for help when I am not here, this auxiliary area can provide temporary shelter for them. Until I return, absolutely no one is allowed to enter this fortress, understand?" Uncle Sheng heard this and replied, "I understand." Coming to this, he slowly continued, "Now come with me to the food warehouse. I will explain each specific food area." The three of them then entered the food warehouse. Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly turned back, mysteriously saying finally, "Mind's eye." He used his special skill, and instantly one of his eyes flashed. Looking at the blue smiley face icon above their heads, he was a little surprised. "Oh, is this the symbol of trust? It is the first time it has appeared." Thinking this, he turned back sharply, pointed the space ring at the floor, and took out 2 boxes of weapons. Weapons are the most important thing in the apocalypse. The two were surprised to pick up the weapons, and at the same time heard him instruct, "You must hold them firmly in your hands. Absolutely do not let them fall into the hands of others." Uncle Sheng tightly grasped the gun, timidly replying, "Yeah, definitely." At this moment, the system task panel unexpectedly appeared. Rescuing Meng San has activated the Old Friends Chain Mission. New mission, Old Friends Vol. 1, Mission Requirements, find and rescue old friends from the previous life. Zhang Ji, reward, 20 accumulation points. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong was a little stunned. He headed towards the direction the system arrow was pointing, secretly rejoicing in his heart, "Oh, that is great. I was still wondering how to find my old comrades." Before leaving, he turned back and said, "Remember what I just said, absolutely do not make any mistakes." Seeing him anxiously run away, she then asked, "Brother Yong, where are you going?" Jiang Xiaoyong said loudly, "Finding new teammates, consolidating our ranks," then got in the car and drove straight to the designated location. At that time, at a karaoke KTV, Zhang Ji and his group of brothers were happily singing, "Brothers, give me a hug if you want to cry, just cry." Seeing him and Xiao Jia leave the room, the remaining two shouted loudly, "Where are you two going?" Hearing this, Xiao Jia replied, "Hick, going to relieve ourselves." The other two loudly teased, "Take your time, do not get clogged." Zhang Ji on the side laughed loudly and said, "I will put it in a bottle and bring it back for you." Going all the way to the bathroom, the two of them were still joking, "Here's some ready-made urine for you, you weakling, get the hell out of here." After finishing, the two of them helped each other back to the room. On the way, Zhang Ji accidentally bumped into a girl, ouch. Seeing this, he turned back to apologize. "Hey, I am sorry, I did not do it on purpose." Seeing her uncomfortable, the boyfriend next to her angrily kicked him hard in the stomach and shouted, "You freak, can't you open your eyes and look where you are going?" Zhang Ji lost his balance and fell backwards, his back hitting the wall. Ouch. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Jia immediately ran over to ask, "Are you okay, Zhang Ji?" He uncomfortably turned back to blame the two. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting people?" Hearing this, he cracked his knuckles, angrily saying, "Damn it, it is the first time someone dared to talk back to me. Saying this, he approached, grabbed Xiao Jia's collar and lifted him up. He was surprised to be lifted up, panicking and saying, hey, what are you doing? Zhang Ji at this time hurriedly ran over to beg, big brother, it is our fault, do not hit. At this time in a corner, a server was blowing his nose. Hearing his threat, today I am going to deal with you, the server looked at the commotion for a while, dejectedly thinking, damn, what bad luck, just got gastroenteritis and now I have a cold. Damn, there is a fight again, it is never quiet. Thinking this, he ran over, trying to soothe the situation. Brothers, calm down. The boyfriend then grabbed the server's collar, shouting loudly, damn it, you do not see me as anyone, do you know who my father is? Your boss has to come and smooth my clothes for me. The server glanced at Zhang Ji, waving his hands, signaling, you two quickly go, I am really sorry. He angrily threatened, call your boss here for me, quickly, damn it, dare to look down on me, you must want to close the store, right? Letting the server continuously reassure. Please calm down. Xiao Jia and Zhang Ji at this time ran for their lives. As soon as they saw room number 309, the two of them anxiously rushed in. Seeing them continuously gasp for breath, Qin Chong then asked, are you two being chased by dogs? What are you so anxious about? Hearing this, Xiao Jia struggled to reply, we were being chased by dogs, we went to the bathroom and accidentally bumped into a gangster, he was drunk and wanted to deal with me and Ji. Luckily the staff quickly came to smooth things over, otherwise we would have been screwed. Chen Chong hearing this suddenly stood up, startling Lu Yiming next to him, he loudly said, damn it, let us go deal with him, since when have we, the class of Mechanical Engineering 3, known how to endure, I will call and tell all the brothers to come, can't we deal with him? Zhang Ji then waved his hand, saying stop please, it is less than a year until graduation, do not cause any trouble, put on some music and let us party. Suddenly, the door was unexpectedly kicked open. After beating the server, he and his gang went to look for the two of them. Seeing this, all of their friends could not help but be shocked. He threw the server to the side, pointing at them and ordering, that is right, it is them, deal with them for me. The group at this time was easily suppressed by the gangsters. Zhang Ji and Xiao Jia sat down, hugging their heads helplessly. The server at this time was painfully hugging his stomach, his entire body trembling non-stop. Seeing this, Chen Chong suddenly spoke up to challenge, dare to let me call for backup. Hearing this, he grabbed a bottle of wine next to him, angrily saying, damn you, did I let you speak? Then mercilessly smashed it on his head. Seeing blood and alcohol flowing down, Zhang Ji anxiously called, Chen Chong. At the same time outside, Jiang Xiaoyong's car had arrived in front of the karaoke bar. He opened the door and stepped out, happily saying, haha, it is really different being a VIP. The apocalypse is coming and they can still go to karaoke. He leisurely entered the door opened by the security guard. Hearing his friend's weak groaning, Zhang Ji, while shaking him, anxiously called, Qin Chong. After showing off to the beautiful woman, the gangster put his arm around her shoulder and asked, how do you feel? Are you less angry now? Hearing this, she uncomfortably replied. What is there to be angry about? It is not like he bumped into me. Hearing this, he immediately raised the wine bottle towards Zhang Ji, loudly saying, is it him? At this time, Qin Chong unexpectedly woke up, he grabbed an ashtray on the table. Fiercely advancing towards the gangster to fight back, seeing this, the two henchmen behind him immediately rushed over to control him, this bastard, you actually dare to fight back. He angrily cursed, damn it, you really have some guts. Saying this, he threw the wine bottle straight at Qin Chong's head. Seeing him fall to the floor and faint, Xiao Jia and Zhang Ji were both extremely shocked. He and his friend rushed quickly towards him, angrily shouting, you bastard I. Only Lu Yiming at this time was hiding in a corner, his whole body trembling, he tried to cover his ears to not hear the scolding, this bastard is still not convinced. Damn it, grab him Lao Si, grab one and let him die here. The group did not know that while they were fighting intensely, the server's body was gradually changing color. Zhang Ji tried his best but still missed, another one behind him flew over, about to hit him. Hearing the loud cursing, Lao San you coward, hit him hard. The server, after being transformed, slowly turned his head, the corners of his eyes bleeding. Immediately he staggered and rushed forward, shouting loudly Gao. Then bit hard into the shoulder of a random gangster, causing him to cry out in pain, ah. Witnessing this scene, the girl at that time fearfully shouted, what kind of dog is this? The gangster painfully cursed, let me go Mada, come and help me. Mada hearing the call replied, I am busy catching these two bastards. He went over to help him, Lu Yiming gaping, watching the scene in front of him in shock. Another name, hearing the request, hurried over, using his hands to tightly hold the server's neck, pulling and scolding. Damn it, how can this guy have so much strength? Suddenly, he turned around and bit back on the gangster's hand, causing him to unexpectedly shout, "Damn you, you dare bite me, this guy is really like a dog." He was pressed down by the server, struggling non-stop, saying this guy's crazy, he is too strong. At this moment, a strange hand stretched out and grabbed the server's neck. Jiang Shaoyong easily lifted him up before everyone's surprised eyes. Without hesitation, he smashed his head hard against the glass window nearby. Then put his hand towards them, ordering, "Everyone, stop fighting for me." The gangster who was bitten earlier thought to himself, that crazy guy was as strong as an ox, but this kid controlled him with one hand. The boyfriend then shouted loudly, "Who are you?" Jiang Shaoyong, hearing this, did not care at all, instead turning to Zhang Ji to ask, "Zhang Ji, were you bitten?" He frowned, uncomfortably replying, "No, I am fine, what is wrong?" He on this side solemnly said, "Come over here, follow me." Before he could cross over, the boyfriend grabbed his shoulder, saying loudly, "Stop, we have not finished with each other." At this time the long-haired guy who was bitten on the shoulder staggered, his whole body trembling. "Big brother, ugh cough, my head is dizzy and very heavy." The big brother immediately turned around to ask, "What is wrong, did you get a worse cold?" Jiang Shaoyong heard this and was a little suspicious. Letting him try to assure, by this afternoon, I only had a bit of a runny nose, he still paid attention to the bruises on his shoulder. He, one-handed, controlled the server, seriously asking, "On your shoulder, was it bitten by him?" Not realizing that his skin was gradually changing color, he irritably replied, "Humph, that is right, so what?" Hearing this, he thought a little anxiously. According to this guy's words, he was probably already infected and now he was bitten in a position close to his head like that. I am afraid it won't be long before he transforms. The boyfriend saw him suddenly drag the server away, and pointed at him asking, "What do you want to do?" Jiang Shaoyong opened the bathroom door, forcefully throwing the server inside. He immediately closed the door. Looking at the server frantically banging on the door, he thought to himself, it is a good thing that the zombies now do not even have the intelligence to open the door yet. Thinking this, he dusted his hands and turned towards them. His eyes now revealed a clear hint of killing intent. He cracked his knuckles, his tone harshly saying, "Zhang Ji, tell me which guy do you want to cripple?" Zhang Ji, hearing this, confusedly asked, "What UI, do we know each other?" Only the boyfriend was now boiling with anger. He flew towards him in a rage, swinging his fist, saying, "You dog, you are too arrogant." Jiang Shaoyong dodged and immediately grabbed his face, catching him by surprise. With tremendous force, he slammed his head down, creating a large crack in the floor. Lu Yiming seeing this unexpectedly shouted, "Ah!" On this side, the long-haired guy angrily ran over, shouting loudly, "You bastard, you want to die." Immediately he swung his hand, hitting him hard in the face, causing his nose to bleed. Then helplessly falling hard to the ground, his fist at this time lit up. He watched him foam at the mouth and then have a seizure. Seeing this, the boyfriend rushed over, incredulously saying, "Hey, what is wrong with you? Is that real? Just a seizure with one punch." At this time, Jiang Shaoyong clenched his fists, threatening loudly, his whole body exuding a strong killing intent. "Is there anyone else who is not convinced? Does anyone else want a fist fight with me? If you do, then come at me all at once." Seeing that there was no one else to resist, he turned back to say, "Zhang Ji, take your friend and wait for me in the room." Hearing this, he gasped for breath, replying, Just like that, Zhang Ji and Xiao Jia helped Chen Chong out of the room. At this time, the group of gangsters gathered together, everyone exhausted. The boyfriend then tiredly ordered, "Let us go too." Seeing Jiang Shaoyong with a dark face block the door, he was startled and asked, "What else do you want to do?" He frowned slightly, irritably saying, after drinking a little wine, "You do not know your last name anymore, do you? You almost killed my brothers here." Hearing this, he uncomfortably shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Quickly get out of my way." Immediately he reached out to hit him, causing him to unexpectedly curse. Damn it. Quick as lightning, he left the room and locked the door. He seeing this immediately ran over, frantically banging on the door, shouting loudly, you bastard, open the door, I will skin you alive." At this time, the long-haired guy's red eyes flashed with bloodlust. He suddenly shouted loudly. Then uncontrollably pounced on him. The two behind seeing this could not help but be shocked. "What the hell are you doing?" At this time, Jiang Shaoyong held the door locked tightly, calmly listening to the screams of the people inside. "Holy crap, why are you acting like a dog? Get the hell away from me. Bang bang, how do you open the bathroom door? Save me, help me. Hearing the loud noise, the security guard behind worriedly asked, Sir, what happened? Do you need my help? Jiang Xiaoyong turned back and ordered. Lock this door completely. No one is allowed to open it. Then call the police and the hospital and tell them that there is a patient having a rabies attack inside. These words frightened the security guard, hesitantly asking, rabies attack. Seeing him hesitate, he shouted loudly, do it. The security guard then timidly replied, Roger. He quickly locked the door. At this time the growling sound inside continuously rang out, Jiang Xiaoyong waved his hand to signal to Zhang Ji's group, then said, let us go. On this side, after locking the door, he confusingly said, no way, this commotion is too loud. Seeing this, the colleague next to him curiously asked, what is going on? Why is it so chaotic? He turned to tell him, the guest just now said that someone had rabies inside. Hearing this, the colleague unbelievingly replied, rabies, is rabies really a thing? Hearing this, he questioned, do you know about this? The colleague at this time hurriedly ran away, urging him, I have heard of it, let us go check the cameras. Just like that, the two ran to the monitoring room. The scene through the camera frightened all three of them. Inside was the scene of zombies feasting, gouging out the organs of the boyfriend, tearing at the faces of the girls. Seeing this, the manager anxiously said, report it to the police, quickly. At this time outside, Jiang Xiaoyong stood next to the car, waving to signal, hurry up, we can't stay here long. Then all of them got into his car. The car sped off into the night. Zhang Ji looked at him, gratefully saying, Big brother, thank you for helping us, you are. Hearing this, he began to introduce, my name is Jiang Xiaoyong, I was hired to protect you, and you do not need to ask who my boss is. Chen Cheng then asked curiously, Big brother, is the rabies that you mentioned true? The rumors on the internet have been refuted, saying that rabies does not exist anymore. He glanced back, uncomfortably replying, then are those things that happened in the room earlier, all hallucinations? Xiao Jia from the back unexpectedly interrupted, then, is there a cure for that rabies? He looked into the rearview mirror, seriously saying, this disaster will not pass, it will only get worse, this world has reached the end of days. Suddenly, a loud scream unexpectedly rang out. Attracting the attention of all of them. Looking through the car window, he saw a ferocious zombie rushing towards a man. He fearfully shouted, Save me, what are you doing? Rabies, that is it. Seeing the chaos outside, he sternly said, the current situation is only a small-scale local outbreak, so the majority of people are still in the incubation period. Coming to this, he turned his head back, looking forward, continuing, it won't be long before a large area will be out of control, so if you want to survive, from now on, you have to listen to me. Hearing this, the three of them replied in unison, understood, Brother Yong. At this time, the system panel suddenly appeared. The old partner Vol. 1 mission has been completed, system points plus 20, current points, 20. Seeing this, he was a little surprised. Oh, it is done already, that is perfect, I just saw that there were some new things in the store. Thinking this, he immediately checked the store, looking at the 3 chests in front of him and pressing the refresh button, he dejectedly thought. Why is the Apocalypse Farmer chest still there? It seems that to load new ones I have to buy it, I have to spend some points to load new ones. He waved his hand to turn off the system notifications, secretly thinking in his heart, these boxes seem useful and not expensive, I will exchange all of these things when I get back to the fortress. Later. Coming to this, he glanced at Zhang Ji, his expression gradually darkening, now there is another thorny problem. Remembering the image of him sobbing in his previous life, what a waste that we still considered him a brother, he thought to himself, in his previous life, Zhang Ji was betrayed by a brother in the dormitory, leading to the death of many people under the zombies. Only Zhang Ji was lucky enough to save half of his life, so the one who killed many other people. He looked over the remaining 3, wondering, who is it? At this time in the high-rise apartment, the sweet voice of Cui Jing rang out, honey, how's the situation over there? She looked out the window worriedly asking, when will the supplies you said be delivered there? It is too chaotic outside now, I really do not dare to go to the supermarket alone. The other end of the line hearing this then reassured, they will be there soon, baby, once the procedures are done, I will send them over there for you. A loud knocking made her startled and shout, hearing the loud noise he asked. What is wrong, baby? She slowly approached the door, whispering, someone's knocking, I will turn off the phone first. Saying this, Cui Jing nervously looked through the peephole. Seeing the familiar figure, She sighed in relief and opened the door. Phew, it is you, why are you knocking so hard? When Shuya walked inside, immediately informing. Uncle Lu on the first floor was taken away this morning. Hearing this, Cui Jing unexpectedly asked, taken away, why was he taken away? She closed the door tightly then turned back to tell her. It was a police car and an ambulance that took him away. Together. She heard this, resting her hand on her chin, thoughtfully thinking, no wonder it was so noisy downstairs this morning. When Shuya at this time continued. It seems that rabies is not just a warning, have the supplies that Li Shuxiong said he was going to give you been delivered yet? She checked her phone, then replied. Not yet. Hearing this, she pointed at Cui Jing, uncomfortably saying, damn it, I told you there is no good man, let us do this, listen to me, call him, tell him that Zhang Xiaoyong has a lot of supplies, which can help him make a lot of money during the epidemic. Hearing this, she curiously asked, really, how do you know? She then crossed her arms, saying confidently, the last time I went to Zhang Xiaoyong's house, I was chased out by him. I then sent my lapdog to watch him, and found out that every so often, trucks loaded with supplies would go into his unfinished factory and unload. Cui Jing hearing this then frowned, angrily saying, could it be that this kid knew about the epidemic early on? Only when Shuya said calmly, with this matter, Li Shuxiong won't have time to care. She reminded again, her eyes flashing with a calculating light, listen to me, quickly call, it has to be as soon as possible, when we make money, tell Li Shuxiong to split it into 2 parts for us. In the middle of the night, a car arrived and suddenly screeched to a halt. A group of people quickly got out of the car. Zhang Ji looked around in disbelief. Wow, this place is so magnificent, it is like a fortress. Zhang Xiaoyong smiled, glancing at him. Sure enough, everyone's first reaction is different. Uncle Sheng walked over as if relieved of the tension. Xiaoyong, you are finally back. San, standing right behind him, also anxiously observed him. Are you okay? He looked at the group of newcomers behind him, gently nodding. Don't worry, Uncle Sheng, San, let me introduce you to some new members. Zhang Xiaoyong signaled for them to step forward and introduce themselves one by one. This is Zhang Ji and his classmates. These people will be our companions from now on. These two are Uncle Sheng and San. San smiled friendly. If you are companions chosen by Brother Yong, then welcome. After the first step, Zhang Xiaoyong then walked over to speak privately with him. Uncle Sheng, please lead some brothers to see the area and let them know our information and rules. Uncle Sheng nodded. Leave it to me. Xiao Jia looked at the gun he was holding and hesitantly whispered, it feels just like going to northern Myanmar. Just as everyone was preparing to gather and leave, Lu Yiming suddenly raised his hand to ask. That. He looked straight at Zhang Xiaoyong, demanding, can you give us some weapons? We can also contribute to protecting this place. Zhang Xiaoyong did not reply at all. His cold expression already showed the answer. On the side, Xiao Jia quietly and cautiously reminded him, Yiming, do not rush to ask for weapons, we just arrived, we have to make people trust us first. After assessing them for a moment, Zhang Xiaoyong then replied, don't worry, in a few days, I will distribute weapons to you. Suddenly, he glanced at his friend who was being supported by Xiao Jia. Alright, his injury is relatively serious. It is still best to take him to the medical room to check it out first. Inside the bathroom, Xiao Jia, after showering, contentedly sighed. That is so comfortable. Lu Yiming, who was still silent, suddenly turned to glare at him, gnashing his teeth. Lao Si, why did you stop me just now? Xiao Jia only uttered a confused before hearing him continue. If you had not stopped him just now, he might have given us weapons already. Lu Yiming arrogantly shouted in his face, to put it nicely, our current situation is being protected, to put it harshly, we are just under house arrest here. Xiao Jia could not listen anymore, incredulously interrupting him. How can you say those words? He saved us just now. Lu Yiming continued to suspiciously look at Zhang Ji. What is his background? Why did he save us? He glanced at the two of them then explained. Didn't he say that someone hired him to protect us? He retorted immediately. Did someone hire him? He did not say who hired him. Who knows if it is true or not? Lu Yiming bit his teeth bitterly, his expression revealing hatred. Moreover, look at his attitude towards Qin Chong. He said he will put him in the medical room to observe his situation. But you also saw that the doors and windows are sturdier than a prison. Remembering the scene of Uncle Sheng pulling Qin Chong into the room and locking it from the outside, Lu Yiming's face revealed fear. Maybe he will be taken in there and have his stomach cut open. So we have to strike first. Xiao Jia still tried to persuade him. But if we blame him wrongly, would not that be repaying kindness with evil? Lu Yiming pointed his thumb at himself. arrogantly assuring, "I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. If what that Xiao Yong said is true, we will directly take over this fortress and seize the initiative." His face was full of greed. "In this place, besides us and that Xiao Yong, there is only an old man and a girl. We only need to take advantage of the time when Xiao Yong is away. Then capture them. That girl's appearance is not bad, we can he. Zhang Ji and Xiao Jia both heard this, and the atmosphere suddenly became silent. After a while, seeing that no one was agreeing with him, Lu Yiming smiled and waved his hand, pretending. "All right, I was just kidding, do not take it seriously." Zhang Ji wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. "Ah, phew, Lao San, do not scare me anymore, it is not the apocalypse yet, what you are doing is lawless." Xiao Jia also added, "That is right, if he really wanted to cut us open, then he probably could have thrown us aside already, after all, he has a gun in his hand." The water droplets from the shower fell steadily in the night. Glancing at the figures of the two leaving, Lu Yiming scornfully thought to himself. "Humph, you spineless cowards, in this chaotic world, you have to be ruthless. Wait until I succeed, then I will make you two my slaves for life." In another room, Jiang Xiaoyong and Uncle Sheng and San San met privately. He seriously reported to him. "Xiaoyong, Zhang Ji and the others have settled in. The child who was more seriously injured, named Chen Chong, is now lying in the medical room. I followed your instructions. The windows are all closed tightly." Jiang Xiaoyong smiled and stood up. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Sheng. You and San San should go to bed early tomorrow, you never know, something might come knocking on our door." As the two were about to leave, Jiang Xiaoyong called them back. "Oh right." He instructed them on a few more things. "Besides Chen Chong, there are two other classmates around Zhang Ji. You have to be extremely careful of them, I have a premonition. Among these people, there will be someone who intends to betray us." In the dark night in the warehouse, only Jiang Xiaoyong remained. He opened the system frame to check and muttered, "The chests in the store." His hand clicked on a blue chest on the control panel. Jiang Xiaoyong opened each chest one by one, the notification sounds continuously ringing out. "Exchange successful, Apocalypse Farmer Supply Box, deducted 2 points of accumulation. Current accumulation points are 18 points. Exchange successful, Sugar, Oil and Protein Supply Box, deducted 5 points of accumulation, current points are 13 points. Exchange successful, Wyman's Armed Supply Box, deducted 5 points of accumulation, 8 points remaining." The information for each chest was clearly shown on the panel. Apocalypse Farmer Supply Box, Level 1, opened, reward received, 50 corn seeds, sugar, oil, and protein supply box. Level 1, opened, rewards received, 200 kilograms of starch sausages, 100 kilograms of pickled pork, ready-to-eat processed vegetables, 50 boxes of pickled cabbage instant noodles. Wyman's Armed Supply Box, Level 1, has been opened, reward 1,500 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Looking at the mountain of items that had just been exchanged for in front of him, he could not help but exclaim, "Oh, the rewards in these boxes are pretty good." Although they can't compare to spending money like water now, but in the upcoming apocalypse, the supply of materials will be extremely scarce. This reward is simply an explosion. The next morning, the sky was clear, a series of cars drove aggressively to the base area. After stopping, an arrogant voice rang out below, I found it, the address is indeed correct." The other side said a few words, and after a while, the blond man replied, "Okay, we will eat together when we get back." After hanging up, he pointed at a few of his henchmen, who were carrying clubs, and advanced towards the front door of the base. "It is this place, smash it for me." The henchmen hit, kicked, and beat in all sorts of ways, but the door was not affected at all. One of them turned back, panting, calling out, "Boss, this door is 10 centimeters thick, relying on just a few of us, we can't break it open." He bitterly cursed, "Damn it, who would use such a thick door?" Then he called for 2 men to carry a wooden box out from the car, take out the goods. Inside were unopened glass bottles. The henchmen threw them one by one towards the inside of the door, the liquid inside spurting out and igniting upon contact with the air exploding. The door of the base was not too high, all of the bottles were thrown into the inside of the base and exploded. The fire inside rose thick and fast. Some of the bottles flew straight onto the roof, waiting to catch fire. Sanson carried a bucket of water, leading a few of Zhang Ji's group, shouting loudly, "There is a fire, quickly put out the fire." She looked around anxiously. Brother Yong's words were indeed correct, even before the apocalypse has arrived, there are already extreme things happening. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyong and Uncle Sheng had come out, carrying hot weapons in their hands. The two of them walked towards the observation deck. He said indifferently. Let me see which one wants to die. After arriving at the observation deck, looking at the troublemakers standing outside, he muttered to himself. This person looks familiar, and this car too. After a while, Uncle Sheng quickly remembered in surprise. It is the guy who made trouble for us on the highway. One of the henchmen noticed the person above. He turned back to point out to the blond man, Boss, they are showing their faces. He then shouted, that is right, it is him, the coward. He pointed his finger straight at Jiang Xiaoyong, scolding. You coward, come out here for me, otherwise, I will burn down your doghouse. His expression when being scolded did not change, only coldly ordering, I will give you and your pack of dogs 5 minutes, get lost. The henchman seemed to be poked at a sensitive spot, taking turns making a fuss. Ha, you little brat, what did you say? Do you know the power of our boss? No more wasting words with him. Come on, bring out the 2 boxes of firebombs. Suddenly Jiang Xiaoyong's system jumped out again, attracting his attention. Issue new mission. Uncle Sheng on the side anxiously asked him. Xiaoyong, what should we do? Do we need to fire a warning shot? As for him, he was still reading all of the notifications. New mission, intermediate crisis, mission requirements, the fortress is under attack, eliminate the danger as soon as possible, reward, 10 accumulation points. After confirming, Jiang Xiaoyong raised the muzzle of his gun, mockingly frowning. Warning, this group of people is no different from evil forces. Before the apocalypse has even arrived, they dare to set fires, completely disregarding whether people will be burned to death. He quickly put his eyes up to aim and shoot. Letting these people live until the apocalypse will not only harm many people, but also threaten our safety. The first gunshot quickly rang out. In less than a few seconds, one of the blond guy's arms had left his body in his shocked state. He screamed and knelt down. My arm, while the henchmen were too scared to look. Jiang Xiaoyong raised an eyebrow regretfully. Humph, so it turns out that living in peace for so long has made my shooting skills decline. The people below were almost crying in distress. Damn it, they have guns, and it is an AK. The blond man, in excruciating pain, still struggled to get up and run towards the car. Damn it, retreat, retreat quickly, cover me you coward, just you wait. Damn you, the henchman also fearfully ran after him, boss. Jiang Xiaoyong continued to lower his shoulder to aim and shoot. I will finish it today, I hate waiting. A series of bullets pierced through the air, penetrating through the vitals of them. Some could run, some could not. A few who managed to climb into the car were in a hurry to pull the blond man up. As soon as he got into the car, he urgently shouted straight into the driver's face. Drive, drive the car. Uncle Sheng watched them with regret. They got into the car and escaped. Jiang Xiaoyong on the side was calmer, continuously loading bullets. Don't worry, there is a reason why I am holding a submachine gun. Bullets rained down on the only car that could run. The front and rear windows were shattered. Jiang Xiaoyong's speed of loading bullets, pulling the charging handle, and accurate firing made Uncle Sheng gape in shock. He swallowed, admiring inwardly. His ability to load the magazine at his hip and fire so many bullets must be on par with me back when I was in the military. What exactly is this kid's background? Dust flew everywhere on the road in front of the base, and the screams of pain rang out. A moment later, the only car that was about to escape was also smoking black. The surroundings were silent as death. Having finished dealing with them, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to leave. Uncle Sheng, go find Zhang Ji and tell them to come clean up. But as if he suddenly thought of something. But wait, it is currently the beginning stage of the apocalypse. Let us just let them turn into zombies for San San and Zhang Ji to practice. Thinking this, he hurriedly changed his words. But never mind, Uncle Sheng, there is no need to rush. He heard this and asked again to be sure. Just leave them lying outside like that. Jiang Xiaoyong replied immediately, yeah, just leave them there, I have something else I need them for. On the road leading to it, 2 other cars drove over one after another. Li Shuxiong impatiently looked out the car window. Are we almost there yet? Cui Jing and Wen Shuya sat in the back seat of the car. She smiled apologetically at him. It seems like it is at the next intersection. Inside, Cui Jing uncomfortably glanced at her. Humph, as soon as she sees Li Shuxiong, she acts so well behaved, she really thinks I do not know what you are plotting. When they were almost there, Li Shuxiong stopped the car, instructing. I will park the car here and wait for you, baby, remember to text me when you get inside. Cui Jing nimbly stepped out of the car, not forgetting to call out. Xiaoya, let us go, Wen Shuya pretended to be reluctant. I have to go too. She raised her eyebrows, looking at her. What nonsense are you talking about? If you do not follow, how would I know where to find the factory? When Shuya smiled pretentiously. Oh my gosh, you can just go straight and see it, and I am wearing heels. It is too tiring to walk through two intersections. Cui Jing would not let her act as she pleased, directly pulling her out of the car. I am wearing heels too, stop whining, follow me, when Shuya shouted loudly, hey, my bag, my phone is inside. She hurriedly rejected. Just leave them in the car, it is enough that I have it. From inside the car, Li Shuxiong silently watched the figures of the two women walk towards the base. He called someone, hello, tell everyone to prepare well. The car behind heard him instruct. As soon as my car starts, you guys follow immediately. Inside, a bunch of henchmen sat huddled together. The one holding the phone obediently replied yes, then stopped. On this side, when Shuya complained irritably, oh my Jingjing, I do not know why you dragged me along. She glanced at her contemptuously. Humph, we are all cunning foxes, how could you outsmart me with your little tricks? She pushed her shoulder and smiled apologetically. Oh my Jingjing, I am so wronged, the way I am dressed. It will be even easier to seduce that shy Jiang Xiaoyong. Anyway, he already knows about you and Li Shuxiong. While talking, Cui Jing suddenly noticed something wrong. What is going on over there? When Shuya also hut and looked where she was looking. She muttered a curse to herself. Damn it, what is going on here? Is that shooting? Standing in the middle of the motionless people, when Shuya nestled closer to Cui Jing, Jing, these people are all dead, or maybe we should go back. She tried to calmly observe the situation. Look at the blood, they have been dead for a while. Could it be that two groups were fighting over to steal Jiang Xiaoyong's supplies? Suddenly when Shuya realized, then Jiang Xiaoyong, is not he in a precarious situation? Cui Jing looked and pondered for a while, then said, it is okay if Jiang Xiaoyong dies. I just do not know if the things are still there. The two stood there discussing, not paying attention to the thing that was unmoving behind them was already moving, or maybe we should go back, and have Li Shuxiong come over. Sage, keep your voice down, let us go check if the factory is locked first. Behind them, the eyes of the blonde guy, who had been facing the sky for a few minutes, rolled back, full of bloodshot veins. Later, when Shuya and Cui Jing approached the door of the warehouse. She knocked on the door then cursed. Damn it, this door is so terrifying, you can't see anything inside, the big door is closed, so that means Jiang Xiaoyong is okay. Suddenly, a voice sounded from above, startling them. Hey you two. San looked at them vigilantly. Who are you, how do you know this place? When Shuya put on a seductive voice. Oh girl, we are friends of Jiang Xiaoyong. Cui Jing on the side was arrogant, I am Jiang Xiaoyong's girlfriend. San hearing this turned around to inform him. Brother Yong, there are two girls outside, one of them claims to be your girlfriend. Below, Cui Jing bit her teeth bitterly. I was wondering why that bastard Xiaoyong suddenly changed his attitude, so he went to find a new girlfriend. When Shuya on the side had to reassure her, Jingjing, do not show it like that, this is an urgent situation, and the woman above has a crossbow in her hand, can Li Shuxiong handle it? She nodded, showing that she was assured. Don't worry, he is carrying a few handguns, as long as we open the door, he will be able to take down Jiang Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly came to the observation deck, seeing them, he frowned questioning, Cui Jing, when Shuya, what are you doing here? Although asking on the outside, he still used mind's eye to look. Just by looking, he knew that the two women came with heads full of calculation, although when Shuya on the outside only put on a shy expression. Brother Yong, we are all friends, can't we come visit you, during this chaotic time, we are very worried about you, are not you worried about us? Jiang Xiaoyong gave a mocking smile that even San was a little surprised by. Worried, haha, I guessed right, that animal Li Shuxiong is probably standing nearby. Right, so how many people did you bring, what kind of weapons did you bring? Cui Jing and Wen Shuya almost bit their tongues, thinking to themselves, how does he know? Suddenly, a few bullets shot straight down near the feet of the two women, causing both of them to jump in fright. Seeing him being cold and unforgiving, she shouted, Jiang Xiaoyong, are you crazy, why did you shoot at us? When Shuya, sweating cold sweat, advised, Cui Jing, he has a gun in his hand, speak softly, do not provoke him, but her brain was waterlogged, arrogantly shouting. What is there to be afraid of, he would not dare shoot me dead. Jiang Xiaoyong nodded, laughing mockingly, haha, you would not dare shoot you dead, then that'll be convenient for you too. As soon as he finished speaking, the two women also noticed the croaking sound behind them. Just as they turned back, they saw a bunch of things that were motionless earlier had become zombies, Cui Jing fearfully stepped back. What is that, could it be someone with rabies? Wen Shuya trembled, stammering. Rabies, can it revive the dead? Zhang Xiaoyong gave an evil smile. I want you to die in their mouths. The zombies, as if sensing a tasty meal, rushed over. The two women screamed and quickly ran away. Li Shuxiong, who was sitting peacefully in the car, suddenly heard someone calling his name, Li Shuxiong, Li Shuxiong. Wen Shuya, while crying, was running in the front. Cui Jing was continuously shouting from behind. Li Shuxiong, save me, ah! He cursed loudly. Damn it, why are there people with rabies in this place? Immediately after, Li Shuxiong was sweating. While controlling the car, he shouted into the walkie-talkie. Turn around, turn the car around, there are people with rabies, quickly turn the car around. Just as the two women were about to run close, the two cars quickly turned around to leave. Cui Jing, who was about to be caught, shouted. Li Shuxiong, you are a dog, you bastard. She widened her eyes, throwing her bag off, shouting loudly. I do not want to die like this. Immediately after, Cui Jing threw her bag towards Wen Shuya, who was running in front. You bitch. The strap of the bag quickly wrapped around her feet. Wen Shuya tumbled to the ground. The zombies, like hungry tigers, pounced on her, letting her fearfully shout in a trembling voice. Wait. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by Wen Shuya's screams. In her eyes full of bloodshot veins, she looked straight ahead, hatingly cursing, Ah, Cui Jing, you bastard, you bitch. She did not get a chance to curse for more than a few seconds. You will not die in peace. A cough, heave, cough, cough. Cui Jing at this time had run a long distance. She was both happy and reassuring herself. You deserved it, you deserved it, you deserved it. On the observation deck, Zhang Xiaoyong's system panel appeared. Mission, normal threat completed. System accumulation points plus 10. Current accumulation points are 18 points. Issue new mission, clean up the streets, mission requirements, clean up the infected and monsters outside the base, minus 0%, reward points. 10. San, standing on the deck, fearfully asked him, those guys, just transform into zombies based on the air. Zhang Xiaoyong then explained to her, we have officially entered the apocalypse. The air contains a large amount of infectious sources from another world. The dead will soon turn into zombies when exposed to the outside. Even those who are injured and still weakly alive are at high risk of mutation. San blankly nodded. So that is how it is. Considering everything was settled, Zhang Xiaoyong turned to leave. Summon everyone, let us hold a meeting. A moment later, everyone in the base had gathered. San was the last to walk in. After explaining everything, Zhang Xiaoyong concluded therefore in the next 2 days, if it is not necessary, try to stay indoors, close the doors and windows tightly. To let your bodies adapt to the infectious source, only then can you reduce the risk of mutation to the lowest level. Zhang Ji pondered for a moment, then still worriedly spoke up, then, what about Qin Chong? Inside the place called the medical room, Qin Chong was lying quietly on the bed. But the bulging blood vessels and the purplish-blue color on his hands had quietly changed. Not only that, but it had spread a lot on his face. Outside the city, it had become chaotic, black smoke was hazy, and traffic was congested. Zhang Shengtrai looked out from the window of his house and sighed, it is so chaotic outside. He looked towards his wife and children instructing, tonight, I must go to the warehouse to take the rest of the goods back. Shaoli, you and Shui just wait for me at home. No matter who knocks on the door, do not open it, understand? Suddenly Zhang Shengtrai froze when he heard a knock on the door. He waited for a moment, biting his teeth. The knocking outside continuously rang out. Zhang Shengtrai quickly signaled for his wife and children to be silent. When Zhang Shengtrai held a golf club to the door, he heard a voice call out, Brother Trai, is anyone home? Seeing that it was an acquaintance, he breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door. Phew, it is Yang Dao. The doorknob had just been opened with a click. Then Zhang Shengtrai was kicked over, falling backwards. Damn it. A group of people dragged him into the house, controlling his limbs. Yang Dao smiled as he watched Zhang Shengtrai being suppressed on the ground and screaming, let me go. Zhang Shengtrai turned his head, scolding. Yang Dao, damn you, what do you mean by this? Damn it, I treated you so well. Yang Dao indifferently pointed at himself. Damn it, say that again, treated me well, haha, in your eyes, I am just a lackey. Zhang Shengtrai still did not give up. Do you have any conscience? Without me, would you be able to earn money for rent? He laughed mockingly, waving his hands and feet. That is right, I did earn a few coins for rent, but you earned enough to buy several houses. Stop talking nonsense. Give me the warehouse key and the warehouse address. Seeing that he could not change anything, Zhang Shengtrai gritted his teeth, filled with resentment, and did not say a word. Yang Dao was not a decent person. He hurriedly walked towards Xiaoli and Shui, smiling slyly. Humph, so stubborn, huh? As soon as he arrived, he grabbed Xiaoli's hair and dragged her away. Come here for me. Shui, with tears in his eyes, ran over shouting. I will beat you to death. Being bitten on the hand by the boy, Yang Dao shouted in pain. Damn you little bastard, do you have rabies? He did not show any mercy, slapping the boy down. Get lost. Zhang Shengtrai, feeling sorry for his son, had to stretch his neck and shout. You dog, if you are so capable, then face me, let my wife and children go. He turned his head, baring his teeth, smiling at him. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, your wife and children will be safe. Now then, lead us to your warehouse. A moment later, they arrived at a nearby warehouse. Zhang Shengtrai led Yang Dao's group to open the warehouse wide. Looking at the few small boxes scattered on the ground, Yang Dao was stunned. Is this all there is left? Zhang Shengtrai sarcastically said. Didn't you find a distinguished client? I have sold everything, even the stuff that was about to expire and had expired is almost gone. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Jiang Xiaoyong humph. After considering it for a while, he suddenly laughed. If we can take the accumulated goods in Jiang Xiaoyong's factory, then we will be able to live carefree. Zhang Shengtrai kindly reminded him. I advise you to give up that idea. The last time I delivered the goods, I accidentally saw that guy had hot weapons on his hip. That kid must have known about this disaster for a long time. Yang Dao raised an eyebrow, looking amused. That is your business to worry about. Zhang Shengtrai shuddered. What do you mean? He did not bother saying anything, glancing at him then saying. Take the goods of Jiang Xiaoyong, in exchange for the safety of your wife and children. Such a transaction, is not it fair? Zhang Shengtrai's face seemed to be injected with a bad filter. He had never regretted raising a snake in his bosom as much as he did now. Inside the base, screams continuously rang out. At the medical room, Jiang Xiaoyong and the people in the base stood in front of the hospital bed, looking at Chun Chong growling continuously. His body was strapped tightly to the bed, but it seemed that he did not know the pain and struggled repeatedly. Among Zhang Ji's group of friends, only Lu Yiming was the calmest, and also the most indifferent. A moment later, he gritted his teeth, proposing. Kill him. Jiang Xiaoyong, hearing what Lu Yiming said, could not help but quietly glance at him. Zhang Ji, feeling sorry for his friend, hearing this became angry and asked. What are you talking about? Lu Yiming acted like he knew everything. He is dead. If we do not deal with him soon, if he manages to escape, he will harm others, Xiao Jia angrily shouted. He is our brother. Why do you want to give up on him without even trying to save him? At this time, Jiang Xiaoyong spoke. He is right. Once the disease is broken out, there is almost no possibility of recovery. Xiao Jia could not bear it, choking and calling, Brother Yong. Saying this, he quickly pulled out the knife from his hip. He handed it towards Lu Yiming. He, seeing this, was a little scared, stepping back. What? Jiang Xiaoyong calmly assessed him, then ordered. Settle him. Looking at the sharp blade in front of him, Lu Yiming trembled slightly. Jiang Xiaoyong glared at Lu Yiming and pressed. Didn't you always want a weapon? Now take it and free him. Suddenly, another hand grasped the hilt of the knife. Zhang Qi's face darkened as he spoke. Xiaoyong. As if determined, he gripped the knife tightly, trying not to tremble. Let me do it. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong grabbed the blade, startling Zhang Qi. He calmly asked him, have you thought it through? What if everything I said before was a lie? If this knife goes down, you will become a murderer. Zhang Qi made up his mind and looked at him with trust. I believe you, Xiaoyong. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong smiled and stepped aside, leaving a path to the hospital bed. Go ahead. Zhang Qi took the knife and walked to Qin Chong's side. He no longer hesitated, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind to stab down. Just as the knife was about to reach his neck, it seemed to be blocked. Jiang Xiaoyong supported Zhang Qi's wrist, his pitying gaze seemingly unbearable. Zhang Qi looked at him in surprise. Brother Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly opened the system and ordered everyone go outside. His condition is a bit special. I still need him. The system panel displayed a notification. System notification. A rare variant has been detected. It was dusk when they left the infirmary. Only Jiang Xiaoyong was left with Qin Chong, who was wriggling and trying to escape. He muttered to himself, "Chin Chong, right?" He was only answered by a rattling sound from his throat. Jiang Xiaoyong leaned closer to Chin Chong. "I have an important task for you." The next day, the sky outside was clear. In the ruined city, a car sped away, smoke billowing from its engine. The car lost control and crashed into a telephone pole. Zhang Shengzhe jumped out of the car, scratching his head irritably. "TSK, damn it, what bad luck." He looked around as he walked, but did not notice the danger behind him. Luckily, he was almost there. When he noticed a zombie approaching, Zhang Shengzhe screamed in horror, "Damn it." Before he could react, he was bitten on his left arm. "Ouch," he yelled. Zhang Shengzhe frantically pushed the zombie away. He fled towards the disabled car. Then he quickly grabbed an iron pipe from the car. With all his strength, Zhang Shengzhe smashed the zombie in the face. "Damn you, you bastard." He kept hitting it until it was a bloody mess. Panting sounds mixed with the sounds of breaking bones and the impact of the iron pipe. After finishing, Zhang Shengzhe's face twisted in pain. "Damn it, can't stay here long." He dragged his feet towards the large base ahead. In front of the base was a chaotic scene, with vehicles and bodies scattered around. Jiang Xiaoyong opened the side door and stepped out. He took the lead with a gun, leading the people from the base outside. Shan Shan looked at the protective gear on her arms and legs, wondering, "Brother Xiaoyong, these things are so cumbersome and uncomfortable." Jiang Xiaoyong absent-mindedly explained, "Zombies have no reason, so they are stronger than normal people and extremely dangerous. With your current combat experience, you are easily injured. You must wear protective gear. When you have more experience, you can take them off." The group walked towards the corner of the base, where a zombie was wandering. Jiang Xiaoyong raised his hand to signal them to stop and instructed, "Get ready. This distance is within the zombie's sensing range. Shan Shan and the others behind, keep your voices down." "Okay," Shan Sang got it. As he said, the zombie in front turned its head towards them. Jiang Xiaoyong shouted, "It has been discovered, prepare to fight." As it ran towards them, he calmly turned his head and instructed, "Remember what I told you, cooperate with each other, keep your distance." When it was about to grab Jiang Xiaoyong, he quickly jumped aside to dodge. He fought while demonstrating for them. "The moment the zombie misses its attack is our chance. Quick, aim for the temples and the back of the neck." Xiao Jia bravely jumped up, swinging her weapon and shouting, "Hey-ya." The sharp knife struck the zombie's forehead, making a harsh sound. She stumbled back and cried out, "Ouch, it hurts." Jiang Xiaoyong explained from behind, "The skull is the hardest part. You won't do much damage and it will make your hand numb." Xiao Jia is a prime example of how not to do it. In a moment of carelessness, the zombie growled and grabbed Xiao Jia's sword. As it opened its mouth to bite, she instinctively raised the blade and shoved it into its mouth, then stammered in fear, "Ddd, damn it, save me, cheesy, save me." Jiang Xiaoyong did not seem worried and smiled, "Good job, that is the right way to block. Zhang Qi, your teammate needs help." Zhang Qi rushed out from behind the zombie with a baseball bat. He quickly delivered a full-force blow to the back of its neck. Then all three of them, including Lu Yiming, swung their weapons repeatedly. Jiang Xiaoyong stood aside, praising without looking back, "Good job, but one hit is not enough. Everyone, keep attacking." After they finished, Zhang Qi turned to ask, "Brother Xiaoyong, did we do okay?" A new zombie was already right behind Jiang Xiaoyong, but he still smiled mockingly, "Okay, you say." Seeing this, Zhang Qi cried out in alarm, "Careful, Brother Xiaoyong." The zombie was so close, it seemed about to sink its teeth into the back of his shoulder. Suddenly, a skilled hand grabbed its head cleanly. Despite the close distance, it could not do anything to Jiang Xiaoyong. He sternly shouted, "Have you all forgotten what I told you? Never neglect to observe your surroundings." The group watched him control the zombie, only able to swallow hard. On the other side, Zhang Shengzhe was still hiding in a discreet place. He gnashed his teeth, "Damn it, are there already infected loitering around here? That Jiang Xiaoyong might be dead too." Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong's commanding voice came from behind the car, "Your teammate needs your help. Good job, always be vigilant." Zhang Shengzhe thought, that voice. When he got closer he was sure, that is right, it is Jiang Xiaoyong. Zhang Shengzhe peeked from behind the car, Jiang Xiaoyong and the others are hunting infected. Suddenly, a pair of bright eyes appeared under the car where Zhang Shengzhe was standing. When Xu Yan, who was terribly harmed by Cui Jing but had not turned into a zombie yet, reached out her syrup-covered hands. She tightly grabbed Zhang Shengzhe's trouser leg. He cried out in terror and fell backwards onto the ground. His facial muscles were taut, his mouth agape, unable to speak. When Xu Yan, as if having lost all reason, lunged to bite and tear at him. Facing this zombie, Zhang Shengzhe panicked and shouted, "Oh crap, damn it." Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and the zombie vanished before his eyes. Seeing this, he could only scream. Standing nearby, Jiang Xiaoyong, who had just shot it in the head, remained still. After escaping from the zombie, Zhang Shengzhe immediately showed disgust and kicked it aside, sighing. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong walked over with his gun and a cold face, asking Zhang Shengzhe, "What are you doing here?" Hearing this, Zhang Shengzhe, with a blood-covered body, took small steps forward, muttering, "Brother Yong, I finally survived and met you." But as he approached, Jiang Xiaoyong noticed something strange about his arm. It turned out that Zhang Shengzhe had a large bite wound on his arm. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly pointed his gun at his head. To his surprise, "You have been bitten." After a moment, he hurriedly explained, Brother Yong, do not shoot please, I have something to say." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong spoke cautiously. "Say what you have to say, but do not come any closer." At this moment, Zhang Shengzhe lowered his head slightly, tears welling up in his eyes. "Brother Xiaoyong, I know I can't be saved anymore. Maybe in less than half a day, I will turn into an infected but..." Speaking to this point, tears streamed down his face as he recounted everything. "But that bastard Yang Tao is holding my wife and children hostage, saying he will use them to force me to think of a way to harm you, in order to seize your supplies." Jiang Xiaoyong's face remained cold as he listened to these words. Unmoved, "Brother Yong, I know I am not noble or anything, but I do not think I have done anything too evil. My wife and children are innocent." At this moment, veins began to bulge on his face, showing signs that caught his attention. Zhang Shengzhe was still immersed in his story. "Those beasts won't let my wife and children go. Their ending will be even more miserable than mine. Brother Yong, I beg you, please take care of them for me. Consider it as me helping you get rid of some supplies." Upon hearing this, a hint of emotion flickered in Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes as he considered. Although he initially did it only to make money for himself, objectively speaking, he had helped him quite a bit. After thinking it over, he glanced behind him. Behind him were countless people he had brought back. Jiang Xiaoyong thought further. Currently, the capacity of this stronghold is still very large, and there are more men than women, so the ratio is somewhat unbalanced. Finally, he smiled triumphantly. There's even a quest. The motivation is complete. Then, 2 system panels appeared one after another. System quest, new quest, entrusted wife and children. Quest requirement, rescue Zhang Shengzhe's wife and children. Progress, 0%. Reward, 25 points. Quest, clean up the streets. In progress. Quest requirement, clear out the infected and monsters wandering outside the base. Progress, 70%. Reward, 10 points. After reading the 2 system panels, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to reassure him. "Don't worry, I will take care of your wife and children." Hearing this, he was immediately surprised. "Really, Brother Yong, Brother Yong." Finally, overcome with gratitude, Zhang Shengzhe kowtowed heavily on the ground. "Brother Yong, I, Zhang Shengzhe, can't repay you in this life. In the next life, I will be your ox or horse." Finally, listening to this, he prepared himself and cried, "Brother Xiaoyong, do it." Hearing these words, he suddenly asked back, "Do what?" asked. Zhang Shengzhe still sat still, closing his eyes and preparing himself. "End me, I do not want to turn into an infected later and threaten the lives of my wife and children." Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong was silent for a while, looking at him. After a while, he flew behind and said to Shan, "Go get a bicycle from the warehouse and give it to him." She listened and said, "Yes, Hearing those words, Zhang Shengzhe sat on the ground, looking up in confusion. "Why?" Jiang Xiaoyong stood beside him, carrying the gun on his shoulder and answering. Go far away, stay away from crowded places, go to a place with few people. I do not care why, your time is running out, hurry up and do it." Finally, he stood up and sighed in acceptance. "Okay, I understand, thank you, Brother Xiaoyong." Then Zhang Shengzhe immediately rode the bicycle away quickly. His face also gradually changed. As he rode away, he cried, "Wife, children." One of Shengzhe's eyes had turned black. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and looked forward with determination. On Xiaoyong's side, everyone quickly piled the zombie corpses into a heap. Then they poured gasoline on the pile of corpses. Then Xiaoyong took out a lighter and lit it. The pile of corpses was quickly burned. Black smoke rose high into the air. A sigh appeared. I am so tired today. Then Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the system panel. The task of cleaning the streets was completed. Accumulation points plus 10, current points 28. Seeing this, he said, with everyone's current strength and experience, 2 or 3 people using ordinary cold weapons to hunt down scattered zombies without getting hurt should not be a problem. Then Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the faces of his friends, but facing small groups or large swarms was definitely not possible. Then he walked and urged everyone, follow me. They quickly arrived in front of a material warehouse. Standing here, Xiaoyong called out, Uncle Sheng. He hurriedly replied from behind, here, what is the matter, Xiaoyong? Then he handed him a key and instructed, this warehouse contains weapons. Tonight, I have to go to the city. The safety of the stronghold depends on you, uncle. Holding the key in his hand, Uncle Sheng was a little worried. The city must be in chaos now. Are you planning to go alone? At the same time, several young men stepped forward and volunteered. Brother Xiaoyong, the 3 of us will go with you. Seeing everyone like this, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately refused, no need. With such a dangerous situation, you won't be able to handle it. Going along will only be a hindrance. Uncle Sheng, I am counting on you. Being trusted, Uncle Sheng affirmed, don't worry, Xiaoyong. You must be careful. A moment later, he quickly got into the car with his gun. Suddenly, the system panel appeared. System shop, empty, empty, empty. Refresh 2 points. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong was a little worried. This system shop updates too slowly. He quickly reached out and pressed the refresh button. The difficulty of this mission is not low. There is no other way. To be safe, I have to refresh. After refreshing, another system shop appeared. Refresh successful 2 points. Current points 26. System shop, Black Technology Supply Box. Level 1, 20 points. Life-saving healing supply box. Level 1, 5 points. Renden weapon supply box. Level 1, 5 points. Refresh 4 points. After reading the information, Jiang Xiaoyong helplessly leaned back. Refreshing once went from 2 points to 4 points. Looks like I have to save points. Then he immediately pressed the Black Technology Supply Box icon. Spending points to refresh really brings out good stuff. Fortunately, I still have enough points. After pressing, a message appeared. Black Technology Supply Box. Level 1. Successfully exchanged. 20 points. Current points 6 points. Immediately, a dazzling light emitted from inside his car. The item quickly appeared. Black Technology Supply Box. Level 1. Open. Reward received. Physique Growth Potion plus 5. Facing the light, Jiang Xiaoyong was still dazzled. Ouch, damn it, it is like eating a flashbang grenade. After opening his eyes, he held the Physique Growth Potion in his hand in surprise. Damn it, Physique Growth Potion plus 5. He quickly inserted the needle into his arm, eagerly, use it now. Just after injecting, a dazzling light appeared. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes turned white, and he gritted his teeth and groaned. His body quickly changed, causing the system to display the stats. Attributes 13, 260% compared to ordinary people. Space ring, mind's eye. The sky cleared, and the scene appeared at Zhang Shengzhe's house. Inside the house, everything was silent. Sitting on the floor, Zhang Shengzhe's wife and child hugged each other and cried. Shuai shuai, do not be afraid. Dad will take care of everything. Outside the door, Yang Tao's group entered. Seeing them, the wife exclaimed in panic, what are you going to do? 2 men immediately restrained the girl with agile movements. Yang Tao controlled the girl and said, what to do, of course, relieve stress. He immediately tore her clothes. Being treated like this, Zhang Shengzhe's wife shouted, do not. She was dragged to the middle of the floor, and her clothes were torn aggressively. Shuai Shuai stood up and tried to stop them. The wife struggled continuously, let me go please. In this scene, a foot appeared. Li Gu appeared at the door and raised his hand to rub his neck uncomfortably. What is going on, so noisy? Seeing him appear, the bald man's face was slightly sweaty. Brother Li, come join us. Hearing this, Li Gu immediately scolded, damn it, the job is not finished yet. Think about the work first. Let her go. Being scolded like this, the man frowned slightly and retorted, what is wrong? This is not the first time we have done this. Li Gu stood there and thought, continuing to scold. Now you dare to touch his wife and child. What if this bitch wants to die by then? He won't have any worries and will fight us to the death. No one will get away with it, understand? Still standing there, he continued to reason, wait until we have dealt with him, then we will come together. She can't rest for a day anyway. They heard this and stood up, adjusting their clothes. Damn it, fine, we will listen to you. What a buzzkill. Yong Tao stuck his tongue out teasingly as he stood up and left. Wait for me. The mother and son hugged each other in the dark room. On the street at night, zombies roamed. 2 cars with bright lights appeared. Sitting in one of the cars, Jiang Xiaoyong was very relaxed. 13 points of physique is double that of ordinary people. Even the reaction force and control force have increased significantly. He drove very fast, weaving through the gaps between the cars. This feeling is great. On the road, the shadows of zombies appeared everywhere. Jiang Xiaoyong drove for a while and stopped the car, getting out. As soon as he got out of the car, he glanced around with cold eyes. Going forward is the inner city. Driving is too noticeable. I have to stop. Suddenly, a growl startled Xiaoyong. 2 zombies quickly appeared, running at full speed. When the first zombie ran up, he quickly dodged to the side. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately clenched his fist. His arm knocked the zombie backward. Being hit like that, it flew far away and crashed into the remaining zombie. After finishing, Jiang Xiaoyong raised his hand and summoned a weapon. Holding the weapon in his hand, he confidently faced the 2 zombies. Xiaoyong immediately rushed up very quickly. A slash was unleashed. As soon as he stopped, the heads of the 2 zombies fell everywhere behind him. Standing still, he turned around and looked at them, saying, whether it is strength or reaction force, it is all crushing against the current zombies. Is this double the physique of ordinary people? His thoughts continued, moreover, the understanding has been greatly improved. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, damn it, we are surrounded. Then Jiang Xiaoyong looked into the distance and said loudly, about 800 meters. At the same time, the system appeared, activate random mission, encounter mission. Nearby was a supermarket. Outside, a group of zombies were constantly banging on the door, accompanied by loud curses from inside, damn it, we are surrounded. Standing inside, everyone desperately blocked the door. The security guard shouted, hurry up, bring more heavy objects here. Trying to block the door, a father and son looked at each other and said, Dad, are we going to die here? The father replied, it is okay. These bastards can't get in. Even if they do, we will reunite with your mother. Hearing these words, the son raised his face to the sky and cried loudly. The security guard, holding a gun, cursed, damn it, Lao Song, do you know how to chat or not? You're just adding to the trouble. Lao Song replied after listening, know how to chat, if I knew how to chat, I would have become the apartment manager long ago. Then the security guard turned his head and worried, gritting his teeth, damn it, are we really going to die here today? Suddenly, a loud noise appeared outside. Then it quickly slammed into the door, causing everyone to panic, what is going on? Just like that, the zombies outside were attacked. Inside, everyone was pushed backward by the force. Immediately after, only long streaks of blood remained on the door. The blood of the zombies was splattered everywhere on the glass. At this moment, the security guard breathed heavily and said, Lao Song, you and Zi Xian move the heavy objects away. Then the security guard pointed his gun outside and instructed, be quiet, do not make any noise. The father and son who were carrying heavy objects agreed, Then they quickly went outside to check the situation. Outside, the corpses of zombies lay everywhere. These people, holding weapons, walked while being extremely vigilant. Seeing the surrounding scene, Lao Song was curious, who did this? Suddenly, Xiao Xian's face twisted, becoming extremely fearful, it is a mutated form, it must be a mutated form. Seeing him say that, Lao Song turned his head and asked, mutated form, what is a mutated form? Xiao Xian cried continuously, compared to ordinary zombies, they are much stronger and faster. This is how they are set up in comics, novels, and games. Hearing these words, Lao Song immediately questioned, comics, novels, games, you watch these things every day, no wonder your grades are always at the bottom. The security guard still held his gun vigilantly. While scouting around, the security guard turned his head and said, Lao Song, you really have low EQ. Is this the time to say this? Follow me carefully, observe the surroundings. Do not get ambushed by some mutated form. They followed closely behind the security guard. He walked and said, "Everyone, observe your own direction. Slowly walk towards the gathering point." Walking to a place, the security guard leading the way raised his hand to stop them. "Stop." They asked what was happening. Zhang Xiaoyong constantly asked, "What is wrong? What is that?" And he stood on the side, still staring at the system panel. Encounter mission. Rescue completed. System accumulation points +5. Current points 11 points. At this time, Xiao Xian, with a very vigilant expression, affirmed, "Mutated form. That must be a mutated form." At the same time, the security guard was also staring at Zhang Xiaoyong's back. "I see him as a survivor." Hearing the boy say that, Xiaoyong tilted his head and teased, "Mutated form, haha, you have a very rich imagination, kid. It is not time for mutated forms to be all over the streets yet." Seeing that he was still awake, the security guard was very happy. Indeed, he is a survivor. Then he stepped forward and pointed his gun forward as if to protect Xiaoyong. "Kid, it is too dangerous to walk around outside alone like that. At this time, we must unite to survive. Follow us." Seeing them like this, Xiaoyong asked, "Who are you people? Are there just a few of you?" The security guard leading the way still looked around, answering, "We are looking for supplies. There are still quite a few civilians gathered at Rongxiang Garden." Hearing this place, Xiaoyong repeatedly asked, "Rongxiang Garden? I remember there is a Jinyu mansion not far from Rongxiang Garden, right?" Receiving the question, Lao Song answered, "Ah, it is not far, just across the street." Lao Song intended to put his hand on Xiaoyong's shoulder and continue, "Little brother, follow us. There is strength in numbers. The captain has a gun, and we have experience in dealing with those things. We can protect you." Seeing this concern, Xiaoyong gave a disingenuous smile and replied, "Haha, that is good. Thank you everyone." Then they led each other on the street, full of vigilance. While walking, Lao Song suddenly glanced at Xiaoyong and said, "Little one, you asked about Jinyu Mansion just now. Do you want to meet someone important?" Xiaoyong glanced elsewhere and replied, He appeared a little worried and asked, "Is it a relative or a girlfriend?" Finally, Lao Song once again put his hand on Xiaoyong's shoulder to reassure him, "Now it is the apocalypse. No matter who you are looking for, there is a high probability that they are already dead. You have to be mentally prepared." Hearing these words, Lao Li, who was leading the way, gnashed his teeth with resentment. That is right. Even if they were not killed by crazy people, there is still a chance of encountering those beasts. Those damn bastards. Standing behind everyone, Xiaoyong asked as if he did not understand, "Beasts?" Receiving this question, Lao Li remembered in his mind the scene of a group of cruel people, a group of thugs, occupying the Bisui mountain villa area in Chengdong. Not hesitating to kill other survivors for survival. My friend once encountered them, and many of his teammates died in their hands. After telling everything, he waved his hand, "AI, it is okay not to mention it. In short, when you meet other survivors, you must pay attention." Suddenly seeing something in front of him, Xiao Xian exclaimed in panic, "Uncle Li, be careful." He immediately turned around upon hearing this. Facing him was a zombie running to attack. But Lao Li quickly shot it in the head twice, causing it to fall to the ground. After finishing, he held the smoking gun, grinding his teeth uncomfortably, "Damn it, damn you." Then, zombies started to gather around this place more, realizing that the loud voice rang out. The gunshots attracted the attention of those damn things. More and more zombies gathered around. Standing here, Lao Li held the gun, constantly looking around, what to do, calm down. Suddenly, he saw a large bus in the distance. Got it. Quickly, they all ran towards the bus. Leading the way, Lao Li constantly urged, "Hurry, get inside that bus." Seeing his appearance, Xiaoyong smiled thoughtfully. Running blindly is likely to alarm more zombies. The bus is a confined space, perfect for defense. The only drawback is that once you get stuck, there is no way out. After thinking, he praised, "Well, I give this crisis judgment 70 points. At this moment, Xiaoyong was still running towards the bus from afar. Standing there, Lao Li was still waiting. "Kid, get on the bus quickly." Quickly, he jumped into the bus as fast as he could. Lao Li also quickly closed the door tightly and instructed, "Kid, observe every seat to see if there are any crazy people hiding." Sitting near the window, Xiao Xian became more and more worried and announced, "They are not giving up, they are still gathering around here." Sitting in a corner, looking at the zombies gathering, Lao Li frowned, "Damn, still too slow." Outside, the zombies were swarming all over, constantly hitting the bus with their hands. Gradually, they gathered in countless numbers. Lao Li cursed, "Damn it. At the main door, the zombies were trying to reach in and push the door open. Lao Li was still trying his best to hold it back. I can't hold on anymore. Suddenly, while he was trying to hold the door, Xiaoyong's hand appeared. With just a convenient push, the door was neatly and quickly held in place, to Lao Li's surprise. He was so surprised that his mouth was agape, feeling in his heart, strong, so strong. Still standing there, Xiaoyong turned his head and instructed him, I will keep watch on the door, they won't be able to open it. You tell everyone to guard the windows to counterattack. Hearing this, he immediately turned his head and went inside. Oh! Immediately after, a series of windows shattered. Seeing this, the zombies tried even harder to reach in. Suddenly, a blow shot through the head of a zombie from somewhere. On top of the bus, Lao Song was holding a gun, trying to kill it. Die, damn you. While Lao Song was trying to kill them, everyone in the bus was holding his body with worried expressions. Standing nearby, Lao Li, with an ugly face, deduced the situation. With so many crazy people, the few bullets we have won't be enough. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him, use this. At this time, Xiaoyong was holding a brand new crossbow in his hand. Lao Li asked in confusion, the crossbow, where did you get it? Xiaoyong immediately threw it to Lao Li, answering casually, I just grabbed it randomly. Outside, the attacked zombie was constantly screaming. From inside the bus, Lao Li and Lao Song worked together to beat them, nearly knocking them all down. You brats, crawl away, eat shit. After a while, they also got out of the bus. The corpses of zombies lay everywhere on the street. Standing here, Xiao Xian panted, not believing the truth, 2 times turning danger into safety. It definitely was not a coincidence. We are the darlings of the heavens in the apocalypse. Standing nearby, Xiaoyong was stretching his limbs, instructing everyone, continue to be cautious, do not repeat the careless mistakes. Returning to the base at night, a hopeful voice rang out, I hope everything is going well on Xiaoyong's side. Everyone was walking in the corridor when suddenly Yi Ming volunteered, then, let me take the night watch today. Seeing him being so proactive, Fatty immediately pushed his shoulder teasingly, oh, why are you so proactive today? Hearing such words, Yi Ming suddenly became agitated, nonsense, when am I not proactive, worry about yourself. Seeing him being so curt, the boy put his hands behind his head and moved away. What is wrong? Why is he reacting so strongly? At this moment, seeing his friend like this, Uncle Sheng spoke with slight concern. Okay, if Yi Ming has volunteered, then everyone else should hurry back to your rooms to rest. Yi Ming, be careful. If anything happens, wake everyone up. Finally, Yi Ming reassured, don't worry. A moment later, at the guard post, Yi Ming sat inside, looking around, guessing, it is not early anymore, everyone must be asleep. Then he stood up, turned his back, and left. This matter cannot be delayed. It must be dealt with before Jiang Xiaoyong returns. Inside the room, Uncle Sheng was still sleeping soundly. Neatly placed on the bed was the key to the weapon warehouse. It lay neatly next to Uncle Sheng. Outside the door, Yi Ming suddenly appeared with a wary expression. Then he approached Uncle Sheng, tiptoeing carefully. Yi Ming's hand slowly lowered towards the key. Immediately, Uncle Sheng opened his eyes wide. Seeing this, he sat up with a flustered expression. What are you doing? Facing this scene, Yi Ming froze for a moment. Oh crap. Quickly, he punched Uncle Sheng hard in the eye. After finishing, Yi Ming grabbed the key and ran outside. From inside the room, Uncle Sheng's voice rang out, Lu Yi Ming, you little bastard, what do you want to do? Give me back the key. Hearing the shout, everyone appeared, walking out of their rooms. Sasa asked, puzzled, what is wrong? Then walking out of the room, Uncle Sheng, clutching his bruised face, recounted, Lu Yi Ming, he snatched the key to the weapon warehouse. Quick, stop him. Seeing this, everyone chased after Lu Yi Ming, what are you doing? Stop. But he, after running ahead, grabbed a large ladder and threw it hard on the ground. It quickly created a barrier, preventing anyone from passing. Zhang Ji cursed uncomfortably, damn it, that stinking brat. Yi Ming was calmly on the other side. As he was walking, he suddenly saw a medical symbol. As soon as he saw it, he said with a rogue expression, in for a penny, in for a pound. Then he stepped inside where the zombie was tied up. At this moment, Yi Ming reached out as if to untie it. But suddenly, the zombie immediately waved its hand, trying to hit him. Roar. Seeing this, Yi Ming retreated, blurting out loudly, holy crap. Looking at the appearance of this zombie, Yi Ming frowned uncomfortably. Why is one side of the rope loose? Didn't I tie it tight enough when I tied it up before? Then Lu Yiming grinned cunningly, looking outside. Humph, good thing, I do not have to risk untying him. A moment later, everyone quickly thought of the medical room. Standing there was the figure of the zombie. Seeing that zombie, Zhang Ji was so surprised that he was stunned. Everyone stared at it, constantly saying, that bastard Lu Yiming, he actually released Qin Chong from the medical room. Does he want to push us to our deaths? At this moment, Uncle Sheng, still in pain, followed everyone, saying, damn it, I did not expect this brat to be a beast, I was blind. What should we do now? Our weapons are all stored in the warehouse. He immediately came up with a plan. No matter what, we must first join forces to lock that kid back in the medical room. Then Uncle Sheng looked at Zhang Ji and Fatty, and said his idea, separate, use the method Xiaoyong taught us before. We must be careful, do not let him bite you. After planning, everyone cautiously approached the zombie. Seeing that he was unguarded, everyone rushed up together. Now's the time. First, Zhang Ji used both hands to clamp the zombie's neck. Then Fatty and Sa held his hands tightly on both sides. Zhang Ji shouted loudly, I have got him under control. Uncle Sheng then went to the door of the medical room, instructing, be careful, drag him back to the medical room. They quickly obeyed, pushing the zombie into the room. 3, 2, 1, push. After finishing, Zhang Ji quickly closed the door. Uncle Sheng nearby looked into the medical room through a small window. He was constantly growling in the medical room. Zhang Ji also looked in from outside, saying, is it just my feeling? I feel like subduing him does not take much effort. I have the same feeling. Then Uncle Sheng looked at the corridor ahead. Damn it, we have been delayed here for so long, that beast must have gotten the weapon already. Suddenly, from that corner, Lu Yiming walked out with a wicked face. Oh, who are you calling a beast? He was holding a weapon in his hand at this moment, very arrogantly. Damn it, I do not know which warehouse that bastard Jiang Xiaoyong hid the weapons in. I only found a gun in the weapon warehouse. Saying this, Lu Yiming pointed the gun straight at everyone, but it is enough to deal with you people. After I am done dealing with you, I will search slowly. Move to the room in the back. Facing this scene, Zhang Ji angrily shouted loudly, Lu Yiming, what do you want to do? Brother Xiaoyong is our lifesaver. Hearing this, he immediately frowned without any affection. Great kindness turns into deep hatred. Look at his arrogant appearance every day. He saved our lives, but I am afraid we will have to be his slaves for the rest of our lives. Hearing these words, Fatty and Uncle Sheng both said, humph, some people are born ungrateful, they can't be nurtured. Lu Yiming, do not be like this. Inside the medical room, the zombie suddenly stared at Lu Yiming. He was still standing there, threatening with the gun. Stop fussing, do as I say. After looking for a while, the zombie's eyes turned red, and his face was covered with bulging veins. Then he slowly walked out towards the door. Outside, Lu Yiming's voice was still loud. Move it. At Rongxiang Garden at night. Standing here, Lao Li pointed the way, guiding Xiaoyong. Go forward one more intersection, and you will reach Jinyu Mansion. In the residential area, the terrain is complex, and it is easy for people to hide. Brother, you must be careful. Then he raised his index finger and pointed behind him. After you find your people, come to Rongxiang Garden to gather with us. We are on the 8th floor, go through the side door of the residential area, do not go through the main door, remember. After hearing all the instructions, Xiaoyong gave a thumbs up. I know, thank you. Standing there watching his back, Lao Li chatted with Lao Song. Aren't we going to help him? After all, he is considered half of our benefactor. We do not know the situation in Jinyu Mansion. If we go to deal with the dead, we will be close to death. Then is not he going to his death? Being asked such a question, Lao Li shook his head repeatedly. What should be mentioned has been mentioned. It is just a pity for his good skills. The streets were still full of the living dead. Lao Li sighed, the power is out, and there is no signal on the phone either. Somewhere, Yang Tao leaned against a wall. I do not even know how that Zhang Shengzhe is handling things. Hearing this, the bald man came over and chimed in, Teach, I do not care. I have been holding back for so long, I have to vent my resentment tonight, or I won't be able to sleep. Hearing this, the others agreed, that is right, Zhang Shengzhe is all alone, maybe he is already dead on the road. When you guys are venting, tie up his wife, make sure she does not have a chance to find a way to die. Inside, the mother and son were still hugging each other, shivering. The voice from outside transmitted in, that is right, you never know when you are going to die. Enjoy yourself first, do not leave any regrets. Seeing them say this, the leader crossed his arms and glanced at the door. Damn it, okay, be careful, absolutely do not let the mother and son die. They all responded after hearing this. Yes, are you going to do it or not? Looking down, realizing something, this man was slightly startled. The subordinate added, if you do not say anything, then you are last in line. But he was still staring intently at the zombies below, wondering, why are all the zombies below falling down? Feeling that something was wrong, he stepped outside. Then this man looked down the stairs, grinding his teeth and speculating, could it be reinforcements? But suddenly realizing something, this man's eyes widened in shock. A sharp slash appeared. Quickly, the leader was also beheaded. Not long after, the head also fell nearby. In the quiet room, the men began to gather, staring at the mother and son. Seeing this, Shaoli hugged her son even tighter, saying loudly, you get out. But ignoring her words, the bald man leading the way began to untie his belt. Okay, what are you pretending for? Quickly, he pulled Shui out. Shaoli began to cry, asking, what do you want to do? Let the boy go. Seeing her talk too much, one of them slapped Shaoli directly in the face. Shui was also thrown hard against the wall. After finishing, he replied, our target is you. Seeing this, Shui began to cry uncontrollably, I will fight you to the death. But quickly, the boy was also thrown out mercilessly. Finally, they closed the door tightly. Seeing this, Shui raised his head and looked in, you bad guys, let my mother go, my dad won't let you go. Just as the boy finished speaking, suddenly the leader's corpse fell into the room from outside. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Shui was even more panicked. Suddenly, a dark figure with glowing eyes appeared outside the door, calling out, kid. Seeing this, Shui was terrified, who is it? It turned out that the person who appeared was Xiaoyong. He stepped in coldly, saying, is Zhang Shengzhe your dad? The boy, falling on the floor, trembled as he replied, yes, mm. Inside the room, Shaoli was holding her body with both hands. At this time, Yang Tao appeared, slapping her, damn it, yell, are you afraid your son will hear you, yell, or I won't feel good. After slapping her, he pressed Shaoli's tear-streaked face down, saying, if you do not yell, then let me do it first. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, attracting their attention. The brat is strong. One of them was surprised. He can actually kick the door open. Just as he finished speaking, a slash appeared across his neck. Hearing this, Yang Tao leaned back, urging, aren't you going to kick him outside? But suddenly, the person who had just spoken was beheaded and fell backward. These people realized this and panicked. One of them looked at the corpse, asking with some worry, what is going on? But then a hand appeared, touching his face. Quickly, Xiaoyong, with a cold face, threw him far away. This man was greatly impacted, shouting loudly in pain. At the same time, another bald man began to stutter in fear, you, who are you? Ignoring his question, Xiaoyong jumped up and stomped on his face. Back at the base, Yiming was still threatening with the gun, I will say it one last time, move it, or I will shoot. On this side, Uncle Sheng and Sa spoke up, listen to him, go to the room he told you to. But brother Xiaoyong. He has a gun in his hand, everyone just do as he says, let me think of a way. Hearing this, Lu Yiming's eyes widened terrifyingly, haha, what else are you thinking of? It seems that if I do not punish you decisively today, I won't be able to establish my authority. Saying this, he pointed the gun at Uncle Sheng, you die first, you old rogue. Seeing this, Sa and Zhang Ji shouted loudly, Grandpa, stop it, Lu Yiming. Suddenly, at that moment, a loud noise came from the medical room. Lu Yiming heard this and looked over, wondering, what is that sound? Then everyone paid attention to the door lock. What is going on? The medical room is locked. But quickly, the door lock was turned violently. Someone asked, who is in there? After the door was opened, inside was the zombie that everyone had locked up. Everyone then looked at the key inserted into the keyhole, speculating the key Chin Chong. He opened it himself. No way, he is crazy, he can't know how to use a key. At this moment, Chin Chong stared at Lu Yiming, sensing that he was a little scared. Chin Chong's mouth was drooling at this moment, his face was full of bulging veins, looking at him extremely angrily. Being stared at like this, Lu Yiming was extremely frightened, pointing the gun at him, damn it, he is a zombie but he still knows how to use a key to open the door, I can't keep him. Quickly, Lu Yiming pulled the trigger. But after finishing, no bullet was fired. Lu Yiming was a little panicked, misfire. Quickly, Chin Chong rushed over, preparing to attack Yiming. Facing this scene, he was terrified. Damn it, how is this possible? Finally, he pressed Yi Ming to the ground, tearing at him. Being treated like this, Lu Yiming tried to raise his hand for help. Help, save me. After Chen Chong finished eating and drinking, his mouth was still stained with a little blood, standing still in one place. Then Chen Chong dragged Lu Yiming's body into the medical room, creating a long streak of blood. Everyone saw this and was confused. What is going on? What exactly is going on? He was still very gentle just now. Chen Chong then walked inside the medical room and sighed, standing still. Everyone saw this and was stunned, not daring to move. Then Chen Chong conveniently pulled out the key at the door. After finishing, he threw the key back to them and stepped into the medical room. Everyone paid attention to the key that was thrown on the floor. Finally, the door of the medical room was slammed shut. No one understood what was going on watching. Thanks to Xiaoyong's timely appearance, Director Zhu and Yang Tao were suppressed. Suddenly, after a moment of silence, he asked Shui, "Kid, come here." Xiaoli did not know what Xiaoyong wanted with him, so she hugged him tightly, expressing concern. "What are you calling him for?" But he still did not change his mind and continued to ask, "Come here." Although Shui did not know what Xiaoyong would do to him, he bravely left her. "Mom, I am okay." When he walked to Xiaoyong, he was surprised to be given a knife. "Take it." Shui was just a child who had never experienced anything, but he was asked to do something extremely barbaric: kill them. Director Zhu and Yang Tao, seeing that they were about to die, begged urgently, "Spare us." Xiaoli also felt that this would seriously affect the psychology of a child, so she hoped that Xiaoyong would reconsider. "Brother, he is just a child." But now the times have changed, so he also wanted Shui to be able to protect himself. From today on, that is no longer the case. Xiaoyong wanted to give him the opportunity to send them to meet their ancestors, so that he could get used to being self-reliant. "Kid, from now on, you'll be the only man who can protect your mother. Now, gather all your courage and kill these beasts who have harmed your mother." Before Xiaoyong's urging, Shui suddenly remembered the moments of torture full of evil that they had inflicted on him before. Kill or be killed, he had nothing left to lose anymore. Shui shed the last weak tears. Then he mustered all his strength and resolutely took the knife and rushed forward like a god. And finally, he did it. In just a moment, Shui sent them to meet King Yama. Xiaoli sat next to him, not expecting that one day his hands would be covered in blood like this. Shui. After finishing them off in the blink of an eye, Shui turned around and asked the questions in his heart. "Uncle, was my dad also killed by them?" Xiaoyong did not hesitate and immediately confirmed, "That is right." After all, Shui was still a child and needed the comfort of his parents. He then threw the knife to the ground and ran to her, hugging her and crying bitterly. Xiaoli was afraid that if he stayed with her, they would both be in danger, so she begged him, "Benefactor, please take my son away, I am willing to trade anything." "No, Mom, I do not want to go with him, I want to protect you." But Xiaoyong was a righteous person who would do what he said. "You two come with me. I promised Zhang Shengzhe that I would protect you both completely." And then both of them held hot weapons and walked slowly behind him to get out of this place. Shui saw everyone lying sprawled on the ground without a sound and wondered, what is so strong that it killed so many zombies? The next second, when he knew that the hero was Xiaoyong, he could not help but admire him. "Uncle." But while moving forward, he asked them to stop. "Wait." In order to prevent the journey from turning into a disaster, every move they made had to be very careful. Xiaoyong did not know the way very well, so he turned to her and asked for reassurance. "Sister-in-law, do you know the approximate location of the 8th floor of Rongxiang Garden?" "The 8th floor of Rongxiang Garden. It is probably in the direction you are looking. What is wrong?" Meanwhile, Hung Lee's group had found a high-rise building to take refuge in. "Don't worry, the supplies of us people will be distributed reasonably, and also tell the women under 40 to follow us." And then everyone gradually went deeper into the building inside. Everyone was fully equipped and secretly chanted Buddha. What to do? Should we surrender? However, Hung Lee quickly rejected that idea. "No, those beasts won't keep their promises. By then, except for Yut Ran and He Feng, none of us will survive. I will give you 10 minutes. If you do not know what is good for you, then we won't let anyone survive." At this time, a kind-hearted girl saw that the situation was as tense as a taut string, so she stood up and suggested, "Or we can go out and beg them to spare you." Although San was still intact and undamaged, she began to make a fuss. "I do not want to become their sex toy." Hung Lee, the leader, asked them to keep order so that they could keep the whole group safe. "Don't worry, we will definitely not compromise. Guard this corridor carefully. They can't do anything to us." At this time, outside, they were still as persistent as leeches, rooted there. Although our weapons are good, their leader has a real gun. These people just want to be turtles hiding in their shells, and it is not easy for us to use tricks. However, they did not act by attacking directly, but indirectly. We do not need to use tricks. You guys go turn off the water supply switches of the households on the first floor. Let me see how long they can hold out. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong's group had arrived in the distance. Uncle Xiaoyong, are these people also bad people? It seemed that he had more opponents to stretch his muscles and bones. Xiaoyong was not afraid and walked straight forward, that is right. He was not just anyone either, so he raised his rifle and aimed at them. They are trash just like those who bullied you and your mother. Hungli was the pillar of the whole group, so he always volunteered for the most difficult tasks. You guys defend the stairwell, do not reveal your position. I will go see what they are doing downstairs. Be careful. As a policeman, he was naturally very cautious, only daring to squat down and slowly observe. Huangli looked down through the window to assess their level of danger. All 7 people are armed, and 3 of them are holding guns in their hands, damn it. But only a moment later, a burst of light flashed, illuminating the sky. Hungli was also frightened by the sudden flash and quickly retracted his head. Holy crap. At this time, they were standing below, just like clueless deer, not understanding what had just happened. But while they had not had time to regain their senses, one of them was sent to the Yellow Springs. What is going on? Seeing that one of them had fallen, the remaining people began to panic. Who is it? Although he was on a high floor, Hungli could still recognize the figure from a distance. That is. It is that kid. Xiaoyong, with a rifle in his hand, was not afraid of anyone and swaggered forward. He alone could take on their entire team of 10 people, firing continuously at each cluster. And of course, once they were shot by Xiaoyong, they should prepare to determine the anniversary of their death. The remaining people also knew that he was not someone easy to deal with, so they hid behind the walls, waiting for the opportunity to strike. After waiting for a long time, the remaining people pulled out their guns and fired continuously at him. Each bullet brushed past Xiaoyong, and of course, none of them hit him. Faced with their lousy shooting skills, Xiaoyong could not help but sneer in disdain. Amateurs. One of them saw that shooting all the time was not of any use, so he sat down, but he did not know that danger was approaching him. Where did this madman come from? Xiaoyong then let him know what manners were by firing continuously at the cabinet in front of him. That man was extremely frustrated that his brothers were as timid as quails, not willing to come up to protect him. What are you doing? While he is suppressing me, take your gun and shoot him. Hearing this, he could not sit still any longer and had to grit his teeth and stand up to shoot him. However, with his keen reflexes, Xiaoyong quickly identified the location of the bullet. Then he immediately turned 180 degrees backward and pointed his gun, preparing to shoot. And then what was going to happen would happen. The end of someone who did not know their own strength was to eat 2 fatal bullets from him. The one who had been hiding behind the cabinet all this time, seeing Xiaoyong shooting so much, smugly thought, he is out of bullets, you bastard. Then with a pistol in his hand, that man rushed out die. But unexpectedly, Xiaoyong was standing right in front of his gun. Although that man had fired, with his speed of light, he easily dodged it like eating cake. And then, while he was missing a beat in his attack, Xiaoyong suppressed him. It seemed that that man had self-destructed and buried himself when his gun was now pointed at him. And while that man had not had time to recover, Xiaoyong pulled the trigger. He immediately had to pay the price for his arrogance with his death. He alone had sent them all to meet their ancestors. Before continuing, Xiaoyong sat down and checked what valuable and usable things he had. Then he slowly entered the building. At this time, there were already a few people waiting for him since the afternoon. But that alone was not enough to fool Xiaoyong. He had already noticed their presence. They rushed at Xiaoyong, intending to gang up on him. Truly, they were raising a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. They were just handing their lives over to him. Come out here. After seeing that he had eliminated the danger here, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and walked out. Uncle Xiaoyong, you were so cool just now. The notification then appeared. System mission. Accept and change 5 people from Rongxiang Garden. No one survived. Reward 25 points. After sending them all to heaven, Xiaoyong began to wonder, who are these people? With Hungli's wide connections, it was not difficult to recognize them. The beasts in the villa area on Bisui Mountain, on the south side of the city. Suddenly, he remembered that there was someone who could help Xiaoyong with this matter, so he called Lu Chao Qinjie. I am here, brotherly is calling you. You two are from the south of the city, So tell Brother Xiaoyong what is happening in Bisui. Then the two of them recounted what they knew. Originally, those people were a dark force, with resources and weapons in their hands, occupying the villa area on Bisui Mountain. All the survivors in the south of the city were collected by them. At this time, Xiaoyong pondered carefully and vaguely realized something. Isn't the gathering place where Xu Xiong and Cui Jing are in the south of the city? Could it be that they are? Then they exchanged information to dig deeper. So the people on Bisui Mountain are the only gathering place in the south of the city. Originally not, but they have weapons in their hands. The other small gathering places face their attacks and have no ability to resist. Those beasts kill half of the people each time they attack a place, and then take the young and beautiful girls and those who are willing to collude with them to do bad things. Hearing this, Xiaoyong had no more doubts. Then that is right. Hearing him affirm himself like that, Hung Li was a little curious. What is wrong? If Xiaoyong guessed correctly, Lao Li, these three people are holding guns. Everyone take them and store them away. Look for more later. There are probably still many magazines. And this rifle, everyone keep it. I will leave you 5 magazines. Hung Li received it and could not help but feel embarrassed really. Realizing that the more he stayed quiet, the more rampant they would become, he decided to eliminate them completely on this trip. The people on Bisui Mountain probably won't let it go. With these weapons, a dozen people can't do anything to you. Everyone try to hold on here for 2 days. I will go back and reorganize a bit, and then go kill those people. Hearing this, everyone could not help but worry a little more about his safety. Those people, the people on Bisui Mountain, no brother, you are not the same beast as them. They have dozens of people, and now there may be even more. That is right, brother, it is not worth risking it for us. We can find an opportunity to change our base. Anyway, we are a few kilometers apart, they can't search the whole city. Understanding that everyone was uneasy, Xiaoyong reassured them, don't think too much, I have my own grudges with them. Besides, in a few days, I will drive a big car to pick everyone up to Chengdong. And that was the place that Xiaoyong chose to go to next, Chengdong, the land on the side of the old tea leaf city. I am establishing a concentrated fortress there, and I am currently short of people. Before leaving, he also told everyone a few words and then said goodbye. Everyone must be very careful. Take care, sister-in-law, Shui, let us go, you guys also take care. And the place they were about to go to was certainly not an easy place, but always full of dangers. Not to mention that this place was now occupied by the group of Qingwen and Xu Xiong. The living corpses were really not able to be at peace with them, being hung in the air on the signboard. Inside a certain room, Qingwen and Xu Xiong were discussing some necessary matters with the group. He was holding a cigarette in his mouth while pondering, Bisui Mountain. To break the awkward atmosphere, he asked about the situation. Haven't you gotten the supplies from the Jinyu Entertainment City yet? Without waiting for Qingwen to answer, Guangqi interrupted. Brother One has sent someone, they should be back soon. Brother One, there are a lot of high-end girls living in Jinyu Mansion. Although he was very happy after hearing this, he still tried to appear indifferent. We can't only pay attention to the supplies of the entertainment city, right? Little Lear, Brother Kai, are not we thinking the same thing? Sure enough, with Qingwen's personality, he would definitely sweep everything away. I have told my people, if there are any survivors, bring them all back here. I am not talking about you, Little Lear. Xu Xiong then turned around and blamed him lovingly. I have entrusted it to you, and you have not succeeded once. When he stepped out into the yard, his assistant dared to ask, Brotherly, are you okay? Until this moment, Xu Xiong took off his hypocritical face and questioned, haven't those 7 people returned yet? Brotherly, 1 hour ago, I sent someone to scout, bad news. Unexpectedly, the next second, he heard a shocking piece of news. What, they were all shot to death? Aren't the people in Rongxiang Garden just civilians? How could 3 guns not capture them? Xu Xiong was filled with anger, ready to devour anyone alive, and immediately ordered, go tell Taozi to call all the people who know how to use guns here. This time I do not want any mistakes to happen. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong had driven a car to take Xiaoli and Shui to a safe place first. San was sitting inside the room with everyone, and when she heard the sound of the car, she was overjoyed. The sound of the car, it is Brother Xiaoyong. The mission of entrusting the wife and children has been completed, plus 25 points of accumulation. The current points are 36. Everyone rushed out to the yard to greet him. Brother Xiaoyong, you are finally back. Seeing everyone gathered here, he joked, as expected, it is Lu Yiming. When she heard Xiaoyong mention this name, she could not help but be surprised. You have known for a long time. Then Xiaoyong did not waste any time and immediately arranged a proper place for Xiaoli and her son, Zhangji, lead them into the room and then come to the medical room to find me. When Uncle Sheng heard the situation clearly from Xiaoyong, He could not hide his surprise, so Xiaoyong has known for a long time that Yi Ming has an improper plan. But those were only his preliminary speculations. Actually, I can't be sure that it is him. What I can be sure of is, there is a beast among Zhang Zi's friends. Hearing this, everyone's faces were confused. There is a beast, Xiaoyong affirmed, because he had witnessed that painful scene. Zhang Zi at this time held the brand new gun in his hand and looked at it for a while. Then he immediately discovered a special thing, rubber bullets. Suddenly, Uncle Sheng looked towards the medical room and remembered, then the child in the medical room. Xiaoyong walked towards the door of the room while confirming his speculation. What is his name? Alright, Qin Chong. He is not a normal zombie, but a rare mutated body. To verify that what he said was correct, he went inside the room to test it. If you understand what I am saying, blink your eyes. He did not lose his awareness like other zombies, but was unusually sensitive. Very good. What is 2 times 3? Use the number of blinks to tell me the answer. Very good. After the apocalypse, people infected by the infectious source from alien bodies have a low probability of becoming rare mutations. They often have higher intelligence and potential than ordinary zombies, and may even inherit some of the memories of the living. And it seemed that Xiaoyong had found that rare person. Fortunately, Qin Chong is a very special type. Suddenly, while they were standing in front of the door of the room, Qin Chong walked out and stepped on another person to death. Realizing that everyone was gathered there, he turned around. Then he waved and gave a friendly smile that did not look strange at all. Xiaoyong also noticed the difference in Qin Chong, so he did not need him to show off anymore. Okay, no need to step on anymore, deal with it cleanly. Qin Chong really listened to him. Number 1. No one dared to claim number 2, he then dragged that person away to dispose of him. Zhang Zi at that time was standing near him, so he spoke and pointed at himself. Chong, you really still remember. The sound from his place made his footsteps a bit disordered. Qin Chong seemed to still be a little sober to recognize Zhang Zi, but he frowned unhappily when facing him. Seeing that his attitude was extremely strange to him, he could not help but feel disappointed for a few seconds. Who would have thought that the next second Qin Chong would directly attack Zhang Zi, but he was blessed by his ancestors, so he dodged in time. He thought that he had completely turned into another person, but it turned out that Qin Chong was still Qin Chong. It seems that he still remembers, he has turned into a zombie. But his hands are still as fidgety as they used to be. The system announces that the player has activated a hidden achievement by possessing a perfect mutant team member card, receiving 10 points, raising the total accumulation points to 46. In the shopping mall, you can use points to buy supply crates, Type 1 life-saving and armed threat priced at 5 points, Level 2 black technology priced at 50 points. Each manual procedure receives an additional 4 points of accumulation. I did not expect to activate a hidden achievement. What an unexpected harvest. Let us see if there are any new goods in the shopping mall. After swiping back and forth for a while, there was finally something that made him jump up excitedly. Level 2 crate. This is the first time I have seen it. But its price also made Xiaoyong hesitate a lot. But it is too expensive, a full 50 points. Let us open the remaining 2 crates first to avoid being taken. Successfully exchanged for level 1 supply crate, deducting 5 points of accumulation. Current points are 41 points. Successfully exchanged for level 1 armed threat supply crate. Deducting 5 points of accumulation. Current accumulation points are 36 points. Opening the level 1 life-saving crate receives an alien infection inhibitor, which can reduce the chance of being infected but does not reverse mutation. Opening the level 1 armed threat crate receives a Barrett M82 rifle and 10 large caliber 50 Browning machine gun bullets, 12.7 mm. The weapons in the level 1 crate are already so top-notch, then level 2. Level 3 would not give me a tank. There is also an inhibitor, which means it can treat people who have been bitten before they turn into zombies. The member increase mission is in progress. Mission requirement is to collect the lucky survivors of Rongxiang Garden. Reward points 25. I can't wait to open the level 2 crate. Let us strive to complete the mission tomorrow. And in that quiet dark night, a secret disposal of people took place by some evildoer. Early the next morning, everyone gathered in the training hall to listen to Xiaoyong's announcement. From today on, every day, everyone must spend at least an hour practicing shooting. I want everyone to be equipped with survival skills to protect themselves. And everyone cooperated very well with Xiaoyong, practicing together, aiming at the bottles in front of them. Before leaving, Xiaoyong gave him a little instruction. Uncle Sheng, later call Zhang Zi and tidy up a few rooms. There are survivors on the Rongxiang Garden side. I will go pick them up here. Okay, do not worry. And of course if there were a partner along, everything would be easier, so he invited him along. Qin Chong, follow me. It turned out that Qin Chong's task was to steal a bus back for him. All the people who had ever been on this car were made to fly away. Only in this way could Xiaoyong own it. Xiaoyong needed this bus to be able to carry as many people as possible in Rongxiang Garden. Chen Chong completed his mission very well by occupying the empty bus for him. To reward him and encourage his spirit, Xiaoyong then gave Chen Chong the key to the mask here. He looked at the key and hesitated a little because he was afraid that when he took off the mask, he would bite others. But without waiting any longer, he threw the key straight to Chen Chong and reassured him, "It is okay, open it, you do not need to wear these things when I am the only one there." Afraid that he could not control himself and cause chaos, he instructed in advance, "Later, when you get to Rongxiang Garden, think about it and then wear it, do not scare people." At this time, Xu Xiong's group was no longer rooted here and intended to move to a new place. "Why is not there enough people yet? Enough, let us go, Boss Li." And the next place they would go to was the place that Xiaoyong was also going to. "I do not believe that we can't occupy the small Rongxiang Garden like this." Then they did not hesitate anymore and immediately twisted the throttle to the maximum and set off for it to heat up. On the way to drive the bus to pick up everyone in Rongxiang Garden, they also met quite a few zombies leisurely on the street. They were still devouring and scooping food when they had to face another disaster. At this time, the bus was no different from a steel monster rumbling forward with terrifying speed, and throwing them away. With Xiaoyong as a skilled driver, their bus was speeding at the speed of light to pick up everyone. Everyone was still staying in the high-rise building, not daring to move, waiting for him to arrive. They also did not dare to go anywhere far away, but gathered together in a group, trying to hold on through the day. While eating, one of the boys recognized some kind of sound, the engine sound of a car. "Brother Xiaoyong, it must be Brother Xiaoyong coming to pick us up." But everything was still uncertain, so Hung Li asked him to keep quiet, "Don't rush out, let me see first." Then he poked his head out of the window to see if it was really Xiaoyong. But unfortunately for them, it was Xu Xiong's group. They were one step faster than him. "Check the weapons. Which building?" "Building number 8 in the back." Xu Xiong, who was as hot-tempered as ice cream, would naturally act urgently to avoid reinforcements. "Let us go, take action." Hung Li, after recognizing their identity, frowned and muttered in his heart, "It is not Xiaoyong, it is the beasts on Bisui Mountain." Well, they had all been pushed to the end of the road, so everyone decided to play to the end this time. "Those beasts are still coming. Have not they learned their lesson yet? Now we all have guns, deal with them." But he was keenly aware that acting rashly was not a good plan, so he asked them to calm down. "Don't underestimate the enemy, this time they are coming in large numbers. More than us, and everyone is armed. Set up an ambush according to the previous assignment. I will go to the top floor." And they at this time were also below, locking in all the attack formation. "This distance is okay for now, if we go further up, those useless people will shoot more accurately." Xu Xiong's group, everyone was equipped with fancy guns, raising the muzzles of their guns forward to show off. They were full of enthusiasm just now, but now when they saw that they were too formidable, they cowered, carefully withdraw. Who would have thought that they would startle the snake first? Xu Xiong's group took the initiative to fire continuously at them. In just a moment, the window glass on the floor could not withstand that terrible intensity, so it shattered completely. In order to make them automatically surrender, Xu Xiong wanted to play a game of hitting their psychology rather than using force to coerce them. "Give me the loudspeaker." The others aim at the window. "If anyone dares to stick their head out, shoot." Then he took the bright red loudspeaker and spoke, "Allo, allo." But unexpectedly, before he could utter half a word, the person standing next to Xu Xiong ate a shot in the head. He immediately fell down, causing the people around him to immediately turn on alert mode, a rifle. But it seemed that they still had not determined the position of the shooter, so the other people continued to eat bullets. "My leg." They began to panic and could not maintain their formation as before. Find a place to hide quickly. Was Huang Li awesome or not? He was really the savior of the whole group, helping to buy time in part. "Be careful, rifle." Xu Xiong did not foresee this and was extremely frustrated. Didn't the intelligence at that time say there was only one gun, counting the guns snatched from the people sent out last time? There are only 4 guns. Where did this automatic rifle come from? They saw that their plan had been exposed, so everyone was confused and did not know what to do. "Boss Li, what do we do now? What else can we do? Retreat?" Although Xu Xiong told them to take their time and not be in a hurry, he still treated those words as the wind and continued to run. "Wait for my order, let us run together, damn it." And the end for the hasty and disobedient was to eat a bullet in the head and reunite with his brothers in the Yellow Springs. After waiting for the opportunity for a while, he finally gave the order, "Damn it, everyone listen to my order and rush up together, 3, 2, 1. And so everyone whipped their legs and ran forward, no different from a moth to a flame. But they did not expect that they would be played by Xu Xiong. He did not run at all, but just stood in one place. And so they lost their lives in vain just because of that despicable, selfish, and evil man. He took them as shields to help him take the opportunity to escape without being noticed. It is time to change bullets. Sure enough, Xu Xiong was very cunning. He knew exactly when Huang Li would stop shooting. Then Xu Xiong abandoned the plan to occupy Rongxiang Garden and left with the remaining people, drive the car quickly. They were so heartless that they left behind even their brothers who had not had time to get on the car. Wait, I have not gotten on the car yet. It was true that when standing between the boundary of life and death, self was the most important thing, and he finally went to meet his ancestors. Huang Li had no intention of letting them leave so easily, but continuously shot at their running car. As for Xiaoyong at this time, he was driving the bus at a breakneck speed to get to their place. But on the way, it seemed that he had accidentally met Xu Xiong's car on the way to escape. Their cars brushed past each other like strangers. Xu Xiong had no mind to fight with them anymore. Although he was also very itchy to beat them up, he still prioritized the mission. Forget it, let us complete the mission first. Accumulating points is important. After running at full speed for a while, they finally arrived at Rongxiang Garden. Just getting out of the car and seeing the person lying in front of him, Xiaoyong understood that there had been a small melee here. It seems that the rifle left for them has played a role. The car I saw just now must have been the people who were robbed and fled. But when Chen Chong saw the corpse in front of him, his bottomless stomach suddenly growled. Just looking at his delighted face, he understood what he wanted. What is wrong? Want to eat? Xiaoyong did not stop Chen Chong, but immediately allowed him. Okay, it is better to let you eat than to become nutrition for other zombies. Go ahead. It had been a long time since Chen Chong had such a delicious meal, so he could not hide his craving. And when he was agreed to, he immediately rushed forward like a hungry tiger. After you finish eating, come to the bottom of building number 8 in the residential area and wait for me. When he finished speaking, he slowly moved forward, leaving Chen Chong to devour his meal. But when Xiaoyong had not gone far, he looked up at him, with a strange veiny red-filled gaze. He leisurely skimmed past the corpses lying scattered on the ground and admired. This brotherly Huang Li killed quite a few. A boy at this time peeked his head out of the window, and was overjoyed when their hero had really arrived. Brother Xiaoyong. This time it is really Brother Xiaoyong. Although Xiaoyong had not even stepped up the stairs yet, everyone was standing above and waving down at him. Brother Xiaoyong. When Huang Li and everyone saw him arrive, they were relieved. Xiaoyong, did you repel all these people? Before his question, he pointed to the gun and proudly boasted. What else? Luckily there is the rifle from Brother Xiaoyong. Before I was discharged from the army, I was a great hand in rifle shooting. But while everything was peaceful, suddenly there was some kind of sound coming out, attracting their attention. What is that sound? It turned out that it was from Chen Chong. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he slowly walked towards them. Because he was still a zombie, and Chen Chong looked very scary at this time. So Huang Li mistakenly thought that Chen Chong was a threat and immediately raised his rifle. Careful, there is a zombie. But the next second, Xiaoyong had timely put his hand on the gun and reassured him. Do not get excited, our people. It seemed that Huang Li was also very surprised that such a zombie could be his ally, our people. It seemed that Chen Chong still had not had enough to eat, so he pointed to another direction for him to find a new dish. There is still some over there, go eat. Huang Li, witnessing this magical scene for the first time, asked for an explanation. What is going on, Brother Xiaoyong? Can you talk to zombies? Seeing that everyone was tired after struggling here, he suggested first. He is not an ordinary zombie. I can't explain it clearly for the moment. Get in the car. I will explain it to everyone slowly on the way. Before leaving, Xiaoyong urged Chen Chong, who was being greedy, fearing that he would be left behind. Take the opportunity to eat. After you are done, go up to the car and find us. He was very self-aware, not wanting to become a threat to everyone, so he automatically put on his mask. Everyone at this time saw this strange thing for the first time, so all eyes were focused on Chen Chong. That boy, although he was still a child, also found this to be very unbelievable. Does he even know how to wear a muzzle? Xiaoyong knew very well that Chen Chong would not hurt everyone, but he still scared the boy for fun. Muzzle, if he hears that, be careful, he will hit you. Cool. Right, you can let him hear this sentence. After preparing all the safety equipment for himself, Chen Chong then stepped onto the car. Although only he stepped up, it was enough to make the whole car sway. Huang Li, who was also the driver, also felt that this bus was starting to have something wrong. Did the car tilt a little just now? Chen Chong always kept that key very carefully, and then he gave it back to him. Key. But what caught Xiaoyong's attention was not the key, but the fact that he could stammer and say words. You can talk. It seemed that Xiaoyong also realized that Chen Chong was starting to have some changes, eating 6 corpses in a row. Chen Chong as a zombie, must have begun to evolve one step further. I have to quickly go back to convert the accumulation points into strength, the strongest combat power of the gathering place. Then they did not stay in this place any longer and twisted the throttle to run forward at full speed. Hold on tight, let us go home, he can't be a zombie. When Xu Xiong had failed and returned to the base, he was scolded by Guangqi so badly that he could not even wipe his face. What did I say? You can't do anything right. Although this was entirely his fault, he still tried to justify himself. Boss Lin, this can't be blamed on me, those people have automatic rifles. But without seeing it with his own eyes, Qingwen did not believe a word of what he said. What are you talking about? A small police officer, where would he get an automatic rifle? Do you think we are stupid? Who understood this pain? Xu Xiong continued to explain with helplessness. It is not like that, it is true. If you do not believe me, you can send someone to see. It seemed that Guangqi did not want to listen to him nagging any longer and used his fists on him. Get out. Although Xu Xiong was extremely frustrated in his heart, he could do nothing but endure it at this time. When he had stepped out of that room, Guangqi was still not satisfied. I have been annoyed with this useless guy for a long time, why not? His face then became treacherous with a surge of murderous aura, taking advantage of his subordinates suffering heavy losses. But what Guangqi intended to do had already been seen through by someone else. You still crave the woman beside him, Boss Su, look at what he is saying. They really had blessings to share and misfortunes to bear, and burst out laughing. Share together, of course share together. But with Qingwen's cunning and methods, he still had many good shows to perform. Don't rush, Akai, wait for me to find an opportunity. They did not know that every joke and scheme of their own from just now had been heard by Xu Xiong hiding behind. He did not expect to be ostracized and stabbed in the back like that, so he gritted his teeth in anger. Xu Xiong had no place to vent his anger, so he took this anger back to his private home to vent on others. He threw all the objects in the room down very violently, causing Cui Jing to be startled. What is wrong, honey? She only said a few words, but soothed Xu Xiong somewhat. Don't be angry, quickly pack up, let us go. He was afraid that he and his wife would be hunted down, so he did not want to stay here for another second. Where are we going? I am afraid we can't stay here, we have to be careful, Qingzi. When he heard himself called, he immediately appeared seriously. Boss Li, what are your instructions? Xu Xiong did not want to leave anything behind in this place, so he must collect everything. Call the remaining brothers. Follow me early in the morning. Cui Jing seemed unwilling to leave this place, so she showed such an uncomfortable face. And back to Xiaoyong's group, after a long journey, they had arrived at a safe place. Everyone then slowly got out of the car and could not help but be overwhelmed by the scene here. This is really a new world fortress. The member increase mission has been completed beyond the mark with 8 out of 5 people accepted. Accumulation points 25 points, extra reward 5 points, current accumulation points 66 points. Completing beyond the mark also has an extra reward But this trip was still not over, and Xiaoyong needed him to go with him to another place. Qinchong, follow me to the south of the city tomorrow night. Hearing about their plan, Huangli could not help but be curious. Go to the south of the city, what are you going to do? He did not hide anything, but shared it with him truthfully. I and the people in the villa area on Bisui Mountain have some ancestral feuds that must be dealt with. Level 2 Black Technology Supply Crate, 50 accumulation points, empty, manually refresh 4 accumulation points. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoyong then reached out and touched the screen, the first level 2 crate. Successfully exchanged for level 2 Black Technology Supply Crate, deducting 50 accumulation points, current accumulation points 16 points, because Xiaoyong had expected too much before. This time he received something unsatisfactory. Do not disappoint me like this. At this moment, the system sounded, and in the air a light appeared. In that stream of light was a syringe. Opening the Black Technology Supply Crate, level 2. Reward received, Physique Enhancer. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyong then reached out to take it. With the reward in his hand, Zhang Xiaoyong was happy. 20 doses of Physique Enhancer. Holy crap, it is worthy of being a level Z crate. Suddenly, a piercing scream and a beam of light came out of Zhang Xiaoyong's room. It turned out that he had used that dose to increase his power. Looking at his state in front of him, he smiled. 33 points of physique, comprehensive improvement more than 6 times that of ordinary people. This feeling. While enjoying the joy, a mosquito flew over from somewhere, making a sound, VOV. Suddenly Zhang Xiaoyong reached out to catch the mosquito. Then he brought it close to his eyes to observe, while the mosquito at that time was extremely panicked but could only shout, V. But Zhang Xiaoyong had no intention of harming that mosquito. He released it, and as for the mosquito that was released, it hurriedly flew away so as not to be caught again. At this time, the sunset was also gradually setting. Jiang Xiaoyong went to another place, followed by a living corpse that seemed to be controlled so it would not harm anyone. In front of him were two people, one male and one female, each holding a gun in a defensive stance. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong coming, team leader Lai spoke, "Brother Xiaoyong, you want to go to Nam Ta Na?" Hearing him ask like that, he immediately confirmed, "That is right, right." Then team leader Lai immediately replied, "What are your instructions?" Jiang Xiaoyong then said his intention. "Your shooting technique is probably the best here. Train everyone for me." Seeing him ask for help, team leader Lai Hao Sang gave a thumbs up and smiled in agreement. "This is my forte, do not worry." At that time, Jiang Xiaoyong and the living corpse behind him moved towards the bus in front of him and he signaled, "Chin Chong, let us go." At this moment, the engine sounded and the car sped off with astonishing speed. Night finally fell. Suddenly there was a sound of conversation. "Ton 2, how is it over there?" The other side then replied, "Don't worry, Boss Lai, he must have entered the position by now." Right at that moment the command rang out, "Start." It turned out that the people of Li Shuxiong were acting according to a pre-arranged plan to harm Jiang Xiaoyong. Unexpectedly, the sound of a car horn and headlights shone straight on Li Shuxiong's group. Just in time to make them startled and blinded by the car lights, they had to cover their faces. They had not yet recovered from being blinded by the car lights when a group of tall men in black stepped out of the car, followed by a person standing in front of the car. Hands on his hips, quietly observing Li Shuxiong's group. Inside the car at this time were three people, two men and one woman, smiling quietly, observing the situation before them. Li Shuxiong's group reacted in shock. One of them spoke, what is going on?" Dong Su held the gun in his hand and asked sternly, "Where are you planning to go?" At this time Li Shuxiong's face was full of sweat, frowning with difficulty to see clearly the person in front of him, then he recognized with bitterness Dong Su. But very quickly he changed his attitude, humbly cautiously speaking, Boss Su, we were planning to take advantage of the night to go to Donghung Yuyan to find luck, that is all." How could these petty tricks escape Dong Su's eyes? He laughed disdainfully replying, "Ha ha, go to Donghung Yuyan." Behind him, one of his subordinates pulled out a person who was unconscious. Then he threw that unconscious person in front of Li Shuxiong's group, causing them to be shocked. It turned out that this person had been beaten to death, but his eyes were still wide open. Seeing that one of their people had been caught, one of Li Shuxiong's group could not help but shout, "Tan tử." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he immediately ate a punch from Li Shuxiong, then he angrily shouted, "Open your dog eyes and look clearly, this is not Ton 2. Right after punching his subordinate, Li Shuxiong turned to smile and mediate, "Boss Su, who is this person? I do not know him." Suddenly at that moment, Dong Su and his subordinates all raised their guns, pointing straight at Li Shuxiong's group and shouted, "Shoot." Immediately, continuous gunshots rang out, pang pang pang, followed by painful cries. Li Shuxiong witnessed the scene just now and was terrified, trembling, hugging his head with both hands. When he no longer heard the gunshots, he cautiously opened his eyes to observe. Then he was horrified to realize that all his subordinates had been shot down. At this time Li Shuxiong explained in panic, I really do not know them. Boss Su, what are you doing?" But how could Dong Su believe what he said? He only pointed his thumb towards the car and laughed. "Ha ha, you are really old-fashioned. Look carefully, who is sitting in the car?" Hearing this, he paid attention to the car. Immediately Li Shuxiong gnashed his teeth as if he could not believe his eyes. It turned out that the person sitting in the car at this time was none other than Cui Jing, along with Zhang Qingwan and Lin Guangkai. Cui Jing at this time leaned on Lin Guangkai's shoulder with a submissive look. Right after that he also spoke, "Don't deny it, Tin Tin has told us about your betrayal plan." Hearing that his plan had been exposed, Li Shuxiong K2 wanted to rush over but was stopped by two subordinates. He roared angrily, "Cui Jing, you whore, you dare betray me." At this time Lin Guangkai glanced behind him asking, "Boss Zhang, how should we handle it?" But Lin Guangkai did not reply, only signaling to put his finger across his neck. After that Li Shuxiong was strangled with a rope. A subordinate then forcefully pulled the rope and unexpectedly Li Shuxiong was forced to hang high. He struggled in pain. At that time tears and snot gushed out of his eyes. His eyes also began to turn white. He could only helplessly utter a few suffocating sounds. "You cock, coo cock." Finally Li Shuxiong took his last breath, dying in pain. His body was hung right in front of Jiang Xiaoyong's house. The surrounding space was quiet without a sound, and the bus that Jiang Xiaoyong drove away in the morning had also stopped right in front of his house. Jiang Xiaoyong led the living corpse Chun Chong, moving quickly without making a sound. While moving, a leg protruded and swayed high. At this time he immediately realized the abnormality and signaled Chun Chong to stop. Witnessing the scene of Li Shuxiong being hanged to death in a struggling posture, he sneered, serves you right, but not me handling you myself, I still feel a little sorry. Jiang Xiaoyong reached out and shot a stone. Right after that the stone cut the rope that was hanging Li Shuxiong. The rope broke and he fell straight down, landing on his face. At this time Jiang Xiaoyong went to Li Shuxiong, grabbed his head and spoke, Beast, considering your ending is quite tragic, I will avenge you. In another place, groaning sounds were heard. It turned out that the groaning sound came from Cui Jing's mouth. She was wearing a lace lingerie with a sexy look, her hands and feet were locked with number 8 handcuffs, and then she opened her absent-minded tone. How annoying, I have made a great contribution and you treat me like this, why do not you hurry up and take it off for me? Immediately Zhang Qingwen gave a treacherous smile moving towards Cui Jing replying, isn't this reward great? Then she made moaning sounds. Suddenly there was a sound, causing Lin Guangkai, who was pulling up his pants, to pay attention. What is that sound? Lin Guangkai vigilantly approached the window to observe the surroundings, ignoring the two people who were still playing a wrestling match on the bed. As soon as he looked down, he was horrified to discover the guards below had been ambushed and were lying in pools of blood. At this moment, there was a rapid knocking on the door. The noise increased the attention of all three people in the room. They looked towards the door and shouted, what is the matter? Taking advantage of their carelessness, Jiang Xiaoyong successfully broke in through the window, holding a knife and staring at them from behind. Observing the scene before him, he did not make a sound. Suddenly, a blade was placed against Lin Guangkai's neck. Only then did he react, But before he could say anything further, Jiang Xiaoyong decisively acted, slashing across his neck. Lin Guangkai was defeated and lay unconscious on the floor. Jiang Xiaoyong jumped into the room with the knife. Seeing Lin Guangkai killed, Zhang Qingwen panicked and shouted, a Kai bastard, who are you? Cui Jing, standing beside him, immediately recognized him, Jiang Xiaoyong. But he did not say a word, forcefully throwing the knife in his hand. The knife pierced directly into Zhang Qingwen. He did not have time to react, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening as he uttered "Kuk-a." Finally, he fell to the ground naked and died. Seeing both of them dead, Cui Jing screamed in terror. At this moment, seeing him approaching, Cui Jing panicked and shouted, Jiang Xiaoyong, why are you? What do you want to do? But he brushed past her, laughing, haha, you guys are having too much fun. Jiang Xiaoyong approached the door and said, I wonder what that beastly Shuxiong will react when he sees you like this. Cui Jing confusedly repeated the name, Li Shuxiong. At that moment, he opened the door. Li Shuxiong, transformed into a zombie, growled, roar, "Aah," and lunged forward. Seeing that hand almost touching her, Cui Jing was terrified, tears streaming down her face. Li Shuxiong, as a zombie, lunged forward and bit Cui Jing's neck. She screamed and begged, Jiang Xiaoyong, I was wrong, forgive me, get away. Only Cui Jing's painful and desperate screams remained in the room. Jiang Xiaoyong gently took the doorknob and closed the door. Afterwards, Jiang Xiaoyong went downstairs and ordered the zombie Chen Chong, go and eat these bodies. The zombie looked towards the people lying on the ground and replied with difficulty, eat. One person. Most. Then he lunged and began to devour the corpse on the ground. While waiting for the zombie Chen Chong to enjoy his meal, Jiang Xiaoyong seemed to notice something. He used his sound-gathering ability to scout the situation. At the Bisui villa, there were still normal living people hiding together. Suddenly, a figure in a chef's white uniform came up from the stairs. He did not say a word, quietly observing his surroundings with an unfriendly expression. In his hand, he held a large meat cleaver. Suddenly, a man, holding a knife in one hand and pulling a little girl with the other, said sinisterly, this little girl, her skin is so tender, how wonderful. Seeing this, the little girl immediately struggled and cried loudly, Mommy. The chef looked around and frowned, no, too skinny. Suddenly, he pointed to a chubby boy in a blue shirt and said, choose him. The mother beside him heard this and hugged her son, shaking her head frantically. Without another word, he went forward and dragged the boy away, saying, this one is fat. Witnessing her son being taken away like this, the mother could only helplessly shout, let him go, let him go. Feeling it was too noisy, he angrily pushed the mother away and shouted, get out of my face. The boy saw his mother being hit and cried, running after her, calling mommy. The mother, tears streaming down her face, lay on the floor crying and begging, please spare my child, please, I beg you. At this moment, the mother reached out to the others, begging, save my son, have some mercy, but she only received silence and helplessness from them. Suddenly, a sound came, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone simultaneously looked towards the door. One of them asked, "Who is it?" The people felt a threat. Some of them picked up weapons and pointed them at the door. At this time, the chef asked, "This is the sound of a shotgun. Who else has this gun?" Some of them replied, "No one else. Only the boss has one." The boy was very scared and ran back to hug his crying mother, calling Mommy. The mother comforted, "Son, it is okay." Suddenly, the door slowly opened. Everyone inside was holding weapons, on alert. The chef felt impatient and ordered the man who had grabbed the little girl earlier, "Go over there and see what is going on." The man asked me, he impatiently replied, "Stop talking nonsense. Go quickly." The man cautiously walked to the door. Suddenly, a green hand reached out and grabbed the man's neck. Immediately, the man was dragged away with a piercing scream. Seeing the scene that had just happened, the people realized, it is a zombie. Shoot quickly. Bullets were fired continuously at the door. Then they shifted their aim. "Over there, be careful." It turned out a zombie was flickering in and out of sight there. But the zombie broke through the wooden planks blocking the door and rushed in. His target was the chef. The zombie lunged and grabbed the chef's head. Then decisively twisted, turning his head 360 degrees. As soon as it hit the ground, the zombie immediately moved quickly in a zigzag pattern. In the Bisui villa, screams of terror rang out. It is rushing towards me. Save me, ugh. Quick as lightning, the zombie had defeated all the bad guys. Seeing this, the remaining people were shocked. "It is not killing us. What exactly is this zombie?" At this moment, the zombie seemed to sense something and looked towards the door. Fortunately, it was none other than Jiang Xiaoyong. He opened the door and entered, saying, "Not bad, Chongjia. Without removing the chain and mask, you can still move so fast." Recognizing him, Chen Chong raised his constantly moving hand and replied, "Like this cooler." Seeing the scene before them, everyone was shocked. A zombie can talk. The zombie Chen Chong stood silently amidst the confused crowd. But they were still scared. A mother and daughter hugged each other anxiously. Seeing them so timid and afraid, Jiang Xiaoyong went over to reassure them, "Don't be afraid. It is okay. He won't attack you." But the little girl in pink asked cautiously, "It is a high-level monster that kills without blinking." Hearing what the little girl said, he did not answer immediately, just observing. Then Jiang Xiaoyong kneeled down on one knee and asked, "Have you two ever seen a similar variant like him before?" The mother immediately confirmed, "Yes, we have." He immediately asked, "Where did you see it?" She replied, "In Zhuangshi City, in Chengdong." Having obtained an important clue, he began to analyze. "So early, I thought it would be at least 1 or 2 months later. Moreover, Zhuangshi City is not far from Laozuiyi City." Chen Chong heard this and asked, What? Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "A variant just like you." He began to imagine those variant zombies like Chen Chong were also quite terrifying. Their killing ability was just as strong. Based on each person's situation, you will retain reason and memory to varying degrees, so the hunting efficiency will be much higher than ordinary zombies. Jiang Xiaoyong imagined the shapes they could mutate into when they became zombies, which could be like demons or monsters. But because the mutation is unstable, most of you are fierce and extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Chen Chong also felt worried and stammered then. But he immediately patted his shoulder to reassure him, "Don't worry, you are very lucky. Moreover, I am here, I won't let you lose your mind." At this time, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to the people there and said, "In this Bisui villa area, there must be other survivors, right?" They replied, "There are still many people locked up in the real estate sales office. Also, maybe there are people living in the basement." Then the group went to the basement together. Jiang Xiaoyong gently pushed the door open. As soon as the door was opened, everyone could not hide their shock. He said, "This is." Witnessing the scene before them, everyone could not believe their eyes. One person explained, "Every day they capture survivors from the surrounding area, then slaughter them." The group gradually entered the room. Jiang Xiaoyong looked around and asked, "Is this the reason why there are no other gathering places in Qingnan?" The more he observed, the more questions he had. "But slaughtering so many people, can they eat it all?" One of them replied, "They will transfer the meat periodically. We do not know how many people they actually have." Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the rotten meat on the ground and fell into contemplation. "I know about how many people they have. They certainly can't eat this much. Could they be raising zombies?" Only then did he turn to reply to the person's words. At this time, everyone mentioned the real estate office. Tell me the situation in detail. The person replied, the real estate sales office is on the south side of the gate, 1 kilometer away from here. People who are captured here will be locked up there first. The eliminated and the ones they are tired of playing with will be brought here to wait for slaughter. Suddenly, the system's voice rang, drawing his attention. The system issued an analysis. Utopia System Beggar version task activated. Task content, expand the community. Task requirement, do your best to increase the community's evaluation points. Current evaluation point, 2 ordinary. Accumulated points, 20. Current total points, 36. At this time, at the real estate office, 2 guards were blankly talking to each other. Just now I faintly heard gunshots from the north gate. Seeing this, the person standing next to him explained, they use living people to practice shooting. While the 2 people were not paying attention, a zombie ambushed from behind. Then there were screams, zombie, zombie, poo. At this time, in the jail cell, 4 girls were sitting together. One person had fallen asleep due to exhaustion. While they were panicking in fear, suddenly there was a loud noise from outside. At this time, one person asked curiously, what is going on outside? Hearing this, the sleeping girl was startled awake and shouted, no, let them do whatever they want. Don't come in here, don't come in here. At this time, suddenly the door was turned open. Seeing this, she panicked even more, don't come in here, don't come in here, don't come in here. At this time, the male lead walked in and looked at everyone. Then he said to the girls in the room, everyone come out. Then they lined up one by one and followed Jiang Xiaoyong to go outside. Suddenly a girl spoke up and asked, are you really willing to provide a place for us? Jiang Xiaoyong turned around and replied indifferently, that is right. Then he added, but everyone has to work. Seeing this, everyone happily agreed, no problem, we have all our limbs, that is right, me too. Hearing such answers, Jiang Xiaoyong happily led everyone outside, this can't be delayed. Let us go now. Then everyone got in the car to leave that hellish place. After a long journey, everyone finally arrived. Zhang Qi and Wen Xuanya, standing high up, saw Jiang Xiaoyong returning and were very happy. They said to each other, brother Xiaoyong is back, I will go open the door. Seeing this, Zhang Qi quickly stopped her, wait a minute. Brother Xiaoyong did not drive straight in. Let us see what he wants to do first. At this time down below, Xiaoyong introduced to everyone, that place is our fortress, but I can't let everyone in yet. At this time, one person stepped forward and replied, the world is treacherous, we understand. Then a voice asked, then where will we live? Noticing everyone's concerns, Jiang Xiaoyong reassured, next to the fortress, there are temporary housing and iron nets. Although it is not as safe as inside the fortress, the conditions are better than ordinary gathering places. Then he turned around, reaching out to gesture broadly and analyzed further, this Laoshui Yicha city area still has a lot of farmland and abandoned buildings. Later we will gradually renovate them, and the conditions will get better and better. Immediately after hearing the benefits he brought, everyone bowed gratefully. Great kindness, we have nothing to repay you, benefactor. The sun was high in the sky, and today the sky was very clear. The sun shone on everything under the ground, covering the cars parked in front of the villa gate. At the pickup truck nearby, Li Jingrui gritted her teeth and sighed deeply. Then she propped her chin up, legs crossed, with an uncomfortable and irritable expression, and said gruffly, why is no one answering the phone? What kind of mysterious tricks is that bastard Zhang Qingwen playing again? Suddenly she seemed to think of something and frowned, that is not right. At this time, Li Jingrui and her companions found Zhang Qingwen's room and pushed the door open and stepped in. Looking at the scene before her, she became even more irritable and uncomfortable. Before Li Jingrui at this time, Li Shuxiong, Lin Guangkai, and Zhang Qingwen had all transformed into zombies. Suddenly, the zombie Li Shuxiong turned his head sharply and looked towards her, roaring. Immediately afterwards, the group all opened their mouths wide and rushed over wanting to attack. But immediately, Li Jingrui reacted and simply threw a punch at Li Shuxiong's head. It looked like that the impact was extremely strong. At this time, only the sound of swish-swish from the knife was heard, along with splatters of blood. The group of zombies were defeated. Li Jingrui, holding the knife in her hand, calmly wiped away the blood stains on it with a cloth. The bearded subordinate standing next to her finally opened his mouth. Sister, Zhang Qingwen is dead. After this batch of meat. Li Jingrui then replied, there is no other way, let us do it ourselves. Before that, I want to kill. She said with a sharp and firm gaze, the one who destroyed our rules. At this time, both of them stepped out of the villa and stood in front of the hall, observing the surroundings. Most of them were corpses that had been killed. The subordinate spoke up, Sister Rue, no one survived. She then asked, what about the meat? He continued, the meat is no longer here. Hearing this, she still kept her grimace and ordered, drive the car over here, load the supplies into the car. At this time, the sound of the car starting was heard, and the lights were also turned on. Li Jingrui's subordinates gradually carried the supplies and loaded them into the car, while she stood there quietly looking around. Immediately, she discovered something unusual. Li Jingrui bent down and looked closely at the tire tracks on the ground. Seeing this, the bearded subordinate asked, Sister De, did you discover something? At this time, she squatted down on one leg, gazed at the tire tracks printed on the ground, and smiled smugly. Humph, let me see who has this ability. Changing the scene to the place where Jiang Xiaoyong was resting, the system's voice rang, task content, expand the community. Task requirement, go all out to increase the community points. Current point, 2. Seeing this, he muttered, community points, how do I increase them? The number of residents must be an important indicator. Sitting on the high tower observing the whole scene, Jiang Xiaoyong began to analyze. There is enough land to use, thanks to that dog who hates cats with a lot of fur before. Suddenly he had an idea, that is right, that rare species. Then he and his teammates entered the base. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong, everyone was delighted and excited. Benefactor, benefactor, you have arrived. The mother with the chubby son rushed over and knelt down, clasping her hands together gratefully and called out, benefactor. He then took the person's hand and replied, no need, no need. After that, he turned to the mother and spoke to the mother of the little girl, the super monster that everyone said, where did you specifically see it? That person then continued, in the Ruinfa flower shop on the Zhuangshi city side. Before, our group planned to go to the store to find supplies, then we encountered that demon. Remembering the image of the mutated green zombie turning into a monster with sharp claws piercing through a man's body, the person trembled and recounted, several people were killed by the monster. In an emergency, everyone got separated. I did not expect that group of people to be a bunch of animals. Hearing the name that person mentioned, Jiang Xiaoyong repeated it to remember, Ruinfa flower shop. When Xuanya spoke up at this time, Brother Xiaoyong, we still have a lot of supplies, no need to go provoke that monster. Zhang Qi next to her also spoke up, but after all, sitting idly and eating will exhaust even a mountain. Of course, the more supplies the better. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyong replied, the most important thing is that Zhuangshi city is less than 2 kilometers away from our city. We can't just leave that monster in a nearby place to threaten our safety. Hearing that he wanted to take a risk to protect everyone, the little girl's mother excitedly dropped the basin of clothes on the ground. She panicked and advised, benefactor, do not go, that monster kills without blinking an eye, but how could he be afraid? He reassured, don't worry, we have a plan in our hearts. Then Jiang Xiaoyong ordered, Zhang Qi, call Chongjia, we are going to meet that guy. At this time, in another place, a group of people were moving towards a large supermarket. Director Chu spoke up, I told you, I remember there is a big supermarket nearby. One of them replied, don't be too optimistic yet, maybe the things inside have already been moved away by people. Ning Wanyun then continued, don't be too pessimistic either, we have been to quite a few large and small supermarkets, have not we still found a lot of things left behind? The group all agreed with her opinion, Wanyun is right. There probably are not many people who have the courage and ability like us to move freely in the apocalypse, haha. As soon as they stepped inside, everything was silent. Before them, everything was almost empty, only some things were scattered on the floor. A voice rang out, although it was plundered by people, it was not plundered clean. Suddenly, Ning Wanyun slammed the pan she was holding on the wall. Then she shouted, hey, is there anyone there? Then she cautiously observed. Because of her sound, several zombies appeared. Seeing this, they shouted, they appeared, it is the crazies. At this moment, the zombies nearby came to attack. The group clamored and shouted, enter combat, be careful, the sound of bang, thump, poo, rumble rang out. The group of zombies was knocked down by Ning Wanyun holding the pan. Then she laughed and said, easy as pie. The people inside said, there are zombies, but not many. Probably most of the zombies have been lured away by the previous group that came here. Today it is like we won the lottery. One person warned, stay vigilant, continue to go deeper. Suddenly, a large shadow loomed nearby. It was the monster that Jiang Xiaoyong mentioned. With a gaunt face and teeth exposing the gums, it looked at the group of people in front of it and said to itself, "Prey. Fresh prey." The group of people at this time still did not know the danger was approaching. They were happy to find the remaining supplies here. Oh wow, it is like New Year's. Enough for us to eat and drink for several years. Ning Wanyun noticed something and excitedly pointed in that direction. "Look over there." She exclaimed, "Beds, it is beds." Immediately afterwards, she jumped onto the soft bed and said happily, "I do not care, I want to stay here." The people also cheered happily. "How about we settle down here? That is a good idea." Director Chu said, "I am going to have a smoke." Another person immediately responded, let us go together." The sound of a lighter rang out. The two people stood on the balcony smoking. One person said, "What do you think, are we really going to stay here?" Director Chu then replied, "This shopping mall has too many entrances and exits, it is not convenient to defend. Moreover, the supplies are abundant, it is easy to be targeted by others." Then he continued, "But when we came here, I saw a two-story house on the other side that was also quite good." Suddenly his words were interrupted. A claw pierced through Director Chu's body. Blood splattered out. Witnessing the scene before him, the other person panicked. Before his eyes at this time was a monster piercing through Director Chu's body and lifting him up. Not only that, it could also speak, thin skin and tender meat. The taste must be very good, he. Then he smiled dangerously. This person immediately reacted and shouted while running, "Help, save me, there is a ghost." Hearing his cry for help, everyone turned to look with curious eyes, what is wrong? But before he could run far, the monster's fingers had pierced multiple holes through his body. It used its sharp claws to pierce through his body and lifted him high up. With a ripping sound, the person's body was torn in half. Witnessing the horrifying scene before her, Ning Wanyun trembled and shouted, What is that? Retreat quickly, get out of this place quickly." The sound of her footsteps was hurried. Seeing this, the group also fled in disarray. But unexpectedly, the monster's movement speed was unexpected. It chased after them and said, "You can't escape, no one can escape." A girl who ran slowly had been pierced through the body by it. Everyone ran for their lives, shouting, "No, I do not want to die." Immediately afterwards, the man running behind Ning Wanyun also could not escape its clutches. She herself desperately ran without turning her head towards the entrance. While running, she told herself, "The exit, it is here, almost here." Ironically, she sprained her foot and fell to the ground. Seeing the monster approaching, Ning Wanyun felt like death was approaching, panicking to the extreme. Finally, a piercing scream rang out. Ning Wanyun thought that the tragedy had happened to her, but fortunately it did not. At the crucial moment, Chen Chong had appeared in time to save Ning Wanyun's life. Seeing him, she trembled and shouted, "Wah, I do not want to die." But perhaps she had mistaken him for that monster, just when Chen Chong brushed past her. Suddenly a voice spoke up, "Don't be afraid," drawing her attention. The people who came at this time were Jiang Xiaoyong and Zhang Qi. Reflexively, she asked, "Who are you?" Jiang Xiaoyong looked down at her and reached out his hand. Then Ning Wanyun remembered that he was the land buyer. At this time, he gently helped her up and replied, "Oh, you are the real estate sales girl." Memories flashed back. He remembered the image of her in a business suit warmly welcoming him and then speaking up, "I think your name is Ning Wanyun, right?" Suddenly a loud noise rang out, causing her to cover her head and shout, "Monster, there is a monster in the mall, run now." Seeing Wanyun's actions, he reassured. "It is okay, the monster has been stopped." Hearing him say that, she slowly looked back. The image at this time was like hitting her eyes, unbelievable. The monster had been stopped by Chen Chong, then it asked, "You want to monopolize me, Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong called out, "Chong Jia, can you handle it yourself?" He then replied, "Try and see, yes." Immediately afterwards, he threw the monster far away. But it immediately stabilized like normal and then stuck out its long tongue excitedly, "First time meeting a fellow kind, great." It pounced on Chen Chong as quick as lightning. Then it launched an attack, but Chen Chong dodged it immediately. The monster at this time continued to strike while saying, "I do not know if eating the flesh of my own kind will make me evolve faster, Before it could achieve its goal, Chen Chong was quicker and decisively threw a punch straight at its face. Taking the punch, the monster face planted into the ground. It raised its head and muttered, "Damn it, Unexpectedly, you have some ability. Not letting the monster have the intention of launching another attack, Chen Chong decisively delivered a kick from behind. The kick landed, shattering the ground. At this time, he suddenly realized that the monster had successfully dodged that attack. With its ability to move quickly, it had jumped up and grabbed the ceiling to avoid the attack. At this time it spoke up, the strength I gained from hunting and accumulating recently, I finally have the opportunity to use it, he. Chen Chong could not hide his surprise when he heard this. Immediately it smiled wickedly and turned around to attack him. The sound of punching and kicking rang out. Seeing that Chen Chong seemed to be falling into a difficult situation, Zhang Qi was worried. Brother Xiaoyong, Chong Jia is falling into a weak position. How is this monster so strong? Jiang Xiaoyong continued, this trip was too correct. If we let it hunt for a while longer, I am afraid it really would not be easy to deal with. Suddenly he took out a gun. Seeing this, the girl there could not help but be surprised. What is going on? A gun suddenly appeared in the air. Jiang Xiaoyong then aimed straight at the target and signaled, Chong Jia, if you can control him for 1 second, I won't tease you later. Hearing this, Chen Chong seemed to be given more energy and tried his best to hold onto the monster's hands, causing it to shout uncomfortably, damn it, let go. The sound of gunfire rang out immediately. Aimed straight at the monster's forehead, the bullet shot through its head. It was pushed back, everyone thought it had been shot down, but suddenly its feet stabilized. Blood flowed from its forehead, but the monster was not defeated. It shouted, that hurt you bastard, I did not expect you to be able to hurt me, cough cough. I want to kill you, I have to tear you apart, cough cough. Zhang Qi stood there, his mouth agape, not believing his eyes. The brain was shot, and it is still not dead. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Xiaoyong pulled the trigger continuously, aiming straight at it. Each bullet shot into its body, turning into deep holes, and then it screamed in pain, cough 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 cough. After a series of shots, the monster fell down, groaning. Seeing it like that, Zhang Qi still was not sure and asked again, dead, is it dead? Jiang Xiaoyong looked at Chen Chong and then said, Chong Jia, try eating this monster, maybe you can increase your strength. At that moment, the system's voice rang out, task content, expand the community. Task requirement, do your best to increase the community's evaluation points. Task progress, eliminate dangerous factors. Community evaluation points +1, current evaluation point, 3. Reward, 10 points, current total points, 46. Seeing this, he asked in surprise, oh, this is also counted. Then he said, since we have come, then let us not come in vain, let us see if we can clean up the supermarket. Hearing him say that, Ning Wanyun asked unexpectedly, move everything away. After that, Jiang Xiaoyong controlled the ring on his finger to collect all the usable supplies in the supermarket. Witnessing his ability, Zhang Qi could not help but praise. Wow, so magical, what kind of magic is this? When he had collected everything into the ring, he spoke up, these corpses, instead of just leaving them here to turn into zombies. He then called, Chong Jia, you are not full yet, right? Changing the scene, the sky at this time was extremely clear. A car braked, sparks flying out. A voice rang out, wait, stop here. Li Jingrui saw the car stop and then asked, what is wrong, turning to look at her subordinate who was raising binoculars to observe. In his sight appeared Wen Shuanya. After that was the place where Jiang Xiaoyong built for the rescued people. He excitedly reported, the population is quite large, the weapons are backward, the only advantage is that the factory building is quite sturdy. The driver heard this and was puzzled, then how did they deal with Zhang Qingwen and Lin Guangkai's gang? Li Jingrui explained, it is obvious, playing sneak attacks. Letting the zombies in. I told them, taking the villa area as a base is not safe at all. At this time she laughed smugly, haha, this is God seeing that we live hard and giving us prey and a base. The subordinate immediately agreed, that is right, I feel a little embarrassed, he. The driver spoke up and asked, what, are we going to rush up now? Li Jingrui replied, no, wait until we go back and prepare, then bring more people and weapons and then come here. Hearing this, the driver immediately revved the engine and drove the car away. A blue car was speeding on the road. This was also the car of Jiang Xiaoyong's group. They had also taken Ning Wanyun back to the base. Sitting in the car, she asked excitedly, really, Zhang Qi sitting next to her immediately confirmed. Of course it is true, not only are there beds and mattresses, but there is also hot water to take a shower. She then excitedly cheered, oh yeah. Suddenly everything became silent and Jiang Xiaoyong had noticed the abnormality. He signaled, be careful, There are people ahead, prepare weapons. The two people sitting in the back became silent and tense. Zhang Qi had already prepared the gun in his hand and silently observed. The car of Li Jingrui's group was going in the opposite direction from the car of Jiang Xiaoyong's group. His eyes suddenly glanced over warily. And then those eyes met with the eyes of Li Jingrui. Suddenly the system's voice rang out, "New task." The system panel displayed the announcement, "New task, Nemesis Bane Volume 1. Task requirement, resist invasion. Reward, 50 points." Jiang Xiaoyong could not help but wonder, resist invasion. Suddenly he remembered Li Jingrui and vaguely realized, is it that group of people? The car quickly stopped at the base. The sky was still clear. Reaching the place, he inquired about the situation from Meng Shanshan. Did any strangers come around here just now? She then pointed to the distance and reported, it seems like a car came here from a distance, but did not go towards this side. At first, I thought it was you coming back. What is wrong, Brother Xiaoyong? Is there a problem? He turned serious and gave the order, tell Uncle Sheng and Old Li to call everyone here. I have something important to tell them. At the same time, at the coal mine in the southern suburbs. The wave receiver flickered and squeaked, re-re. A group of young people followed the machine's instructions of the wave receiver and gathered here, re-re, lucky survivors, please come to the coal mine in the southern suburbs. We are setting up a base in this place. We are short of people, re. One of them looked left and right and judged, it must be around here. Suddenly a hulking car appeared behind them. The group of young people cheered happily, a car, it is survivors, great. The car screeched to a halt next to everyone, causing smoke to fly everywhere. 3 people stepped out of the car. Jingrui spoke up, you received the broadcast and came to join us, right? The group nodded hastily, yes, yes. But the eyes of the entire group happened to be staring at her pair of full breasts. After suffering for a long time, they saw a hot girl like this offering herself to their mouths. The group of young people naturally had ulterior motives. They sinisterly looked at each other, ignoring her conversation and a representative, it is not far. The car is not going to fit everyone, let us walk back. Okay. Soon everyone arrived at the place. When they stepped inside, the group of young people could not help but exclaim, wow, this place is so big, great, we finally have a place to stop. The man in yellow suddenly scratched his face awkwardly and said, I suddenly feel like I need to go to the bathroom, I will go out and come back in. Jingrui enthusiastically invited, no need, there is a bathroom inside, follow me. The man's eyes lit up and nodded like crazy, ah yes. The man in yellow leisurely relieved himself. He sinisterly glanced behind him. Yet Jingrui was standing next to him, intently observing. The man in yellow slowly pulled up his pants and invited, well little sister, I know what you are thinking, come here, do not be shy, I am very strong. But suddenly a sharp pain struck. He was in so much pain that his eyes widened and he coughed. Jingrui fiercely squeezed his neck. In a few seconds, he was lying flat on the floor with a pool of bright red blood. She looked down contemptuously, Tisuke, I thought you were a treasure, but it turns out you are just like this. Seeing her come out, a companion turned around and reported, Sister De, everything is taken care of. Jingrui coldly ordered, drag the one in the bathroom out here. Looking at the group of young people lying all over the ground, she said coldly, by the way, call Lao Er and Lao San out here. At the same time, at the base of Team Xiaoyong, everyone was present for this important meeting. Li Hongli was puzzled after hearing his announcement, who is targeting us? Xiaoyong was also vague, I do not have any information about the enemy. From now on, we may have to face invasion every day. Then Xiaoyong turned around and announced the plan, Qizi Chongjia, follow me out later to clean up the abandoned building in the southeast, so that those refugees out there can move in temporarily. Otherwise, when the enemy attacks, everyone will become cannon fodder. Meng Shanshan and Xiaojia also volunteered with enthusiasm, Brother Xiaoyong, I will go too, me too. The 2 brothers Lu Chao and Chen Yu also enthusiastically responded, my 2 brothers will also go. Little Shuai also shouted, then I want to go too. Of course, the little kid was stopped by his mother and scolded, what are you doing, little brat? Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Meng Shanshan was also confused and reluctantly demanded to go along, this atmosphere, or maybe I want to go too. Seeing this, Xiaoyong did not stop her. He continued to present the plan, there probably won't be any danger on that side, Uncle Sheng and Old Li are enough to protect everyone, the rest of you can go. The group quickly arrived at the abandoned building in the southeast, everyone was full of fighting spirit. The large building stood tall, like a giant looking down at the tiny people at its feet. Xiaoyong used his hot weapon to clean up the ignorant zombies that came to make trouble. A curly-haired uncle was no less inferior and turned the zombie into a donut with his spear. After working hard for a while, everyone was exhausted and panting. Xiaoyong turned around and asked about the situation. Is anyone injured? Check. Everyone said in unison no. He turned around and reminded, in the next few days, there will be people coming to attack us. Everyone stay here temporarily. But everyone enthusiastically said, we can fight, yes, we can also contribute. Xiaoyong had to agree, okay then. He continued to outline the battle plan. Everyone clean up this side. Later I will bring some guns and bullets over. When the enemy attacks, we will talk by radio. You must listen to my command. Everyone said in unison, okay, no problem. At the same time, Li Jingrui's group was collecting things. Suddenly a call rang out in her ear. What is wrong, Sister De? Third in charge Mouth Factory frowned and asked, how is it? Is it still going smoothly? The evolved person next to him muttered again, human meat, eat human meat. Jingrui complained irritably, what is going smoothly? The Bisui mountain was wiped out. We have to rely on ourselves from now on. He was puzzled. Who did it? The evolved person still grunted, human meat, no human meat to eat, do not want to, not happy. She snorted coldly, a group of people in the eastern suburbs, quite a few tomorrow morning, Lao Er and I will lead people to attack, kill them. That night, at Xiaoyong's house, he took out the points to exchange for items, 46 points. Let us see if the system has new chests. The system panel displayed, System Shopping Center, Level 2 Awakened Ability Supply Chest minus 25 points, Level 2 End of World Farmer Supply Chest minus 15 points. Level 1 Sugar, Oil and Protein Supply Chest minus 5 points, Manual Refresh minus 2 points. He was satisfied, finally there are new things. He excitedly exchanged, oh this time there are 2 Level 2 chests, a total of 40 points, let us see if there are any good things. The system panel displayed the announcement, Level 1 Overload Potential, Characteristic, Drug Potency 25%, after the effect ends, it will enter a state of weakness. He calculated even more happily, increase by 25%, now I have 33 points of physical energy, increasing by 25% means it exceeds 40 points, which is equivalent to being able to explode strength 8 times that of an ordinary person. Xiaoyong felt the surging energy in his body and said with interest, I am a little eager to try out the new ability now. The convoy sped away at a terrifying speed, creating a cloud of smoke behind them. Motorcycles and battle-hardened pickup trucks fiercely rushed towards the base in the south. The underling handed the walkie-talkie to Jingrui, Sister Wei you speak. She ordered, reiterate the attack plan to everyone. First, drive and kill all the civilians outside. She continued to give out her brutal plan. When Lao Er starts breaking the door, everyone uses modified vehicles to provide cover and suppress with firepower. The evolved person was excited, okay, I am hungry, I kill, I eat. The convoy continued to speed away at a terrifying speed. At the same time, Xiaoyong's side was also busily preparing. Hongli stood observing from the ambush position for a while and then commented, this place is indeed very concealed, but the visibility is much worse than the guard post. The blind spot under the wall is too large. Xiaoyong comforted, don't worry, guarding this place is not because of visibility. Captain Li could not help but wonder, then what is it for? He did not answer but asked him, I remember you said, you were a sniper for a few years, right? He scratched his head modestly, you remembered wrong, not a few years, just a few months, that little talent of mine, it was just a temporary job to fill the number. Xiaoyong confirmed again, then at a distance of 100 or 200 meters, your shooting is accurate. Hongli said confidently, then you are underestimating me a bit. As long as there is no strong wind, then within 500 meters, I can shoot wherever I aim. Xiaoyong was satisfied, that is enough. A voice rang out behind him, Brother Xiaoyong, the stuff has been brought over. Zhang Qi carried the box up while panting and complaining, damn it, what is this, it is heavy. When he saw the box clearly, Hongli was surprised and stuttered, this is. When the box was opened, he shouted even louder, bear it. He shouted excitedly, damn it Xiaoyong, this thing is not something everyone can have, where did you get it? Xiaoyong did not answer but said calmly, we only have 2 magazines. A total of 10 shots, use it sparingly. Captain Li was moved, I understand, damn it. Xiaoyong continued to turn to Zhang Qi, have the others reached their positions, he reported, they are in position. He said firmly, good, tell everyone to be vigilant, the enemy may appear at any time. Meng Shanshan stood on the observation platform, saw signs of the enemy and reported over the radio, "Allo allo, found anomalies." The signal on the other side was intermittent, but still loud and clear. Understood. Hongli also reported, "I also found it, the enemy is attacking, get ready." Jing Rui's underling used binoculars to scout for a while and then reported worriedly, "Strange, the civilians outside the fence are all gone, they have not been killed and eaten by them." "Have they?" The driver was hesitant. "Or should we stop and observe for a while?" Jing Rui again firmly launched the attack. "No, just rush up, we are close enough. If we are discovered by them, then attacking will not be easy." The driver had to obey. Yes. Their walkie-talkie flickered and rang out with the announcement, "Re, attack all, find cover under the fence." Meng Shanshan also quickly launched an attack. "The enemy is within range, fire." Our side simultaneously fired bullets at the enemy convoy. The bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, causing the enemy to suffer a lot of damage. A driver took 2 bullets before he even understood what was happening. That car lost control and crashed straight in front of the convoy. Then it exploded when it crashed into the trees by the side of the road. The walkie-talkie rang out with the report from the lead car, "It is bad, we have been discovered." Jing Rui cursed angrily, "Damn it, how could this be?" The underling waited impatiently for orders. "What should we do now?" she insisted. "Continue to rush up, rush to hide under the fence." The convoy quickly reached the gate of the base. With a bang, a giant stepped down, stomping hard and causing the earth to shake. The evolved person took the chainsaw and rushed up fiercely, kill. He gently used the chainsaw to chop each chop like an axe into the poor rolling door. Meng Shanshan panicked and announced, "It is over, a pervert is breaking the door." She quickly came up with a countermeasure, "Shoot, stop him from breaking the door." The enemy below also hid behind the cars and counterattacked, "Shoot back, suppress with firepower, cover Lao air." The enemy's attack power was indeed extraordinary. Our side was panicked by the barrage of bullets. Xiaojia was unfortunately injured in the shoulder. Zhang Qi turned to worry, "Xiaojia." He quickly pulled Xiaojia's chubby body into a safe place and discussed with everyone, "They also have some submachine guns. Their firepower is no less than ours." Uncle Song spoke up to reassure, "Don't be afraid, hang in there, we have plenty of ammunition." The group guarding in the base saw that the poor door was about to fail and eagerly held their weapons, preparing to counterattack, and discussed with each other. "They are cutting the door. Once the door is opened, we will be in a passive position." Xiaoyong contacted everyone over the radio to reassure them, "Don't worry, I have a plan." He came out from the back door, quickly running to the nearby observation platform. At the same time, the enemy was also encountering many difficulties. "We have used half of the ammunition we brought." Jing Rui was also anxious. "Is Lao air still not done yet?" The evolved person roared, "Almost done here." With a bang, the door finally could not hold on and was pried open. Meng Shanshan quickly commanded, "The door is open, reinforcements to the door, do not let them in here." Jing Rui laughed triumphantly, "Haha, let you inexperienced people taste the terror of the evolved person." She turned around and ordered, "Everyone follow, hide behind Lao air and occupy the cover after entering." The evolved person used his bare hands to pry open the bulletproof iron door. Xiaoyong stood on the observation platform, monitoring the situation, and contacted Captain Li over the radio, "Li Hongli, get ready, listen to my command." He asked, "Have you seen the most burly guy?" Hongli turned his gun and aimed to identify the target. When the enemy was within range, he reported, "Seen him." Down below, the evolved person roared and shouted. Our side looked at each other in extreme confusion. Is that still a human? He rushed up fiercely, ignoring the continuous barrage of bullets from the defense forces. Yet he was still unscathed. When the distance got closer, everyone realized that each bullet that hit him was pushed out by that magical skin. Uncle Sheng could not help but panic. That guy, can he heal himself? Jing Rui, behind the evolved person, could not help but feel complacent when she heard this. You're seeing things. These people are seeing the evolved person for the first time, Up above, Hongli was still focusing on his expertise. His ears were filled with Xiaoyong's intermittent command. That big stupid guy has the ability to heal himself. Your guns can't kill him. He took a risk and said, "Try this." A bullet whizzed out, carrying terrifying firepower. With a swoosh, the head of the evolved person was taken away by the bullet and flew far away into the misty distance. He fell down, causing the ground to shake again. The enemy panicked. What is going on? Why is it like this? Jing Rui was also sweating. These people, unexpectedly, they have such powerful weapons. How is that possible? Xiaoyong suddenly pointed his gun at them from behind. He continuously fired, causing the enemy to be caught off guard. Ah, there are enemies behind us, we are surrounded. Jingrui was angry and upset. Damn it, I was tricked, I underestimated the ability of this group. She quickly gave the order, retreat, retreat towards the car. The group quickly retreated while holding their ground. When the distance was close enough to clearly see the people surrounding them from behind, she could not help but be surprised, that is. He is, that kid on the car just now. Xiaoyong still silently and coldly squeezed the trigger. Suddenly, Jingrui grabbed the underling next to her. Yet she pulled him out to be a shield to block bullets for herself. Seeing a series of swift movements, Xiaoyong could not help but wonder, she reacts so fast, is she also an evolved person? She threw the underling towards him to open a way out. He quickly dodged the throw. But when he turned back, she was almost at the rescue car. He could not hold back and blurted out in his heart, "It is over, she is going to escape." Hong Li above frowned and aimed, "You want to run?" Just when she was within range, he confidently affirmed, "Ask the Barrett in my hand if it agrees." A bullet swept through, taking away one of her fair legs. Jingrui screamed in pain. In the next second, she fell to the ground right in front of the car door. Captain Li angrily reloaded, "Damn, I missed." Below, she was pulled into the car by the underling and shouted, "Boss," she shouted and ordered, "Drive, drive quickly." The car sped away, leaving Captain Li fuming behind. "Damn it," she escaped. The voice of the walkie-talkie rang in his ear, "Ri, if they come back later, what should we do, Ri?" Xiaoyong reassured, "It is okay." The system panel appeared again. Nemesis Bane Volume 1 Task completed. Task requirement, resist invasion. Reward points, 50 points. Task content, expand community. Task requirement, do your best to increase the community's evaluation. Points, task progress, resist the attack of the invaders. The members' trust is greatly increased. Community evaluation points +2, current evaluation points 5. Reward points, 20 points, current total points, 70. He looked at the car in the distance and confidently affirmed, "I know where they are." The system panel continued, new task, Nemesis Bane Volume 2, task requirement, attack the enemy's stronghold, eliminate the cannibals. Reward points, 50 points. Everyone rejoiced after the victory, everyone's faces lit up, "Oh yeah, victory." Xiaoyong quickly inquired about the situation, "Are there any casualties on our side?" Everyone seriously reported, "No one died but a few were injured." He quickly commanded, "Take the injured to the medical room, quickly disinfect, drag the enemy's corpses to the cold storage for Chong to eat." He continued, "Then go call the refugees at the abandoned building back, it is safe for now." He looked at the system panel with satisfaction and muttered, "This time there are 76 points, I have to spend them tonight." At the same time, the car carrying Jingrui finally returned to the base. She was supported out of the car by 2 underlings on either side. Third in charge Mouth Factory saw this and rushed over to inquire, "What is wrong?" She was angry, "Damn it, I was too careless, I did not expect those people to have heavy weapons." Then she flew into a rage, taking her anger out on others and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Quickly go get human meat for me." Third in charge Mouth Factory smiled silently and cunningly. Jingrui became even more angry and pointed at his face, scolding, "What are you waiting for? Go get it, you useless thing, you are not even worth a toe of Lao air." He coldly combat straight, "You stinky whore, you are so defeated, and you still dare to talk to me like that." She widened her eyes and stuttered, You want to rebel." She then ordered, "Subordinates, capture him for me." But none of the people around her had a reaction, let alone moved. Third in charge Mouth Factory scornfully held a weapon in his hand and said, "Now you are injured, Lao Air is dead, I am the strongest here, not to mention that the brothers have endured you enough. On ordinary days." He said loudly, "Ask everyone, is that right?" Jingrui shouted angrily at the people who were slowly approaching her, "Damn it, back off, have you all rebelled? Don't think that I can't deal with you." As the encirclement closed in, she became more and more panicked and stuttered, "No, do not." Third in charge Mouth Factory laughed smugly, waving his stick, "Ha ha." He took action and then signaled to the underlings to take action, laughing maniacally. Jingrui had no power to resist, lying flat on the ground, taking stick after stick. They beat her until her face was bruised and battered, unrecognizable. An underling called softly, "Third in charge," just as he was wiping his hands. He turned around sharply and grabbed his collar, shouting, "What did you call me?" He immediately knelt down, bowing his head and begging for forgiveness. Ah boss, I'm sorry, brother, it was a slip of the tongue. He did not bother to dwell on the main issue. Okay, what is it? Speak quickly. He explained the worries in his heart. That bitch is dead now, second brother is also dead, and so many brothers have died, our combat power has been severely reduced. If we accidentally meet that guy. He pondered deeply, that guy with the tentacles. But then he still half-heartedly reassured, no, it is okay, we can go join those Xizang people, and then arrange to leave with everyone. A car slowly approached the base area. Zhang Qi looked at Xiaoyong in surprise. Damn it, brother Xiaoyong, you were right, this place is really a stronghold. He gestured, sure, enter quietly, do not make a sound. After scouting for a while, the team could not help but be confused by the desolate scene. What a wasteland. Those people, have they left? They must be afraid that we would pursue them, so they ran away first. When they found Li Jingrui's body lying in the middle of the road, Hongli said in surprise, that is the woman who I shot. They actually even kill their own people. Xiaoyong looked down and said disdainfully, haha, I am not surprised by these things at all. Zhang Qi then turned around and asked, brother Xiaoyong, that big guy we faced before, is clearly different from Chongjia. Captain Li also continued, that is right Xiaoyong, I seem to hear them shout something, what evolved person, what is an evolved person, how can one become an evolved person? He pondered for a long time, and finally decided to speak directly, eat human flesh. The other two widened their eyes in surprise, shouting, eat human flesh. He began to explain, that is right, if you want to become an evolved person and obtain the powerful abilities like zombies, then the most direct way is to eat human flesh. Zhang Qi confusedly stuttered, then brother Xiaoyong you also. Hongli caught the point again, asking if we want to survive in the apocalypse, do we have to eat human flesh too? Xiaoyong comforted, don't worry, although eating the same kind is the most direct method, it is not the only method. He took out a red spiritual stone, and the other two were at a loss, what is this? He explained, after all, whether it is an evolved person or a zombie, all can be considered as variants. For the variants to evolve, they need to absorb different types of energy. The different energy of ordinary people is distributed in the flesh and blood, although it is small, it is better than nothing, and for the evolved people and rare variants, their different energy will be abundant, and condense into a core vein. When the disaster becomes more serious, even zombies will have the opportunity to condense a different species core. Hongli immediately understood, so there is also different energy in the zombie's body, then we can directly eat the flesh of those zombies. Zhang Qi panicked and exclaimed, Mom, Uncle Li, if you want to eat, just eat, but I can't do it. Xiaoyong continued to explain, ordinary people can't eat zombie flesh, that way they will be infected, only variants like Chongjia can eat other zombies to become stronger. The system panel appeared again, Nemesis Bane Volume 2 task completed, task requirement, attack the enemy's stronghold and eliminate the cannibals, reward points. 50 points, current points, 126 points. He rejoiced inwardly, oh, it is directly settled. It seems that even if there are still remnants, they are no longer a threat. Suddenly someone shouted from behind, be careful. With just one simple move, he knocked down the zombie. But his heart was on alert, unexpectedly, it could quietly approach our people. Through the gap in the zombie's chest, a sparkling spiritual stone appeared. Xiaoyong took it out and muttered, there really is one, it seems, this is the moment to hunt. He gave 2 stones to the 2 people, Zhang Qi then waved his hand, I do not need it, just give them all to Uncle Li. Captain Li held the 2 spiritual stones and pondered for a while. He struggled ideologically again and again. In the end, he decided to take a gamble and swallowed the 2 spiritual stones. Zhang Qi next to him shouted in surprise, damn it, so reckless. But after absorbing it, he immediately noticed the difference. Hongli exclaimed, this feeling, it is so refreshing, Xiaoyong exhorted, although the feeling is comfortable, but you have just entered the ranks of the evolved people. So the strength is not enough to dominate the apocalypse, so do not be reckless. Captain Li nodded, I understand this, do not worry. He did not stay, waved to the other 2 and signaled, okay, the danger has been resolved, let us go back. At the same time, at the West Wind steel plant, Li Cheng saw the group of strangers appear and stopped them, stop, who is it? The person then introduced himself, it is me, I am third in charge Mouth Factory. Li Cheng then said, third in charge Mouth Factory, wait, let me go in and report to the leader. The group quickly went inside. De Peng and Sister Ling ran out to greet them, haha, third Jia, why are you here this time, where are Jing Yi and second brother? He looked confused and said painfully, We were attacked in order to protect us. De Diao and second brother could not escape.
Da Pensmirke, oh.
Then he ordered, take third Jia and the Mouth Factory brothers, go to the safety room. Sister Ling behind him heard him say and giggled, haha, I think so too. After settling down, an underling hesitantly called, third Jia. Third in charge Mouth Factory then grabbed his collar and shouted, what did you call me? The underling trembled and explained, De Jia, I am sorry De Jia, I have a very bad feeling. But he was dismissed by him, superstitious, what bad feeling? Another underling also spoke up, De Jia, look at this safety room, iron bars and iron doors, it is like a prison. Before they could react, Li Cheng had rushed in fiercely. He ordered, you come out. The group was immediately surrounded. He pretended to be stupid, leader, what is going on, what happened? Sister Ling then said coldly, then what do you think the fate of someone, who killed their own leader will be? He still tried to defend himself. What does this mean, Brother De Peng, Sister Ling there must be some misunderstanding. She sneered, misunderstanding, haha, Li Cheng, let him die in clarity. Li Cheng then presented, I went to the coal mine and saw Li Jingrui dead in the yard of the coal mine. Their second in charge was not seen alive, no body was found. There were no signs of fighting in the entire coal mine either. He concluded, the most logical explanation is that they had internal conflict, killed Li Jingrui while the battle was unfavorable. Third in charge Mouth Factory still maintained his stubborn stance, no that is not it, you do not have evidence, these are just your speculations. De Peng laughed loudly, evidence, ha ha ha, what kind of world is it now, and you are talking about evidence with us, to tell you the truth, if we did not value the abilities of Li Jingrui and your second in charge, we would have finished you off long ago. Then he coldly ordered, kill them all. An underling then stepped forward and begged, spare our lives, I have intelligence. Sister Ling then became interested, oh what intelligence. The person then rattled off a string, there is a gathering place with a large population in Chengdong. The supplies are also plentiful, Sister Wei and Brother Air failed at their hands. Do not kill me, I will take you there. She then asked, how is the scale and strength compared to this place? The person replied, equally matched. Sister Ling turned to signal with De Peng, that is indeed a threat. The person continued to add, they still do not know how to become evolved people, I did not see any evolved people in the entire gathering place. Li Cheng then secretly wondered, how to become evolved people huh? De Peng asked again, if there are no evolved people, then why did you lose? The person replied, they have heavy weapons, ordinary guns can't kill the second in charge. But they shot and knocked down the second in charge with one shot. Sister Ling then pretended to praise, very good, the information is very useful. The underling was delighted, then we. But she coldly ordered, kill them. Everyone was stunned huh? Immediately afterwards, the screams of the group echoed throughout the plant, wait, I have already provided intelligence, you can't do this, spare my life. The whole group just logged off, syrup smeared all over them. After finishing the job, De Peng turned to discuss with Sister Ling, what to do now, this kind of threat must be eliminated early. She quickly came up with a countermeasure, the opponent has heavy weapons, it is too risky to go now, let us improve our evolution level first, that will be much safer. He then ordered, send someone to scout first, make sure they do not know about the way to become evolved people. At the same time, Xiaoyong was opening the system to exchange items, he muttered, with 126 points, what can I buy? The system panel displayed, current points 126, system shopping mall, level 1 sugar, oil and protein supply chest, minus 5 points, level 2 black technology supply chest minus 50 points. Manual refresh minus 4 points. He cheered happily, another level 2 black technology supply chest, lucky. He then exchange level 1 sugar, oil and protein supply chest successfully, minus 5 points, exchange level 2 black technology supply chest successfully. Minus 50 points, current points, 71 points. Level 1 sugar, oil and protein supply chest activated, received rewards, 500 kilograms of lotus root powder from store, 200 kilograms of margarine substitute, 150 liters of mixed cooking oil. Level 2 black technology supply chest activated, received reward, physical energy enhancer plus 20. A piercing scream came from outside the door, Xiaoyong also quickly turned off the system. After finishing, he called out to the person who had been banging on the door for a while, come in. Xiaoyong asked, what is wrong? Meng Shanshan reported, Brother Xiaoyong, we caught a suspicious person. Seeing that she did not notice anything different, he breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, I will go take a look. Tu Hung was carried up by Zhang Qi and Li Hongli but still tried to explain, I am not the enemy, call your leader out here. Xiaoyong then appeared and asked, looking for me. He was overjoyed. Are you the leader? Zhang Xiaoyong replied politely, that is right, what is the matter, tell me. But he beat around the bush, how should we address you? Zhang Xiaoyong remained calm, Zhang Xiaoyong. He grinned and introduced himself, Ha brother Yong, let me introduce myself, my name is Sui Xing, I am from the Shifeng Steel Factory. Uncle Song became wary, from Shifeng, he happily replied, yes yes. Zhang Xiaoyong turned to ask, what is wrong, Uncle Song, do you know them? He replied, Shifeng is located in the southwest, in the western suburbs. It is the largest steel factory in the area. It seems to be similar to the coal mine in the southern suburbs, also becoming a gathering place. Zhang Xiaoyong continued to ask, how far is it from us? He estimated. It is about 3 kilometers further than the coal mine in the southern suburbs. Zhang Xiaoyong frowned and questioned Sui Xing, it is so far, what are you doing here? He dodged the question, the world is chaotic now. We lucky survivors should help each other, do not you think, brother Yong? Zhang Xiaoyong patiently probed, go on. He continued, our leader sent us to search for survivors and gathering places, and bring them back if possible. Xiao Jia spoke up, brother Yong, do not listen to his nonsense. He has been lurking around for a few laps, and he has even drawn a map. Then he presented a rough map. Zhang Xiaoyong took it and examined it for a while without saying a word. To be sure, he activated Mind's Eye. Seeing his treacherous intentions, he sneered, Sui Xing haha. He suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it straight at his forehead. Zhang Xiaoyong glared and warned, we are all living in the apocalypse. Do you think I am stupid? If you do not tell the truth, I will shoot you dead right here. Sui Xing swallowed hard. Finally, he mustered up his courage and justified, brother Yong, really we are doing this to have a way out. We can't help but be wary of others. Zhang Xiaoyong turned to discuss with Zhang Ji, does he know about the existence of the Chong family? I do not think so, the Chong family has never appeared in front of him. Zhang Xiaoyong gave a signal to let him go. Uncle Song exclaimed in surprise, just let him go like that. He stuttered with joy, really, he could not understand why it was so easy to get away with it. Zhang Xiaoyong continued, return this map to him, let him go. He knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, thank you, brother Yong. Then he ran away quickly. Zhang Xiaoyong remained calm, thinking to himself, Shifeng Steel Factory, how many system points are you worth? 5 months later. At the Shifeng Steel Factory, 2 men were slowly pushing a cart to collect scrap metal. One of the men, while pushing, suddenly spoke, I heard that people have been disappearing, again recently. Xiao Chun, as he spoke, he thought of the zombie image of Zhang Shengzhe attacking people. Fear was evident on his face. That monster, is he starting to stir again? Suddenly, there was some noise from the scrapyard, causing the 2 men to be startled and pay attention. What is that sound? Xiao Chun moved forward to investigate, while the other man worriedly reminded, don't go there, let the guards check it out. Suddenly, a sharp knife came flying from somewhere. Xiao Chun approached the scrapyard and was slashed across the neck by the knife, blood spurting from his throat. Elsewhere, Li Cheng was leaning against a wall, with a cigarette in his mouth. Suddenly, a panicked cry came from somewhere, help me, Li Cheng glanced over. Li Cheng held his gun and looked at the panicked appearance of the worker and asked, what is wrong? The man who had been with Xiao Chun ran over fearfully and reported. Monster, the monster killed Xiao Chun. Li Cheng calmly asked for details. Monster, is it tentacle? The man, panting heavily, replied, it is tentacle, it must be tentacle. Li Cheng continued to ask, where? The man pointed to Li Cheng, over by the garbage pit. Li Cheng gritted his teeth in anger, attacking without any warning. He immediately turned to those standing nearby and said, everyone run, evolvers with the ability to escape, follow me. A moment later, at the garbage dump, a group of people were slowly approaching the pile of garbage. The leader was Li Cheng, it is tentacle. If we encounter him later, do not be aggressive, just run away. Behind him were other evolvers, using old iron sheets as shields, and everyone carried weapons. Li Cheng focused on the pile of garbage, but there was no movement. He tried to look closely but could not detect anything, and was a little dazed, not here. They moved closer to the pile of garbage. Li Cheng sat down and observed the footprints left on the ground. The followers began to speak, tentacle, is he gone? Could it be that he hunted prey and left? Li Cheng reached out to touch the footprint. The others continued to say, Since Bishi Mountain and the coal mine in the southern suburbs were destroyed, the frequency of our people disappearing has, obviously, increased. Another person added, that is obvious. The 3 gathering places originally shared the number of people being hunted, now it is just us. Hearing what those people said, Li Cheng pondered silently, no, it is not tentacle. The sky at this moment was extremely clear. From above, you could see the base was very large and wide, but very quiet. Jiang Xiaoyong stood near the railing looking down at the road. The survival time is longer than in the previous life. At this rate, the re-establishment of civilization is not impossible. The system panel suddenly announced, Utopia Rebirth version, mission content, expand the community, mission requirements, do your best to improve the community evaluation score. Current evaluation score, 38. Jiang Xiaoyong's gaze was still very distant. He continued, by the way, it has been several months, and the system mission for the Shifeng steel factory has not been issued yet. While he was talking to himself, someone suddenly called him loudly, Brother Yong. Jiang Xiaoyong looked down and saw that it was none other than Meng Shanshan. She waved happily at him, we are back. A loud landing sound rang out. Jiang Xiaoyong jumped down from above in front of Meng Shanshan and Zhang Ji. Jiang Xiaoyong asked them, was the hunting action discovered? Zhang Ji replied with a confident look, don't worry, Brother Yong. With our current abilities, if anyone is following us in the vicinity, there is no way we would not notice. He turned to Shuai Shuai and said, how was Shuai Shuai's performance? Is he still adapting? The boy replied happily, yes. Shuai Shuai punched his fist to show his strength. Don't worry, Uncle Yong, I performed very well. Shaoli affectionately rubbed the boy's head, that is right. Shuai Shuai took down a zombie all by himself today. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled with satisfaction, well done, put the alien nucleus into the warehouse. The system panel reappeared, new mission, Nemesis of Evil Vol. 3. Mission requirements, eliminate the threat, strengthen support for potential teammates, reward points, 80 points. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the system panel asking and was a little confused, potential teammates, are they referring to the people at the Shifeng steel factory? The sky was still very blue at this moment, with clouds floating gently. In the room at this moment, Li Hongli spoke seriously with Jiang Xiaoyong. What, you are infiltrating the steel factory alone, that is too dangerous. Old Song next to him also chimed in, that is right, they send people to spy on us every now and then, who knows what dark intentions they have. Xiaoyong, if something happens to you, we won't be able to cope, he said with a very worried look. Jiang Xiaoyong remained very calm and replied, don't worry, with my current abilities, even Chong could not hurt me, let alone them. Moreover, this time I am going to confirm whether the other party is friend or foe. He turned to look at Uncle Sheng and continued, Uncle Sheng, Lao Li, everyone, please take care of the fortress and Lin Town. Uncle Zeng nodded in agreement, do not worry about this side, but you have to be careful. Our gathering place can't be without you. He worriedly reminded. At a manufacturing workshop, from afar you could see black smoke billowing out. Someone said, let me in, I have something urgent to report. In front of the door of a room, there were 2 men standing in the way, not letting Li Cheng in, I have already said, without the permission of the 2 leaders, no one is allowed to enter. Li Cheng was extremely angry when he heard this, veins popping on his forehead. He recklessly grabbed the neck of the person who had just spoken, and the person next to him immediately tried to stop him. Li Cheng, are you crazy? Li Cheng was startled and calmed down when he heard the voice. He released his hand and worriedly asked the person who had just been choked, oh sorry. Li Cheng worriedly thought to himself, what is wrong, my mood is getting out of control again. In these past few months, it has been happening more and more often. The person who had been choked by Li Cheng was coughing while holding his neck. Damn, what are you going crazy about? Don't think that just because the leader values you, we won't do anything to you. Suddenly, the person inside the room spoke at this moment, is that Li Cheng, let him in. One of the 2 men heard the order and immediately replied, oh yes. He said to Li Cheng, go in. Li Cheng looked at the door slowly opening with a bewildered face. Inside, it was none other than Sister Ling. She looked with her hot body and said, what is wrong? Li Cheng did not care and immediately reported the incident that had just happened. Regarding the tentacle encroaching on our hunting range, I have a different idea. Sister Ling listened seriously to him. Oh, what do you think? Li Cheng continued, I have investigated the scene, and found women's footprints. The victim this time was a man. Sister Ling was a little frustrated and silent as if thinking about something. After a moment of silence, she continued to ask, so the killer is someone else? Li Cheng replied, that is right. Sister Ling's eyes seemed to light up, and she seriously said to Li Cheng, "Okay, I know. This news is very useful, but do not spread this news out." Li Cheng was confused and did not know why Sister Ling said that. Why? Sister Ling did not hide and quickly said the reason. "Tentacle has already made people panic. I do not want no one to dare to go out later." Li Cheng intended to resist, but she did not want to listen and immediately interrupted. "No buts, I guarantee. The situation won't be worse than before." Li Cheng was frustrated and silent, not knowing what else to say. Suddenly, Sister Ling moved closer to him. Her lips seemed to be almost touching his face. "What is wrong? Still want to do something else?" Li Cheng's face began to turn red when he heard those ambiguous words. He panicked and turned to head towards the door and said, "Oh, sorry, Sister Ling." The door was slammed shut by Li Cheng. Outside, Li Cheng was still blushing, muttering and glancing back. "Damn, look at my memory, I forgot to ask about that matter again." Suddenly, a voice from another door behind Sister Ling came out. "Women's footprints, haha, you are too careless." She glanced back. Sister Ling uncomfortably reminded the person who was speaking, "Be careful, then let you do this work later." De Peng was standing inside, holding two sharp knives in his hands. There was a lot of blood on the table and on him. "Okay, I will go kill, then you handle it." He threw something into the trash can. Looking closely inside, you could see a human head lying neatly inside. On the other side, a zombie lay collapsed at the feet of Jiang Xiaoyong. Around him were other zombies with the same ending. Jiang Xiaoyong stood in the middle holding a knife, looking at them. He looked into the distance and said, "Almost there, I should restrain myself a little." With that, Jiang Xiaoyong reached out into the air and took out a pair of scissors. Without thinking, he used the scissors to quickly trim the hair on his head. Then Jiang Xiaoyong wiped his hands on the ground, using the dirt on the ground to smear his face. Then he put on a worn-out jacket and a pair of glasses. Jiang Xiaoyong looked very strange at this moment. A man in the factory saw Jiang Xiaoyong approaching and loudly shouted, "Stop." His face looked quite fierce. "Who are you?" Jiang Xiaoyong smiled brightly and said, "I saw traces of human activity around here, so there are people living here. That is great." The man looked at Jiang Xiaoyong with suspicion. He smiled contemptuously and continued, "Wandering survivor, huh?" The man pointed to the side and said, "Kid, I am asking you, how did you survive until now?" Jiang Xiaoyong was a little dazed. But very quickly he lowered his head, and told in a very pitiful voice, "My gathering place originally had about 10 people, but we were attacked by a horde of zombies. Everyone died, only I escaped." The man still smiled disbelievingly and asked, "So you do not have any strength at all?" Jiang Xiaoyong still looked pitiful and replied, "Strength." After a moment of silence, Jiang Xiaoyong seemed to remember something excitedly and said to the man, "Ah, I do have some strength. I have experienced many zombie attacks, and I have also gained some experience in fighting zombies. I will do my best to make myself useful." The man still looked down on Jiang Xiaoyong. He glanced at him dismissively and said, "Who asked you about that? You do not understand what I mean, but it is okay." With that, the man pointed to the side, "Follow me, if you want to join." The man said as he turned to leave, "You have to pass the inspection first." Jiang Xiaoyong, walking behind him, lost his naive look and focused on thinking. His eyes seemed to be observing something. He smiled secretly in his head. As expected, this Shifeng steel factory is not a good place either. While walking, someone suddenly spoke from behind. "What is the matter?" Jiang Xiaoyong immediately turned his head. The other person also turned back, but his face was a little flustered and worried. Li Cheng walked over from behind. "Who is this kid?" The man was a little apprehensive and reported, "Brother Li, he is a wandering survivor. I am taking him to a secluded place for an easy search." Jiang Xiaoyong smiled secretly in his head at his excuse. "Search clearly. That guy wanted to take me to a secluded place to get rid of me." Li Cheng now glanced over and said seriously, "Do you need a secluded place for a search? It is fine to search here." With that, he turned to Jiang Xiaoyong. "Come over here, hand over all your weapons and you can go inside." Jiang Xiaoyong was a little curious when he heard this. "Hand over weapons? How do I know if you are tricking me in to kill me?" Li Cheng was not angry at his question, but explained calmly, "In this apocalyptic world, people's hearts are twisted. It is natural that you are uneasy. If you do not hand over your weapons, we won't force you to stay either, you can leave." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately took out a sharp knife from his body. "Okay, I will hand over my weapon." Jiang Xiaoyong raised both hands so that Li Cheng could easily search his body. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced down to observe, thinking in his head, "This guy seems to have some principles." It seems that this Shifeng steel factory is still a little different from the people in the coal mine in the southern suburbs and Bishi Mountain. Li Chung held the knife in his hand and asked a little suspiciously, relying on just a knife to survive in the apocalypse, "Kid, are you an evolver?" Zhang Xiaoyong put on a naive and eager look when he heard about evolvers. Evolver, I do feel that I have become much stronger. Li Chung turned and walked away and said, "Follow me, there is a rule here, evolvers must report to the leader first." Li Chung took Zhang Xiaoyong to a rather dark room. He stood at the door and said, "Wait in the reception room for a while." After Li Chung left, Zhang Xiaoyong smiled with interest and looked inside the room. Reception room, haha, even the door is reinforced. Clearly this is a prison. A moment later, De Peng entered from outside the door. "Sorry to keep you waiting. May I ask your name?" Zhang Xiaoyong turned his head, coughed a few times and stuttered, Jiang Yi. De Peng turned to face the door and said, "My people said you are an evolver, is that correct?" Zhang Xiaoyong replied uncertainly, "According to what he said, it must be." Suddenly, while talking, a large axe flew towards Zhang Xiaoyong from somewhere. He was a little dazed. But fortunately, Zhang Xiaoyong lightly tilted his head to the side and dodged the axe. The person who threw it was none other than De Peng. Zhang Xiaoyong vigilantly glanced at the axe. It was stuck firmly in the wall. Then he glanced at De Peng, attacking without saying anything. No, he must be probing. De Peng was still looking at Zhang Xiaoyong with a probing eye. Zhang Xiaoyong immediately pointed at the axe in a flustered manner and said, "Hey, what are you doing? It is very dangerous, do you know that?" De Peng suddenly laughed loudly as if he was very interested. "Looks like it is true, you are an evolver." Zhang Xiaoyong was a little stunned by De Peng's words. He pretended to be scared and said loudly, "Then what if I am not an evolver? Wouldn't I be killed by you?" De Peng replied very calmly, "If that is the case, then it would not be a pity for you to die." He spoke very casually, "If you are also an evolver, then you must also know how to become an evolver." Zhang Xiaoyong answered when asked, I know." The image of the evolvers in the base seemed to appear according to De Peng's words. Everyone's face was very ferocious. He was extremely serious at this time and said, "Then I must warn you, in my place, this secret is only known to a few people. I do not want it to be spread out. If I find out that many people know, then I will." Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately rushed towards Zhang Xiaoyong. De Peng's hand reached out to squeeze his neck, killing him. Fortunately, he only put it close and did not really want to squeeze. Zhang Xiaoyong looked a little scared, too dangerous. When he rushed over, Zhang Xiaoyong had already held the knife in his hand. Luckily he used his hand to threaten me. If it was a knife, I would have retaliated. De Peng still had his hand in front of his neck. Zhang Xiaoyong looked and thought, if I kill him right now, who knows if I can get the 80 system points. De Peng slowly retracted his hand and glanced down at the knife in his hand. "Oh, quick reaction, you even took out your weapon." He patted Zhang Xiaoyong on the shoulder as he spoke, "Although you have the ability, my ability is not something you can imagine. Don't dream of challenging me. Understand?" Zhang Xiaoyong replied briefly, "Understood." De Peng added, "I won't pursue the matter of bringing weapons in here." After talking, De Peng and Zhang Xiaoyong walked out of the room. He went over and said to the workers nearby, "Take Jiang Yi to wash his face, change his clothes, and then move to the meeting room to find me." Those people heard the order and immediately followed, "Yes." A moment later, someone's voice came out, "Come in." The subordinate led Zhang Xiaoyong into a room. "Brother De Peng, the person has been brought." De Peng then introduced Zhang Xiaoyong to Sister Ling. "Li Chung and Huang Bin, let me introduce. He is a new member who has joined, Jiang Yi." He glanced down at Sister Ling and continued, "Huang Ling is one of the leaders in this place like me. The other two are cadres of the gathering place, Li Chung and Huang Bin." Huang Ling was looking at him with a strange look. She turned to Huang Bin and said, "Huang Bin, arrange for this new guy to work under you, no problem, right?" He kept staring ahead and replied, "No problem, sister." Then Huang Ling looked at Zhang Xiaoyong and added, "Kid, you are very lucky to have found the strongest gathering place in this area. From now on, you do not have to worry about survival, but if you want to eat well here, you have to make yourself useful." Zhang Xiaoyong immediately listened and bowed his head, "I will follow the arrangements." Huang Bin stepped forward and put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Just right, it is our turn to patrol today, newbie, follow me." There were many green plants around this production area. The sound of people talking could be heard, a chong, a shing, let us go patrol." The two heard and replied, "Okay, oh it is you." One of them was a little surprised. A chong followed behind Huang Bin, his eyes still glancing at Zhang Xiaoyong who was walking with a shing behind. "Hey, Is this kid arranged to work under you? Huang Bin then said, what can I do? He does not know anything. Sister, just let him work in our organization. A Xing looked at Jiang Xiaoyong intently with some concern, and thought to himself, why does this person look so familiar? Huang Bin was walking when he suddenly turned to say to Jiang Xiaoyong, hey kid, Brother Depeng did not tell you specifically about the situation of the gathering place. Right, hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong replied, no, sister warned me to keep the secret of becoming an evolver. Huang Bin added, that is right. He glanced at him and said, the people who know the secret of cannibalism in this gathering place, besides Brother Depeng and my sister, there are only the 4 of us left. Huang Bin began to introduce this place to him. A Xing is Depeng's cousin, Fa Chong is the grandson of me and Huang Ling. All are one family, so this secret can only be revealed from your mouth. Do you understand your situation? Jiang Xiaoyong still walked behind him and replied, I will definitely not tell anyone. Jiang Xiaoyong felt the suspicious gaze of a Xing directed at him. He glanced back to observe and thought to himself, Sui Xing, is not that the guy who was caught by Zhang Ji's group before? Jiang Xiaoyong asked with some curiosity, then what about the remaining cadre? Huang Bin said very quickly, his name is Li Cheng, haha, he is an outsider, but his aptitude is good. His ability is very strong, especially you can't let him know the secret, understand, otherwise. He seemed to want to emphasize each word, and the veins on his face also began to bulge. Neither of you will survive this day. After hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong fell into deep thought. It seems that Li Cheng's aptitude is indeed very strong. He has to rely on resources to restrain him. Otherwise the abilities of the 2 leaders may be surpassed by him quickly. After speaking, Huang Bin turned back and continued to walk forward. Okay, we are here. Jiang Xiaoyong was a little surprised. We are here. In the distance was a small base built quite discreetly, with sharp iron spikes attached around the outside. There are 7 members in this gathering area. We have been observing them for 3 or 4 days. Among the members, there should be no evolvers. Jiang Xiaoyong still did not understand what the mission was this time. What do we need to do? Hunt them. Huang Bin smiled and waved his hand. Hunt, not as brutal as you think. We need to keep them in captivity. A Chong suddenly stood close, put his arm over his shoulder and said, kid, you are also one of the evolvers. You have to quickly change your mindset. Do not be as rigid as Li Cheng. He added, we are evolvers. Strictly speaking, we are no longer the same species as ordinary people. Now we are a high-level species in the food chain. A Chong's face when he spoke was very confident. Jiang Xiaoyong did not care much and coldly glanced to the side. So you want to bring them back to the gathering place for captivity, and then later slaughter and eat them. Huang Bin turned around and said, no need to bring them all back. Bring 5 or 6 people back. The rest will be dealt with on the spot. Jiang Xiaoyong still did not quite understand Huang Bin's intention. Deal with on the spot, how? He turned around and waved his hand forward and said with a smile, learn properly. The clouds in the sky just drifted along in the sky. A man was using a cement trowel, putting cement on the wall. The man was a little tired, his face was full of sweat, panting and said, finally almost finished, this is really tiring. Suddenly, another middle-aged man standing nearby blankly pointed forward, that is. Everyone heard and blankly looked in the direction he was pointing. A group of pottery-like zombies were fiercely rushing towards them quickly, zombies. The group grabbed their weapons. Damn, why is there a zombie attack without any signs? Prepare to fight quickly. The zombies were still rushing madly towards them. A zombie with a body full of blood rushed towards a man. Another was also rushing towards another person. They could only scream in fear. Another person was holding a gun but did not know what to do when he saw the zombie. Don't come here, he shouted in fear. The man who had been looking at his teammates screaming as they were attacked by the zombies could only stand and watch in fear. It is not good, too many. Their screams just echoed like that. I do not want to die. On Huang Bin's side, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to ask him, luring zombies to attack, is this the good method you were talking about? They stood not far away watching. Huang Bin replied when asked, the resources of our settlement are limited. We can't afford to keep raising useless people. In addition, letting 10 people in at once will create factions, making it difficult to manage. Huang Bin continued with a sinister face, okay, it is our turn to act. A Chong and a Xing behind him did not look much different from him, they were used to this. Among the 5 or 6 people was a woman. She was weakly attacked by the zombies, only knowing how to scream for survival, no please. Suddenly, something flew over, causing the heads of the zombies to separate from their bodies. The girl was a little surprised when she saw such a scene. The head of a zombie was lying near her. The person who did it was none other than a Chong. He smiled and reached out to the girl. the girl was still stunned. We are saved. Huang Bin and a Xing were also holding weapons to clean up the zombies. The man saw that they were strangers and asked, who are you people? Something fell to the ground. It was not clear what it was. Huang Bin, a Chong, a Xing and Jiang Xiaoyong stood together. He took the lead and introduced, we are the evolvers of the West Wind Steel Factory. Those people were extremely happy when they saw them come to rescue them. Evolvers, we are saved, thank you. Jiang Xiaoyong stood inside without saying anything, only silently pondering. Strength above 20 he, these three are on par with Zhang Ji's group. Suddenly, while thinking, he suddenly noticed something. Jiang Xiaoyong was shocked, and immediately turned to look at the tall building behind him. In a room, something was shining. What is it? But looking closely, it was just a room reinforced by wooden planks and glass panels. Jiang Xiaoyong calmed down when he saw this, but his eyes still focused on it. Hallucination. While standing blankly, someone called him, "Hey Zhang Yi, what are you standing there for?" The caller was none other than Huang Bin. He pointed to the corpses of the zombies and said, "Come over here, help me deal with it." Jiang Xiaoyong immediately walked over, coming. On the opposite side of the tall building, there seemed to be something standing and looking from there. Just as Jiang Xiaoyong felt, inside that building, there was a monster with a hideous appearance hiding, with many tentacles growing around its body and sharp wrinkles on its face. Huang Bin's group slowly approached the weak people. One of the men among them said, "There are some supplies in the warehouse." Huang Bin turned his head to look at Jiang Xiaoyong and ordered, "Zhang Yi, you stay here, gather all the supplies here to the gate. I will arrange for a truck to transport them later." He walked past him and added, "Turn the corpses of the people who were killed into a pile, and then transfer them away later." Jiang Xiaoyong did not bother to look at Huang Bin and replied, Huang Bin went ahead and shouted loudly to the people behind, "The rest of you come with me." The people were extremely happy to hear this. Huang Bin just took the group out of the gathering area. From above you could see the corpses of the zombies lying below. Jiang Xiaoyong stayed behind. He reached out and a knife appeared from the air, just right. Back on the side of Huang Bin's group, while walking, a young man among the rescued people suddenly spoke, "Thanks to you, we were able to save our lives." The girl who had been rescued looked at a Chong admiringly and asked, "Brother, does the place we are going to have water? Can we take a bath?" A Chong suddenly unexpectedly put his arms around the girl in his arms. "Not only is there water, but there is also hot water, there is shower gel, you can take a fragrant bath." His voice was teasing. The girl was a little surprised by a Chong's actions, but still smiled. "Really, that is great." While walking, a Xing felt that something was blowing. He realized it and immediately turned back defensively. Huang Bin saw a Xing suddenly stopping while walking and asked, "What is wrong?" A Xing still worriedly looked in the direction he felt something was wrong. "There is something." Huang Bin heard what a Xing said and immediately warned everyone, "Be alert." A Chong still had that scoundrel look. He put his arm around the girl standing next to him and said, "Stand behind me, I will protect you." The girl was a little shy and uncomfortable. The group stood together and began to discuss, "Where is the thing you are talking about?" A Xing replied, "I do not know, I can't feel it." But they did not know that there was something standing from afar, on high observing them. A Chong thought a Xing was having some problem and teased, "Damn, a Xing, are not you too nervous?" A Xing with a very worried face turned to say, "I am not mistaken, it was definitely just now." While a Xing was not on guard, a black tentacle came flying from somewhere and cut across the back of his neck. "A Xing," Huang Bin called out loudly. The tentacle began to retract after attacking a Xing. He also leaned to the side and fell. Huang Bin was even louder when he saw this, the tentacle man. When he looked up at the roof over there, he saw nothing appear, vanished, too fast. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind him. "Behind you." Hearing someone call him, Huang Bin immediately turned his head. When he turned his head, the tentacle man was already very close to his face. Back at Jiang Xiaoyong's side, he used a knife to cut open the stomachs of the dead zombies on the ground. Taking out 2 core crystals, one red and one pink, among these zombies, there are actually 2 alien energy core crystals. Lucky. Suddenly, a scream came from somewhere, attracting Jiang Xiaoyong's attention. "Help!" He heard the scream and immediately raised his head. The scream was none other than Huang Bin's. The tentacle man had used all of his tentacles to wrap around Huang Bin's body. He was now terrified and only knew how to scream for help. I am done for." The tentacle man was very fierce. He used his tentacles to wrap tighter, wanting to break Huang Bin's bones. The people standing right there did not know what to do, only knowing how to blankly stare with their mouths open. Huang Bin's blood seemed to splatter everywhere, accompanied by a miserable scream. A Chong's face was no longer arrogant but became fearful. The girl standing behind him did not look much better. After dealing with Huang Bin, the tentacle man slowly turned to look at Achong. His mouth was constantly making noises. Achong saw him looking at him and fearfully took a few steps back. No, not really. Suddenly, Achong grabbed the girl's hand next to him tightly. Without thinking, he threw the girl towards the tentacle man. The girl was surprised by his action and did not have time to do anything but let out a scream. The young girl was just wrapped tightly by the tentacles of the tentacle man. The tentacles increasingly squeezed the girl's body. She could only be afraid and teary-eyed. Her consciousness gradually faded away. The girl's eyes slowly closed. Suddenly, there was some noise. The girl unexpectedly escaped from the tentacles of the tentacle man and fell heavily to the ground. The tentacles of the tentacle man were also lying scattered on the ground near the girl. She looked blankly. The person who did it was none other than Jiang Xiaoyong. He was intently looking at the sharp knife in his hand. "Jiang Yi," someone said loudly. The tentacle man stood behind him, painfully hugging his body tightly. Jiang Xiaoyong was not afraid and said, "Is this the tentacle man that everyone was talking about?" Achong was still a little scared and pointed forward while saying, "No, this is the tentacle man's son." Jiang Xiaoyong was confused. "Son." Achong then continued, "That is right, our name for them." He began to tell Jiang Xiaoyong more about the information about this tentacle man. The tentacle man often mumbles in his mouth, son, plus the fact that he can transform ordinary zombies into monsters with similar characteristics to him. We call these transformed monsters the tentacle man's sons. The shape of the tentacle man really looks like a human. Only a few squirming tentacles appear on his body. After Achong finished speaking, he suddenly fell silent in fear. The tentacle man's son is a powerful monster that even Brother Depeng and Auntie find it difficult to face alone. This kid Jiang Yi is definitely not a match. No, I have to run. Thinking this, he immediately ran away as fast as he could, even using the excuse that, "Jiang Yi, you hold him back, I will go call for reinforcements." Now there were only the weak and blank people left. The group also ran away in fear. Run. Jiang Xiaoyong was still standing there blankly. He still had that cold face looking at them running away. These guys want to betray me, taking advantage of the time to save themselves and run away. Behind Jiang Xiaoyong, the tentacle man's son was still looking at him intently. Its tentacles moved so fast that they wanted to directly wrap around his body. Quickly, the large tentacles had wrapped tightly around Jiang Xiaoyong's hands, feet and body. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled with interest and glanced back and said, "The tentacle man's son, very interesting setting." Without saying another word, he began to try his best to shake his hands and pull the tentacles of it. The tentacle man's son was pulled forward by his strength. His face was a little dazed. Jiang Xiaoyong said with interest, "You have aroused my interest." The tentacle man's son used his feet to scrub strongly on the ground, so as not to be pulled forward. Its large body was gently pulled closer by Jiang Xiaoyong. The tentacle man's son was still trying to control himself. Jiang Xiaoyong gently used force to pull it closer. "The alien power that I opened before has not had a chance to use yet. It is just right to use you to try it out today." With that, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing the ground below to shatter, with rocks flying everywhere. From both sides of his eyes, small electrical sparks also appeared. Instinct overload. Jiang Xiaoyong strongly waved his hand down to the ground and the tentacle man's son immediately and lightly flew into the air. His whole large body just slammed hard on the ground and was dragged away. When he approached Jiang Xiaoyong, he used his foot to stomp directly on his head. His face still had no emotion at this time. His foot was still on the head of the monster. It lay below, only knowing how to scream. That girl stood not far away and witnessed this scene and could not help but be surprised and a little panicked. Jiang Xiaoyong hungrily tore apart the tentacles on the body of the tentacle man's son with his bare hands. His face seemed to darken. The tentacles were broken off and thrown on the ground. The body of the tentacle man's son also fell apart into many pieces. Jiang Xiaoyong with a face full of blood slowly approached the girl and asked, "Are you okay?" The weak girl saw his appearance and immediately screamed in fear. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled gently, raised his hand to wipe the bloodstains on his face and said, "Don't panic, do not panic, I am a human, not a monster." On the side of the group, the men ran after Achong to the gate of the base, constantly shouting, "We are here, we are finally here." Depeng, Sister Ling and Li Cheng were all standing there. Depeng looked at their panicked appearance and asked, "What is the matter? Where are Xiao Bin and Xing?" Sister Ling, who was holding a knife in her hand, also spoke up. Achong, who was now panicked and panting, recounted the events to them. Xiao Bin and brother Xing were killed by the tentacle man's son. Li Cheng still calmly asked, "Where is the newly arrived Jiang Yi?" Achong replied when asked, no need to think, he must be dead too. The three of them are not a match for the tentacle man's son. Depeng listened to the story and lowered his head in anger. His eyes could kill someone at this time. He glanced at the weak people in front of him. They were very afraid. Tension was evident on their faces, Depeng said, just because. As he spoke, he used all his strength to throw the axe in his hand towards the weak people, you guys. The sharp iron axe was just thrown straight into the middle of the chest of a man standing in the middle. He was weak and could not dodge in time and was hit by the axe. Blood splattering out non-stop. Sister Ling saw him angry like that and turned to panic and said, Depeng, calm down. The other weak people only knew how to open their mouths wide when they saw this. Suddenly, a bundled mass of tentacles was thrown in front of Depeng from somewhere. Those people were a little surprised and puzzled, and looked up. The person who appeared was none other than Jiang Xiaoyong, followed by the girl from earlier. Li Cheng saw that he was not injured and happily said, Jiang Yi, you are not dead. Sister Ling was a little surprised and looked down at the bundled mass of tentacles lying on the ground, that is. Jiang Xiaoyong spoke coldly, the tentacle man's son or whatever was killed by me, the hatred of your relatives, I have avenged them for you. Depeng's eyes were very sad as he thought. Sister Ling next to him was also thinking silently, is this kid's ability so strong? Jiang Xiaoyong said loudly, okay, you two leaders, hurry up and arrange for vehicles and people to follow me to clean up the spoils of war. A moment later inside a room, Depeng sat down and turned to ask Achong, are you sure the strength of the tentacle man's son is stronger than Li Cheng's, inside the room? Sister Ling was also sitting opposite him. Achong's face was straight and a little angry but still replied, that guy almost killed him and brother A Xing in an instant. Can Li Cheng do it? I am afraid. The more he spoke, the more his face wrinkled. I am afraid even the two of you would find it difficult to do it. Depeng listened and turned to say to Sister Ling, when I threatened him before, although he reacted in time, he only took out his weapon, he did not have time to prepare to fight. How could he have such strong strength? Sister Ling was still thinking about something in her head. Hearing his question, she immediately turned to state her speculation. The tentacle man's son achieved his goal by sneak attacking, maybe it is not as exaggerated as we think. Depeng heard and also felt it made sense. That makes sense. But no matter what, we can't keep this person. What if one day he joins hands with Li Cheng? He was speaking when Sister Ling suddenly raised her hand to signal silence. Sure, a knock on the door came from outside. Sister Ling called, come in. Li Cheng walked in from the outside. Leader. Depeng turned around and asked, what is the matter, brotherly? Li Cheng first comforted the two Depeng and Sister Ling. Brother Depeng, Sister Ling, please restrain your grief. Depeng replied with a face without any emotion. I have seen these scenes so many times. No need to say that. Get to the main point. Li Cheng immediately continued. Jiang Ye's ability is probably equal to mine. In my opinion, why not give him a position as a cadre? Depeng heard that request and sternly refused. No, his background. Sister Ling glanced over and raised her hand to signal him to be silent. Then she began to speak. With Jiang Ye's ability, he is of course qualified to be a cadre, but he still has to contribute meritorious service to make everyone Fufu convinced. Li Cheng spoke while holding out a finger as a symbol. Isn't killing a tentacle man's son considered meritorious service? Sister Ling suddenly had a sinister face with a smile full of intentions. If he can kill the tentacle man to prove himself, would not that be killing two birds with one stone? Li Cheng felt that it was not very appropriate after hearing this and objected, asking him to do something that even the two of you can't do. Is that fair? Sister Ling gave a nonchalant smile and replied, don't worry, we are not asking him to go and die, we will also take action, gather all the strength of the gathering place, and completely solve the threat of this tentacle man. A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyong spoke up, oh, an action with me as the center. He smiled without any fear and continued, I just arrived and have already taken such great credit. Is that okay? Depeng and Sister Ling stood and smiled but with intentions. Sister Ling gently said, AI, what is not okay? After all, the ability you showed may not even be inferior to me and Depeng. Depeng standing next to him also chimed in, if the action is successful, then the third seat of the gathering place will belong to you. Then he turned to look at Li Cheng and continued, brotherly, Jiang Yi is relying on strength to climb above your head. I am sure you do not have any objections, right? Li Cheng immediately replied without any thought, no objections. Depeng continued after hearing this, that is good, it is settled then, 2 days later, we will act. Jiang Xiaoyong gave a smile and thought to himself, what a frank and sincere proposal, I am a little touched if not for. He thought to himself, mind's eye, in his eyes at this moment, Depeng and Sister Ling both showed an evil face, only Li Cheng looked cold but showed a good face. An intermittent sound was emitted. Xiao Jia pushed the door open and rushed into the room, eagerly yelling, "Brother Xiaoyong, it is the walkie-talkie brother Xiaoyong left behind." Li Hongli picked up the walkie-talkie and said sternly, "Hello Xiaoyong, how's it going on your side?" There was a crackling sound on the other side, and then a voice came back. "Read you loud and clear." The young man standing on the crane announced to the other side of the walkie-talkie, "The day after tomorrow morning, at the park in the southern suburbs, call Chong Jia and some of our strongest people." Jiang Xiaoyong looked down at the houses below. It is time to completely deal with the threat in Qingnan. After the conversation through the walkie-talkie, Hongli turned to look at the group of people surrounding him. He looked at the oldest man in the group and said, "Uncle Sheng, you are old, do not participate in this kind of playing with your life. Besides, we still need you to hold the fort over there." Uncle Sheng immediately agreed upon hearing this. "Okay, then Lao Li's group must pay attention to safety. This action is not the same as before." Hongli made a hum sound, understood. Then he looked at a group of younger people gathering over there and ordered in a low voice, "Zhang Ji, Xiao Kai, Shan Shan, Zi Xian, Lu Chao, Qin Jie plus Qin Chong. The 7 of you come with me on this trip, yes." Suddenly the little kid appeared from somewhere. Shuai Shuai boldly pointed at himself expressing, "Me too, I also want to participate in this action." Xiao Li, the kid's mother, did not think it was right, and had to persuade him, "War is for adults. What are you doing interfering as a kid?" Shuai Shuai said unwillingly. "I am not a kid anymore, I am a man." Uncle Song saw the tense situation and stood up to mediate. "Don't worry, Shuai Shuai's mother, with Shuai Shuai's current ability, do not even mention zombies. Even in our core team, he can't be considered weak." Hongli also based on this to continue, "Experiencing these things early is not a bad thing. I will pay attention to protecting him." At the same time, 2 battle cars entered the small alley. De Peng opened the car door and stepped out to look at the surrounding scenery. "This is the place." Everyone also got out of the car one after another upon hearing this. Xiaoyong glanced at De Peng and asked, "How do we lure him out?" He calmly smiled and replied, "Don't worry, we have our own ways." Receiving a firm answer from the other party, Xiaoyong did not ask any more. He looked around, as if looking for something. Then he suddenly stopped, looking intently at the faint light on the upper floor of a high-rise building not far away. And in that place, Li Hongli was holding binoculars to observe the situation below. The expression of Uncle Song standing next to him at the time was no less tense. In the back, Xiao Jia was tidying up his bag. He asked, "Uncle Li, can you see clearly? Do you need to get a little closer?" Hongli still held the binoculars and looked down below saying. Xiaoyong specifically instructed, before taking action, "Do not get too close to the park in the suburbs." Then he made a plan, his eyes still fixed on the scenery in the street below. "Arrange the ropes ready. We will infiltrate from the side later." At that moment down there, Sister Ling called the boy carrying a bag on his back over, "Kid, come here." The boy immediately walked over and stood close to her replying, "Leader, what are your instructions?" Her face without a trace of good intentions ordered the boy, go into the park." The boy hesitated when he heard this. Were not we told to come to carry the spoils of war?" Li Cheng at this time also did not understand what she wanted, and asked, "Sister Ling, what is going on?" Sister Ling smiled and explained, "That guy keeps babbling about his son. His son, then we will give him a son. Do not worry, we will catch the tentacle man as soon as he appears. This kid will not be in danger." The boy was horrified after hearing this and refused repeatedly, "Leader, I am not going, I do not want to be bait." A hurried footstep approached. De Peng angrily grabbed the boy's collar. "Stop babbling, if you dawdle any longer, I will kill you first." Then he mercilessly and forcefully threw the whole boy into the forest. The boy groaned softly in pain after being thrown. Li Hongli just happened to witness this whole scene from the binoculars up high. He said to his teammates, "Something's up, action." Then he and a few strong young men in the group climbed down by rope. The boy limped forward, worriedly looking at the group standing from afar and weakly called out, "Help, help me." A voice yelled, "Son." Immediately, a figure jumped down making the surrounding ground crack as if it had been jundong vibrated. The boy was immediately scared and screamed, "I do not want to die." Zhang Shengzhe's eyes in zombie form suddenly flashed. Li Cheng standing outside shouted, "Okay, the tentacle man has taken the bait, quickly save him." A hand hurriedly grabbed his arm to stop him. Sister Ling calmly smiled and looked at him. "It has been agreed that you will not compete for credit with Jiang Yi." Xiaoyong heard her mention him and laughed a few times in response, "I know." Then he jumped away, dashing towards the boy with lightning speed. Forcefully grabbed his clothes in the boy's surprised confusion. However, decisively threw the boy behind him. Li Cheng was standing behind preparing in advance and quickly caught the boy, keeping him standing still in his hand. At that moment, the glasses fell off. Zhang Shengzhe used his tentacles to crazily besiege Xiaoyong, loudly shouting, "Return my son to me." But he did not say anything, only quietly looked at the person in front of him for a while and then spoke up because he looked a little familiar. Li Cheng standing from afar encouraged, "Jiang Yi, hold on." Then he was suddenly held tightly by two people behind him, not allowing him to move. Li Cheng did not understand what they wanted to do, and asked in confusion, "Hey, what are you doing? If you do not take action then Jiang Yi is sure to die." Sister Ling snorted softly and commented, "It is right to die." Looking at Xiaoyong over there still lying snugly in Zhang Shengzhe's tentacles, her tone was full of contempt. "I thought he could fight the tentacle man. Both sides are injured. In the end he is just an abused and killed item." Hearing this, blue veins appeared on Li Cheng's face. He was angry. "So from the beginning you guys did not have any good intentions, why?" A voice unexpectedly interjected, "Let me tell you the reason why." It turned out that it was none other than Xiaoyong. He glanced at the group of people and revealed the truth, "Because I know the secret of you guys eating people." Li Cheng was shocked after hearing this, eating people. Suddenly someone yelled, "Fire!" Bullets were directly fired at them. Depeng retreated. "It is a sneak attack." Sister Ling at this time could no longer maintain her previous smug expression. She yelled, "Who is it?" Li Hongli and the young men in the team constantly held guns and fired intensely at this side. Zhang Shengzhe glanced over and just happened to see a small figure holding a lit glass bottle. Shuai Shuai held the glass bottle high and said loudly, "Uncle Xiaoyong, we have come to help you." Then he quickly and neatly threw the bottle forward without hesitation. Before the bottle could even get close to Zhang Shengzhe, it was lashed by his tentacles and broken in two. Zhang Shengzhe stood still looking. In his eyes now reflected the figure of Shuai Shuai. He asked with a trembling tone, Son. Then Shengzhe's voice gradually faded, "Son." Shuai Shuai saw that the situation in front of him was not as expected and cursed, "Damn, I did not expect this animal to be so strong." Hearing those impolite words, Shengzhe angrily scolded, "Don't curse." Zhang Ji standing not far away warned everyone, "Watch out, this guy is not an ordinary zombie." One of the group immediately rushed out. Zhang Ji was worried and shouted, "Chong Jia, be careful." The man called Chong Jia did not say much and ran straight to Zhang Shengzhe. Sister Ling's group hiding behind the trees observed the situation and wondered, "What is that, another mutant?" Sister Ling also saw this scene and was a little confused. A mutant is fighting side by side with a human. Chong Jia rushed over to attack the target, and at that moment the tentacles also launched out one after another as if to restrain him. The tentacles quickly covered Chong Jia's whole body. Then he immediately shook them off. Some tentacles were accidentally torn apart without mercy. Without knowing where it came from, another tentacle quickly approached his head. At the same time the voice from outside shouted, "Chong Jia, be careful." A tentacle then hit him, making him unable to defend and was hit back. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled gleefully while looking at the scene in front of him. "Chong Jia, you have met your match." Depeng saw that he was tied up and still joking like that and gritted his teeth slightly. That kid Jiang Yi still has the mood to laugh. Over here, Xiaoyong did not joke anymore. He sternly and without saying a word directly tore apart the tentacles that were binding him. A voice from outside full of surprise and disbelief rang out. Tore them apart. Those are the tentacle man's body tentacles." A young man with brown hair suddenly spoke, wait a minute." The young man with brown hair continued, "That kid just now seemed to call Jiang Yi Uncle Xiaoyong." Depeng heard this and asked, "So what?" Then the young man with brown hair seemed to remember something and repeated, "It seems that a Xing once said that the leader of the gathering place in Che City is named." Hearing this, Sister Ling understood. "Jiang Xiaoyong, you are not mistaken, are you?" The young man with brown hair replied definitely, "That is right, it is Jiang Xiaoyong." Depeng heard the conversation and finally realized everything. He slammed his arm against the tree trunk in annoyance and cursed, "Damn, we have been tricked by that kid." Sister Ling was also no less annoyed than him and gritted her teeth. Speaking like that, then this group of people must be the main combat force of that gathering place. Those people looked at the group of Li Hongli, those guys. Sister Ling's eyes were full of ferocity, and also those kids on this side. Then they looked at Zhang Ji, who was anxiously standing outside. The person with the strongest ability among them is about the same as Li Cheng, but the weapons in their hands are very strong. Then they cast their eyes on the figure of the young man who had just torn apart those tentacles. The most ruthless person is Jiang Yi, no, it should be Jiang Xiaoyong. And they did not forget to mention Chong Jia, along with a mutant with strength not inferior to the tentacle man. Sister Ling observed the situation once again and gave her assessment. Our chance of winning is not high. Even if we barely win, then I am afraid that both sides will suffer heavy losses. The young man with brown hair became worried. Then what to do? As if an idea had occurred to her, Sister Ling immediately shouted, "I have it, Depeng, hold those people back, cover me." Depeng said a word as if to agree, and then quickly ran away with the axe. He ran and decisively threw the flaming axe forward. The axe with blazing flames flew over. At the same time, the stones were thrown into the group of people one after another. Someone in their group yelled, "Watch out." The stones just flew out like a storm non-stop. In the dark and quiet night, the trees from afar just fell down like that. Li Hongli hid behind a tree nearby, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, the other team is disturbing us, what do they want to do?" Sister Ling took the opportunity to rush near Shuai Shuai while everyone was running away. A voice rang out, "Be careful." Xiao Jia hurriedly put himself in front of Shuai Shuai, aiming at us. A foot immediately raised and touched his head. Then that foot forcefully kicked him away, making him exclaim, "So strong, he is an evolver." Sister Ling reached out to Shuai Shuai and lifted the boy up. She stared at the boy, "Little brat, I will choose you." Meng Shan Shan stood on the other side and shouted worriedly, "Shuai Shuai." Having his clothes tightened, Shuai Shuai resisted with some difficulty, "Don't even think about it, taking me as a hostage." Sister Ling slightly pursed her lips, Oh, little brat has some ability, huh?" Then she unceremoniously punched the boy in the face, causing him to cry out in pain. Zhang Shengzhe at this time could no longer remain calm and shouted loudly, "Son." Chong Jia at this time took the opportunity to sit on his shoulders, reaching out to strangle Shengzhe's neck. Chong Jia roared, and a hazy stream of gas emitted from the antivirus mask. Xiaoyong did not turn his head, but gently reminded him, "Okay, Chong Jia, let him go." Chong Jia was a little confused and was stunned. Seeing this, Xiaoyong pointed to Shuai Shuai, who was being controlled on the other side. He is about to risk his life, at this time, hindering him is not a wise choice. Sister Ling impatiently reached out to touch Shuai Shuai's neck and threatened, "If you do not want this kid to lose his head, then put down your weapons." Shan Shan standing outside then worriedly called, "Shuai Shuai, do not touch him." Hongli interjected, reaching out to touch himself and said, "You let him go, let me be the hostage exchange with him." She still did not compromise, just looked at the group of people and smiled, saying, "Looking at how anxious you guys are, I know I have caught the right person." Hongli was angry but could not do anything, only could stand there clenching his teeth in frustration. Damn it, if something happens to Shuai Shuai, then how can I explain to his mother? Sister Ling did not give them time to hesitate, and decisively ordered, "Right now, everyone put your weapons on the ground, then retreat more than 100 meters. Hongli then listened and held the weapon out ready to put it down, then waved his hand and said to the people behind, "Do as she says." She continued again, "Then, tell that monster to come with you." At that moment, a shout suddenly rang out, "Sister Ling, watch out." Tentacles flew out from somewhere unexpectedly in her bewildered gaze. Those tentacles then slammed down, causing her to be thrown away, creating no small shock. A tentacle attacked the young man with a head standing nearby.
Depeng shouted in horror, "A Qiang."
Sister Ling quickly regained her balance and landed. What is going on? Weren't those tentacles being restrained by them? Then she looked up and caught Xiaoyong's complacent expression. And she also found Chong Jia standing next to him, with a curious voice. They are watching a show. A tentacle wrapped around Shuai Shuai's feet. Li Hongli noticed this and loudly reminded the boy, "Shuai Shuai, get away from there." Zhang Xiaoyong reassured him, "It is okay, Shuai Shuai is not in danger." Hongli still did not quite believe him and hesitated a little, "Not in danger." Shuai Shuai was then lifted by those tentacles in front of Shengzhe. He looked at the boy and gently called, "Son." Shuai Shuai, being called intimately like that, the boy was stunned. "Dad." Xiaoyong standing behind spoke to interrupt, "How is it, Zhang Shengzhe? I do what I say, your wife and children are living very well." Hearing the familiar name, Shuai Shuai suddenly hesitated, "Yes, it is Dad." Xiaoyong confirmed, "That is right, that is your dad. At first I guessed correctly, your dad has a physique similar to Chong Jia." Hearing this, the boy immediately choked and leaned his head on Shengzhe's shoulder and cried bitterly, "Dad." Depeng saw that everything was out of control at this time and cursed uncomfortably, "Damn it, what a freakish plot this is." Then turned to say to his companions, "It is a failure, retreat, retreat quickly." But Shengzhe would not easily let them go like that. The tentacles launched straight towards Depeng's hastily running figure. Those tentacles instantly surrounded his body. Depeng struggled desperately, "Quick, cut off the tentacles." Waiting for a long time but still did not see any movement, he glanced back to remind. Huang Ling, what are you waiting for? Sister Ling silently did not say anything and immediately turned her head to run away. Depeng saw this and angrily shouted, "Damn it, you are betraying me." While running away, she thought to herself, even fighting side by side is not necessarily a match for the tentacle man, let alone with that group of people there. The only way to survive now is to take advantage of Wang Depeng holding him back. While thinking about that, she suddenly widened her eyes. Because her feet were wrapped by the tentacles, Sister Ling complained, "Oh no." Then her body immediately fell to the ground. Sister Ling's glasses shattered. She struggled to support herself, cursing softly, "Damn it." Before Sister Ling had time to complain, her whole body was pulled away by the tentacle wrapped around her feet. Her body rubbed against the ground, causing her to cry out in pain non-stop. Depeng was tied up not far away and saw this scene and curled his lips. This whore still wants to betray me, now it is good. Then he looked at the person standing in front of him and called, "Li Cheng, now we can only rely on the two of us." Li Cheng, when called, that could only grit his teeth and say helplessly, "Damn it, there is no way." A hand patted on his shoulder. Li Cheng was stunned and turned his head to look back. "You, since when did you appear behind me?" Xiaoyong only casually advised, "Don't take action, I guarantee your safety." Depeng, when he heard this, was anxious. "Li Cheng, you bastard, you also want to betray me." The tentacles at this moment lifted his body up. Then forcefully slammed down. Depeng struggled to raise his head. His face was full of strawberry syrup because his whole body collided too strongly with the ground. "Looking very dirty," he coughed. Then the tentacles rose high one after another. Then slammed down, causing Depeng's whole body to shatter. The body parts just flew everywhere. On the other side, Sister Ling, after being surrounded by Shengzhe's tentacles, was constantly struggling. "Let me go." After calling for help, the tentacle once again tightened around her waist. The tentacle was getting tighter and tighter. From her eyeliner, nostrils and mouth constantly flowed a dark red stream of blood. Both of Sister Ling's eyeballs were now infected with an unconcealable strawberry syrup color. The tentacle gradually covered her head, causing her to scream in pain a few times. Then Shengzhe suddenly used force to make the tentacles crush her entire body. The body parts once again flew out as a signal that a life had just ended. Shengzhe calmly retracted the tentacles, letting the body parts drop, still remaining there. At the place where Xiaoyong was standing, the system panel suddenly appeared. Mission, Nemesis of Evil Vol. 3 has been completed. Mission requirements: eliminate the threat. Help the potential teammates. Reward points, 80 points. Current points, 151 points. Zhang Xiaoyong smiled softly. This potential teammate refers to Zhang Shengzhe, huh? Then he turned to look at Li Cheng and asked, "Okay, do you have anything you want to ask?" Hearing this, Li Cheng hesitated. "You are people from the Che City gathering place, in the eastern city." Xiaoyong confirmed, "That is right." Seeing this, he continued, "What did you mean by eating people before?" Coming to this, Xiaoyong's face became gloomy. With a deep voice, "Did you think that you can become an evolver by relying on luck alone?" Li Cheng heard him say that and gradually understood the hidden meaning inside that. "You mean the reason we can become evolvers is because we had to." Then he seemed to recall when he held the box of meat in his hand. A tender voice rang out, "Mom, I also want to eat meat." The mother stopped her child. "Be good, do not make trouble. Uncle eats meat to have the strength to protect us." The mother shyly looked at Li Cheng and explained, "Brotherly, sorry, the child does not understand." Li Cheng did not mind and handed the box of meat in his hand out. "It is okay, let the child eat a piece." The mother hurriedly refused. "No need, brotherly, no need." Remembering this, Li Cheng's face turned pale. At that time, a group of people rushed in. "It is happening again. The tentacle man is here again. Several people have disappeared." "Did you guys see the tentacle man with your own eyes?" "Didn't see. If we saw him, then would we still be alive to come back?" The mother, who had been shy just now, had now become panicked and looked around searching. "Where's my daughter? Did anyone see my daughter?" As if realizing what the meat in his stomach was, Li Cheng could not help but throw up in disgust. Next he ran to the side of the girl's body. Directly used his hands to tear apart that body, constantly cursing, "Damn it, animal." After tearing for a while, he stopped, tiredly panting. Li Cheng gritted his teeth and looked at the group of people and asked, "Then you guys, did you also rely on eating people to get strength?" Li Hongli heard him say that and waved his hand. "What do you think of us? We are not that kind of person." Xiaoyong continued, "Rest assured, we know more information than you, we have other ways to get strength." Then he flicked out a red jade. Li Cheng reached out to grab the jade, relying on this. Xiaoyong told him that the jade was the core of the alien species. which could be obtained from the bodies of zombies and other evolvers, although not as common as human meat. But the effect was better than eating human meat, and there were no side effects. Hearing the last sentence, Li Cheng asked, "Side effects?" Xiaoyong then explained, "I think you have also felt it. After becoming an evolver, your emotions are easily out of control. Moreover, violence and slaughter will make you feel excited." Li Cheng nodded, "That is right." Then he said stammeringly, "Then in the future." Understanding what he wanted to say, Xiaoyong replied, "It can't be changed, but starting now to stop eating meat, at least can make your violence and perversion not progress any further." Xiaoyong looked at the two Zhang Shengzhe over there. "As for you," he asked, "Zhang Shengzhe, can you speak fluently?" Shengzhe waved his hand and stuttered, "Jiang Zhong, thank you son, save dad." This successfully made Xiaoyong lose his patience. He gritted out, "Mother of God, are you doing a morality and ethics comedy with me?" Shengzhe shook his head repeatedly and denied, "No, the meaning is Jiangzong son."
Zhangzong, son.
While talking, he suddenly coughed a few times and then mumbled again, "Jiangzong son." To this point, he uncomfortably tsket a sound. Xiaoyong surrendered and gestured to stop. Enough, I understand your meaning." Then he said after looking at Shengzhe's appearance once more, "Similar to Chongjia, although the mutation affects the language center, but the mind is still clear. But your current appearance is really a bit scary. Taking you back to the gathering place seems a bit." Speaking to this point, Xiaoyong coughed a few times softly. Shengzhe's intermittent voice rang out once again, "No need this land used to, son worry disappear." Xiaoyong then kindly translated each word for him to understand. "You mean you're used to it, seeing your son safe, so you are at ease, huh?" He heard that and gave a thumbs up. Jiangzong, huge wisdom, huge wisdom. Xiaoyong was speechless. That is called smart. He turned to look at the man covered in strawberry syrup and said, "You Li Cheng, now that the threat has been eliminated, then the remaining people of the Shifeng Steel Factory I am afraid will have to be led by you." Li Cheng did not think it was right and immediately retorted, "No, I am a person who has eaten people. If I am the leader of the Shifeng Steel Factory, then everyone will not be safe." Xiaoyong listened and put his hand on his chin to ponder for a while. Then he looked at the group of Hongli, like this Yu Li Hongli, "In my opinion, the Shifeng Steel Factory will be led by you." Hongli replied, okay." He continued, "Then Li Cheng will come back with me to Che City." A hand patted on Li Cheng's shoulder. Xiaoyong leaned close to his ear and whispered, "The devil in your heart, I will watch over for you." At the neighboring city, the border of S City, a voice yelled, "Help, help me." Xing Kai tightly gripped his teammate's arm. "Don't go, he is beyond saving." That unfortunate young man was now struggling to crawl on the ground. Waiting for him behind were the creepy zombies gradually approaching. That teammate could not bear to witness this scene anymore, cursed and turned to run away quickly. The young man crawling on the ground opened his eyes wide in disbelief and yelled loudly, "Help, help me." Then he was surrounded by zombies and torn apart. Now, that young man's body had become a black and sticky mess. That body slowly squirmed. And so, a new zombie was formed. Xiao Tong ran with the group for a while and then stopped tiredly, leaning on a tree nearby to pant and said, "It is not good, I can't run anymore." Xing Kai quickly grabbed her arm and advised, "Even if you can't run anymore, then you have to run. Once you are caught up, then you will be torn to pieces." The black-haired young man raised his hand. "Wait a minute." Xing Kai did not understand and asked, "What is wrong?" The young man immediately made a silent gesture. "Shh, listen carefully." Then the young man quietly stood listening to the wind whistling past his ear. After listening, the whole group was delighted. "Wind, it is the sound of wind, it is true, it is the sound of wind, there is the sound of wind, that proves we are about to run to the edge of the forest." Suddenly a strange sound rang out behind them. The whole group did not say much and quickly ran away from that place. "They are catching up, can't be slow, run quickly." Xing Kai held his girlfriend's hand tightly and said, "Victory is in sight, can't die here." Both of them ran away with hurried steps. After a while, the high-rise buildings were revealed at the end of the road. They said happily, "Light, there is light in front, we are not far from the edge of the forest anymore." Xiao Tong carelessly pointed forward. "Success, we have succeeded, we are finally saved." Next to her at that time a rope was slowly being lowered. Her teammate noticed it and immediately warned, "Careful." But it was still one step too late. The rope immediately wrapped around Xiao Tong's neck, then forcefully pulled her whole body up. The animal in the air immediately bit off Xiao Tong's body, leaving only her legs. Her legs decisively fell to the ground in everyone's horrified shock. Xing Kai lost his composure and shouted, "Xiao Tong, my Xiao Tong," causing his teammate to say to stop him, "Hey, calm down a bit." That strange sound rang out again. The black-haired young man cursed uncomfortably. That plant-based creature has caught up again. Then quickly turned around and hit Xing Kai in the face. The young man shook his body hard. "Xiao Tong is dead. If you do not want to be buried with her, then calm down for me right now." Xing Kai cried and wailed, sorry. At this time the whole group finally escaped from that forest. The sound of footsteps clattering rang out. The zombies formed a line and took steps. Their sticky feet touched the ground. It turned out that it was not just a few, but a group of zombies. They slowly pulled each other towards the high-rise buildings in front of them. The group of Xing Kai had now also arrived at a small alley. The black-haired young man looked at that entrance and said to his teammates, "This place, I know it." The young man explained to his teammates about the area they had set foot on. "This place is the suburban park of M City. We have arrived at M City." A teammate in the group asked in confusion, "Strange, why is not there anyone? It seems that everyone has been abandoned." The other person also agreed, "That is right." The black-haired young man said as if it was reasonable, "Such a big thing happened in our S city. It is reasonable that the neighboring M city was evacuated." Xing Kai suddenly pointed forward and said, "What is that?" Following his arm was a figure hiding behind a utility pole. The black-haired young man stepped out, a survivor. It seems that those who escaped before were successful too. Then the young man boldly struck up a conversation. "Hey buddy, where's the evacuation point?" Zhang Taiching raised his head to look at them. When seeing the entire appearance of the other party, the tone of the group trembled. Plant creature. Then the whole group screamed and turned to run away. Zhang Taiching just watched after them, silently not saying anything. After running for a while they stopped. The black-haired young man asked, Is he chasing after us?" Xing Kai turned his head to look behind and replied, "It seems not." The black-haired young man was confused at this time. What is going on? Why are there plant creatures outside the forest? One of the group speculated, could it be that the outside of the forest has also fallen? Xing Kai hurriedly said, "Then why did not the forest spread outside?" Another person worried. "What should we do now?" That strange sound rang out again. At this time it seemed to be getting closer to them. Each zombie saw the group of people and quickly ran over. They were startled and screamed, "Plant creature." One of them said, "There is one on this side too." Another person saw that the situation was not good and cursed, "Damn, we are surrounded." Xing Kai at this time sat down on the ground in despair. "It is over, we should not have run out, living temporarily in the forest. Maybe we could have lived a few more months. Xiao Tong would not have died either." Several zombies constantly pounced over. The black-haired young man was not subdued, and resolutely held up his weapon. "I do not want to be torn apart by them. I do not want to die like this." A tentacle that did not know where it came from drilled through the head of the young man. That tentacle reached out to tear apart the head of that zombie. Zhang Shengzhe stepped forward confidently in the horrified gaze of everyone around him. His eyes were firm. Someone in the group suddenly spoke, What is going on?" In another place, night enveloped the strong base, looking somewhat quiet. Jiang Xiaoyong stood outside the balcony looking at the surrounding scenery and whispered, "The wind is really strong today." The system panel unexpectedly appeared in front of his eyes. Mission, Utopian Society Utopia is in progress. Mission content, expand the community, mission progress. Establish a branch, Sheafing Steel Factory, has been completed. Mission evaluation points, plus 20, current evaluation points, 62, reward points, plus 80, current points. 231. Xiaoyong looked at the points and clicked his tongue. Oh, there are 80 more points again, a bit too many to spend. The screen at this time displayed, Weapon Threat Supply Crate, Level 2, minus 20 points. Next was Alien Ability Awakening Supply Crate Level 3, minus 100 points. And finally Black Technology Supply Crate Level 2, minus 50 points. But it seemed that those items did not gain any interest from Xiaoyong. He pressed the manual refresh button. Minus 4 points. Let us see if there is any new good stuff. The system panel immediately switched information. Successfully exchanged the Weapon Threat Supply Crate Level 2, minus 20 points. Successfully exchanged the Alien Ability Awakening Supply Crate Level 3, minus 100 points. Successfully exchanged the Black Technology Supply Crate Level 2, minus 100 points. Xiaoyong looked at the screen in surprise. Level 3 crate. Holy crap, Level 2 crates have already opened up the physical overload. Let us see what the Level 3 crate has. Then his finger lightly touched the screen. A series of information suddenly appeared on the system screen striking his eyes. Open the Weapon Threat Supply Crate Level 1. Receive the reward, 1 armored jeep. Open the Alien Ability Awakening Supply Crate Level 3, receive the reward, Enslavement Seal Level 1, characteristics, imprint the enslavement seal on the enemy, causing them to become the user's servant, maximum number of slaves, 1. Open the Black Technology Supply Crate Level 2, receive the reward, Physical Strengthening Drug plus 30. Looking at the reward of the enslavement seal, Xiaoyong was a little pensive, can only enslave one person, huh? Currently, Chong Jia, Zhang Shengzhe and Li Cheng are all considered stable. Observe for a while first. The system panel once again displayed new information. Mission, Utopian Society Utopia is in progress. Mission content, expand the community, mission progress. Let the gathering place independently resist invasion once. In progress, reward evaluation points, 10. New mission, Weed Extermination Vol. 1. Mission requirements. Eliminate the threat that weeds bring, reward points, 100 points. Looking at the last line of the mission, Xiaoyong was slightly puzzled. Weed extermination. Eliminate the threat brought by weeds, huh? He looked at the nearby field with a deep tone, meaning, you want me to go to the field to help pull weeds, huh? The walkie-talkie on the table suddenly emitted a sound. Brother Xiaoyong, can you hear me? Something happened to Shui Shui's dad. At this time everyone suddenly started talking about it in panic. That is, a zombie, huh? What is going on? Could it be like that zombie, also in the same group as Leader Zhang? Now everyone fell silent and witnessed the scene of Zhang Shengzhe in zombie form dragging the corpse of another mutated zombie towards them. Seeing that everyone was silent, not saying anything caused Zhang Shengzhe to suddenly fall into embarrassment and ponder. Suddenly someone ran over and called out loudly, causing him to pay attention, Dad. A tall and a small person ran over excitedly. He immediately recognized and called out, Son, and his wife. Hearing such a special way of addressing him, Uncle Sheng wondered, and his wife, Jiang Xiaoyong, then explained to him, it must mean wife, he is mutated, affecting his language center. Now it is similar to a patient with aphasia. His wife and son hugged Zhang Shengzhe. His wife could not control her emotions and cried a lot, so the whole family of 3 was finally reunited. At this time Jiang Xiaoyong reached out to take a sample of skin on the body of the mutated zombie, and he wondered, it is this thing, huh? Zhang Shengzhe replied, even though his language was somewhat disorganized. Main course, food border, vegetable stewed with meat, meat stewed with vegetables. Hearing Lao Zhang say that, he unconsciously asked back, meat stewed with vegetables. While he had not digested Lao Zhang's words yet, a young man stepped forward to answer, while pointing to make it easier for the listener to imagine, Big brother. Let me explain, we are from S City. Now S City is covered by dense forests. Not only that, many people have mutated into plant-based creatures, like them. Holding the sample of skin that had turned plant-based just taken in his hand, Jiang Xiaoyong looked and muttered, plant-based creatures. The young man continued the previous words. But big brother, I see your M City is not very peaceful either. At this time Jiang Xiaoyong stood up and replied, you're being taken here, you must have seen it all along the way, most people have turned into zombies. The young man confirmed, yes. At this time, he looked at Uncle Sheng standing there and gave instructions, Uncle Sheng, behind the broken wall outside the 2 streets on the east side of the base. There is an armored jeep, have someone drive it back later. Uncle Sheng immediately replied, okay. Looking at the others he then assigned, then you guys, follow me to the junction between the 2 cities to see the situation. Receiving Jiang Xiaoyong's order, everyone began to act and the whole group arrived at that city. The ground was full of vines as thick as ropes. Jiang Xiaoyong then sat down to observe more closely, witnessing the horror before his eyes. The young man could not hide his shock. These vines have grown higher than not long ago. Jiang Xiaoyong ordered, we enter the dense forest. Hearing his intention, the faces of the young man and Zhang Ji showed disbelief. Because he was someone who had lived here, the young man immediately worriedly advised, Big brother, it is very dangerous in the forest, otherwise why would we have worked so hard to escape? At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong replied, if we just let it go then I'm afraid it won't be long before the Shifeng steel factory is surrounded. By then, whether living or producing will be affected. And then he remembered, but before that, there is one more important thing to do first. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong say that, Zhang Ji asked, what thing? He said sternly, help you guys possess the ability to cope with danger alone. At this time Jiang Xiaoyong turned to look at both Zhang Ji and Wen Shuya and said the current plan, call Lao Li and the people of the Shifeng steel factory. In the next few days, we will focus on hunting. Not far away, a mutated zombie was gnawing at the body of another zombie. Suddenly it heard some movement and quickly turned its head towards the direction of the sound. It vigilantly stared at the building in front of it, but still did not see anything happen. Suddenly Jiang Xiaoyong had silently appeared behind it from who knows when and with a posture ready to attack swung the knife in his hand up. Right at the moment the monster was careless, he made a decisive move, slashing across its body in one stroke. His troops at this time also rushed over holding guns and attacking. Not only that, but they also climbed on top of the car and frantically honked the horn. With superior force and weapons, most of the other mutated zombies were hit by our side's attack. Bullets and corpses were scattered all over the ground. As soon as they eliminated them, everyone began searching for energy stones in their bodies. Suddenly in another corner nearby a complaint sounded, "It is a zombie again, it is a zombie again." A mutated zombie but still in the appearance of a normal human was venting his anger by stomping hard on the zombie lying unconscious on the ground. Then he lamented. "Where are the living people? Is there no one alive?" Suddenly the zombie that seemed to have died immediately struggled to get up, roaring towards him, causing him to be startled. But in the next second he did not say a word and angrily swung his hand, knocking that zombie away with a powerful punch. The zombie was finally completely eliminated, lying in a pool of blood on the ground while he hugged his forehead yelling, "I do not want to see zombies. Can I just run into a few people?" As soon as the words fell he suddenly realized something. He then used his ability to sniff everything with his nose, taking deep breaths. It was at that moment that he recognized, living people. At this time someone was finishing off that zombie when a teammate warned, "Hey, do not you want to live anymore?" The leader specifically instructed, during this time, do not open the door outside without permission. Hearing this the person hugged his gun and ran back replying, "Teach, so what? The zombies around here have been almost completely dealt with by Jiang Zong's team." The person who warned waved his hand signaling and continued, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry and get in here." The zombie who had confirmed his guess was correct was happy and excited. As expected there are living people moreover. Then he licked his lips with desire, living people who have never eaten their own kind, pure living people. At this time he was quite smart, recognizing that they all had weapons, but in the hands of these people there were some things. If it was him then I am afraid it would not be okay. I still have to hold back for a few days. Just thinking about the food being offered to his mouth but having to hold back from enjoying it caused him to be covered in goosebumps of anger. His eyes were bloodshot with saliva dripping down. And yelling, "Annoying, annoying, annoying." Change scene. Now Jiang Xiaoyong had returned to his home in his room. It was very bright with the sound of the system ringing. Successful refresh, successful exchange. Successful refresh, successful exchange. Current points, 3. At this time he spoke, "Uncle Sheng, call everyone to the meeting room." Uncle Sheng replied, "Okay." Immediately afterwards everyone had gathered standing around the big table. Jiang Xiaoyong praised, "As expected of a joint hunt, in just 3 short days we have earned so much." Jiang Xiaoyong began to continue, "Li Hongli, Zhang Ji, these alien species cores, the two of you divide them equally." Hearing him say that, Captain Li felt embarrassed and waved his hand, like that is not very good. The main thing is the credit of brother Xiaoyong. Zhang Ji next to him also echoed, "That is right, moreover, everyone worked hard, only the two of us." Before the words were finished Jiang Xiaoyong interrupted, "Don't refuse, we do not lack hot weapons and ammunition. Producing a few top experts is more meaningful than everyone being a mediocre revolver." Everyone at this time also spoke up in support. "Aiya, Lao Li, if he tells you two to eat then just eat. When has Xiaoyong ever misjudged? That is right, we completely trust." Jiang Xiaoyong turned to say to San San, "In addition, San San, you follow me." Seeing this she asked again in confusion, "Yes." Both of them had now moved outside and she gently closed the door. Then now turned to ask, "Brother Xiaoyong, what do you want to do?" At that moment someone gestured, "Shh, be quiet." Everyone outside then curiously pulled each other and pressed themselves to the door listening in. At this time Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "It may be a little painful, you endure it a bit." Change scene, feet safely touched the ground. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly grabbed the vine that was preparing to wrap around him. Then he strongly pulled something purple that was pulled out from inside the mouth of the giant carnivorous tree. The young man standing next to him could not help but admire, top much. Bang, that purple thing then fell to the ground right when Jiang Xiaoyong pulled it out. That purple thing had life and thumped like a heart. The carnivorous tree, after being discovered and having its weakness seized, immediately shrank its body to escape. Jiang Xiaoyong then recognized its intention. Want to run, did not expect this thing still has the ability to move. Staring at it he spoke with teasing, "Don't let it escape, Zhang Shengzhe. Playing with tentacles in front of me and you can still endure it, huh?" Zhang Shengzhe did not reply but immediately controlled his tentacles to chase after that carnivorous tree. His tentacles moved really fast, and had already caught up to it in just a moment and wrapped tightly around it. Lao Zhang focused intently on controlling his tentacle. Without waiting any longer, his two tentacles had wrapped around the mouth of the carnivorous tree and forcefully pulled it back to where everyone was standing. With a thud, it lay prostrate on the ground in front of everyone. Thinking that it was motionless, but right at this time its mouth began to emit a yellow smoke. That smoke spread to Jiang Xiaoyong's nose, and as soon as he smelled it he praised, "So fragrant." But immediately he felt that something was wrong. Jiang Xiaoyong reminded everyone, "The smoke released from this thing has a strange smell. It may not be safe, be careful." Then he stepped into a defensive posture and spoke, "Where are the people?" Xing Kai at this time suddenly felt different. He then shook his head uncomfortably. "What is going on? The feeling is too strange." Then he suddenly recognized that everyone around him was standing still motionless. Xing Kai then frantically yelled, "Benefactor, benefactor, what is wrong with you?" Suddenly there was a rustling sound in the bushes nearby. A hazy black shadow appeared. Xing Kai asked in confusion, "What is that?" It turned out to be a blonde girl with a worried face calling his name, Xing Kai. Hearing someone call his name, he immediately excitedly turned around. He quickly recognized that person and approached, replying, "Xiao Tong, you are still alive." Xiao Tong then waved at him and said, "It is very dangerous over there, hurry over here, everyone is here." Just like that, Xing Kai unconsciously listened. "Okay, I am coming right away, I am coming right away." Then he began to gradually enter the forest. At the place in front of Jiang Xiaoyong's base a pair of feet stopped. Unexpectedly, it was precisely that mutated zombie who still maintained human state, but this time he brought his companions with him. Then he pointed to the base and said, "See it, that is the place." One of them could not help but salivate and replied, Urka, human meat, that is right, pure human meat." Under his gaze with bloodshot eyes, then most of everything was mainly covered in red, and the point of view was the people who were working there. Witnessing this crazy appearance, that person spoke, "Hey, calm down a bit." As soon as the words fell, he could not look away and immediately rushed out. The one saw this and yelled, "Holy crap, you bastard." While rushing he was excited. "Can't stand it anymore, haha, want to enjoy too much." A person standing guard there had now realized the presence of this mutated zombie, but kept the initial state. Because his appearance did not look different from ordinary people, but was frantically rushing over, the guard loudly asked, "Hey, who are you?" As soon as the words fell he pounced and grabbed the guard. Everyone saw this and shouted a warning, "Watch out." Because his speed was too fast, it was impossible to react in time, and immediately afterwards the guard was bitten by him and cried out in pain. The group at this time rioted, "It is a zombie, damn it, fire, fire now." The sound of gunfire and the growls outside attracted the attention of Captain Lee. Captain Lee at this time was extremely flustered and said, "This is not good." But it seemed that the bullets being fired had no effect on him, and immediately afterwards he released the person he had just bitten and stepped to the others. One person holding a gun with trembling hands yelled, "Holy damn." His image at this time looked no different from an animal being stimulated by instinct to hunt in front of its prey. Even though his body had been shot many times, it was only like a scratch. Immediately afterwards he opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue, lunging towards the person holding the gun. In the nick of time Li Hongli had appeared in time and kicked him in the stomach, preventing his next action. That powerful kick made him turn and fly far away several tens of meters. But very quickly he braced himself and sat down on the ground. Not letting him have the opportunity to attack again, Captain Lee grabbed his gun and aimed straight at him, firing continuously. Seeing this he ran away and dodged the bullets flying towards him. He angrily yelled, "Damn it." After he left, Captain Lee immediately ordered, "Quick, take people over here, take them to the medical room to stop the bleeding." That zombie, though not killed immediately, but his body had been injured quite a bit, he hugged his body, panting, "Hook," dragging his corpse back to where his companions were. Right as he got there he collapsed, lying on the ground. Seeing him like that, a girl among them stepped forward and laughed, mocking, "You tell me, what was the rush? You got hurt, huh?" He heard that and raised his face with a scathing voice. "Don't say sarcastic words anymore. Hurry up, find some meat for me, I need to replenish." The bald man smirked and replied, "Who are you ordering around?" Hearing this he angrily yelled, "What time is it already? Why so many words, hurry." Perhaps in his whole life he never expected that while he was falling into his weakest state he would be betrayed. A foot unexpectedly stomped hard on him. It turned out to be precisely the girl in the red dress left. She smirked and said, "It is better to reduce one mouth to feed, of course." But with his current physical strength, then he was no match for her, so he could only say curse words, cough, "Arg, you what doing, bastard, you slut." Her heel pressed hard on his neck, blood spurted out, and finally he lay in a pool of blood, dying in betrayal. Now this group of mutants began to discuss, then next. How to break the deadlock. Those food are all hiding in the factory, and have weapons in their hands. The girl in the red dress spoke. This is easy. The bald man then asked back, what do you mean? She replied, are you guys confused? We are humans, not zombies. Then she confidently said, of course we will just swagger in. On this side Xingkai was about to approach Xiao Tong when he suddenly felt, why does it feel so floaty? Xiao Tong seeing this urged in a hurried tone, don't hesitate anymore. Hurry over here, hurry over here. Right at this time her eyes changed and yelled, hurry over here, come right away, come right away. Suddenly a knife appeared flying from somewhere. Immediately it chopped off the head of that girl named Xiao Tong. Losing her head her body fell into the grass. Witnessing her death Hung Kai cried out in terror, tears welling up, Xiao Tong. It turned out that the knife just now was from Jiang Xiaoyong. At this time he rubbed his eyes and said, really good, even I was fascinated. Hung Kai then excitedly blamed him, why did you kill my Xiao Tong? Hearing this Jiang Xiaoyong sternly replied, your Xiao Tong what? Look carefully, what is that? Seeing him say that Hung Kai turned his head to look in a daze. That corpse began to become blurred. Then it turned into a pile of vines tied together disguised as a real person to fascinate the viewer. Hung Kai could not believe it, this is. At this time Jiang Xiaoyong stepped to the side of Qin Chong who was fast asleep and reached out and tapped on his head then woke him up. Hey, wake up, do not dream anymore. The bushes around were really dense. At this time the others had woken up. Li Cheng still had not fully woken up and said, what is the matter? It feels like several years have passed. Zhang Shengzhe also spoke. A movie talking about history, machinery transporting at high speed, sun transporting the earth. Meaning, I was dreaming of driving to pick up my son from school. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the knife in his hand and said, it must be that flower just now released some kind of poisonous gas that can cause hallucinations, fascinating us. After that he went to the place that had turned into Xiao Tong just now and sat down taking the knife and cutting down. Seeing this Li Cheng then asked, what do you want to do? He replied, see what the internal structure of this type of monster is like, if it can also produce a core of alien species. But after cutting it open he said, it seems that I thought too much, it seems that this is just a puppet, not the real body. Then he saw them sticking roots into the ground and continued to judge, this bunch of vines is stuck deep into the ground, it seems that the real body is not nearby. As soon as the words fell he suddenly realized something was unusual. That root actually swelled up causing him to be shocked. At this time Jiang Xiaoyong lifted that root and asked, this is. He discovered that it was potatoes taro, it seems that it is the nutrient storage module of this thing. Jiang Xiaoyong put it into space, put it away, who knows if this thing can be eaten. At this time he glanced over and asked, Zhou Xingkai, what do you know about this group of plant-based creatures? He then replied, I only know that they are very dangerous. Consider all living things as food, but I am sure Lao He knows something. Hearing him mention that he wondered, Lao He, where is he still alive? He replied, Lao He is an expert from the Institute of Agricultural Forestry Science. Before I escaped, he was sheltering with us in the high-rise building. I do not know if he is still alive now. Jiang Xiaoyong then praised, very good, take me to find Lao He. Night fell. The moon had also risen high, but tonight it was a waning moon. Suddenly a red-haired girl tied up high appeared panting. Just as she was about to step forward, she accidentally stumbled on a rock. Immediately she fell down and also screamed out of reflex, ah. Hearing the movement, the guard immediately recognized it. Then he happily yelled and ran to the side of the red-haired girl, a survivor, a lucky survivor. Seeing him so hurried someone spoke up to stop him, hey, wait a minute. The coat on her body slipped down revealing her body with a heat but carrying a weakness that needed to be protected. Seeing the girl in front of him so pitiful he wanted to help but was stopped by the other person, to be sure, notify first. But he did not want to hesitate, notify what? Did not you see that the girl is about to not be okay, help her back first. The other person still wanted to stop him, but he immediately retorted, don't but anything, leaving her here, later she will be eaten by zombies. He asked anxiously, girl, are you okay? She replied weakly, save me, save me. He then reassured, rest assured, you are safe now. Saying that he then carried her up his back and headed towards the factory, but it turned out that she was precisely a companion of that group of mutated zombies and they were lurking behind that broken car and contemptuously clicked their tongue. Seeing that the plan had succeeded one of them praised, she is really good. Suddenly a foot came to his side. The girl in the red dress in a sexy posture said, compared to her, I am even better. So they rushed together passionately while that girl grinned evilly on the back of the person who was carrying her. Now Jiang Xiaoyong's group had also begun on the road to find Lao He. Li Cheng spoke, "It has not been anything, and why has it gotten so dark?"
Yin Kui replied.
It is getting to dusk, moreover. Coming here then the forest has become so overgrown that there is almost no light shining in. Jiang Xiaoyong said, "How much further?" Xing Kai replied, "Almost there." Suddenly someone called his name, Xing Kai. Xing Kai immediately recognized the person in front of him and replied, "Aunt Yang." But then he felt, that is not right. Then he raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Seeing Xing Kai seem vigilant, Jiang Xiaoyong then reassured, "Rest assured, this time we did not get hit by powder with the ability to cause hallucinations. It is not a hallucination. It is a living person." Behind Aunt Yang was a group of men holding weapons and speaking with a scolding tone. "I already said do not be so adventurous. You have to kill us to be satisfied." Then he shouted, "Watch Zhou Xingkai be assimilated by those monsters. How about it?" The person next to him then retorted, "He is beyond saving, going for so many days. Now appearing here again, he is definitely not him anymore." Suddenly Aunt Yang glared and turned to shout, "Don't talk nonsense, prepare to fight 1-2. Right at that moment she counted to 3 kill. The whole group immediately rushed out. Seeing this, Lao Zhang was about to take action but was stopped by Jiang Xiaoyong. "Calm down, do not take action." Suddenly 3 arrows shot straight at Jiang Xiaoyong's group. These tricks could not make things difficult for him. Just with a wave of his hand those arrows were immediately stopped in mid-air. At that time he shouted sternly, "Stop, calm down." Witnessing the scene just now plus his powerful shout caused everyone there to fall silent, wary. Zhou Xingkai also stepped forward to reassure, "Aunt Yang, calm down, they are not the enemy." Hearing him say that, Aunt Yang ordered, "Stop shooting, stop shooting." He stepped forward to explain, "They are people from outside the forest, are the benefactors who saved our lives." Aunt Yang at this time still with a vigilant face asked, "Then where are the people who were scouting with you, and also Xiao Tong?" Seeing her ask that, he then replied, "Our people died and were injured by almost half. Xiao Tong also died, but me and the remaining people have escaped." She still interrogated, "What is the situation outside like now?" He replied, "This is not convenient. Let us go back and talk in detail." But their eyes at this time collided with the dark and deathly eyes of the 2 mutated zombies. Chen Chong and Lao Zhang with murderous aura looked at them. Aunt Yang tightly gripped the hammer in her hand, looking at Xing Kai. Seeing this he reassured, "Rest assured, they are all family." At this time he turned his head to say to the 2, "Say a few words to dispel their fear." Seeing Xing Kai gesturing, Chen Chong took off the mask on his mouth, posing really cool, smiling brightly, opening his mouth. "I am very ugly, but I am very gentle." And on Lao Zhang's side he flew up like a bird saying, "Smooth, naked marble." The meaning in his words was, "Look at how sexy my body is." Seeing the 2 put on an act, Jiang Xiaoyong felt embarrassed for them. "Ahem, what are you 2 doing?" On this side Xing Kai still continued to reassure, "Don't worry. Those 2 are also our benefactors. We were rescued, thanks to them." Finally they agreed, "Then okay, come over here." Suddenly there was the sound of an engine, the sound of wheels turning. San San drove the motorcycle and braked sharply, stopping. At this time she took out her phone to contact, "Uncle Lee, I have arrived at the gate of the steel factory, open the door." The intuition told San San to look around. Seeing this, the group of mutated zombies then silently hid behind the car. Just at that time someone then came out to open the door, happily waving and calling, "San San." Seeing her lead the car inside this group of people, then breathed a sigh of relief. So dangerous, almost got discovered. The girl in the red dress then said, "Recognize it, that girl is an evolver, a pure evolver." Hearing this their eyes lit up and their faces became thirsty. The bald man spoke, "How can there be a pure evolver, how did she do it?" The girl in the red dress continued, "That is right, moreover, eating her then our strength will soar." The remaining person replied, "I do not know, but what I do know is that she must be very delicious." Now Captain Lee spoke, "San San, you have arrived, huh?" She replied, "Yes, Uncle Lee, have you finished dealing with the injured people? Are they in the medical room?" The other side confirmed, "They are in the medical room." San San went with 2 other people standing silently observing the situation of the patients. San San held 2 tubes of medicine in her hand and said, "Uncle Lee, this is medicine to prevent infection." Before leaving, Brother Xiaoyong said, "If someone is bitten by a zombie then use this." Receiving the 2 medicines, Captain Lee replied, "They have been bitten for several hours, now there is no reaction, showing that the thing that bit them must not be a zombie." She then replied, "Not a zombie, huh, then what else knows how to bite people?" Suddenly the red-haired girl who had pretended to sneak in spoke up, "I know, there are many mutated people in the western suburbs. They are not zombies, not infectious. but very violent, and also know how to bite people. Hearing her say that, Captain Li then asked, "You are?" At this time she replied, "I am a new member who has joined, from Western City." Captain Li then asked, "Oh, what do you know about this group of mutated people?" She began to act pitifully. "They are scarier than zombies, eat people, and also have intelligence. Some people among them chase me all the way. Luckily I knew how to ride a bike. Otherwise I would not have survived to escape." Captain Li sternly interrogated further. "Speaking like that, then the person who attacked them was brought by you, huh?" Seeing that she had been suspected, she then pleaded, Sorry, I did not mean to, I just wanted to live, I am sorry." The man who brought her in then spoke up to defend. "That is right, this matter can't be blamed on her, brotherly." Feeling that perhaps he had wrongly blamed her, he then explained, "I did not mean that, do not misunderstand, knowing the other party's origin will make it easier to deal with." She then added, "I also know they won't give up, it won't be long, they will lose control and attack, we have to prepare in advance." Now Captain Li spoke, "The news is very useful, okay, everyone go back and rest." She showed a warm attitude, "Yes, leader." After that Captain Li instructed, "Bring some food to the injured people, to ensure safety, observe for another night, you guys will have to suffer a little more." "Huh." Those people immediately replied, "Heh, it is okay, brotherly." Seeing them leave, San then frowned suspiciously. Seeing her attitude like that, Captain Li then asked, "What is wrong, San?" She replied, "This newly arrived woman, I have a feeling that she is weird." Hearing her say that, he then asked, "Weird how?" But she could not find a reason. "I can't explain clearly, maybe I am thinking too much." He also nodded, "It is probably because you are too stressed. Xiaoyong is also true. Putting such a difficult task on the shoulders of a small girl like you." On Jiang Xiaoyong's side, they had now arrived at the place they needed to find. Aunt Yang, leading the way, said, "We are here." Suddenly he asked, "Why did everyone choose to gather in this place? Passing by those factories and warehouses, fewer doors and more sturdy, clearly all are more suitable as a gathering place." Xingkai continued, "Benefactor, you do not know, the disaster in S City is different from your place." Aunt Yang also spoke up, "If we chose that place, then in less than a week we would have all died." Xingkai continued, "You see the fog, the lower the place the thicker it is, if you keep breathing it in, then in just a few days you will be infected and turn into a plant-based creature. Only from the 10th floor up, the fog is thinner, can temporarily resist." At this time, stepping inside, Aunt Yang pointed to the stairs and said, "Hurry up the stairs, talk in detail when we get upstairs." The whole group had finally arrived at the place. Xingkai opened his mouth, "Benefactor, this is Lao He, this is our benefactor, Brother Xiaoyong." After that he spoke, "Hello Lao He, I have come to talk to you about the situation of the neighboring M city." Now he had told everything. "That is how it is, very regrettable, so the outside of the dense forest is not good either." Lao He heard and held his head in depression. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to instruct, "Chong Jia Zhang Shengzhe, come in here, I have talked clearly about the two of you with the people here already." Hearing being called, both then stepped inside. Lao He turned to look at him and asked, "Then what about T City, B City, foreign countries too?" Xiaoyong replied, "At least until today, we have not met any system reinforcements. Everyone is finding their own way to survive." At this time he took out the thing he had taken from the dense forest. "That is right, Lao He, I heard you research something about plant-based creatures. Do you recognize this?" Lao He then replied, "That is the tuber of the plant-based creature, edible. Aunt Yang's group goes out to find this thing." Hearing that, he was happy for guessing correctly, as expected. Then Lao He continued, "We only found out recently, if it was not because of the lack of food, then we would not have dared to try eating this thing. It tastes similar to taro, the calories are not low, in the apocalyptic world it is considered not bad food." Suddenly someone ran over to report the news. Something's up. Lao He then asked, "What is wrong?" He pointed excitedly and shouted, Plant-based creatures are surrounding us." Lao He worried, "Surrounding us to this place, huh?" That person replied, "Very many plant-based creatures. They are gathering towards our building, gathering more and more." Suddenly someone shouted, "Wagons, they are flower wagons." Jiang Xiaoyong asked in confusion, "Flower wagons, what thing is it very scary?" Lao He then went pale, "Not just scary, today, I am afraid we will all have to die here." At this time Lao He fell into silence. Immediately afterwards Lao He shouted loudly to order, "Everyone listen carefully, women and young people climb to the highest floor, find a closed room like the bathroom or storage room to hide. The older people follow me here." Seeing Lao He react like this, everyone was stunned. Xingkai called his name, Lao He. But then he shouted loudly, "Take action, save whoever can be saved, it is better than dying together. Receiving the order, everyone immediately rushed quickly to the door. Then he turned to say to Jiang Shaoyong, "You do not look old, go up the stairs with them, do not stay here as a sacrifice." Jiang Shaoyong smiled and replied, "It is okay, Lao He, I am a little curious, this action of yours makes me stunned." Saying that, he activated his ability and spoke, "What can scare everyone to this extent, how terrifying is it?" Lao He stood by the window, looking down to observe the situation outside. He shook his head worriedly, "Before we even encounter the main body of the flower carriage, we will be killed by these plant-based beings." Xiao Yong stepped up beside him and asked, "Does the flower carriage have the ability to control these plant-based beings?" A large number of plant-based beings were wandering around their area. Lao He answered Xiao Yong's question, "That is right, probably relying on something similar to pheromones. This large-scale organized action proves that the flower carriage is around here and is targeting us." Xiao Yong yanked open the window, startling Lao He, "What are you doing?" Without anyone noticing, a gun appeared in his hand. He aimed at the plant-based beings below and replied with a smile, testing how strong these things are. Lao He was surprised and asked, "Where did you get the gun?" Xiao Yong directly opened fire on the plant-based beings below. Each bullet hit its target. But those plant-based beings had a very rapid self-healing ability. This made Xiao Yong even more curious. The vitality of these things is quite tenacious. Let us see how far their self-healing limit goes. In just a short period of time, they were able to recover to their original state. Xiao Yong continued to relentlessly fire at them. One plant-based being was riddled with bullets, but it was still unable to recover in time. After a while, one of them was shot to the point where it could not self-heal. It fell to the ground, officially eliminated. Xiao Yong was also quite surprised by this result. 2 magazines to kill just one. No wonder everyone is so afraid of these things, but it is okay. Then he turned back into the room, and in front of everyone's eyes, he took out a storage chest, shocking everyone. "What is that?" Without prying it open, he used his hand to rip off the lid of the chest. Lao Lian could not believe his eyes, prying open a nailed wooden chest without a crowbar. What surprised him even more was the item inside the chest. Molotov cocktails, great. Xiao Yong instructed everyone, "Later, if any stray fish slip in here, everyone use these Molotov cocktails to protect yourselves." Lao He looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Stray fish? What do you mean by stray fish?" Before he could get an answer, his eyes widened in confusion. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yong jumped out of the window, ignoring Lao He's terrified expression. He shouted loudly, "This is the 16th floor." Following behind him were Chen Xiong and Shang Zhizhe. The three of them directly advanced towards the plant-based beings without any fear. The plant-based beings, seeing food, rushed over like hungry tigers. Xiao Yong used his hand to grab one of their heads and decisively tore it off its body. Chen Xiong also charged up to fight. He used the strength of his hands to directly tear the enemies into pieces. Shang Zhezhe did not even need to lift a finger. He used his tentacles to quickly take care of a group of plant-based beings. Those standing on the upper floors could not help but be shocked at this scene. "Holy crap, what the hell are those three?" Li Chung spoke up to remind them, "Stop watching the show, prepare to welcome the stray fish." He began to assign tasks. Anyone confident with their divine beasts, take a Molotov cocktail and guard the entrance to the hallway. The rest of you, hurry and move anything flammable away from the entrance to the hallway. Everyone volunteered enthusiastically. "Okay, coming right away." One by one, the plant-based beings were defeated by Xiao Yong's group. When the last one was defeated, Xiao Yong exhaled and sighed, finally finished them off. The corpses of the plant-based beings lay scattered everywhere. Xiao Yong assigned tasks to the other two, Xiongjia, Zhang Shengzhe. "You two search these guys to see if they have any mutated cores." As for him, he had other things to do. "I am going to meet that so-called flower carriage." Inside the building at this time, black smoke filled the air. The plant-based beings that entered were all burned to ashes. Those inside breathed a sigh of relief. With fire, these things are much easier to deal with, that is right, but it is mainly thanks to Brother Li and the Huijiang brothers. Lao He could not help but rejoice. "Call the others down, the danger has been eliminated." "What is the situation downstairs? Is it over too? I do not see the Jiang brothers anywhere." The flower carriage appeared. It had many legs. This was also Xiao Yong's first time seeing it. What a twisted thing. He stood on a tree and looked down, seeing a large plant-based being with a flower on its head. He made his own guess. That must be the flower carriage, right? The flower on top of the flower carriage had many sharp teeth, making Xiao Yong curious. Is that thing its main body? While he was thinking, he suddenly sensed danger. The flower carriage used its tentacles to attack the branch where he was standing. Luckily he jumped away quickly. Through this attack, he also assessed the strength of the flower carriage. It is too strong. I am afraid it is on par with Zhang Shengzhe. The flower carriage was advancing towards Xiao Yong, but he did not seem to intend to dodge but. He stood up, grabbed the tentacles of the flower carriage and easily subdued it. Lately, from beating up tentacles like yours, I have accumulated some experience. The flower carriage wanted to retract its tentacles, but it could not. It then used the move of spraying poisonous gas. Having fought against many different types of plant-based beings before, Xiao Yong had grasped its moves. He even mocked it. It is no use anymore. I have seen the same move from your kind before. He opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. When the poisonous gas swept over, he held his breath, so he was not affected. The flower carriage was making rustling sounds from above. When the flower carriage was preparing to attack again, Xiao Yong suddenly released its tentacles and launched a direct attack. His hand quickly drew a mark, an enslavement mark. Xiao Yong took the initiative to jump high. He quickly used the mark to place it on the main body of the flower carriage, mark of enslavement. A huge source of power surrounded him and the flower carriage. The range of the power's spread was also not small. Lu Yiming saw it and frantically informed everyone, the flower carriage, it is the main body of the flower carriage, it has not left, it is coming towards us. Lao He confirmed, that is right, it is the main body of the flower carriage, I will never forget its twisted appearance in my life. Yiming suddenly remembered Xiao Yong. Brother Xiao Yong, where is he? Could it be that the flower carriage? While everyone was worried, Xiao Yong's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Zhang Shengzhe, how are Xiong and the others? Are there any mutated cores in the bodies of the plant-based beings downstairs? Xiao Yong twisted his wrist and walked in, to everyone's astonishment. Zhang Zhezhe spoke to answer. Everyone did not understand what he was saying. Chen Xiong happily said to Xiao Yong, not all of them have it, but there are quite a few. He shook his head in annoyance. One person speaks incoherently, and the other likes to spout nonsense, so tiring. Lao He also spoke up at this time. Brother Xiao Yong, the flower carriage is downstairs. Xiao Yong calmly explained, oh that one, it is one of us now. Everyone present was shocked, one of us. They led each other downstairs to witness the flower carriage firsthand. Xiao Yong reassured them, don't worry, it won't harm anyone. Lao He carefully and cautiously approached. He nervously swallowed his saliva. He plucked up his courage to touch the flower carriage, but it did not react at all. It really has been tamed, how did you do it? Xiao Yong asked him, Lao He, you are a scholar in the field of botany, what are your thoughts on this thing? Lao He stroked his chin and thought, although it has mutated into a monster, the characteristics and instincts of plants should still be there, just like big fish eat small fish in animals. The competition between plants is also extremely cruel. He shared his knowledge. Competing for sunlight is the unchanging theme of plants. Plants are thought to be ignorant, but they are all struggling every day to survive. Trees did not exist from the beginning, but in order to compete for more light resources, they grew taller and taller, while those short plants became weaker because of insufficient light. He looked to the flower carriage and speculated, I guess this flower carriage is so ferocious because it lost its developmental advantage in the mutation, it was difficult to obtain sunlight. So it had no choice but to mutate into the ability to prey on animals. While Xiao Yong and Lao He were talking, the tentacles of the flower carriage had secretly stretched out. Li Cheng noticed the unusual behavior of the flower carriage. Li Cheng quickly pulled out a dagger and warned loudly, be careful. But Xiao Yong stopped him, wait, do not attack, it can't disobey me now, I want to see what it is going to do. Li Cheng could not understand his actions and worriedly called out, Brother Xiao Yong you. The tentacles of the flower carriage wrapped around the back of Xiao Yong's neck. It suddenly clung to his neck. In that instant, Xiao Yong seemed to understand its feelings. Seeing Xiao Yong panting, Li Cheng became even more worried, how is it? After a while, Xiao Yong turned to Lao He, I have to admit, Lao He, your analysis is correct. The whole city of S has now become an arena for mutated plants. Mutated plants that can't gain an advantage in the competition have no choice but to compete for animal bodies to obtain nutrients. The flower carriage retracted its tentacles from Xiao Yong. He raised his hand and called to it, since you have become my servant, your survival problem will be solved by me, come here. Green cracks appeared on the flower carriage. The flower carriage shed its huge body and returned to its true form. Its tentacles wrapped around Xiao Yong's hand. Xiao Yong also reached out to accept it without any fear. The flower carriage merged into Xiao Yong's palm, absorbing life force from him. Li Cheng scratched his head curiously. What is that? Xiao Yong looked at the flower carriage in his palm and explained, now it is symbiosis with me. Xiao Yong raised his hand and wanted to test its power. A bunch of tentacles shot straight out from the palm of his hand. The tentacles wrapped around a tree nearby. With a single wave of Xiao Yong's hand, he could easily fell the tree. Zhang Zhezhe's eyes widened in admiration. My 1 light year, even stronger than my tentacles. Xiao Yong looked at the system and was a little surprised. Achievement unlocked. This is the first time. The mutated woman who had just been rescued back to the base had new prey again. Another fish has taken the bait. She slightly opened the door and pretended to be innocent. Who is it? Qinzhuo brought her a piece of cake. Little sister, I brought you a late-night snack. She continued to ask, who told you to bring me a late-night snack? Qinzhuo replied with an embarrassed smile. No one told me, I made it myself. Qinzhuo did not notice her eyes looking at him, glowing red like she was looking at prey. She stepped closer, making intimate gestures. Well, thank you. Given the green light, Qinzhuo excitedly pounced forward. But she backed away in panic. Hey, what are you doing? Qinzhuo also immediately backed away. Sorry, I thought you. She shyly suggested, there are a lot of people here, and the soundproofing is bad. Why do not we go outside the factory and play a dangerous, exciting game? Qinzhuo agreed without hesitation. Okay. In the middle of the night, ambiguous sounds came from inside the factory. After working at full capacity for a while, Qinzhuo panted, got up, and put on his clothes. Qinzhuo turned to look at her and praised, you are really beautiful, by the way, what is your name? But at this moment, Qinzhuo noticed something in the trash can behind her that looked very familiar. She asked Qinzhuo, what is wrong? Qinzhuo walked to the trash can and wondered, this sleeve seems to be Zhao Shun's, why is it thrown here? Opening the lid of the trash can, what was inside terrified Qinzhuo. In the trash can was Zhao Shun's outfit covered in blood. This is. Before he could understand what was happening, Qinzhuo felt someone rush past behind him. She did not bother to explain and directly went behind and took Qinzhuo's life in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere returned to silence as if nothing had happened. Kuang Ren, who was sleeping in the car, was hit hard on the head. Kuang Ren woke up and angrily asked, what are you doing? Tutu also looked at him angrily. You were sleeping so soundly, huh? Kuang Ren defended himself. I was on guard. Tutu grabbed his neck and shouted angrily. I came here and you did not even notice. Then would you have seen the signal she sent? Tell me, how long have you been sleeping? Kuang Ren still did not admit it. I was not sleeping. I only dozed off for 10 minutes. Tutu wanted to kill him immediately. What is the point of keeping a useless person like you around? Gaowen grabbed his arm and stopped him. All right, we have taken turns observing so many times, and we still have not seen her send a signal. Gaowen looked towards the factory and said, in my opinion, she probably wants to eat alone. The three of them went together to check. Go check around the factory, see if there are any traces of that slut's activities. After carefully inspecting, they discovered the trash can containing the clothes of the prey. Kuang Ren sighed. I told you there was a smell of human flesh here. Tutua became even more angry. Damn it, you were right, she wants to eat alone. Gaowen suggested, it is okay, if she can sell her beauty to infiltrate, why can't I? Tutua immediately reached out his big hand towards Gaowen. Tutua squeezed her neck until she had difficulty breathing. Tutua no longer had any faith in her. You also want to infiltrate to eat alone. Do not think I can't see through your nature. It is exactly the same as her. Kuang Ren immediately stepped forward to stop him. Boss, do not get excited. If you strangle her to death, we won't have any chance at all. Tutua saw that he had a point and released Gaowen to the ground. He warned Gaowen, if you dare to follow her example, I will rush in there. Even if I do not survive, I will still kill you too. Gaowen kneeled on the ground, coughing violently. I understand. Another honey trap was set up. Gaowen ran to the front of the concentration area and cried out in a broken voice, help, save me. The gate of the concentration area gradually opened. Those inside held shotguns and carefully asked, who are you? Gaowen put on a pitiful look and explained, I was chased by zombies, and it was hard for me to escape. The people in the base all relaxed their guard and thought, we are really lucky, not long ago we rescued a little sister, and now another little sister has come. That is right, and this one has a better figure than the other one. Just as the people in the base were about to take in Gaowen, a sudden call from behind caught their attention. Wait. The mutated woman saw that her comrades had also arrived and loudly exposed her. Don't believe her, she is the mutated person disguised as a human that I told you about. The plan failed. Gao Wen angrily cursed, bitch you. The people in the base immediately pointed their guns at her. The mutated woman behind her kept urging, shoot, shoot now. Gunshots and painful screams rang out. Gao Wen desperately ran away. Bullets kept flying, piercing through her body. She fell to the ground, blood flowing from her wounds all over the ground. Someone spoke up to remind them, quick, quick, go get the gasoline. But when they came out with the gasoline can, Gao Wen was no longer there. Where did she go? Qingzi held a gun and carefully observed the surroundings. She was hit by so many bullets, and she still managed to run. Suan also spoke up, damn it, we should have left someone here to watch just now. Liang sat down and looked at the remaining traces. The urgent thing now is to quickly go and report to Brother Li and Sister San San. Gao Wen ran back to her comrades. Her steps were unsteady. She collapsed to the ground, exhausted. She grabbed Tu Tuo's leg and begged, do not kill me, save me, I promise I will only listen to your orders in the future. Tu Tuo looked at her with no pity in his eyes. Everyone is the same kind, we all know what kind of character we have. Saying that, Tu Tuo reached out and grabbed a rock nearby. He lifted the rock high with one hand and said to Gao Wen, as for the food in the concentration area, we will just have to think of another way. Gao Wen was completely desperate at this time. But before Tu Tuo could take action, he was ambushed by Kuang Ren. Kuang Ren coldly slashed from behind with a decisive blow. His head immediately separated from his neck. His large body collapsed to the ground. Gao Wen lay on the ground, her voice trembling, thank you. Kuang Ren licked the blood on the knife. He also divided a portion of food for Gao Wen. An arm and a leg are enough for you to recover from your injuries. The rest belongs to me. Gao Wen was at a disadvantage at this time and could only accept okay. In her heart she thought, sure enough, what Tu Tuo said was right. We all know what kind of character we have. If we share the corpse in front of Tu Tuo, he would hardly get any, but if I ambush and kill Tu Tuo in front of him, he would have the advantage of dividing it. How much he gives me is all up to him. In the concentration area, everyone also noticed Qinzhua's absence. Where's Qinzhua? Qinzhua has also disappeared. Li Huangli was worried. What is going on? We still have not found Yang Hai, and now another person is missing. Seeing that San San did not say anything but wanted to leave, Huangli asked, San San, what are you doing? San San replied, it is nothing, I am going to check around the factory to see if there are any clues. San San went to the factory area alone. She looked around. And she really did make a discovery. In front of her was the trash can containing the remains and clothes of the missing people. Xingkai stepped forward to confirm, that is right, this outfit is Qinzhua's. I also recognize the shoes, they are Yang Hai's. He is the only one in our concentration area who wears this brand. The mutated person was also present. She bit her nails anxiously. Miscalculation. That Tu Tuo and the slut Gao Wen turned over the remains I hid in the trash can. San San began to reason. No one inside or around the concentration area heard any sound, and there were no signs of fighting. San San looked at her and asked, what does that prove? She backed away worriedly. Why are you looking at me? San San's hand quickly turned into a sharp sword. She rushed towards the mutated woman without hesitation. Seeing the knife stabbing towards her, she was so scared that she froze. Thanks to her quick reaction, she luckily escaped San San's attack. The force of the attack flew far away and broke a large tree. She fell into a very dangerous situation. San San looked at her with a cold expression, and then retracted her sword. The atmosphere became tense. Damn it, now it is completely exposed. She looked towards the people in the base. Taking advantage of everyone's carelessness, she grabbed a person and took them hostage. She held a knife to the other person's neck and ordered, everyone stand still, or I will kill him. San San warned loudly, if you kill him, I won't let you leave alive. She laughed and mocked San San, a little girl who has not even finished growing up, pretending to make threats. If I do not leave alive today, then I will at least drag a few of you to be punished in my place. She pulled the hostage back step by step to increase the distance. Give me your gun, hurry up, everyone do not move, if you dare to move, I will cut open his carotid artery. As soon as she got the gun, she kicked the hostage away. She also gave the hostage a few bullets in the leg. Then she quickly ran away. San San was not in a hurry, she raised her gun and aimed accurately at the target. Although she had run a good distance away, she still could not escape San San's bullets. She gritted her teeth and continued to run in pain. San San was about to chase after her, when Huangli asked her, what are you doing? San ran and turned her head to reply, I am driving a motorcycle to chase after her. But with her experience, Huangli stopped her. Forget it, San. We do not know if there are any more of her comrades around. To ensure safety, let us close the door and defend first. San saw that this was true and gave up the chase. Yes, that is right. After the incident just now, she suggested to everyone, from now on, all newly arrived survivors must be locked in a safe room for quarantine. Uncle Lee, I will leave that to you. My grandfather and Chairman Qi still do not know the situation. I must hurry to Chase City to make arrangements. Huangli happily agreed, okay, be careful on the road. I did not expect this little girl San to have grown up to be so capable and brave. Xiaoyong's side was facing a lot of plant-based beings. While they were roaring to show their power, they suddenly discovered. Xiaoyong unleashed his tentacles, swiftly clearing away the mass of vegetation in front of him. Zhang Zhe also stood behind, providing support. The twisting, flexible tentacles easily brought down countless plant creatures. Chen Xiong and Li Cheng approached, carrying gasoline cans. They poured gasoline onto the corpses of the plant creatures. A lighter was tossed down. A fierce fire erupted, incinerating everything that remained of the plant creatures. Lao He looked up at the flames, sighing, wondering if this was a feeling of safety or one of oppression. The system panel displayed the rewards for completing the mission. Resisting the invaders once was completed, rewarding 10 evaluation points, current evaluation points 72, rewarding 40 accumulation points, current accumulation 193, Xiaoyong praised, Zhang Qi. Before long, Xiaoyong had safely led Lao He's group back to the gathering area. Everyone rushed out to greet him, cheering, Brother Xiaoyong is back. Brother Xiaoyong, you are finally back. As soon as Xiaoyong returned, he immediately asked San, where's San? Uncle Sheng replied, there has been a situation at the steel factory. San went to provide support. Xiaoyong continued, has there been any trouble? Uncle Sheng truthfully recounted, no, just some members were bitten. San took the suppressants over there. Uncle Sheng looked at the people who had returned with Xiaoyong, wondering, who are these people? Xiaoyong looked towards them, explaining, they are survivors from S City. He introduced, this is He Lao, a plant expert from the Academy of Agricultural and Forestry Sciences. Uncle Sheng stepped forward to shake hands, warmly welcoming them, honored to have you join us. Lao He was also very grateful, it is really troubling you all to take us in. We are extremely grateful. Xiaoyong told Lao He about his plans, He Lao, your arrangement here is only temporary. In a few days, I will escort you all to the edge of the forest in S City. Lao He questioned, back to the edge of the forest, what for? Xiaoyong decided, to establish the third gathering place. The sound of a returning vehicle drew everyone's attention. San cheerfully greeted, Brother Xiaoyong, when did you get back? San recounted the events that had just occurred, while reminding him, that is the situation. Right now, none of the new members can be trusted. Lao He hesitantly asked, then us, Xiaoyong reassured them, it is all right, do not worry. I know your backgrounds. You are not exactly new members. Xiaoyong said with a smile, good news. San felt confused, that is good news. The mutated woman, carrying her injuries, escaped San's pursuit. She stopped, panting, sweat soaking her face. She hid behind a wall. The sound of a sword dragging on the ground was heard. She realized someone was approaching, but in her current condition, she could not run. Gaowen spoke mockingly from behind her, and there is a fanatic accompanying her. What is wrong, abandoned by your new teammates? She fearfully defended herself, don't, this is just a misunderstanding, I have a plan, do not. But Gaowen did not believe what she said, oh you have a plan, your plan almost got me killed. Gaowen angrily ordered the fanatic, kill her, although this operation was not successful, eating Baldy and this bitch will make it worthwhile. At that moment, Gaowen suddenly coughed up blood. A long sword pierced through her, shocking and bewildering her. Gaowen, looking pained, cursed loudly, damn you playing this trick again. Lao Liao chuckled nearby. What are you dissatisfied with? You should not have lived until now in the first place. Gaowen continued, turning to the girl beside her, reminding her, don't trust him, last time I was injured, he used this method to ambush Baldy. He is doing this to ensure he is the one who benefits the most. Later, he will betray you without hesitation. The woman simply listened in silence. Gaowen continued to curse, hey, I am injured now too, and you are already in the most advantageous position. Don't kill me, kill her, that bitch, we are in this situation today all because of her. Unexpectedly, the ponytail girl joined in. A slut like you still blaming others, aren't you the same? Lao Liao lifted Gao Wen's chin while speaking. Alright, everyone's just misunderstanding each other. Don't criticize each other anymore. But your suggestion is not bad either. She sneered in agreement. Right, we have been together for so long. There is some affection, right? Am I really not as good as that slut? What do I lack compared to her? What she can do, I can do too. Unexpectedly, Lao Liao directly attacked and killed her. I prefer red hair. Then he proposed to the remaining person, your injuries, an arm, a leg, is enough to recover. The rest belongs to me. She simply agreed, okay? A discussion arose on another side, a cannibal in the western suburbs. One of the red-haired girls said, she disguised herself as a normal person and infiltrated us, and even killed several of our people. Xiao Yong questioned, Li Cheng, you're probably familiar with cannibals, right? Li Cheng, upon hearing this, continued, not just familiar. I am considered one of them, although I am definitely not as severely mutated as those guys. But I can roughly guess what their nature is. He continued to explain, eating meat gradually makes us lose the restraint of human nature's original characteristics, extreme selfishness, narrow-mindedness, anger, indulgence, excessive eating and drinking, and bloodthirstiness. Hearing this, Xiao Yong nodded slightly and agreed, it seems like they really are a dangerous bunch. About the western suburbs, I definitely have to go, but in the meantime, there is still something more urgent to do. Then he turned to another person, Lao Li, keep a strict watch on the steel factory. If there is a situation you can't handle, report it via the walkie-talkie in a timely manner. Li Cheng received the order and immediately replied, understood. 2 months passed. At this moment, a voice echoed from the rooftop, what do we do? Do we need to move? That strange sound appears every night, and it is getting closer and closer. Who knows what kind of monster is making it? Quickly think of something. If this continues, we are going to die here. One of them frowned, suggesting, pack up the food and daily necessities. We are changing locations. They moved while constantly talking to each other. Must we go at night? What if we are discovered by that monster? During the day, the plant creatures are more rampant. Do you want to be killed by plant creatures? Suddenly, several strange creatures appeared in the distance. Careful, plant creatures. The noise is too loud, drowning out the sound of the plant creatures. They got so close without us hearing them. They directly rushed forward to attack. In the blink of an eye, the group was surrounded on all sides. There is some on that side too. What do we do? There is no way to escape. Damn it, I told you we could not go at night. One of them pointed ahead, shouting, there is still a path, run towards that loud sound. However, the other members did not quite believe it, running to our deaths, we are going to die anyway. Let us gamble, maybe it is not a monster. Maybe it is the army coming to rescue us. They fled for their lives, but quickly became exhausted. Run. I can't run anymore. At this moment, someone curiously inquired when they saw his surprised expression, what is wrong? A tree crashed down in front of them, watch out. The commotion echoed throughout the area. After confirming that it was safe, they cautiously peeked out from behind the tree stumps. Such a big tree, what kind of monster could knock it down? Don't make a sound. Then they quickly recognized signs of humans. It is a person, someone's chopping wood, wait a minute, that person is. One of them quickly relaxed his guard, Zhou Xingkai. The person next to him quickly advised, hey, what are you doing? Xingkai turned to look at them when he heard the call, Liang, you're still alive. Liang continued, what is your situation? Hearing this, Xingkai did not hesitate to explain. We were rescued. We are living in M City now. Then Liang loudly reminded, run quickly, the plant creatures are catching up. However, Xingkai only smiled and did not treat them as a threat, it is just a bunch of plant creatures. There is nothing to fear. His relaxed attitude made Liang feel confused. Just a bunch of plant creatures. Meanwhile, Xingkai started talking through the walkie-talkie. Squad 2. Encountered plant creatures. Repeat, Squad 2, encountered plant creatures. Received. Then they began to instruct, come over here, stand behind us. Several people wearing protective suits appeared. This scene made Liang's group feel astonished. Holy shit, holy crap. As they used flamethrowers to confront the monsters in front of them. They were powerless and could only utter unintelligible sounds. Li Cheng appeared with a serious expression. Now, dealing with these plant creatures basically does not require us to take action anymore. Liang looked over and sighed. I did not expect you could gather such a large force. How did you guys do it? Xingkai smiled and explained, luckily, we have the leadership of Xiao Yong. At this moment, a Liang turned to look in one direction. There is more over there. However, Xingkai placed his hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Don't be nervous. They are not monsters. They are the ones protecting us. Right now, we are short on people. I will take you back to meet leader Xiao Yong. They quickly moved to another area. A Liang could not help but feel curious. This is too absurd. You are farming in the plant creature forest. Hearing this, Xingkai sincerely explained, hey look. His palm was placed on something wriggling. A Liang jumped back and screamed. Xingkai immediately reminded him, don't get excited. He became increasingly confused. What the hell is this? These things are still plant creatures by nature, actually the same kind as the monsters we just burned. You domesticated plant creatures, this not only has high yields, but it is also easy to harvest. It is an extremely excellent crop. They discussed it and then looked in one direction. Did you guys bribe God? It is all thanks to leader Xiao Yong. Lao he was examining the items in his hand, crops that can change their nature and state at any time, according to our wishes. This is something I would not have dared to imagine in the past. Xiao Yong continued, if there are any other requirements, just tell Xiao He at once. Lao he smiled and repeatedly waved his hands. No, there is nothing else. It is already very convenient to harvest, now. This answer satisfied him. That is good then. Land reclamation is progressing smoothly. If other plant creatures invade, then Li Cheng is more than enough to handle it. At the same time, in the western suburbs of M City, Chen Xiong warned, someone is following us. Strength. Quite strong. Xiao Yong continued, I noticed it already. Strength. Equal to Zhang Qi. Hearing this, Chen Xiong asked what do we do? Xiao Yong only smiled in response. What else can we do? Extra food for you. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl rushed over. Good opportunity. However, she was stopped by Lao Liao before she could move a few steps. Wait. She irritably responded, what are you waiting for? Be careful someone else steals it first. Hearing this, Lao Liao presented, someone else already stole it first. A group of people appeared in front of Xiao Yong out of nowhere. The girl in the lead smiled wickedly, a top-grade product like I have never seen before. The people accompanying Xiaomi competed to speak. I did not expect a purebred evolved human. Never seen one before. Eating him, I do not know how much we can level up. Wait, what is that thing next to him? They turned their attention to Chen Xiong and then continued to mock. Could it be that this guy has the ability to control zombies? That is great, eating him. Maybe we can take his ability as our own. If so, facing that guy in the northern suburbs will be without any errors. From above, the red-haired girl disgustedly spoke, just wait. You are going to get stolen by someone else now. However, Lao Liao only smiled, just watch. Whether being stolen by someone else is a good thing or a bad thing. She immediately turned her head to look, this is. The space below had been thrown into chaos. Xiao Yong showed no mercy to those who challenged him. The survivors fled in many directions. How is this possible? How can such a strong monster exist? Run, run quickly. In the end, only Xiao Yong remained. A man was desperately climbing up. The red-haired girl cursed when she saw this figure. Damn it, don't run towards this side. Do you want to kill me? Get lost. On another side, there was also a hand. Xiao Yong lifted a concrete block and directly threw it. The fleeing man was startled when he saw this. But the concrete block directly struck him. The red-haired girl and Lao Liao trembled in horror as they witnessed this death. Xiao Yong finally spoke. This group of people is quite strong. They probably have alien cores. Lao Liao cautiously observed from above. Holy crap. The red-haired girl then asked, are they gone? He hurriedly presented, they are gone. Let us go down. The two of them moved while muttering, they only ate 3 corpses, so the rest. Lao Liao's expression immediately became delighted, all belong to us. On another side, Xiao Yong and Chen Xiong were also walking together. Your appetite like this is not good. You only ate 3 people after eating for so long. My body. In total. Is this big? How much can be eaten? Then they were attracted by a sound from a hidden corner. Xiao Yong immediately looked towards that direction. He did not forget to summon a weapon. Lao Yang appeared threateningly, back off, if you take another step forward, I will shoot you. Xiao Yong cautiously observed before evaluating, a normal person. Lao Yang was indeed terrified to the point of sweating. Fortunately, he spoke with goodwill. Don't get excited. The weapon in Lao Yang's hand was raised high. I told you to back off. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yong used his bare hands to catch his arrow. Lao Yang fell into despair when he witnessed this, so that reaction so fast that he can catch an arrow with his bare hands. He closed the distance with him in the blink of an eye, and easily seized the weapon from the trembling hands. Then Xiao Yong requested, "Come out. We are not cannibals." More people emerged from the hidden corners. "You. What are you?" They were actually traveling together, and Xiao Yong was the one who started the conversation. "Where do you want to go?" Lao Yang walked while answering. The southern suburbs have the Shifeng steel factory. It used to frequently use radio broadcasts to recruit lucky survivors. We are planning to go there. They continuously discussed with each other, but thinking about it, they are just a group of normal people. They can't resist the invasion of the cannibals. Do you know of a place safer than Shifeng Steel Factory? He presented everything he knew. The northern suburbs have a human community. They are hunting cannibals. We are planning to go ask them for help. Xiao Yong only listened and then sighed. I did not expect there to be a community like this. Lao Yang continued to explain. We also heard the cannibals say that. Otherwise, we would not dare to risk going there. Then he turned to him and continued. It is said that the leader of that community is a very strong expert. He can fight 5 or 6 cannibals easily. Their safety completely depends on him. Xiao Yong could not help but sigh. Completely depends on him. The cannibals in the western suburbs must number at least over 1,000. Can he ensure it? Lao Yang walked and continued to say, the cannibals all act alone and rarely gather in teams. At this moment, the mullet-haired youth next to him also contributed. That is not true. The other day, I personally saw several cannibals gathering. They seemed to be plotting something. He turned to the person and reminded him almost immediately, I have told you before. Your mind has been unstable recently. You must have mistaken a dream for reality. If cannibals gather, there will be internal strife. Otherwise, I would not have been able to survive until now. Then he instructed Xiao Yong, don't listen to him. He wants to go to Shifeng Steel Factory because his brother is probably there. His attitude was somewhat serious. I have said it so many times. The probability of your brother still being alive is almost 0. If we go sooner or later, we will lose our lives there. Can Shifeng Factory block the cannibals? Who knows, they might be the cannibals themselves. However, Xiao Yong smiled in agreement. You are right. The initial leaders of Shifeng Steel Factory were indeed 2 cannibals. This time, both Lao Yang and the mullet-haired youth had to cry out. What? Xiao Yong continued to explain, but I have already killed them. What is your brother's name? Maybe I know him. The mullet-haired youth was already teary-eyed. My brother's name is Li Chung. He used to be a police auxiliary. Have you ever heard of him? Is he still alive? Xiao Yong smiled and replied, what a coincidence. I am quite close to Li Chung. Hearing this, the other party could not help but feel excited. Really, he added as if to prove his credibility, he is currently at Shifeng Factory, helping me manage the land. The mullet-haired youth's eyes lit up. Farmland, even agricultural production has been restored. That is great. I told you, we definitely have to go to Shifeng Factory. However, Lao Yang was the one who spoke with suspicion. Who are you? I do not believe in such coincidences. Tell me, are you trying to trick us into going there, and then take the opportunity to kill us to eat us? His words made Xiao Yong have to rub his forehead. If I wanted to kill you, would I need to trick you? A beam of light shot from out of nowhere during the conversation. Xiao Yong followed the trajectory of the bullet as it slammed into the ground. Lao Yang immediately turned to question his people. What are you doing? The youth nervously replied so. Sorry, I was not careful. The gun went off. He turned his head to look around before concluding, big trouble, the gunshot has been heard by the cannibals. They immediately moved. Quick, hide. Lao Yang did not forget to call out to both Xiao Yong and Qin Xiong. Hey, come over here, don't you want your lives? Even if you have some strength, you can't be a match for a pack of cannibals. However, he only smiled and replied, didn't you say that cannibals gather and cause internal strife? Lao Yang irritably shouted back, only after they kill you. Will they start fighting over the rewards? Finally chose to leave alone. If you do not escape, then I do not care. The people who had entered inside quickly divided up and acted. Quick, hide inside, lock all the doors, there are 2 floors, go up, hide as deep as possible, hurry up, it is too late. They silently hid in a room. Lao Yong then looked outside with vigilance. Hopefully, that kid does not sell us out. At the same time, several people had gathered around Xiao Yong. That group of people curiously discussed with each other, why is there only one person, or did you guys sneak a bite already? Nonsense, I just arrived. Xiaomi revealed a wicked smile when she made a comment, but do not you guys realize, this guy is not ordinary food. Eating one of him is equivalent to more than a dozen ordinary survivors. Lao Yang's group looked outside to observe, what is happening outside? Almost 10 have gathered already, even more cannibals are coming. He only declared in a single breath, that kid is done for, not even bones will be left. Indeed, one of them was acting rashly on this side, I can't hold back anymore, the first bite is mine. However, he was easily defeated by Xiao Yong. He did not even show any expression. The remaining people immediately became vigilant, too fast. Xiao Yong irritably requested, save time, come at me all at once. They accepted the challenge and rushed forward to attack in unison, dare to underestimate us, let us go together, kill him first. At this moment, Xiao Yong spoke to Chen Xiong beside him, I will leave them to you. Use up a little more energy. You will eat more later. He only replied with a single word, okay. Xiao Yong then bent over and picked up the weapon. And gracefully jumped high before the other person could touch him. Lao Yang, who observed the good show from the window, also had to sigh, holy crap, he jumped so high. He kept asking himself, this kid, what kind of monster is he? Those who were eyeing an attack began to feel fear, this guy's physique is even higher than mine. They ran away in many directions one after another, this is a monster, not something we can face, run quickly. However, Xiao Yong had no intention of letting go. The gun in his hand was ready to take the lives of those below. I won't let any of you survive and leave, unless. Then pushed the bat to Chen Xiong, you can win against him. He frowned and helplessly sighed, this strength is a bit too much. However, no one bothered to listen to Chen Xiong's opinion and directly rushed forward to attack, let us go together, kill him. He also had no choice but to enter battle mode. And then continuously eliminated those who approached. The space kept falling into chaos and drowning in a sea of tomato sauce. The survivors began to feel confused, impossible, even this guy can't be defeated. However, those words were also their dying words. Lao Yang's group was still observing from the window frame, those two, just like that, wiped out a pack of cannibals. At this moment, Xiao Yong looked towards them and directly requested, come out. They stepped outside and could not help but exclaim, oh my god. Lao Yong spoke on behalf of them, we have thought it over carefully. We want to join Shifeng. Would they accept us? Xiao Yong smiled and agreed, okay, but now I have to go to the gathering area in the northern suburbs that you mentioned. Upon hearing this, their faces all simultaneously became bewildered, you are going there, what for? He explained briefly, to confirm whether those guys you mentioned need. But his expression clearly showed his seriousness. Killing. In a certain place, cries rang out non-stop, enemy attack, enemy attack. They clamorously called out numbers, 7 cannibals, what do we do? Someone's footsteps slowly moved down the hallway and a call rang out, Brother Feng. Xiao Ping presented with a serious expression, Dad, even for you, it is too much. Zhao Feng immediately ordered his people, close the gate tightly, don't let the enemies sneak in, and do not let anyone go out. They obediently followed yes yes. And then moved quickly. Zhao Feng rushed downstairs. Xiao Ping, still upstairs, did not forget to call out, be careful, Dad. He landed heavily on the ground. The cannibals were excited when they saw the prey. It is him, kill him, the human meat in this gathering area will be ours charge. Zhao Feng's body began to change. Though becoming grotesque, it was necessary for battle. He transformed into a horrifying mass of flesh. The cannibals' faces began to turn ugly, this is. That guy's power, look at the way this guy looks, more twisted than us. They rushed forward to attack in unison, let us charge together, take him down. A battle broke out. The cannibals aggressively attacked. And were defeated like ants. Zhao Feng was unharmed. He even threatened them. After some time, the others observed and commented, he won, the cannibals have been killed, but Brother Feng is breathing his last. Everyone was worried about him, will it be okay to just leave him like that, we have no choice. In that state, he can't control himself. Not letting us go out to help is protecting us. Dad. The discussions became increasingly noisy, he can't move, if we do not help him, he won't be able to eat the corpses of those cannibals. If this continues, he will die. Open the gate, we are willing to risk it, that is right, open the gate. Xiao Ping was touched by everyone's feelings, everyone. Another member cautiously asked, if everyone is willing to risk it, then okay. Then directly opened the gate and rushed towards Zhao Feng. He looked shocked and hurriedly stopped them. What are you doing? Get back here. However, the subordinates had made their determination clear. We can't just let you die, that is right, if you die, we won't live long either. They moved while reminding each other, don't get too close, just step over there. Then slowly approached Zhao Feng. Their faces could not hide their fear, this scene is too. Then they moved while warning each other, hey, be careful, if you dare step forward, do not you want to live anymore. Amidst the noise, no one noticed the arrival of uninvited guests. Stand up, get rid of them, be careful not to get hurt. The cannibals returned with overwhelming numbers. Why is this monster so disheveled? It seems he just fought fiercely with our comrades not long ago. They even drooled. We are lucky that our comrades paved the way for us. Zhao Feng's group began to panic. There are other cannibals. What do we do? Xiao Ping and 2 others hurriedly raised their weapons. Brother Feng has not fully recovered yet, so he is probably not a match for them. It is time for us to protect Brother Feng. On one side, Xiao Yong's group was still taking action. It can be seen that the group of people you mentioned are not ordinary. The northern suburbs clearly have more cannibals. Lao Yong suddenly exclaimed, I recognize this place. The destination must not be far away. They panicked when they heard strange noises. There are gunshots. Xiao Yong chuckled and explained, the gunshots are less than 1 kilometer away from us. It seems we are almost there. On this side, the cannibals were rampant. Xiao Ping alone could not fight them all. Damn it, I will fight you guys to the death. And one of them approached her from behind. Little girl, your meat looks so tender. He easily snatched the gun from her hand. And reached out with a lewd expression, let me see what you can do now. However, Zhao Feng did not let him have his way. He was still capable enough to resist, while pushing Xiao Ping away. Her body slammed into a hard surface, causing a sharp pain. The cannibals immediately became vigilant. Damn it, this monster still has the ability to resist, kill him first. They swarmed over him. Xiao Ping exclaimed in shock, Dad, but the others quickly reminded her, we can't stay here anymore, follow me to escape. Zhao Feng's face gradually became dull. Unexpectedly, a large stone suddenly appeared. It directly fell on the cannibals, causing their formation to be disrupted. The members on Xiao Ping's side had to stop. What the hell? The person who appeared was none other than Xiao Yong. A 3-way confrontation was established. Xiao Ping's group spoke in confusion. Another group of cannibals, no, that is not right. They continued to assess Chen Xiong. That monster is clearly not a cannibal. How can you be sure cannibals, in the end, might just be this monstrous form? The cannibals on this side also became vigilant. Comrades, that is not right. That guy does not have the smell of comrades. A purebred evolved human, is that even possible? Xiao Yong did not waste time and directly ordered, go Xiong-jia, I will take the dirty, heavy work. He did not waste a second before moving. The cannibals also rushed over, a small zombie, I have killed countless of them already. However, Chen Xiong quickly achieved the first victory. This battle scene completely surprised Xiao Ping's group. What kind of monster is that, stronger than Brother Feng? Lao Yang's group also just arrived with an explanation. Don't worry, they are experts from the southern suburbs. Southern suburbs, we thought Brother Feng was already the strongest person in this chaotic world. The cannibals were wary of Chen Xiong's power. What is with this zombie? Why is he so unreasonably strong? They sneered and told each other, it is okay, let us charge together, we can definitely take him down, okay? However, no one stood up to launch an attack. Their internal squabbles began. Go, you go first, I will follow behind. And finally the truth came out, since you are squabbling with each other, then I won't pretend anymore, damn it, that purebred evolved human will be mine. Xiao Yong's eyes became vigilant. He slowly raised a hand high, before piercing through a cannibal. This move made him vomit blood. And then another cannibal was attacked by Xiao Yong. They immediately turned around and ran away. That guy is even stronger, this is not good, we are not a match, run quickly. Xiao Yong used another trick to chase after them. Sharp points pierced through everyone, leaving corpses on the ground. The members of Xiao Ping's group were bewildered and their voices trembled. Duh. Demons, they are really demons, causing Lao Yong to try to reassure them. Don't be afraid, they are our people. Zhao Feng was still lying on the ground. Unexpectedly, he suddenly attacked Xiao Yong. His eyes glanced to one side and his face showed a bit of surprise. Xiao Yong looked at the wound on his hand and muttered, "What kind of monster is this?" Then he prepared to counterattack, using his wires to tie up Zhao Feng, especially tightly binding the thing he had just used to attack him. Xiao Yong irritably commented, "This thing is too disgusting. I do not know what you." Then directly slammed Zhao Feng down. "Can you resist the fall?" Xiao Ping hurriedly waved her hand to stop him. "Dad, don't." Her words successfully made Xiao Yong stop. She knelt down, trembling, begging, "Please, please spare him." Xiao Yong irritably asked, "Spare him who? This strange piece of meat?" She continued to explain, "Yes, he is my dad. My dad attacked you because he is in a state of losing control right now. Please, do not kill him." He retracted some of the wires while asking, "It has been twisted to this extent. Can it still be restored to human form?" And then acted according to instructions. "Is doing this okay?" The following scene is not suitable for children. Xiao Yong looked at Chen Xiong and teased, "You are also. When you eat, you are no better than him." A member of Xiao Ping's group stood up and suggested, "Sir, please come with us to the gathering place. As for Brother Feng, it is okay to leave him here." The scene shifted to another area. These people began to kneel down. They enthusiastically expressed their gratitude to Xiao Yong and Chen Xiong, "Lifesavers, luckily you appeared. Otherwise, Brother Feng and I would not have survived today." He slowly replied, "It is nothing, a small matter. How long has your gathering place been established, Brother Feng? What exactly is going on out there?" Xiao Ping was the one who explained, "My dad is a flesh-mimicking infector." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yong frowned. "Flesh-mimicking, what is that?" "It is a magical but very dangerous type of creature. Initially, it was discovered on wild animals. Everyone thought it was some kind of infectious bacteria. But through cultivation we were shocked to discover, oh my god, this thing. It can turn into any type of tissue. This type of life can mimic any cell that it devours. Moreover, it not only mimics the appearance, but also has more outstanding functions and properties than the cell it devours. Even if it was inconsistent with ethical rules, my teacher still decided to evade supervision and secretly conduct experiments on the human body. The results were discussed with each other. In less than a week, cancer cells had been almost completely eliminated. Oh my god, we discovered God's cell. Xiao Ping continued, "At that time, disaster struck. M City and S City began to fall into chaos. Refugees from the surrounding cities poured in. At that time, we thought that God's cell was the key to solving this disaster." She gradually became more serious as she continued, "But I did not expect that the so-called key was originally a disaster." Xiao Yong continued, "If I am not mistaken, the originally stable tissues began to lose control, right?" Xiao Ping sadly admitted, "That is right. Simulated flesh will continue to invade until all the cells and tissues of the infected person are replaced. The infected person will gradually lose their humanity, replaced by the original nature of the simulated flesh. They begin to uncontrollably generate the urge to infect more people. With the passage of time, the simulated flesh will gradually forget the structural information of the host, eventually turning into a pile of flesh that can no longer be reshaped, losing the ability to balance overall, which means there will be no mobility. The end result can only be withering due to exhaustion of nutrients. So while still maintaining human form, they will do their best to gather together. This behavioral characteristic has created their final destination. That thing is called the Sea of Flesh." At this moment, Zhao Feng's voice came from behind, "Now, you are also a part of them." Xiao Yong glanced at her with confusion. He walked closer and explained, "The wound on your body was left by my attack, right?" This sudden appearance made the people around him exclaim, "Dad, Brother Feng." Xiao Yong looked down at his hand. "That is right." Hearing this, he only sighed, "Then you do not have much time left either." "I was still hoping." However, he reassured him, "If it is me, then there is no need to worry. That simulated flesh of yours has been eliminated by me." Zhao Feng basically did not believe what he had just heard. "How is that possible?" Xiao Yong continued, "I have a physique and immune system dozens of times that of ordinary people. Of course, it must be much stronger. Moreover." And then immediately demonstrated. He looked up and explained, "In my body, there is also a symbiotic life form that is even more magical and deadly." This scene made the people around him gasp. Xiao Yong said with a smile, "Hey, if simulated flesh has such a strong ability to simulate, then would not it be possible to mold with orientation? Then he even suggested to Zhao Feng, come on, infect me, I want to try domesticating this thing. He also did not hesitate to agree, if you want to try. Then threw an item into his hand. Xiao Yong looked at the sample in his hand. That thing was constantly squirming. Zhao Feng observed and spoke, how is it? Is it okay? Xiao Yong quickly replied, this thing does not accept control. Once fused, it immediately launches an invasion. I have no choice but to kill everything. Then asked more about the secrets. Then how do you control them? Zhao Feng answered him with a smile, I do not control it. I am it. Right now, all the tissues and flesh on my body are made up of simulated flesh. From a biological point of view, I am no longer human for a long time. Hearing this, Xiao Yong asked again, if so, then how do you still maintain human form? Unexpectedly, he gave an answer that was beyond expectations. Humanity has long been lost. Right now, what is helping me hold on is a sense of responsibility relying on reason. The topological structural information in the nerve cells in my brain is probably not completely lost. So I can still use the identity of Zhou Xiaofeng to think, fighting against the instincts of simulated flesh. Then he asked Xiao Yong for help, I beg you, please protect Xiao Ping and these survivors for me. I am willing to do whatever you ask within the days when I still have reason. These words successfully made Xiao Ping shed tears. Dad. Information suddenly appeared on the bulletin board. Discovered information about more than 2 types of disasters. Unlocked the quest chain, disaster collector, quest system, new quest chain. Quest content. Do your best to understand the types of disasters. Quest progress. Superphagic virus, adaptive spores, simulated protozoa. Reward points. 300. Xiao Yong seriously pondered when reading it. Superphagic virus is probably the zombie disaster in M City. Adaptive spores must be the plant creatures in S City. Then the simulated protozoa must be the simulated flesh that these people mentioned. Then spoke to Zhao Feng, your final destination is also to the Sea of Flesh, he quickly explained, that is right. I feel that the day is not far away. And then he made a suggestion, coincidentally, I am going with you. Upon hearing this, he could not hide his confusion, going with me, what for? Xiao Yong only smiled and explained, it is nothing, just curious. However, Zhou Feng was still worried than the people here. He immediately took out his phone to resolve this unease for him. This is simple. Hello Zhangqi, is there anyone who is quite free recently? They waited for a while. And the people present all shouted in unison, this is. When they saw the figures of 2 strangers appear, this is, what kind of monster is that? Shuai Shuai appeared with a smile on his face, Uncle Xiao Yong, Uncle Xiao Yong. Xiao Yong could not help but worry, Zhang Shengzhe, why did you bring your son here, is his mother at ease? The boy hurriedly made a promise, don't worry, Uncle Xiao Yong, I am not ordinary now, let me show you my strength. He looked at Shuai Shuai and confusedly asked again, huh? The boy turned his head and signaled to the people behind him, okay, we have been following you all the way. If you do not come out, then we will go into your house. The space fell silent. Before the people hiding in many places appeared, we have been discovered. They decided to go as a group, this place must be the famous gathering place, right? Let me see, what kind of expert needs us to join forces to be able to win? Then directly pointed at Shengzhe's face, I am talking about you. A challenge was then issued, it is rumored that you can fight against several of our new humans alone. Is that you? Shengzhe curtly replied, a person from another region, just got off the plane, not proficient in English. I am not from this region, I just arrived. I do not understand what you are saying. The people around him began to make noise because of this. What is going on? They mistook him for me. The cannibals tried their best to provoke. Sooner or later there will be a battle. Why not take advantage of the fact that there are many of us today and capture him? Shuai Shuai took a step forward with a declaration. Dad, wait before taking action. Let me, he nodded and only instructed. Remove the fish bones, eat the soft bones. Be careful, do not be stubborn. The cannibals quickly rushed over. The boy pulled out a gun, come here. And quickly pulled the trigger. However, the group of people easily dodged the bullets. Little brat, fools are not afraid of guns. Don't you know with our speed, you ordinary people can't react in time. Unexpectedly, they were shot as soon as they finished showing off. Shuai Shuai reloaded while replying, who told you I was an ordinary person? The bullets being fired became increasingly dense. Unexpectedly, one of them suddenly appeared from out of nowhere with the intention of sneaking an attack. Little brat, take this. However, that plan was unsuccessful. When Shui Shui had gracefully moved behind him, then directly shot the head of this person. This impressive fighting made Zhao Feng's group exclaim, "Who is that boy? Why is he so strong?" However, danger was still lurking around the boy. Shui Shui glanced behind him and said, "It is dangerous. It is too late to dodge, I am about to get hurt." Fortunately, the boy received assistance at this moment. The person who did that was none other than Shengzhe. Zhao Feng's group was once again surprised. Are these people all monsters? The remnants of the cannibals began to panic. What is going on? This guy is much stronger than rumored. They decided to take a risk. Let us charge together. Let us see how many tentacles this guy has. Shengzhe only used a cold face to confront them. Attacks full of tomato sauce were launched. And the space quickly became a battlefield.
Impossible.
At this moment, Shui Shui spoke to Xiao Yong. "Uncle Xiao Yong, how was my performance?" He smiled and commented, "Dealing with 2 cannibals should be no problem. It seems you have trained a lot during this time." The boy enthusiastically continued, "Luckily, there is the farmland that Uncle Xiao Yong created. Everyone eats the crops in the field, and their strength has increased significantly." Hearing this, Xiao Yong could not hide the interest on his face. Oh, the crops in the Xiaohe farmland are still plant creatures in essence. Although not as good as the wild plant creatures that roam and hunt in S-City, it indeed contains evolutionary energy, which is also considered an unexpected harvest. Shui Shui then pointed to one side and wondered, "Uncle Xiao Yong, what is going on over there?" He only glanced over and coldly explained, "Regarding the current disaster situation, a rough future has formed in my heart, zombies, plant creatures, and this one." Then pointed to Zhao Feng, a form of life they named simulated flesh. And then drew a conclusion, "It seems that each region has things that are unique to each region." In another place, there was a gathering of monsters. The soldiers struggled to resist. "We can't hold on anymore. There are too many enemies. Open the side door, let us run, save whoever we can." A tank drove from out of nowhere, followed by the appearance of a tank regiment. The people who were left behind begged non-stop, "No, don't abandon me." However, they eventually had to become delicious food for the monsters. Xiao Yong spoke while walking with Zhao Feng, "It is not a problem. With those people watching over this place for you, 20 or 30 cannibals can't pose a threat." He suddenly stopped when he sensed something. Then pointed to the screen and wondered, "That guy is a cannibal, right?" Zhao Feng slowly explained, "Ah, that is right. He is the one I use to distinguish the flesh-mimicking infectors. Oh, I also accidentally discovered that cannibals will not generate the desire to eat those infected with simulated flesh." He looked towards the glass. "We will not reveal ourselves, but secretly carry out infection of healthy people." Xiao Yong continued, "So he is needed to help distinguish them." Unexpectedly, the cannibal then suddenly spoke, "Today, there is no need for you to use tricks. I will actively tell you who is infected." These words surprised Zhao Feng and Xiao Ping. That cannibal continued, "I am very curious. You have lost your humanity. Does it still exist?" The words touched Xiao Ping, "The pain of losing your daughter." Zhao Feng seriously questioned the person opposite, "What are you talking about?" That guy opened his mouth and announced, "The daughter that you desperately protected has been infected with simulated flesh. Who infected her does not need me to say more, right?" At this moment, Xiao Ping looked down at her arm. It was at that time. Xiao Yong hurriedly placed his hand on Zhao Feng's shoulder to reassure him, "Calm down." He replied somberly, "What makes me despair is that I am unexpectedly extremely calm." And then expressed the thoughts in his heart, "Xiao Ping has been infected. Originally, my heart should have been violently fluctuating, but it did not. I think, as Zhou Zhaofeng, I have probably come to an end." A declaration was issued by Zhao Feng, "It is time to plunge into the sea of flesh." Next were his own words of instruction. However, "Xiao Yong Xiongdi, although I can't empathize with my former identity, everything has a beginning and an end. I beg you, if you can eliminate the simulated flesh in your body, can you eliminate it for Xiaoping as well?" Hearing this, Xiao Yong explained, "This is not realistic. After all, I can't use my own immune system to help others." Zhao Feng had to give up that thought. "I see. That is it then." The boy with the hat then spoke, "Xiaoping, will you also be like Brother Feng, gradually turning into that form?" She sadly replied, "It does not matter. The world has become like this, and there is nothing for me to miss anymore. When I completely lose control, I hope everyone can take action." Xiao Yong seriously declared, "Don't give up. I did not say I did not have other ways. Then took out a tube of medicine. Give this to her. Inject it yourself. The boy pointed to it and wondered, what is this? Xiao Yong slowly presented. Anti-infection medicine, effective against viruses in M City. I guess it may also be effective against simulated flesh. The words made the other party even more surprised. What? The cannibal was still maintaining a contemptuous attitude. You guys have some knowledge. Simulated flesh is completely different from viruses. Even thinking with your toes, that is not possible. Then in just the next second, reality shattered his dreams. How? How can it be? Xiao Yong glanced and then commented, from the changed expression of this guy, it seems to be effective. Two members on Xiao Ping's side were also more excited. That is great, if so then. She eagerly proposed, what about my dad? Can I inject this into my dad, so that he can recover into a human? However, Xiao Yong bluntly declared, probably not. His situation is completely different. You are newly infected, so it is still in time. Zhao Feng himself agreed. That is right, the human parts in my body have been completely swallowed. Hearing this, Xiao Ping's face only displayed a look of compassion and helplessness. Now, I am pure simulated flesh, only barely having the appearance of a human. Zhao Feng continued to present to the person next to him. You said you wanted to go to the Sea of Flesh before. Do you still want to go? I feel that my time is running out. Hearing this, Xiao Yong nodded in agreement and said concisely go. They quickly arrived in K City. Zhao Feng commented while moving, this place is not far from the Sea of Flesh. There will definitely be danger. Unexpectedly, a voice rang out from behind, hey you two. A group of children appeared and requested, do you have any food, can you give us some? Xiao Yong became vigilant almost immediately. Children, Zhao Feng also quickly reminded, be careful, this place. The children were actually hiding hideous mouths behind them. There should not be anyone coming back. On another side at this moment, Shuai Shuai was observing a specimen on the ground. Why are there so many of these types of insects around here? They run fast, and are big in size. I have killed several of them since last night. Then heard a voice from behind. I have not seen them before either. They started appearing since yesterday, and it seems like there are more and more of them. Hearing this, the boy scratched his head. It is not because Dad and I attracted them, right? Xiao Ping and Shuai Shuai both looked in the same direction when they heard the noise. What is wrong? The boy quickly armed himself. Be careful, there are uninvited guests. Next was the appearance of several tanks. They could not hide the excitement on their faces when they saw Shuai Shuai's group. Those people are humans, they are humans. That is great, we finally met humans. It looks like this place is a gathering place. However, the boy's side was very vigilant. Get out of the car. The soldiers obediently followed. Don't shoot, little friend, we are not enemies. Shuai Shuai questioned with a serious face. Not cannibals, not evolved humans. All of you are ordinary people. Yang Bing was the one who represented the communication. Calm down. We do not have any bad intentions. Don't be afraid. He turned to the members of the team and requested, put down your weapons, don't scare them. Xiao Ping on this side also reminded Shuai Shuai, be careful. The boy nodded lightly and received that goodwill, don't worry. They are not cannibals. They do not look like bad people. Yang Bing scratched his head and confusedly asked when he saw the boy approach, little friend, what do you mean, you are not the leader of this gathering place, right? Shuai Shuai seriously looked at him and presented, I am not the leader. I am only temporarily responsible for protecting them. Hearing this, the people standing behind could not restrain the smiles on their faces. Temporarily responsible for protecting, how can a tiny child protect people? Shuai Shuai sternly reminded, hey, speak respectfully, we are about to take you in.
Yang Bing quickly apologized. Sorry.
A small interrogation immediately took place. Who are you, where are you from? My name is Yang Bing. We are from B City. Originally, there was a gathering place, but it was occupied by a swarm of insects. There was nothing we could do, so we had to run south. Originally, there were 5 cars running. On the way, we got lost. The leader and another car went to K City. Shuai Shuai pondered when he heard those words, a swarm of insects. And then directly threw out one that was the same as the one just mentioned. Is it this type of insect? The soldiers exclaimed, oh, the insects on this side are only this big. They observed the creature together. That is great. The pest situation in M City is much lighter than ours. Don't be happy too soon. Sooner or later, the swarm of insects will invade here. At least it shows that the speed of the swarm of insects is not as fast as we previously estimated. Shui Shui directly declared, "Don't misunderstand. We originally did not have pests here. This insect just started appearing since yesterday. We also have our own troubles." Yongbing could not help but feel confused. "Our own troubles? You mean those soulless corpses?" the boy continued. "On the way here, you could not have not seen them." Yongbing began to explain again. "We thought they were puppets controlled by parasites. At that time, we were surprised why we did not see parasites crawling on their heads." He waved his hand to signal to his teammates, "But it is okay. Look at our equipment." And could not hide his pride when taking out some weapons, more than enough to deal with a swarm of insects. As for those zombies, it is as easy as pie. This time, the person who spoke was Xiao Ping. "No matter what, quickly go to the gathering place. It is dangerous outside. If you encounter cannibals attacking, I am afraid we can't protect so many people." They moved together. Now that we have come here, protection is naturally left to us. That is right. Don't worry. Compared to the insect tide we have experienced, the intensity on this side is only elementary school level. Yongbing was still maintaining a lewd smile. On the other side, Xiao Yong was researching at this moment. Masses of flesh were scattered on the ground. Zhao Feng observed his actions with admiration. "This strength is too shocking." Xiao Yong then presented, "Within a radius of 1 kilometer, there are at least more than 20 of your comrades." Zhao Feng next to him also agreed. "Moreover, all of them are simulated flesh that have almost lost the ability to form. It is hard to imagine how tragic the outcome would be if ordinary people accidentally got lost and came to this place." He pointed to one side and signaled, "Let us go. I can feel it. It is almost here." What caught their eyes made both of them surprised. It was the sea of flesh. Zhao Feng's body immediately changed, finally. He stepped back and seemed to be invited by the thing below. Fortunately, Xiao Yong stopped it in time. Zhao Feng turned to look at him and asked, "What is wrong?" Xiao Yong slowly continued, "Are you just giving up like this?" Not struggling a little more, however, he had made his determination clear. "It is useless. Sooner or later, my will be completely lost. There will eventually be a day when I can't resist the instincts." Zhao Feng was slightly surprised when he saw Xiao Yong raise his hand. Several hairs appeared from his fingers. "What are you doing?" They became harder into sharp points and directly stabbed into Zhao Feng's forehead. His pupils dilated and became bloodshot. Zhao Feng knelt on the ground. Xiao Yong announced with a serious face, "If you lack structure." While saying that, he adjusted Zhao Feng's body. "Then I will give you structure." Xiao Yong began to invade his body. Zhao Feng fell to the ground and began to pant. "Just now what did you do?" Xiao Yong slowly explained, "I implanted adaptive spores into your body, helping you maintain the existing structure of your brain, and also learning more about the properties of simulated protozoa. Like you." Quest, Disaster Collector, is in progress. Quest content, do your best to understand the types of disasters. Quest progress, Superphagic Virus Adaptive Spores Simulated Protozoa Reward, points, 300. Current point total, 347. These words made him confused. Simulated protozoa. He only replied concisely, "It is the simulated flesh that you mentioned." And then continued to add, "Forgetting the structural information of the host is not their nature, but a defect. The sea of flesh is just a helpless act. To continue to exist, there must be a constant stream of new life forms dedicating themselves to it to provide nourishment. But with the sea of flesh growing larger and larger, the life forms used to provide nourishment in the surrounding area will naturally be exhausted. By that time, the sea of flesh will consume itself. Who knows, it may even cause withering and collapse on a large scale because the species is too monotonous." Hearing this, Zhao Feng looked down at his hand. "Then can those spores that you implanted help me restore my humanity?" Xiao Yong bluntly replied, "No, but they can help you maintain your current state. Adaptive spores will always use your current structure to separate and supplement, while also devouring each other with the protozoa concentrated in your body, achieving a state of balance. As long as the supply of structural information is maintained, then you can avoid being forgotten." Zhao Feng raised his head and continued to ask, "Which means, I can live forever as Zhao Feng?" Xiao Yong also sincerely explained, "If there are no accidents, then that is right." His face showed some contemplation. "Thank you. However, although that is what I say in the end, it is only maintaining the current state. For me, resisting instincts is still a challenge. I am really afraid that I can't hold on." Xiao Yong had already jumped forward while continuing, this is the second thing that I want you to try. A simple request was issued, go down. These words completely surprised Zhao Feng. What? Xiao Yong slowly repeated the request, jump down. I will go with you. Back at the base at this time. A soldier was lighting a fire, hurry up, we have not determined the dangers around here yet. Then another member approached, leader, we are pouring gasoline now. Xiongxing immediately understood, this place has probably left the scope of B City, right, we left long ago. Now this place is K City. I wonder how Yongbing is doing. The walkie-talkie still has not been repaired. He held his head and tiredly sighed, I should have prepared another set at the beginning. Hearing this, Lianing reassured, it is okay. Maybe they will slow down. After we finish pouring gasoline, we will chase after them. We can definitely catch up. Unexpectedly, a voice rang out from behind, are you humans? A group of people, all women and children, appeared in their sight. Can you take us in, we have supplies. Lianing stepped forward, are you the lucky survivors around here? They nodded in agreement, that is right. We have supplies. He cautiously looked around, there is no swarm of insects around here. The people approaching them were actually monsters. A swarm of insects, no, we have supplies. Lianing muttered, I know you have supplies. He then turned to Xiongxing and discussed, leader, how about we follow them over there, and take their people and supplies? Unexpectedly, he loudly reminded, watch out. The people in human form began to use monster forms to attack. Zhao Feng looked at the mass of wriggling flesh below and asked again, are you serious? Xiao Yong only chuckled, anyway, you have to jump sooner or later. Trust me. The two of them just jumped down below. The mass of flesh seemed to sense it and immediately reached out. Xiao Yong's eyes were sharp and his senses were high. They landed safely. Greeting them was the gaping mouths of the monsters. Xiao Yong and Zhao Feng were fixed in one place. The mouths full of teeth closed. The space fell silent. Until a stream of green aura pierced through it. Xiao Yong's vines grew wildly. They brought him out of the mass of flesh safely. Before peeling off and separating from his body. Zhao Feng was still shocked by this scene. This is. But Xiao Yong only reassured, okay, do not be surprised anymore. It is your turn. Hearing this, he began to feel confused. Zhao Feng's body reacted almost immediately. He roared painfully. Green buds began to sprout from his back. They grew larger on his body. Those green buds intertwined with what Xiao Yong created. This process made Zhao Feng scream. A huge tree quickly appeared. And his body was buried in the middle. At this moment, Xiao Yong spoke, how does it feel to have the instinct satisfied? Zhao Feng looked at the surrounding branches and muttered, this is. The mass of flesh where they were standing began to move. However, another tree had grown up in between them. Zhao Feng was completely surprised when he witnessed this. I can control them, I became the sea of flesh. Xiao Yong slowly explained, not so fast. You have only controlled about 1/5 of the sea of flesh now. To control the entire sea of flesh, it will still take half a month. Other branches grew. This process shook the surrounding space. What is going on? There is another tree, growing from the ground, branching out and leaving. That is the trunk. Each trunk carries the meaning of your control. Over the sea of flesh, it is even bigger by a circle. Xiao Yong then explained, when the entire sea of flesh is full of tree trunks, you will be the true sea of flesh. But I am telling you in advance, I still control the adaptive spores in the end. Don't have any schemes against me and the people of M City. This power I can give it to you, and I can take it back at any time, understand? Zhao Feng replied from above, of course. I am grateful. How dare I have schemes against you? He was satisfied with the solution he provided, very good. However, they were attracted by the commotion around them. Something's wrong. And saw Yan-Ing and Xiongxing running away from the monsters. Damn it, I would rather die in the swarm of insects, than die in the mouth of this thing. They loudly told each other, what are you stopping for, run quickly. And were shocked by the scene in front of them. What caught their eyes at this moment was a huge tree. Both of them spoke in unison, what? What is that? However, the monsters behind them had also caught up. Seeing this scene, they asked each other, what do we do, keep running? And quickly recognized Zhao Feng, no, can't you see? A pile of rotten flesh in front of us, just like those monsters. The two members fell into a dilemma. Then what do we do? Run to the side. It is too late. We will get caught. Unexpectedly, they were shocked. when they saw a huge mouth opening towards them. Crap, we are doomed. The two of them looked back and forth, before seeing several huge branches piercing through the masses of flesh. And the flesh monsters jumped out from nowhere. The green power spread quickly on them. The destination was the monsters running closer. The tendril rose high, aiming at those opening their mouths. Then directly tied them up. The process of assimilation and absorption began. The two members Lien Ying and Xiong Xing knowingly retreated. They planned to speak to each other. We are saved, Xiong Xing quickly reminded. Sure, don't make a sound, maybe it has not discovered us yet. Unexpectedly, a voice rang out from behind. Don't be stupid. I can see every movement of yours. They hurriedly turned their heads left and right to locate the source of the sound. Who is talking? And exclaimed in surprise when they saw Zhao Feng's figure. You. What are you? The next person to speak was Xiao Yong. He is, this entire sea of flesh. The other party continued to question. Who are you? Since when have you appeared next to us? Xiao Yong pointed towards them and replied. Or you two go first. Where did you come from? Then received more or less useful information. Insect tide, that is right, the insect tide. They presented clearly, aggressive walking insects, fast-flying insects. The large insects can spew corrosive poison from dozens of meters away, and the insects that can turn humans into slaves, they cooperate to fight, even more tacitly than we humans. Xiao Ping fell into contemplation while listening to it. Then she made a comment. It is like a truly social species. A truly social species, ants, bees, termites are all creatures with such characteristics. They have extremely low personal desires and completely dedicate themselves to the benefit of the entire species. Such species are terrifying. They have the ability to control and coordinate that humans can hardly imagine. Hearing this, Yongbing also had to agree. It is imaginable how terrifying the enemy we have to face is. Unexpectedly, the conversation was suddenly interrupted. What is that commotion? When the figures of cannibals appeared from above. They quickly told each other, they are cannibals. Yongbing, hearing these words, was a little unbelievable. Cannibals, those guys eat people. Shuai Shuai then turned to him and explained, that is right. Now you can witness the enemy we have to face. The cannibals looked down at them with greedy eyes. Among us, someone has seen your leader heading towards K-City. He now, who else is protecting you? Then gave a condition, listen here. If you resist, I will kill you all right now, but that would be a waste. That is not beneficial for everyone. Or let us protect you, and you only need to choose one person to sacrifice every few days to offer to us. Shuai Shuai could not help but smile. They want to keep us as livestock. They did not respond, but instead directly gave a limit. I will give you half an hour to think. If you do not agree, we will kill you all right away. Yongbing sneered at these arrogant words. These guys do not know anything. He raised his weapon. You scum cannibals, recognize what this is. One cannibal looked at it and wondered, you are holding a broken gun and being so aggressive. This kid is not a local, right? They jumped down without saying a word. This sudden action surprised Yongbing's group. Holy crap, they jumped off the building. The cannibals landed on the ground. The soldiers became increasingly surprised. They jumped from several floors down, but they are unharmed. These guys are not ordinary people. The order to attack was quickly given, shoot, shoot. However, the cannibals were completely immune to bullets. The situation was gradually getting out of their control. These guys are not afraid of bullets. The distance between the soldiers and the cannibals was getting closer and closer. What do we do? Yongbing quickly came up with a countermeasure. Damn it, hold on, retreat in an orderly manner. Unexpectedly, he became the target of a cannibal's attack. Damn it. Fortunately, there was assistance at this time. Yongbing's face was covered in tomato sauce. And the cannibals immediately became vigilant. What is going on? Xingzhe appeared in front of them in a cool way. What is this monster? The cannibals' internal group immediately became disorganized. What is going on? Didn't you say that the other guy had gone to K-City? Damn it, he lied to us. Look closely, this monster is not that guy. They decided to turn around and find a way to survive. Let us run, the hell with it, I am withdrawing. However, a figure flew up from within the members. The soldiers watched with surprise. There is an expert. Chen Xiong landed in front of the cannibals. What is this again? He did not waste time and directly rushed forward to attack. And strongly passed by them. Only a short time passed before the cannibals lost their lives. While Yongbing's soldiers were still surprised, a voice rang out beside them. How was it? Shui continued to comment. Wasps are difficult to deal with, but compared to humans, humans are still more terrifying, right? He nodded repeatedly. Back at Zhao Feng's base, the swarm of insects. Xiao Yong began to piece together the information according to what he had heard from Xiongxing and Lianing, so the disaster in B City is different. At this time, the mission information appeared in front of him. Quest content. Do your best to understand the types of disasters.
Quest progress. Quest progress.
Superphagic virus, adaptive spores, simulated protozoa, swarm colony tier 8. Reward points, 400. New quest, insect extermination quest requirement, eliminate the threat posed by insects reward, points 300 points. Sure enough, it is another new type of disaster. Moreover, with the increase in the types of disasters, the rewards for each type are also more. He continued to ask these people. Earlier, you said that your teammates went in the southwest direction. Xiongxing quickly explained. Our initial plan was to circle around the inner city of M City and take the main road straight to the south. Zhao Feng spoke. That is the direction of our gathering place. This information surprised the other party. You have a gathering place. Do you need any? Xiao Yong explained reluctantly. There are still a few things to care about. Then he passed the buck to Zhao Feng, signaling, you think so too, right? He presented with a serious face. Now I have become one with the sea of flesh and can't go back anymore. Xiao Yong Xiongdi, please take care of Xiao Ping for me. No need. The purpose of my trip is to have her and the people in your gathering place all move here. Then made a comment. How could that be? For them, I am too dangerous. Hearing this, Xiao Yong replied, haven't you noticed that your nature has changed slightly? These words seemed to awaken Zhao Feng. He began to feel himself. That is right, the current me seems to have reduced a lot of interest in infecting and hunting. What is going on? Xiao Yong explained beside him. Because of the existence of adaptive spores, the sea of flesh is provided with cheap and highly effective energy, and the desire to hunt will naturally be greatly reduced. With your will, suppressing this desire is not difficult. And then began to move. Let us go, and conveniently see if we can reunite with your friends. Shui enthusiastically welcomed them. Uncle Xiao Yong, you are finally back. We just repelled a group of powerful enemies. Yang Bing was also delighted to see Xiongxing again, leader. He approached and placed his hand on his shoulder. Yang Bing, Xiao Yong Xiongdi is right. You guys are indeed here. Yang Bing looked around, searching. Where are the others? Xiongxing sadly recounted. We encountered monsters. The others are all dead. This information made the other members feel lost and sympathetic. However, Yang Bing quickly regained his spirits. Leader, it is okay. You must see the people in this gathering place. They are so unreasonably strong. His optimism comforted the two people somewhat. I think you should broaden your understanding of what we have witnessed. That is what real unreasonableness is. Next it was Xiao Ping's turn. Brother Xiao Yong, did my dad eventually become a part of the Sea of Flesh? He did not hesitate to explain clearly. That is right. You do not have to be sad either. Your dad still retains his will. Xiao Ping exclaimed in surprise. What? Xiao Yong began to explain. Then quickly ordered, everyone, pack up your things and move. The leader, Zhou Xiaofeng, and I found a better place. Their army moved. They quickly entered the territory of the monsters. Careful, we have arrived at the hunting range of the simulated flesh monsters. At this moment, a voice rang out from behind. May I ask if you are lucky survivors? Everyone had already raised their weapons and became vigilant. Yang Bing spoke when he saw two members in the team raising their weapons as well. Judging from their appearance, they do not look like the cannibals we encountered before. They are just a group of ordinary people. Why is everyone so nervous? However, Xiongxing and Lianing directly fired. It is those people again. Yang Bing hurriedly stopped them. Leader, what are you doing? They are civilians like us. And then he was loudly scolded in the face. Look again, are these guys civilians? The scene shocked everyone. When those who were thought to be humans actually began to show monster traits. What the hell, it is so disgusting. Another member pointed and reminded. The monsters in human disguise appeared more and more. The situation became increasingly difficult. There are some over there too, we are surrounded. Xiongxing hurriedly placed his hand on Xiao Yong's shoulder and requested, Xiao Yong Xiongdi, quickly lead the people to the Sea of Flesh, our firepower is strong. We will cover you, hurry up. This time it was Yang Bing's turn to speak. Leader, do not panic, Shui's group is very strong. Xiongxing did not quite believe those words. don't say such silly words. These guys are not easy to deal with. Hurry up, quickly gather the brothers to block them. Follow the firepower closely, don't let them get close. Another member also agreed with his words. Listen to the leader, these guys are different from the cannibals. It is time for our firepower to exert its advantages. Xiao Yong was the next to speak. Okay then brother, it can be seen that when something happens, you really rush forward. You are a reliable person. He moved forward while instructing, you guys retreat to the back. Gather together with everyone. Avoid being accidentally injured later. And began to summon power for the attack. A red star appeared in the sky. Shui Shui asked curiously, Uncle Xiao Yong, what are you doing? Is Sister San San's group also coming here? Xiao Yong smiled faintly as he explained, no, it is another group of experts. The boy could not hide his curiosity, another group of experts. Xiao Yong turned to Xingzhe, take action, don't go all out too much. Just do not let them kill our people. Someone will come to clean up the mess later. Receiving the guarantee, they nodded, okay. The monsters began to rush forward to attack. Chen Xiong, Xingzhe, and Shui Shui on this side were also ready to respond. Their power completely overwhelmed them. This scene shocked the soldiers. Are these guys also monsters? I did not say it wrong. Yang Bing could not hide the pride in his voice. Leader, have you broadened your horizons? Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lao Yang's group saw something. There are even more monsters. Larger monsters rushed from out of nowhere. Sure enough, more simulated flesh monsters. The signal was immediately given. Leader Xiao Yong, there is some on this side too. They began to panic. Damn it, Leader Xiao Yong's group is being held back. They can't come to save us. Pick up your weapons. Prepare to protect yourselves. The huge monsters were getting closer and closer. The survivors told each other, damn it, hold the line. Unexpectedly, the huge monsters glided past them. And pressed into the monsters on the opposite side. These monsters are not aiming at us. This strange scene made them sigh. They are slaughtering each other. At this moment, Xiongxing smiled as he understood. I understand, they are the other group of experts that Xiao Yong Xiongdi mentioned. They are that big shot subordinates. Yang Bing repeated confusedly, that big shot. He only smiled. You will have your eyes opened later. The other monsters were defeated in the blink of an eye. It is over. At this moment, several vines appeared on the ground. Watch out. The soldiers carefully observed their movement, carefully avoid them. And then saw those vines rushing towards the dead monsters. What the hell, they are rushing towards the monster corpses. They were inserted into the bodies of these monsters. And began to absorb. Xiao Yong finally spoke, continue following these meat tendrils, and we will be there soon. The scene greeting Yang Bing's group was completely shocking that. What is that? They sighed trees, in the sea of flesh. Xiao Ping immediately recognized, my dad. Xiao Yong reassured her, don't worry. Your dad is in front. He took a few steps forward and called out, hey, come out, your daughter has arrived. Movement came from one place in the masses of flesh. Xiongxing eagerly spoke to his teammates, look carefully, discover the real apex. Zhao Feng appeared from that pile of meat, and Xiao Ping immediately called out, Dad. However, Xiao Yong stopped her when she intended to step towards it. Xiao Ping asked a little unhappily, what is wrong? Zhao Feng gently explained, the sea of flesh is too big and has not been controlled well. Don't come over here to avoid being accidentally injured. Xiao Yong beside him also agreed, that is right. Later, everyone sets up camp here. Try not to touch the sea of flesh. As long as you keep a distance, Zhou Xiaofeng will be able to suppress the sea of flesh's instinct to attack and infect everyone. Have you found a place to make a gathering place yet? He quickly presented, about 1 kilometer to the southwest, at the junction between K City and Q City, there is a factory. The simulated flesh in it has been handled by me. Everyone go there. There was also movement on one side. Zhang Qi scratched his head and commented, recently, is the plant creature invasion a bit too dense? Lao He, hearing this, continued, this situation proves that another Xiao He is floating nearby us. These words made the listeners a little confused. Xiao He, hasn't it been tamed by brother Xiao Yong? He only explained simply, there is not just one Xiao He in this forest. Outside another area at this moment. Zhao Feng and Xiao Yong were present at this place. The walkie-talkie on his body suddenly vibrated. Xiao Yong listened before replying, I know. Then turned to say to the person next to him, there has been a situation in the southern suburbs of M City. I have to go back. You can rest assured here with me. He continued to call another person, Xiao Shuai. Shuai Shuai quickly replied, Uncle Xiao Yong, what is wrong? Xiao Yong only explained simply, there has been a situation on the Xiaohe farmland. Your dad and I are going back. You and your dad temporarily stay here. Shuai Shuai enthusiastically replied, don't worry, Uncle Xiao Yong. Time passed until another voice rang out, Brother Xiao Yong and Sheng Jia are back. Zhang Qi was the first to present, with me, San San and Xiao Kai, you guys to deal with, not to mention there is Brother Cheng here, what is there to be afraid of? The person beside him agreed and strongly supported, He Lao is right. Don't be careless. Only with Xiao Yong here can we ensure there are no oversights. At this moment, Xiao Yong spoke, Qi Zi, you look much plumper now, huh? Receiving a few words of praise made Zhang Qi's expression become self-satisfied. Of course I have to be plumper, recently, eating food from Xiaohe, even the survivors in the town have strength. Again, after all, I am a member among those. Xiao Yong began to arrange the forces. Okay, tomorrow follow me deep into the forest of S City. Let us see your current level. Greeting them was a forest with monsters. Words of praise were heard when a member successfully defeated a monster. Well done. Zhang Qi then spoke, how is it, Brother Xiao Yong, I did not just talk big, did I? San San and I are stronger now. Xiao Yong continued, wait until you really meet Xiaohe, then you can talk big. Unexpectedly, a member suddenly saw something. Li Cheng hurriedly pointed and signaled, Xiao Yong, look over there. All the attention was focused on a tree trunk. What is that, a tree trunk? Xiao Yong quickly moved forward. The scene greeting him was completely enough to surprise. Many branches had been cut off, leaving only the trunk, this is. Who did this? Li Cheng turned to question, our people, Zhang Qi immediately denied, impossible, our people have never been to this deep in the forest. Xiao Yong gestured for them to be quiet and then began to use his skills. After some time, he signaled, there is noise over there. Let us go over there and see. On another side at this moment, a team was still sawing trees. Another tree trunk was successfully sawn off. They told each other when they saw it fall, watch out. And then quickly reminded, hey, get out of the way. The man barely escaped death. Damn it, who did that? He continued to curse, which idiot did that, damn it. Damn it, damn your mother, you won't die a good death. And quickly sensed something. This man begged helplessly, no. No, I can still work, don't, give me 2 days, I will definitely recover. However, his body was pierced by vines, and his life ended. Even the vines pierced from his pupils. In just the blink of an eye, his head exploded. This person's death was fleeting. But it was enough to engrave fear into the survivors. They quickly signaled each other, don't. Do not just stand there, hurry, do the work, continue working. And then the crowd continued to disperse, right, let us continue working, we are still okay, we can still work. No one felt sorry for the person who had just died. Shuai Shuai's voice rang out in the air, Brother Xiao Yong, it is people, lucky survivors, it is the lucky survivors who are cutting trees. Xiao Yong's group met the tree cutters on this side. The members doing the tree cutting were a little surprised when they saw them, people, lucky survivors. This attitude made Zhang Qi vigilant, seeing us, not only are they not happy, but they are very surprised instead. A representative spoke, lucky survivors, hello. A member of Xiao Yong's group also commented, the reaction of these people is a bit slow. The other party eagerly asked, are there only you, do you have any other friends? Then directly proposed, our place is a large-scale gathering place, safe and guaranteed. Moreover, there is a shortage of people right now. If there are more people, we can come together. Zhang Qi immediately intended to refuse, indeed, we still have many friends, but your gathering place definitely won't. However, Xiao Yong stopped him before he could finish speaking. He spoke on behalf of the people here and declared, we and the people in the gathering place have different opinions, so we are going our separate ways. Can your gathering place take us in? These words made the other party very happy. Of course, in the end of the world, everyone is very stressed. Different opinions are normal. If there is a chance in the future, call them to come here. After all, there is strength in numbers. It is much more convenient to be united. Xiao Yong continued to shuffle the deck, that is indeed the truth. That group of people signaled to them, follow us. They moved and quickly received a reply, we are almost there. While moving, the members of the group observed and assessed the surrounding situation. These twisted vines, it is clearly the spreading organization of plant creatures. The address of your gathering place is problematic. The face of the tree cutter revealed malice. He turned his head to look at them and explained, "My friend, you misunderstood. These are just mutated plants, not the type of plants that attack humans." He directly pointed to one side. "Look, going through the thick bushes in front will get you there." Xiao Yong's group just moved with him. "Holy crap, if I did not know this was a gathering place." One of them sighed, "The monster's lair." Unexpectedly, in front of them at this moment was a huge tree. Its unreal size made everyone exclaim this. "It is too huge." Lao He spoke seriously, "With this size, I am afraid it is not inferior to the plant creature in Xiao Yong's body, right?" He nodded in agreement with him. "That is right. Just in terms of size, it is indeed bigger than me. Even counting the Xiaohe farmland, I am afraid it is not as big." And gestured to the person next to him. "Go Qizi, show your strength." Zhang Qi hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. "Brother Xiao Yong, do not tease me. I can't handle this." However, at this moment, the tree cutters began to turn their faces. "Quick, subdue them." As soon as the order was given, many other people appeared from the bushes. They directly subdued the members of Xiao Yong's. "What are you doing?" His expression did not change at all. Xiao Jia suddenly saw something. Look. Green tentacles appeared from the huge tree. They stabbed into the dead. And then absorbed the nourishment with the surprised eyes of the witnesses. "What is it doing?" From there, the living dead appeared. The intermittent but extremely resentful voice rang out, You. Submission. Submission." Xiao Jia continued to comment, "This scene is making my hair stand on end." The approaching living dead drew closer and closer. "Comrades. Comrades. Willing to be slaves. Willing to be slaves." The words also became out of control. Humiliation. 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 However, Xiao Yong's expression still did not change. Humiliation. Only the person standing behind him began to feel uneasy. "Comrades." An elbow was given to this person's face. He painfully fell backward. And was immediately tied up by Xiao Yong with wires. He stuttered in surprise. You guys. When the others had also been defeated, "What kind of monsters are you guys?" Xiao Yong then spoke, "Out of consideration that you have been threatened as well, I won't kill you for now." The living dead on the opposite side had begun to move. Xiao Yong looked towards them. Then threw the person he was holding far away. They changed direction and immediately ran away. The goal was to defeat the monsters. Their power completely overwhelmed this group of monsters. The members of the tree-cutting team exclaimed in surprise, "These guys are not human either. There is no hope. Even if our side is currently dominant, there are too many enemies." They looked at the living dead in front of them and continued to talk. "Those corpses are all reserve plant creature guards." This time it was Xiao Yong's turn to act. His hand directly turned into a vine. And pierced into the heads of the living dead and cut them off. This scene made everyone who witnessed it panic. Monsters, they are all monsters. Their expressions became increasingly ugly. When vines began to sprout from the body again. Not just one, but many people had the same thing happen to them. I feel uneasy. A few other people also died in a similar way. Miserable cries rang out, "Don't. Do not, we can also work." Lao He reminded loudly, "If this continues, none of us will survive." Xiao Yong had begun to act. "Killing it will solve everything." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up. Aimed straight at the ancient tree in front of him to attack. Xiao Yong gracefully avoided the vines it released. And even easily cut off all those things. In front of him at this moment was a giant vine. Xiao Yong quickly took a stance to evade. People only saw dust rising when he landed with difficulty. Xiao Yong hurriedly retreated. He quickly recalculated his countermeasures. "No, it is too big. It can't be solved at once. Moreover, it is not good to waste energy all the time." Vines had sprouted from the bodies of the planters. "Are we about to die? I do not want to die." Xiao Yong immediately signaled, "All those infected with plant creatures gather here." They asked in confusion, "What? What for?" Vines began to appear on him. Xiao Yong blew out a stream of green gas. Those people inhaled and looked strangely painful. "What is this?" However, their bodies gradually became normal after that. "What is this?" Xiao Yong explained simply, "A special type of fungal algae that can secrete interferon to prevent the further outbreak of parasitic spores in your bodies." Then he turned his head and signaled to Zhang Qi, you lead these people away. He nodded and followed immediately, yes. Everyone left, and only a few people stayed. The living dead appeared more and more, become servants. Become servants. Shameless. Shameless. Before those words, Xiao Yong only showed a smile. His eyes at this moment radiated a powerful blue light. When Xiao Yong responded to the evil life of that tree with no less evil words, "You idiot, you idiot." He roared, "Symbiosis with each other, then you can exist, and you can develop, and be strong." Xiao Yong's eyes gradually returned to normal. He looked down at his hand before muttering, "Okay, the expression of desire is over. Now let us go back to your responsibilities." Lao He on the side then spoke. "Those words just now were from Xiao He. Xiao He can actually have consciousness," Xiao Yong slowly explained. "Adaptive spores have evolved long ago, with a structure similar to nerve cells, so the appearance of consciousness is normal. It can be regarded as the convergent evolution of higher life." Then he turned his head and signaled, "Let us go back and discuss further. Let us withdraw now." Li Cheng asked curiously, "Aren't you going to destroy this thing?" He only explained briefly, "It is not worth the time to fight such a big enemy. Let us wait until next time after we have prepared, and then come again." Then his group left. Unexpectedly, at this moment, that evil tree launched an attack. It is not over. It is not over. Must kill them. A series of monsters, flies and mosquitoes appeared, creating a gloomy atmosphere. Seeing this, everyone gasped in surprise. Then they all turned their heads and ran while shouting, "I am not okay, I am running first." On one side, Zhang Qi, along with Lao He, also said in fear one after another, "This. Xiao Yong, is it okay?" Xiao Yong replied with a cold, murderous expression, "It is okay." Countless scout bees flapped their wings and flew up, creating a loud noise. They rushed to surround the monsters, creating a chaotic scene. Vines sprouted from under the ground, quickly grabbing all the scout bees that were present. Immediately after, the vine pierced directly into a bee, startling it. That bee died painfully, and its whirring wings rang out. Seeing this for a while, a soldier spoke in shock, "This strength, I feel like we do not need tactics, and we can just attack straight into the swarm's nest." On the ground, the legs of the bees trembled and raised high. A series of their corpses lay everywhere in desolation. Lao He followed Xiao Yong and asked, "Is this method okay?" He calmly looked forward. "The self-healing ability of these insects is far inferior to simulated flesh. It will be much harder to control them successfully." Then he approached one, stared at it, and analyzed. Moreover, the control over that muscle man had the coordination of himself. But these insects won't obediently fit into the framework. That one on this side is also dead. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar, making Xiao Yong wonder, "How is it on your side? It seems like it is too much." So there is only hope. So Xiao Yong went to the front of a bee that was flapping its wings fiercely. Then he stood still and silently looked at it thoughtfully. Suddenly, the front feet of the bee lowered. Then its abdomen rang out a few times as if it were hungry. A person nearby noticed and stuttered, "Did it succeed?" Xiao Yong's expression also relaxed and went to pat its head. It seems it succeeded. Lao He continued to wonder, after trying so many, only one succeeded, and he smiled triumphantly and replied, "One is enough." Immediately after, the bee pulled Xiao Yong up high. Then both of them moved in the air, surveying the situation. Xiao Yong observed and said, "No wonder the people in Bee City, whenever they mention the swarm. He is currently flying straight ahead, following the swarm of bees." Elsewhere on the ground, countless insects carrying poison followed the swarm. Among the people hiding nearby, a young man poked his head out and spoke first, "It is too dangerous." Two young men in the back also continued, "Are you sure your theory is correct? What if we get lost here?" A Bao, hearing this, also turned his head to reassure, "The swarm also needs air to circulate. We just need to follow the direction the air is blowing, and we can definitely find a way out." When finished, their group came out of the rock crevice. A Bao observed the surroundings carefully while walking. Seeing something, he exclaimed in surprise and stuttered, "This is." Large eggs were pressed on top of corpses everywhere. These people have been treated as breeding beds for larvae. It is disgusting. Xiao Qin gritted his teeth and looked away uncomfortably. "Don't look anymore. If we get bathed by them, we will also have this outcome." Then a Bao pointed in another direction. "Look over there." A dazzling light radiated from there. "There is light, it is the exit." They joyfully clasped hands tightly. "That is great, we succeeded." Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind. and they froze. What is that noise? In the back, a series of insects lined up neatly and approached. As soon as they saw them, the three of them simultaneously turned their heads and ran straight ahead. Victory is within reach, we must not fall here. Reaching close to the doorway, Bai Ming rejoiced, we succeeded. His feet slid on the ground. All three stopped and panted. Below their feet at this moment was a jumble of insects with no way out. They also realized this below. Immediately changing direction and rushing towards them, and they began to scream in despair. No. Below the hole right there was a group of people trembling. Realizing there was something strange, a man shouted, there is noise. Followed by countless loud noises from above, and the people below also began to fear. Finally, the three people fell down from the hole, groaning painfully. Observing the surroundings, Abao hesitated and asked, what is this room? The young man replied, this is the food storage room. From now on you are also spare food. Hearing this news, they froze. Xiao Qin knelt on the ground crying, if I had known, I would not have run away. As a coolie, there is still a chance to live. Then that young man saw a person lying motionless and cared, what is wrong with him, is he dead? Looking in the direction pointed, Abao's group said in astonishment at the same time, we do not know him, who is this? He is not the one who escaped with us. It turned out to be Xiao Yong. That person approached and shook him, calling loudly, hey, are you still alive? Xiao Yong then sat up, did I finally get here? He stood up and brushed off the dust with a calm face, this winding and crooked trip almost made me dizzy. When finished, Xiao Yong reached out and scratched his head, and he coldly glanced around, is this inside the insect nest? What a nuisance, it is made like a maze. Seeing this expression, the young man who had been here for a long time was a little confused, you just got caught here, and you're still in the mood to sigh. Standing in front of everyone, he spread his arms wide and asked loudly, among you, is there anyone who can find the way to the queen insect? Everyone's faces became worried and replied, what are you saying, find the queen insect, what do you want to do? Xiao Yong's facial muscles also relaxed and smiled lightly in reply, I have something to do, I need to ask it for help. Following that, those people began to discuss, isn't he an idiot, he must be a lunatic, he was stimulated by horror, so he became stupid. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound came from a nearby hole. A person here who was familiar with it looked up and shouted in horror, it is coming again, it is coming to choose food again. Immediately, everyone huddled together into a ball and cried out, damn it, who is it, who is pushing me, I can't breathe. In the chaotic scene, seeing Xiao Yong unmoving, Bai Ming turned his head to remind, hey, what are you standing there for, do you want to become food? Seeing this, Xiao Qin reminded him, you idiot, someone's going to die anyway, you remind him, the one who dies might be us. So Xiao Qin glanced at Xiao Yong and said softly in his mouth, sorry, Abao, you are not mentally awake at this time. Not long after, an insect crawled down. When it was about to reach the place, it noticed Xiao Yong. Everyone here tensed up when they saw it. Suddenly, Xiao Yong used one hand to grab its claw. With his strength, he used a flaming fist to punch hard into the abdomen of the insect. Witnessing that scene, people began to clamor, what is going on, what is happening? On that side, Xiao Yong had finished dealing with one, and people were still confused. He killed the insect. Everyone looked at that scene with a panic appearance. Did he bring a gun in here? Yes, he must have brought a gun, but I did not see a gun. Then Xiao Yong jumped up to a high place, preparing to leave, and turned his head to ask, are you following me, or waiting here? People were hesitant, my friend, Abao stood up to take the lead and shouted, I am following you, I can help you explore the way. I almost escaped out before. Following that, those people said in unison, we are also following you. When he jumped to the entrance of the cave, looking down below, everyone was crowding together, me too, I am also joining, more people have more strength, right? Staying here will also lead to death, might as well take a risk. Seeing this unity, Xiao Yong showed a satisfied smile. The footsteps of the insects stepped out. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone stood frozen in shock, this is. Xiao Yong was currently standing to face countless insects. People panicked and turned their heads, preparing to run, no matter how strong he is, he can't beat so many insects, I do not want to die, this kind of death is too terrifying. Ignoring them, he calmly stood still, casually waving one hand, and immediately dealt with one. Everyone was no less surprised, to the point of widening their eyes. Next, Xiao Yong skillfully dealt with 3 insects surrounding him alone. Then, he used both hands to split one person in half. Then, he used a punch that shot out fire, piercing through the bodies of 3 people at once. Just like that, in this cave, a series of loud noises rang out. After defeating them, blood splattered everywhere, and a voice spoke, "This is too exaggerated." When finished, Xiao Yong looked towards a new direction. The direction the insects were coming from. Is it the direction where the queen insect lives? A Bao stuttered a reply, "Maybe it is." Without hesitation, he commanded, "Okay then, let us continue." After walking for a while, everyone stopped, except for Xiao Yong. They were all scared. He stood there staring for a while and asked, "Is this one, the one I am looking for?" In front of them now was a green insect, the queen insect. A Bao stepped forward to answer the question, "No, this one is called a horsehair worm." Xiao Yong was a little curious, a horsehair worm. Looking at its butt, a Bao shouted, "Look at its butt." Then he recalled the chaotic scene he had once witnessed and recounted, "I once saw the swarm insects of tails that look like antenna wires." Xiao Yong, gaining new knowledge, was also happy. There is this kind of setup, I guess they can be used to control the swarm. A Bao replied with a serious expression, "That is right. Don't disturb it, otherwise, countless swarm insects will attack us." Ignoring those words, he raised his hand towards the insect. A Bao panicked, wanted to stop him. "Holy crap, what do you want to do?" Quickly from his 5 fingers, many magic beams were released. Those words turned into vines, moving closer to it. When it just realized it, those vines shot forward quickly. Immediately, it tied its feet neatly, and it screamed. Seeing this action beyond their imagination, they wondered, in the end, is he human or not? Many loud noises were also transmitted from afar, and one person recognized it and asked, "What is that noise?" Immediately after, the scene became chaotic. The horsehair worm is under attack, even more swarm insects are coming here to protect it. Seeing the swarm rushing over like the Yuan army, they shouted to inform, "Big shot, there is a situation on this side." Seeing this, he used his original posture, reaching one hand behind, preparing to do something. Weaving through the crowd, Xiao Yong released a series of other vines towards the swarm. Looking at those vines, everyone sighed, "The Big Shot's attack team is circling around us." A series of vines and the monsters were approaching each other. When almost collided, an insect was startled to realize. But in the end, they were all entangled by the vines. Baran was stunned. Which side are the monsters? At this time, Xiao Yong's eyes lit up white, looking extremely terrifying, and uttered a sound. On this side, the horsehair worm began to tremble, finally falling straight on the ground, and everyone recognized, dead. Is it dead? After that, Xiao Yong approached it even closer, wanting to rely on adaptive spores to control a resistant individual. The difficulty is still too high. But then he clasped his hands tightly, placing them on his forehead, his eyes closed and radiating light. "But I have read the location of the queen insect." Immediately, more, larger vines were released from behind him. Looking at the scene everywhere filled with vines, everyone worried, "Careful, holy crap, what is going on?" In a nearby place, the insects were sharing pieces of human flesh. The loud noise startled them and drew their attention. Quickly, through those crevices, a series of vines invaded. Before they could react, those vines had controlled everything. During the chaos, the vines secretly spread cells into the insects. Finally, they used 2 sharp ends to stab into them, causing them to scream in pain. Its tail began to tremble, and even the horns shrunk accordingly. Finally, they all collapsed to the ground. Their corpses lay everywhere. Outside, the bees flew in swarms everywhere, carrying things that looked like cocoons. And inside the deep stone cave, blood dripped, and people wondered, "What did you do?" Xiao Yong still kept a terrifying face and replied, "Tilled the land for this insect nest," and conveniently absorbed a series of energy from the insects. After that, he raised his foot to gain momentum, now that the procedure is over. Then immediately stomped hard on the ground, creating a big tremor. "I have met you, huh?" The stone floor cracked with large crevices. After a while, the crevices widened, causing everyone to fall into the deep pit. The scene below was quiet and misty. Everyone landed successfully and were startled. After recovering, Bai Ming looked up and surveyed the surroundings. "This is." Finally, Xiao Yong led the group forward. "Where's the queen insect? Where is it?" Receiving the question, he looked down at the ground and replied, "Under your feet." After those words, the ground began to transmit loud noises. Something very big emerged in this place. Xiao Yong looked straight ahead with cold eyes. From within that covering, the large queen insect was revealed. As soon as it saw it, it roared, showing its authority. Following that, the small insects went up with it. Seeing their large numbers, Abao realized, sure enough, the swarm of insects can't be killed off. The ground trembled and cracked everywhere again. Then a large hole collapsed, causing that group of people to fall. Vines rose from under the ground and wrapped around them. When finished, he raised his hand behind him as if to stop them. I have to eliminate the interference. You guys stay in the cage for a while. They readily accepted. We are okay with anything. At this time, the insects began to rush up. Facing them, he raised his hand and released a light. Immediately released more vines, hitting those insects. Suddenly, some liquid was released and flew towards Xiao Yong. His eyes were very sharp to recognize it. Immediately jumped high, flew to another place, and that liquid hit the ground and emitted smoke. But at this moment, countless poisonous insects were still releasing that liquid. It was released everywhere, causing him to run to dodge continuously. After a while, Xiao Yong reached out and rubbed the ground. Finally he picked up a stone, and with a troubled face, he rushed up. I can destroy the nest, and you insect swarms can't be difficult. When he gained momentum, he threw that stone straight into the swarm. The powerful stone pierced straight through the bodies of a series of them. Those who were hit had disgusting green liquid flowing from their bodies. The people in the cage witnessed this and were overjoyed. How is it? He is worthy of being the big shot. He did not fall into a weak position. The queen insect then emitted a small growl. When seeing Xiao Yong approach, it also trembled and retreated. Approaching, he raised his head and looked up, reassuring, "What are you howling for? I am not going to kill you." After speaking, he released more vines, quickly wrapping around it, and Xiao Yong floated in the air. The vines gradually tightened, creating a sound. It howled in pain, not knowing what to do. From high above, Xiao Yong looked at it calmly. The vines of adaptive spores have pierced into your brain. If you dare to struggle, it will kill you immediately. After speaking, a few drops of sweat flowed down his face, thinking, there is only this one queen. Once it fails, then all the effort will be wasted. While thinking, Xiao Yong suddenly realized something and stopped. Seeing the behavior of that queen insect, Xiao Yong analyzed in his heart, under my threat, it showed weakness. This swarm queen indeed has no low intelligence. Then the system reported, current accumulation points 961. Xiao Yong looked at the system panel and said, oh, both quests have been completed, increasing by 700 points in one go. So he reached out and rubbed his chin, his eyes glanced elsewhere. In that case, why not control the swarm to be eightfold, completely in the palm of my hand? To avoid causing more trouble in the future. A series of item values were displayed in the system panel, and he just looked at it and added, when you meet an awakened ability, then exchange it, then manually refresh it. Until the accumulation points are not enough. Seeing this, the system also sent a note, you have refreshed 8 times in one go, and the accumulation points consumed are 1024 points. Received rewards, Awakened Ability Enhancement Tier 2, times 2, Awakened Ability Enhancement Tier 3, times 3, current accumulation points 409. He widened his eyes and decisively ordered, open all of them. The announcement resounded again. Total points consumed 350, remaining accumulation points 59. When finished, Xiao Yong raised his fingers and created something red. Just like I expected, the enslavement imprint has increased to Tier 2, and the number of slaves has increased to 2 people. Then he used the red power he had just received and looked at the queen insect. You are lucky. Follow me, and I guarantee you will rise like a kite in the wind. After speaking, he released that magic towards the monster, and it growled painfully again. Changing the scene to the base, a group of people were criticizing the 2 people standing on high. Those 2 found such a large warehouse. Are these 2 smart or stupid? Do you understand what it means to be innocent of possessing treasure, but guilty of possessing precious jade? The muscle man praised with interest, your method is stable. Sure enough, a series of idiots are sticking their heads out to be slaughtered. And the group of people below shouted, huh, are you 2 always indulging and having problems with your brains? With this difference in the number of people, you still want to win more with less. Then another person licked his lips in a perverted way, but do not worry, little sister, I will definitely let you experience the pleasure of being an immortal before you die. Suddenly, something brushed past and killed the girl standing behind this person. The red-haired girl standing on high was gaining momentum to fly down and replied, okay then, let me see how a crackhead like you will make me an immortal. And everyone, when seeing this person die, Panicked, the movement of that guy, can you see clearly? No. I can't see clearly. So that girl went down like the wind, and everyone became vigilant. It is dangerous, too fast. Immediately, the slashing kills were released, and bodies lay everywhere on the ground. The sword slowly raised to the front of that crackhead, causing him to tremble. Using the sword to lift his chin, she asked, "Now tell me how to become an immortal." The other injured people babbled and moved forward. "How are you two so strong? How can you two do that?" The muscle man appeared behind and replied confidently, "I do not mind telling you right now in this era, the only people who can be stronger than the two of us are that group of people." Hearing this, the crowd began to be curious, that group of people. Suddenly, scout bees flew by, and realizing the noise, they asked each other, "What is that noise, insects?" The muscle man and the red-haired girl also silently observed. When that group of bees got closer, they covered all the light here, and everyone was shocked. The sky was now filled with scout bees accompanied by the misty dark shadows. Looking in another direction, they also discovered countless insects crawling on the ground, approaching. They crawled forward, emitting a series of extremely loud sounds. Seeing the dangerous situation, the red-haired girl shouted loudly, "Quickly go back to a high place." Quickly, both of them also jumped up high. In the rear, those people fled while shouting in vain. Those who had fallen were all stepped over by the swarm, and screams were everywhere. Above high, the two people who had escaped were also worried. The muscle man peeked out. What is going on? The scene outside gradually became chaotic, and the red liquid gradually spread. Both Xiongxing and Lianing were scared, and Lianing stuttered and spoke, "The insect swarm, an insect swarm with such a large scale." Xiongxing looked through the binoculars and saw them approaching and said loudly, "We are definitely dead." Then he looked up and trembled non-stop. The leader, Xiao Yong, went down to deal with the swarm. What is wrong? Could it be that he failed? Realizing everything, everyone also began to stand in a vigilant position. Flesh masses emerged from the middle of the ground. Recognizing that there was something saving them, they shouted loudly, "It is the flesh mass. The flesh mass will protect us." That is right, we still have the flesh mass. The scout bees outside only flew around without entering. Seeing this, those people were all happy. Sure enough, the swarm does not dare to attack us. Get lost, you swarms, we have a backer. But a young man recognized and reminded, "Watch out, there is a big one flying over." The horsehair worms slowly flew to where they were. As for them, they were ready to attack. Be vigilant, prepare to fight, wait, look over there quickly. Standing on high was Xiao Yong, and they all recognized him, that is leader Xiao Yong. The horsehair worm slowly flew down and landed. He jumped down decisively, and from afar, Xiao Ping ran over, leader Xiao Yong. Zhao Feng, in a transformed state, spoke and asked, "Leader Xiao Yong, what is the situation?" Xiao Yong calmly stepped back and replied, "It is quite smooth, it is just that there is a group of survivors on that side who need to be taken in." Zhao Feng interjected, "This matter is simple." Xiao Ping, hearing this, spoke worriedly, "But it seems like the food supply." Cutting off her words, Xiao Yong repeated the words of persuasion. "The city of S is about to become our land for agriculture." On one side, Lao He was examining the wound for Lao Lian. Indeed, it is getting better. It is probably completely healed. He was also delighted. Really, I can escape the control of that monster forever. Suddenly, something caught a worker's attention and said loudly, "Look over there, what is that? Swarm insects, giant swarm insects." From afar, both sides of the swarm of insects flew over, and everyone ran careful. That group of people ran to the front of the big door, trying to push it in, quickly closed the door. Quickly, all around this area, the swarm of insects surrounded, creating a black atmosphere. Then they formed a flight path to the roof of a building. Lao He looked up and smiled happily. Xiao Yong's plan succeeded. The sky was clear, and in the forest, the mutated zombies roamed everywhere. When they heard those sounds, they were startled and looked up. In the sky, Xiao Yong, along with his scout bee legion, flew over. He looked at the zombies below with a contemptuous look. "Swarm insects, listen to the order. Let us eat." As soon as the order was given, the group of bees rushed extremely quickly into the forest. They competed to suck the life force of those zombies, creating strange sounds. And on the ground, from within the dark corners, the swarm insects led the whole group out. Hitting the zombies was quickly swept away, and the swarm insects swept across, causing a series of zombies to fall. Then the swarm of insects revived and were eating something together. When finished, the bee swarm also turned and flew into the sky. Below in the forest, The zombie crowd began to go crazy. What do you want? What do you want? Xiao Yong stood high and spread his arms wide, giving a condition: be tamed by me, become a symbiotic creature of Xiao He in my body. As soon as they heard those words, the zombies began to riot angrily. Being restored is behind it. No way, the weight of my body is much better than it. I am the owner of this forest. It is just a loser in the competition. Seeing this, his eyes began to light up and angrily shouted, make the situation clear. Then he pulled out a sword and slashed it, cutting 2 stone pillars in the distance in half. Now then, you are the loser. The stone pillars fell right where the swarm had left open. Speaking, they fell, creating a loud noise, accompanied by widespread dust. When finished, Xiao Yong lowered his head slightly, his face furrowed, showing authority. The tree trunk has been cut down by me. The next step is to pull out your roots. A branch slowly rose from under the ground. At the tip of the branch, a strange seed suddenly sprouted. Xiao Yong quickly turned his hand into a branch and ordered go, merge into one. The branch quickly wrapped around that seed. After merging into one, his eyes immediately lit up. New quest, Weeding Vol. I has been completed. Quest requirement, eliminate. Lao He and everyone were silently looking forward to the results. He spoke and asked, is there no problem? Suddenly, they pointed forward and cheered. The swarm is back. Brother Xiao Yong must have succeeded. Xiao Yong rode on a snow-white horsehair worm and flew to where they were. Lao He smiled and asked about the situation. How is it? Did you deal with that giant plant? He replied indifferently, it is already a part of me. These words really stunned him for a moment. A part? What do you mean? Speaking, Xiao Yong's eyes suddenly lit up. What I mean is. As soon as he finished speaking, the vines rushed out forcefully from under his feet. Xiao Yong confidently affirmed, right now, the power of Xiao He in my body has increased by more than 3 times. All the plant creatures in the entire city of S are within my control. In the coastal city of H, the fishermen were cheering in unison, a great harvest, a great harvest. They could not hide their surprise. Why are we catching so many fish today? Suddenly, Shengchen looked into the distance and asked curiously, what is that noise? The observer above the boat could not help but gasp in shock, holy crap, making everyone below very curious. Hey, what is all the commotion about? A tsunami suddenly struck, causing everyone to panic and exclaim, holy shit. The observer hurriedly shouted loudly to inform, turn back, quickly turn back, go back to the building, hurry up. The fishermen below were constantly panicking. What should we do with this number of fish? Throw them away. What fish? Hurry up. Delaying will cost you your life. They hurriedly urged each other, run quickly, go inside the building, hurry up. A fisherman was still a little reluctant to part with the fish he had just harvested, so he carried them and ran. But at this moment, the tsunami had reached behind him, causing him to fear, damn it. The tsunami immediately knocked down that fisherman. In an instant, the tsunami submerged the entire city. All those who could not run in time lost their lives in the rushing water. Those who were still alive could not help but angrily curse, damn it, no wonder we suddenly had a great harvest of fish. They quickly called out, hurry up, salvage the corpses, cremate them. But the situation was even worse. The fishermen could only sob and complain, but the scaffolding has been shattered, damn it, what should we do? The entire city was now being subjected to a hurricane, and the rain continued non-stop. Li Cheng spoke with helplessness, if it keeps raining like this, the fields and the towns around here will probably be flooded. He smoked while thinking with a headache. Li Cheng looked over to Lao He and asked, how are the Xiao He farmlands? He honestly expressed, Xiao He's crops have a strong ability to adapt. The rainwater does not have a big impact, but if it keeps raining, I am afraid the yield will also be affected. Xiao Yong frowned slightly when he heard this. He asked with great worry, Xiao Yong, what is wrong? However, he only signaled to be quiet, sure. Then he pressed his ear to the ground and listened attentively. Xiao Yong's eyes suddenly became panicked. Then very urgently shouted loudly, call the people in the towns around here into the fortress, hurry up, everyone act. From the outside, one received the order and hurriedly called out, hurry up, no need to bring anything, be quick. Zhang Qi, not understanding what was going on, could only ask blankly, Brother Xiao Yong, what happened? Could it be that there are still enemies that we can't deal with? Just at this moment, San San shouted on the roof, Brother Xiao Yong, flood, flood, and he was also extremely shocked, flood. Speaking, Zhang Qi and Xiao Jia jumped onto the roof. Li Cheng was extremely bewildered, this is. The direction of this flood was from the sea. He could not help but feel heavy, it is already more than 1 meter higher at our place. When it hits the coast of H City, I do not know what it will be like. Even Zhang Qi was scared to the point of stuttering, our outer wall can't withstand it, right? Everyone at this time followed Xiao Yong, who was using all his energy, leader Xiao Yong. His eyes were shining, and the blood vessels on his face gradually bulged. Everyone who saw it was terrified. Vines shot out from Xiao Yong in droves. They then rolled into a large wall in front. The giant vines gradually surrounded the base, creating a powerful wall. The water began to come. But it was blocked by the vines, causing everyone to rejoice. That is great, it is effective, the power of the water has been eliminated. But outside the vine wall, they also could not escape the scene of destruction. All things were submerged, and the end was extremely miserable and messy. Everyone at this time could only look at each other and sigh in relief. If it were not for leader Xiao Yong, we would have to die in this flood today, that is right. They discussed very loudly, such a large flood, the fields will definitely be destroyed. What will we do with food later? What are you worried about? Leader Xiao Yong definitely has a way. Meanwhile, Xiao Yong was racking his brains thinking, what is this flood again? The system began to sound an announcement, quest in progress. The quest, disaster collector, is in progress. Quest progress, superphagic virus, adaptive spores. See spores. He looked at the quest panel and could not help but sigh. Just at this moment, the walkie-talkie transmitted a voice, hello, leader Xiao Yong, speak. After a while of discussion, the end of the line nodded slightly, okay then I understand. Everyone was tense. Quick, go call all the patrols here. A flood is coming. What flood? Then what will happen to the Shaohe farmlands? No need to worry, it can adapt on its own. The tsunami at this time had approached the sheafing factory. It hit the outer wall extremely majestically. All the grass and trees in it were submerged in water. Everyone who saw this scene was as shocked as a tornado. The flood is coming, be careful, it is terrifying, a part of the power of the flood has been absorbed by the flesh. Xiao Yong, after receiving the report from the other side of the walkie-talkie, said calmly, okay, I know. Li Cheng asked curiously about the situation. How is it? He immediately reported, the outer wall of the sheafing factory has some damage. The insect nest in B City, facing the coast, was damaged a little more. However, this is not a big problem. As long as the queen is still alive, the swarm scale can be quickly restored. He unconsciously sighed in relief. Hopefully the flood will recede soon, so that we can quickly resume production. Lao He then spoke slowly, I have checked the water. The flood water is salt water. The land has been soaked like this, and it may take 1 or 2 years to recover. This news really surprised Li Cheng. He could only secretly hope, but I hope the yield at the Shaohe farmlands won't decrease too much. Xiao Yong hurriedly reassured the two of them, confidently saying, don't worry. Our food reserves are enough to feed everyone for 2 or 3 years. Moreover, within 6 months, a large area of land will be able to stabilize food production. Speaking, he looked thoughtfully out the window. The urgent matter is to clarify what exactly is this flood. Everyone at the seaport, staying on the roof, could not help but be curious. The seawater is so calm like this, is it safe? Xiong Tian spoke to warn, that is not certain. Perhaps the dead have turned into water ghosts and are waiting under the water. An Ming immediately retorted, it has only been 1 night. That is probably not the case. He spoke with an uneasy face, last night, I heard the sound of waves lapping under the water, and moreover. Speaking, Xiong Tian hurriedly stood up. He pointed down at the water with a fearful face. Everyone, look closely. The water surface was so flat, but there was not a single corpse floating on the water. Sheng Chun, after hearing it, was also a little apprehensive, but this is not a solution. This building is too narrow and too short. If the sea demons come, then we are definitely dead. Just at this moment, the fisherman in the building on the other side shouted loudly, hey, have you heard? Everyone come here quickly, if the sea demons come, then all of us will have to die. Xiong Tian asked with great worry, what do we do? Sheng Chen clenched his fists tightly and spoke, if we want to live, then there is only one path left, risk it. He then changed his clothes and tied a rope tightly to his body. If I encounter water ghosts, then you must pull me up. He nodded, As soon as the words were spoken, Sheng Chen bravely plunged into the water. His whole body came into contact with the water surface, and a loud noise rang out. He dived while focusing on observing. Suddenly in the distance, faint shadows gradually appeared. The sea demons were rushing over in droves. They fiercely opened their teeth and pounced towards Shang Chun. As soon as he saw this scene, his eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth, almost choking on water. Shang Chun panicked and waved his hands and feet repeatedly. Then floated on the water surface and took a deep breath. Xiong Tian asked, startled, "How is it?" He shouted with a fearful face, "Pull me up, quick, pull me up." Those above, hearing the screams, also hurriedly urged each other, "Quickly, quickly pull him up." But before they could do anything, the sea demons had rushed over and hugged Shang Chun. They greedily dragged him down into the water, causing Shang Chun to scream miserably. Xiong Tian angrily tensed all the muscles on his face and signaled, "Damn it, pull, am I the only one trying to pull?" And Ming's face wrinkled, "It is too heavy. The strength of these water ghosts is too great." He could not wait any longer and was dragged down into the water by those sea demons. Those hungry sea demons quickly pounced on Shang Chun and bit him. He could not breathe and could only roll his eyes white, and the blood mixed with water. After eating, the sea demons did not pull the rope anymore, causing the people above to fall over and mistakenly think, "We pulled him up." Xiong Tian held the rope and trembled, "It is over, he is definitely dead." Suddenly at this moment, another fisherman shouted, "Look over there, over there." Everyone suddenly fell silent, looking at Shang Chen's corpse floating on the water. He could not help but fearfully shout, "I do not want to be drowned, I do not want to have my liver hooked out." Even the people on the other side of the building were all helpless and desperate. "Look under the water, there are all those ghosts, they are done for, they can't be saved anymore." Suddenly, a fisherman shouted, "Everyone, look up at the sky, there is something flying." Everyone looked and could not help but be surprised. "It is insects, we can see them from so far away, these insects are too big." They shouted even more fearfully, "Below, there are water ghosts and sea demons, above, there are giant monsters, are we supposed to live? Sea demons are coming." People hurriedly reminded each other, "Hey, you guys be careful, sea demons are coming." Xiong Tian quickly urged, "The sea demons are coming, hurry, grab your weapons, prepare to fight." The sea demons, with fierce faces, menacingly approached the building. Those people on that building warned, "They are crawling into the windows." Xiong Tian urgently led everyone to follow, "Hurry up, defend the corridor." The fishermen on the other side could only fold their arms and stand by, calling out absent-mindedly, "Can they survive anymore? Impossible, they are definitely dead." Xiong Tian, together with An Ming, were still urgently trying to defend, "Hurry up, be quick." Seeing the sea demons looming, it made them even more nervous, "Hurry, it is almost too late." As soon as it saw humans, it immediately bared its teeth and lunged. One person just barely ran to see this scene, then quickly closed the door. He just grabbed the door and closed it when the sea demon appeared behind. But fortunately, that person closed the door in time. After he finished, he could not help but pant, it was almost. Xiong Tian ran over and was also sweating, that was too dangerous. Suddenly, a sound rang out. The person who had just closed the door had his body pierced by the sea demons using spears. Xiong Tian could not help but be bewildered, "They are ramming the door." Another person, at this moment, pushed a table over and shouted, "Get out of the way." He pushed the table without hesitation to block the door. Then called out to everyone, "Quickly, block it with me." But immediately after, he was thrown out, "My hands are numb, the strength is too great." The sea demons on the other side of the door suddenly howled in horror. The terrifying screams made everyone unconsciously cover their ears. Only a moment later, the door was rammed open. People could only try their best to endure the pain and run away. Xiong Tian and An Ming managed to run and climbed up to close the roof door. Xiong Tian called out worriedly, "An iron door can't block them." An Ming asked in panic, "Then what do we do?" He suggested, "Jump into the water." He argued after hearing it, "There are water ghosts under the water," but was refuted by Xiong Tian, "We are going to die anyway, let us risk it." An Ming was still very scared and closed his eyes tightly. "No, I do not want to be drowned by water ghosts," he scolded. "Then you stay here and wait to have your stomach cut open." "I am going to risk it." He said that, but hurriedly took off his clothes, following Xiong Tian's complaint, "Never mind, let us jump together, whether we live or not depends on fate." The two people spoke, then hurriedly plunged into the water. Just as expected, what was waiting for them below was the sea of water demons. As soon as they saw people, they quickly rushed over. Xiong Tian kicked one and cursed, "Get the hell out of here." He then swam quickly to the surface of the water, ignoring An Ming, who had been bitten by the sea demons. Xiong Tian surfaced and breathed heavily. He said triumphantly, "You idiots, come and chase me if you can, I am on the swimming team. Then without hesitation, he swam quickly towards the building opposite. The sea demons on the building opposite saw this and just stared at Xiong Tian. They angrily plunged into the water. People on the building opposite shouted worriedly, "Quick, quick, they are chasing after him." The sea demons below rushed quickly and swiftly. They could not help but be pessimistic. He is doomed, he still has to die, it is useless to struggle. Xiong Tian at this moment was still trying his best to struggle. I am a member of the swimming team, I do not want to be drowned underwater. Suddenly, a sea demon jumped powerfully above, causing him to fear. Don't. At this moment, an insect above immediately rushed down, causing everyone to be surprised. Holy crap, what is going on? It plunged straight into the water without hesitation. The insect quickly tore the person of the sea demon apart. This scene made everyone freeze in a daze. It is that insect flying in the sky just now, it is slaughtering each other with the sea demon. The sea demons, seeing their comrade being bitten, rushed over. They used spears to stab the insect. On the side of the base, people worriedly asked Xiao Yong, "How is it? What is the situation?" He said sarcastically, "Sure enough, there is another order." Xiao Yong's team then went to patrol the city by boat. Shui Shui frowned and confusedly asked, "Why do not we go by flying insect? Sitting on flying insect is so cool." Xiao Yong explained with patience, "The insect race still retains the instinct to hunt. If we go by flying insect, you will be too close. What if the flying insect attacks? The Lord's orders may not be able to stop it in time." The boy shouted boringly, "What is there to be afraid of? They won't hurt me." He heard and then rubbed his head and pressed Shui Shui's head down. "I am afraid you will hurt my insect servants." Suddenly at this moment, a scream rang out, "Damn it, we are surrounded." People in the front were struggling to fight with the sea demon. "Damn it, taste this." Xiao Yu on the ship was suddenly pulled by the arm by a sea demon. The others could not help but panic. "Pull the kid back, quickly pull the kid back." Everyone ran too, but it was too late. They could only helplessly shout, "Xiao Yu." The sea demons underwater quickly wrapped around her. The father on the raft then became frightened, "Xiao Yu." He hurriedly rushed down, but was quickly stopped by everyone. "Calm down," the father shouted angrily, "My daughter fell into the water, how can you tell me to calm down?" People could not help but warn, "You will also die if you go down there releasing me." He was still very insistent on rushing down. "Even if I die, I have to die with my daughter." A person on the raft, with a somewhat uneasy look, "What is that noise?" They saw Xiao Yong's boat coming and could not help but be surprised. "It is other survivors." Then quickly shouted, "Hey, save us." Shui Shui saw it and suddenly cheered. "There are people shouting for help." Xiao Yong urgently ordered, "Go see." San San was a little curious. "Hey, what kind of monsters are those?" He immediately replied with sharp gaze, "That is probably the disaster of H City. Through the vision of the flying insect, I have seen this thing. In addition to the zombies underwater, there is a type of monster that is more difficult to deal with." Xiao Yong resolutely signaled, "No matter what, first deal with this group." Shui Shui frowned and replied, "Yes, Uncle Xiao Yong." The people on the raft then cheered happily. "They have guns, that is great, we are saved." Xiao Yong's team, without hesitation, used guns to shoot continuously. Each and every sea demon was hit by bullets. The father on the raft saw this and then begged miserably, "I beg you, save my daughter. My daughter was pulled into the river by the water ghost." Xiao Yong silently observed for a while. He saw Xiao Yu clearly underwater, surrounded by the sea demons. Xiao Yong immediately took off his clothes. This action made his teammates panic. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't go into the river." People could not help but sigh, "Holy crap, is this the first time he has seen a water ghost?" The person on the raft then angrily cursed, "I know you are eager to save your daughter, but you have to be rational. That kid was killed by you, the father at this time. Was also frightened and stammered, I did not know he would suddenly jump down." Xiao Yong jumped down and was immediately aimed at and rushed by the sea demons. They wrapped around him greedily. Xiao Yong's eyes suddenly widened and became very scary. He then punched the water, and the sea demons were thrown out. Xiao Yong next stirred the water, creating a whirlpool that pulled the sea demons into it. The movement below made the water surface turbulent, making everyone very surprised. What is going on? What is happening underwater? After a moment, Xiao Yu was brought out of the water. Everyone quickly supported her. The father was very moved. "Xiao Yu, my Xiao Yu." Xiao Yong then also jumped onto the raft as well. The people on the raft could not help but be startled and surprised. "You, in the face of the siege of the water ghosts, you saved Xiao Yu. and retreated safely. How did you do it? Another woman was also very shocked. No, it is not just retreating safely. Looking at the sea demons floating on the water surface, everyone could not help but be stunned. The water ghosts have been eliminated. Xiao Yong hurriedly reminded, don't stand there dazed. Take the opportunity to save the girl. If this continues, the brain will be damaged. Everyone startled and surrounded her. Ah yeah, quickly perform artificial respiration. Xiao Yu was rescued and choked on water. Then coughed a few times. The father at this time burst into tears. Xiao Yu, that is great. Then without hesitation, he kowtowed before Xiao Yong repeatedly, benefactor, you saved my daughter, I have nothing to repay. Another person asked a little hesitantly, who are you? He replied frankly, we came from M City. The floods have spread to our side, so I came to see the situation. Everyone praised happily, benefactor, your swimming skills are so good, it is the first time I have seen someone kill water ghosts underwater, the girl on the raft shyly suggested. We also have a request that is a bit too much. Can we use your rescue boat to tow our boat away? The water ghosts are coming. It won't be long before the sea demons come. Facing the sea demons, we are definitely dead. Xiao Yong stared blankly for a moment. The sea demons, are those that group? Suddenly he was startled to hear the noise in the distance. Xiao Yong immediately pointed in the direction of the sound and asked, is that what you call sea demons? From the distance, the sea demons were rushing swiftly. People could not help but panic. That is right, sea demons, be careful, the sea demons are coming. They rushed over without hesitation at an astonishing speed. A person on the boat shouted with great fear, quick, get on your motorboat, if you do not leave, it will be too late. Everyone immediately panicked, there are so many of us, one motorboat can't hold enough people, don't abandon me, I do not want to have my liver hooked out. While Xiao Yong said with some contempt, what are you worried about, just reflect the damage, and it is over. A person on the boat immediately warned, they are aquatic creatures, they are much more flexible than water ghosts, you can't beat them underwater. As soon as the words were spoken, a sea demon was holding a spear and opening its mouth to rush over. He strongly blocked its spear, causing the sea demon to be a little surprised. Xiao Yong angrily grabbed the spear and used force to pull over. His other hand tightly squeezed the sea demon's neck. In just a flash, he broke its neck, causing the sea demon to suffocate. He threw it aside without mercy. The people on the boat momentarily became stuttered. What is going on? What just happened? He, with bare hands, broke the neck of a sea demon. Shui at this moment was suddenly attacked by a sea demon and could not help but shout, oh crap. The boy quickly reminded, Uncle Xiao Yong, the speed of this group is faster than the cannibals in the western suburbs. Xiao Yong was somewhat joking, after all, they are aquatic creatures. The speed is naturally, but before the words were finished, he was interrupted by everyone, be careful. Behind him, a sea demon suddenly appeared rushing over. Shui, scared when he saw Xiao Yong being pulled into the water, shouted, Uncle Xiao Yong. The people on the shore could only helplessly curse, damn it, what was I hoping for? I told you that defeating sea demons underwater is impossible, are we still going to die? Drive the boat away, maybe there are still survivors, now it is good, we are all definitely dead. As soon as he was pulled down, the sea demons angrily surrounded him. They stabbed spears at Xiao Yong. But they could not pierce through his skin. This caused the sea demons to freeze. From those places, trees suddenly sprouted out. The vines immediately surrounded the sea demons. Xiao Yong's eyes were very scary. Do you know what the most unethical way to deal with fish is? Immediately, a stream of electricity was released from the vines, high-voltage bioelectricity. The sea demons were immediately electrocuted to dust. Above the water, people were constantly worried, why is there no more movement? Suddenly, one person shouted, over there. The corpses of the sea demons floated, causing them to be stunned, it is not that brother, it is the sea demons. There is some on that side too, also sea demons. Shui proudly laughed loudly, don't worry, meeting us, you are definitely not going to die. At this moment, a series of vines wrapped tightly around the boat, making everyone very dazed. What the hell is this? Xiao Yong came up from below again. Then gently retracted the vines. The people on the boat were scared to stutter you. What exactly are you? Are you even human? Xiao Yong only calmly said, if you want to live, then come with me. They were very scared. Go where? He immediately replied, the inner city of H City. The father frowned and spoke, we worked so hard to escape from the inner city, and you want us to go to an inland city. Xiao Yong's words were very certain. Trust me, with your current state, you definitely can't survive inland. Everyone then became surprised. What do you mean? San coldly explained. Zombies, mutated bodies, cannibalistic tribes, carnivorous plants, the monsters of all kinds inland are not easier to deal with than the sea demons. Immediately, that group of people stood frozen in a daze. Xiao Yong, seeing this, then reassured them, okay, follow us. Ensuring everyone's safety is quite easy. People hesitated and repeated, quite easy. At the same time, at another building in the city, people were still vigilantly observing those guys. It seemed that they had no intention of leaving. One of them confidently said, it is okay. This building is high, and the corridor is long. If they leave the water for too long, their strength will be greatly reduced. They can't attack us. Another person then refuted, but we are also trapped here and can't leave. They immediately discussed, that is right. We can't catch fish and look for supplies. Sooner or later, we will be trapped to death. Suddenly, someone cheered, look over there are survivors. Far away was Xiao Yong's boat and the group of people just now. Xiao Yong suddenly cheered, we have arrived. It was the building in front of their eyes. The people on the building hurriedly warned, hey, don't come here, there are sea demons here, quickly find a high-rise building to hide. He could not help but wonder, find a high building to hide. The person on the boat then immediately explained, those guys are very strong underwater, but once they leave the water for too long, their ability will be greatly reduced. So for us, the higher the floor, the safer it is. He understood and then proposed, so it is much easier to deal with them if we force them out of the water, right? That person could not help but be confused. Force them out of the water. How can that be done? At this time, the people on the building were still constantly panicking. Damn it, are they deaf? We are shouting like this, but they can't hear us, no way with this distance. They should be able to hear. It is dangerous. Look quickly. The sea demons were rushing towards them. Xiao Yong calmly ordered, the boat can stop here. Don't advance any further to avoid accidental injuries. Shui could not help but worry, Uncle Xiao Yong, what do you want to do? He said very arrogantly, do a little bit. Unethical thing. After speaking, Xiao Yong plunged straight into the water. His eyes stared straight ahead. Xiao Yong hurriedly spun around. His hand then released a group of vines. The vines then rushed underwater and fanned out. The sea demons saw this scene and were a little stunned. Xiao Yong was very confident, high voltage. Bioelectricity. The sea demons were immediately shocked by the underwater current. One person, frightened, pointed at the building opposite. They immediately climbed towards the building. Xiao Yong seemed to have achieved his goal, and then said happily, out of the water. You are the fish to be slaughtered. Everyone at this time hurriedly cheered, look over there, insects, it is that group of insects again. So many, too many, more than last time. The sea demons were very scared of the insects. Xiao Yong immediately gave the order, let us eat. The insects quickly listened to the order and flew over. They pounced fiercely on the sea demons. Each and every one of them was very fierce. Everyone at this time was so scared that they stuttered that guy must be standing on our side, right? The insects were so numerous that they covered the sky. The people on the boat had also taken refuge in a nearby building. Xiao Yong then also went up. Each person on the building carried a different expression, scared, vigilant, frightened. He understood and hurriedly clarified, don't worry, I am not a monster. A person asked hesitantly, then, those insects in the sky. Xiao Yong then waved his hand to control. The insects listened to the order and flew away. He calmly asked, okay, now then who will tell me what exactly happened here? A person stepped forward to recount. A huge tsunami shattered our peaceful life. A series of people on the streets and the lower floors died in an instant. In the early stages after the disaster struck, we struggled to wait for rescue, but we never waited. Moreover, almost as soon as the disaster occurred, all communication was cut off. At that time, the lack of food was the biggest threat. Some people were not content to sit still and wait for death, and chose to build simple wooden boats to go to the inland to take refuge. The truth proved that it was not the right choice. They encountered water ghosts and sea demons and died very miserably. In the end, we also realized that we were trapped on a solitary island formed by the buildings. Xiao Yong, after hearing it, then speculated, the water ghosts and sea demons must be related, right? That person immediately replied, You are very sharp. That is exactly right. Water ghosts are created by sea demons. We do not know what methods they use to be able to make the dead transform into soulless corpses that can survive underwater for a long time. They were created for only one purpose. That is to drown as many living people as possible. What is more terrifying than being dragged underwater by water ghosts is being caught by sea demons. They will vivisect you, hooking out your heart, liver, intestines, and stomach, and finally transform you into a water ghost. He somewhat sighed. This eating habit is very in line with the habits of wild animals. Another person hurriedly suggested, Benefactor, you are so strong, maybe you can destroy the sea demon farm. Xiao Yong, after hearing it, was very curious. Sea demon farm.